And in this video, I'll be teaching you theory of demand in just a matter of 1 hour. So if you sit by yourself, it is going to take some 4-5 hours, but I'm going to address the issue in just 1 hour, and I'm going to prep you in such a way that you will be able to answer all sorts of questions that will be asked in the examination. Okay, so let us jump straight into the chapter without wasting any time. Okay. So in economics, what is the definition of demand that they have given you? But before we jump into that definition, when you ask a non-economic student of what is demand, he will say that demand is my desire, demand is my wish, something like that. Yes, but in economics, what is the definition that they have given you for demand? Demand is nothing but it is the quantity of a good or service a buyer is willing and able to purchase at various levels of prices over a period of time. So the definition is quite big. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to highlight the areas which we have to focus on. So you have to focus on willingness, ability, prices over a period of time. Now listen to me very carefully. These will be your bits in the examination. Okay, whenever you have to call something demand in economics, it needs to have two things, which is your ability to purchase and your willingness to pay for it. Okay, it needs to have two things, which is your ability and willingness. What do you mean by ability? Ability is nothing but the means that you require to purchase the good or service. Now what is willingness? For example, you're having money in the pocket. It is not necessary that you are willing to spend that money. So for something to be called as demand, you also need to be willing to spend that money. And also remember that demand is always expressed in terms of price. Demand is always expressed in terms of price. Now let me take a small example for you. For example, there is a chocolate. So it costs you 100 bucks. So it costs you some 100 rupees. So when it is 100 rupees, I say I'll demand one chocolate. Now suppose the price of the chocolate has dropped to 50, and now I will say I will demand 2 chocolates. Always remember that demand is expressed in terms of price. Demand is expressed in terms of price. Now you will encounter two concepts called as stock concept and flow concept. What are those concepts? Stock concept and flow concept. Whenever you are expressing something at a particular point of time, it is called stock concept. Whenever you are expressing something over a period of time, it is called as flow concept. I'm going to repeat myself. Whenever you are expressing something at a particular point of time, it is called stock concept. Whenever you are expressing something over a period of time, it is called as flow concept. Now, in your definition, we clearly mentioned that demand is expressed over a period of time. Demand is expressed over a period of time. So when you're expressing something over a period of time, will it be a stock concept or flow concept? You think and tell me. It is going to be a flow concept. It is going to be a flow concept. So whenever you express something over a period of time, it is called as flow concept. Whenever you express something at a particular point of time, it is called as stock concept. So the MCQs that will be asked from here is, whenever you want to call something as demand, what are the two things that you need to have? You need to have ability, you need to have willingness. Demand is always expressed in terms of price. Demand is what concept? Demand is a flow concept. Okay, Nandi? Yes. Now, what is this term effective demand? To call something as effective demand, you need to have three things. To call something as effective demand, you need to have three things, which is desire plus ability plus willingness makes it effective demand. I'm repeating myself. Desire plus ability plus willingness makes it effective demand. Now, the common mistakes that students make in the examination is, right now we have discussed that to call something as effective demand, you need to have desire plus ability plus willingness. If any one is missing, can you call it as effective demand? You cannot call it as effective demand. For example, I design a question like this. Effective demand means, or effective demand is, option A, price, option B, desire, option C, cost, option D, none of the above. Now let me guess what option you will choose and come back. You're going to choose desire. So now only I have explained you that whenever you want to call something as effective demand, you need to have desire plus ability plus willingness. Now in the options, just sticking desire, will it make it effective demand? No, it will not make it effective demand. So never ever make such mistake. Okay, Nandi? So what you have to choose? You have to choose the best option possible. I already taught you that demand is always expressed in terms of price. Your demand is always expressed in terms of price. So what is the best option that is present here? It is price. Okay, Nandi? So whenever such question pops up, you have to answer it as price. But in the options, they have given you desire, ability, willingness, all of the above. So what will you opt for? All of the above. Okay, Nandi, I hope you understood. Yes. So demand means plan to consume, a flow concept, and is always stated at a price. Very, very important bit. Okay, Nandi. So now you tell me, you think and tell me one thing. I am telling that demand is ability and willingness to purchase. Have I ever told you that demand is equivalent to purchase? Demand is not equivalent to purchase. Demand is just ability and willingness to purchase. Remember this also, right? Now let us understand what is demand function. In mathematics, whenever you call something as function, what do you mean by a function? Function is nothing but the relationship between dependent variables and independent variables. Function is the relationship between dependent variables and independent variables. Okay. Now, what are the dependent variables? Those variables that are being influenced are dependent variables. Those variables that are influencing are independent variables. Now let us talk about demand now. They are talking about demand function, right? So I said function is the relationship between dependent and independent variables. Now what is demand function? Demand function talks about the relationship between demand and the determinants of demand. Demand function talks about the relationship between demand and the determinants of demand. Now you people tell me, is demand dependent variable or independent variable? Is demand dependent variable or independent variable? Demand is your dependent variable because it is being influenced by all these factors. So there are various determinants of demand, right? You have price of the related goods, you have income, you have tastes and preferences, national income and its distribution. So you have lot of determinants of demand. All these determinants pose an influence on your demand. So demand is being influenced by all these factors, right? So demand is your dependent variable and all the determinants are your independent variables. Now how can you express this in the form of a function? You can write it as demand is equal to, this Q is nothing but quantity demanded, is equal to function of price of the good. This M, capital M is my money income, this price of the related goods. Py is the price of the related goods. There are several other factors, so you can just add them while you are writing the function. Clear, people? So demand function is the functional relationship between demand. What is your demand? Dependent or independent variable? It is your dependent variable and its determinants. The determinants are dependent variables or independent variables. They are your independent variables. What is the alternative name for your independent variables? It is explanatory variables. What is the alternative name for your independent variables? They are your explanatory variables. Next, Andy. While studying the effect of one determinant, you assume ceteris paribus. Now, your economics functions on the basis of ceteris paribus, right? What is ceteris paribus? Other things remaining constant. What is ceteris paribus? Other things remaining constant. Let me take a small example. You already studied that there are various determinants of demand. That is, there are various factors that influence the demand, right? So, whenever I am talking about one factor and its influence on the demand, I have to keep the remaining factors to be constant. So, whenever I am talking about the influence of one factor on the demand, now let me take an example of price. So, if I am trying to study the relationship between price and demand, all the remaining factors have to keep silent or they have to be kept constant. Okay, now, so why am I doing this? Why should I keep my factors as constant? Let us understand this logically. Now, I told you that I want to understand the influence of price on demand. I want to understand the influence of price on demand. Okay, I totally agree that there are various factors that are influencing your demand. But if I let the other factors change, will I be able to understand by how much demand is being affected by price? Only price. If I don't keep the other factors constant and I let them change, I will not be able to understand due to price how much is demand being affected, right? So for that very reason, we take the assumption of ceteris paribus. Very, very important. Right? Next, though many determinants influence demand, all are not equally important. Why so? See, always remember, people, in the various determinants of demand, some factors are quantitative, some factors are qualitative. Now, take your tastes and preferences for example. Is it easy to measure your tastes and preferences? Is it a qualitative aspect or a quantitative aspect? It is a qualitative aspect. Among all the determinants that we are studying, which is the most important determinant of demand? It is the price of the good. What is the most important determinant? It is the price of the good. Okay, people? Yes. Next, change in quantity demanded versus change in demand. Let us understand this with a simple flow chart. Yes, I am going to open my notepad now. So, give me a moment. So, let me just open a new section. Yeah. Let me change the page color for you people. Let me make it a bit dark so that it will be visible. Yes. So, I'll opt for yellow. Okay, people. Now we are going to understand what is change in demand and what is change in quantity demanded, right? So let us start writing like this. Your demand is being influenced by price, which is the most important factor, and all the remaining determinants are put under the head other factors. I am repeating this again. All the other determinants are put under the head other factors. Okay. Now, whenever there is a change in demand with respect to price, that is, whenever the demand is changing due to the effect of price, you should call it as change in quantity demanded. You should call it as change in quantity demanded. Whenever there is change in demand due to other factors barring price, you should just call it as change in demand. You should just call it as change in demand. I hope you understood till here, right? Now, change in quantity demanded, I am further dividing it as increase in quantity demanded and decrease in quantity demanded. Okay, I have written it as increase in quantity demanded and decrease in quantity demanded. Now, change in demand, I will write it as increase in demand. If you identify what I am doing, I am using the word quantity demanded only in the case of price. I am using just demand for other factors. Okay, so it is increase in demand and this is decrease in demand. Yes, people, clear? Now, increase in quantity demanded is also called as expansion. Increase in quantity demanded is also called as expansion. Decrease in quantity demanded is also called as contraction. Decrease in quantity demanded is also called as contraction. Okay. Now, increase in demand. Let us come this side. Let us come this side. Increase in demand is also called as rightward shift of the demand. Increase in demand is also called as rightward shift of the demand. Decrease in demand is called as leftward shift of the demand. Decrease in demand is also called as leftward shift. Now let us understand this using the figure, okay? It is way more appropriate that we draw the graphs, that will make it way more simpler for us to understand this, okay? Now you all know that whenever you are going to draw the demand curve, you take price on y-axis and quantity demanded on x-axis. You take price on y-axis and quantity demanded on x-axis, okay? Now I am talking about price and demand. So what will happen to the remaining factors? They have to remain constant. Ceteris paribus, do you remember that? Yes. Now, how is my demand line? It is downward sloping. And may I know why is your demand line downward sloping? It is due to the inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. We already know that there is also something called law of demand that you will be learning, right? In law of demand, what do you learn? There is an inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. That is, when price increases, quantity demanded decreases. When price decreases, quantity demanded increases. Whenever the arrows move in the opposite direction, it is called inverse relationship or negative relationship. Students, please remember that you should not call it as indirect relationship. You should not call it as indirect relationship. You should only refer to it as inverse relationship or negative relationship. Okay. Now, suppose you are at point A. Suppose you are at point A. This is your initial price. This is your initial quantity. Now, what happened was there was a fall in the price. You technically know that whenever there is a fall in the price, there is an increase in the quantity demanded. Suppose the price fell from P to P1, your quantity demanded has increased from Q to Q1. Now, you moved from point A to point B. Now, what do you see here? You are moving on the same demand line from point A to point B. You are moving on the same demand line from point A to point B. Can I call this movement as downward movement? Can I call this movement as downward movement? Absolutely yes. So always remember that whenever the change takes place in the demand due to price, Whenever the change takes place in the demand due to price, it is called movement. Whenever the change takes place in the demand due to price, you call the terminology to be movement along the same demand curve. Now, for example, there is an increase in the price. You move from point A to point C. This is upward movement. This is upward movement. Okay. Moving from point A to point B is expansion. Moving from point A to point C is contraction. Moving from point A to point B is expansion. Moving from point A to point C is contraction. I hope it's clear till here. Yes. Now, let us understand shifts. So, shift will happen when other factors impact the demand. Shift will happen when other factors impact the demand. What should you do? Suppose I am talking about income and demand. All the remaining factors, including price of the good, must remain constant. So, when I am talking about income and demand, all the factors, including price of the good concerned, must remain constant. Now, on y-axis you take price, on x-axis you take quantity, right? Initially, this was your demand. Initially, this was your demand. And this is your initial price and this is your initial quantity. Now, what happened was, there was an increase in the income. People, you think and tell me, whenever there is an increase in the income, what will happen to the demand? Suppose your income levels are increasing, what will happen to the demand? Demand will also increase, right? Now, as we are talking about income, price should remain constant. So, this thing will not change. This will be like this only. But what you will see is, you will see an increase in the quantity from Q to Q1. Now, how do I show this? I draw a fresh demand line like this. Yes. So, you moved from DD to DD dash. You move from DD to DD dash. Now, this shift is referred to as rightward shift. This shift is referred to as rightward shift. People, this is going to be very, very simple. If the determinants are acting favorable, there will be a rightward shift. If the determinants are not acting favorable, there will be a leftward shift. If the determinants are not favorable, there will be a leftward shift. Shift always happens due to other factors. Shift always happens due to other factors. That is, barring price, if there is any change in other factors, if it is a favorable change, there will be a rightward shift. If it is an unfavorable change, there will be a leftward shift. So, I hope it is clear till here. So, let us move to the next part. Okay. So, that is what they have explained here. It is change in quantity demanded, change in demand. Change in quantity demanded is due to price. Change in demand is due to other factors, right? Next, under change in quantity demanded, you have increase in quantity demanded, decrease in quantity demanded. Under change in demand, you have increase in demand, decrease in demand. Rightward shift, and this is your leftward shift, right? So, we have already seen these things. So, in the case of price, you see movement. In the case of other factors, you see shift. In the case of price, you see movement. In the case of other factors, you see shift. Let us proceed to the next concept, people. So, there are types of demand. Whenever you study demand, there are types of demand, right? There is price demand relationship, there is cross demand relationship, there is income demand relationship. So, let us understand each one by one. We have prepared a small flowchart for you that will actually help you understand the concept in a way easy, and the time also gets reduced, because you going through the entire thing, it is going to take a lot of time. So, the institute has prepared a very good flowchart for you that is going to help you in your preparation, right? So, types of demand, you have your price demand relationship. Whenever you talk about the relationship between price and quantity demanded, it is called price demand relationship. Your price demand relationship is also called your law of demand. People, listen to me carefully. Your price demand relationship is also called your law of demand. Whenever you talk about the relationship between income and demand, it is income demand relationship. Whenever you talk about the relationship between demand and prices of the related goods, I'll repeat again, Andy. Whenever you talk about the relationship between price of the related goods and demand, it is your cross demand relationship. So, let us first understand your price demand relationship. So, here you are going to understand your price demand or law of demand using two things, which is your individual demand and market demand. I will make it very simple for you. So, you all know what is law of demand, right? So, I will just write down what is the bit that you are going to get from here. They will ask you in the exam, law of demand is what kind of statement? Law of demand is what kind of statement? Always remember that law of demand is a qualitative statement. Always remember, law of demand is a qualitative statement. Now, why am I calling it as qualitative statement? Because you know that there is an inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded, ceteris paribus, that is keeping other factors constant. So, whenever you're talking about the relationship between price and quantity demanded, all the other factors have to remain constant, right? So, suppose I say price increase, you say demand decrease. I say price decrease, you say demand increase. Now you people tell me, what is this? This is a directional relationship. Whatever I have written here is nothing but a directional relationship. As I'm talking about a directional relationship, for that very reason, I call it as a qualitative statement. As I'm talking about directional relationship, for that very reason, I'm calling it as a qualitative statement. And for you to understand law of demand, there are two approaches. For you to understand law of demand, there are two approaches. One is a graphical approach through a demand curve. One is a graphical approach through a demand curve, and the other is demand schedule. The other is demand schedule. Now, what do you mean by a schedule? Schedule is nothing but a table. What do you mean by schedule? Schedule is nothing but a table. So, you can understand law of demand using a graphical representation through a demand curve and also through a tabular representation using a demand schedule. And using graphical representation, I told that you draw a demand curve, right? So, you have your individual demand curve and market demand curve. You have your individual demand curve and market demand curve. I'm very sorry with my handwriting. So, you have your individual demand curve and market demand curve. What do you mean by individual? When you're talking about the demand of one particular person, when you're talking about the demand of one particular person, it is called individual demand. When you're talking about the demand of the market as a whole, see, in a market, there are large number of buyers, right? There is not only one particular person who will buy something. So, there are large number of people who are buying things. So, if I add up the demand of all the individuals present in the market, I will be getting the market demand. Okay. Now, your demand schedule is also divided as individual demand schedule and market demand schedule. Okay. The schedule is nothing but a table. The schedule is nothing but a table. And whatever data that is there in the table, if you represent that in the form of a graph, that is nothing but your demand curve. If you represent the data in the form of a graph, it is nothing but your demand curve. So, if you see, yeah. So, they have just written here that we have already learned the demand function, remember? Demand function is nothing but the functional relationship between demand and the determinants of demand. Now, whenever you're studying law of demand, you're only concerned about price of the good. All the other factors have to remain constant. For that very reason, we have put a bar on the top of price of the related goods, income, tastes and preferences and remaining other factors. So, you're only worried about demand and the price of the good concerned. Okay. Next, what is law of demand? It is a qualitative statement because it shows only the directional change. Next, what is the relationship between price and quantity demanded in the case of law of demand? We have already learned that. It is inverse relation or negative relation. Can you people call it as indirect relationship? Never ever. Okay. You cannot call it as indirect relationship. Next, what will happen when price of the good falls? When price of the good falls, there is an increase in quantity demanded. What can I call increase in quantity demanded? Can I call it as demand expands? I told you that increase in quantity demanded or expansion, decrease in quantity demanded or contraction. So, you remember that? Yes. Next, how do you represent that? I told you that you can use a schedule and a graph, right? Whatever you have written in the schedule, if you draw a graph for that, it will nothing be that. It will be nothing your demand curve. So, you have your individual demand curve and market demand curve. People, may I know, like, how will you arrive at your market demand curve? You will arrive at your market demand curve by summing up all the individual demand curves. You will arrive at your market demand curve by summing up all the individual demand curves. For example, I will just draw your individual demand curves. This is the demand curve of A, this is the demand curve of B, this is the demand curve of C. If I sum A plus B plus C, what will I get? I will get the market demand. And do you see what summation have I done here? I have done the horizontal summation. I have done the horizontal summation. Another bit. Yes, people? So, market demand is nothing but the horizontal or lateral summation of the individual demand curves. So, market demand is nothing but horizontal or lateral summation of the individual demand curves. Next. Okay, your demand curve will slope downwards to the right, that is, it is negatively sloped. Next, demand curve may be a straight line or a curve based on the numerical values. Okay, I will just make it clear for you what they are meaning here. See, you always saw a demand line like this, right? It is straight and linear. Can it not be like this? Of course it can be like this. But for our academic purpose, for our easy understanding, we only take this. We don't take this. People always remember the shape of this line, or rather the curve, depends on the slope. Always remember, the slope will determine whether it will be a smooth curve or it will be a curve. It will be a smooth line or it will be a curve, depends on the slope. And may I know what is the slope of the demand line? You take price on y-axis and quantity on x-axis, right? This is your demand curve. And what is the formula for slope in mathematics? It is change in y-axis by change in x-axis. It is change in y-axis by change in x-axis. So what is there on your y-axis? On your y-axis you have your price. So what is the slope of the demand line, Andy? It is dp by dq. I have just written change by using d. D also indicates change, okay. You can also write it as dp by dq. So this is the slope of your demand line. So whenever the slope is constant, you will have a straight line or rather a smooth line. If the slope is not constant, you will have a curve. Next, Andy, let us proceed to income demand. See, based on income, we have categorized the goods into normal goods or superior goods and inferior goods. I am repeating this again. Based on income, we have categorized the goods into normal goods or superior goods and inferior goods. Okay, Nandi? Inferior goods are nothing but they are low quality goods. Inferior goods are nothing but they are low quality goods. Now, let us talk about normal goods or superior goods. See, whenever your income level is increasing, you want to increase your standard of living. Whenever your income levels are increasing, you want to increase your standard of living. So the relationship between income and demand for normal goods is direct or positive. So the relationship between income and demand for normal goods is direct or positive. Now you think and tell me, whenever your income is increasing, you are demanding normal goods. No, will you go to inferior goods? Will you buy cheap quality goods? Never ever, right? So what is the relationship between demand for inferior goods and the level of income? It is inverse or negative. It is inverse or negative. That is, whenever incomes are increasing, no, people will shift towards the normal goods or superior goods. They reduce their demand for inferior goods. So if you see the points here, there is an inverse relationship between the income of the consumer and the demand for inferior goods. Okay, there is an inverse or negative relationship between demand for inferior goods and the level of income. Next, income increases, demand decreases, income decreases, demand increases. Is this something that we have to be told? Yes. So how will be the graph in the case of inferior goods? It is a downward sloping graph. Okay. So on y-axis you take the level of income, on x-axis you take the demand. People, I am repeating this again. On y-axis you take the level of income and on x-axis you take the demand. Okay, and how will be the graph? It will be downward sloping. The slope is negative. Now let us talk about normal goods or superior goods. The bits will be coming from here only, so please pay attention. I have classified normal goods further into necessaries and luxuries. I have classified your normal goods further into necessaries and luxuries. Please note down the bits. Your normal goods are classified into necessaries, luxuries. Okay, people? Yes. Now, what is the bit that we are going to get here, madam? See, you think and tell me, what is the relationship between income and demand for necessary? And what is the relationship between income and demand for luxuries? Baba, they come under the classification of normal goods. So, in the normal goods, you said there is a direct relationship. So, in the case of necessaries also, there will be a direct relationship. In the case of luxuries also, there will be a direct relationship. But I am talking about the proportionate increase. I am talking about the proportionate increase. You should always notice that in the case of necessaries, the proportionate increase in demand is less than the proportionate increase in the income. For example, let us take a numerical, okay. So, rice is necessary, right? For example, you are earning some 25,000 rupees, You're demanding 10 kgs of rice. You're demanding 10 kgs of rice. Your income has increased to 1 lakh. Your income has increased to 1 lakh. Will you demand 20 kgs of rice or 30 kgs of rice or 40 kgs of rice? Nothing like that, no. You will just demand 12 kgs of rice, maybe 2 kgs extra. So what do you see here? Your income has increased from 25,000 to 1 lakh. But what happened to the demand for rice? It did increase, but the proportionate increase in the demand is less than the proportionate increase in the income. Next, in the case of luxuries, ulta. In the case of luxuries, it is ulta. Okay. So the proportionate increase in the, in the proportionate increase in the demand is greater than the proportionate increase in the income. See people, in the case of necessaries, the proportionate increase in the demand is less than the proportionate increase in the income. In the case of luxuries, the proportionate increase in the demand is greater than the proportionate increase in the income. These are your bits, so I request you to remember them. Okay. So let us see the points. Direct relationship between income and demand in the case of a superior good or normal good. So when income increases, demand increases. When income decreases, demand decreases. So what will be the shape of the graph? It will be positively sloped. It is having an upward sloped graph. Yes. Next, let us talk about cross demand. I already told you that in the case of cross demand, you are talking about demand and the price of related goods. You are talking about demand and the price of related goods. Price of related goods, see, what do you mean by related goods? Under related goods, you have two types, which is substitutes and complementaries. Under related goods, you have two types, which is substitutes and complementaries. See, substitutes are those that can be used in the place of each other. If that is not there, this is there. If this is not there, that is there. If Coke is not there, Pepsi is there. If Pepsi is not there, Coke is there. So what is happening with substitutes? You can just switch. Like if this is not there, I will go to the other. But what is the thing with the complementaries? You have to use them together. So in the case of complementaries, you have to use the goods together. They are like hum saath saath hai. They are not like hum aapke hai kaun. Okay, they have to be used together. They are complementaries, like your sugar and tea, and then you have your ink and ink pen and the ink in the ink pen. So all these are the examples of complementary goods. So let us see the shape of the demand curves in the case of cross demand, in the case of substitutes and in the case of complementaries. So you tell me one thing, people. What will I be doing in the case of substitutes? I am going to understand the relationship between the price of one good and its impact on the demand of the other good. If we take a small example, tea and coffee are substitutes. You agree that tea and coffee are substitutes, right? So if I am saying price of tea and its impact on demand for coffee, if I say price of tea and its impact on demand for coffee. So you tell me the relationship. For example, if price of tea increases, what will happen for the demand for coffee? It will also increase. Now you people will think that, arey, tea and coffee are substitutes. So if price of tea is increasing, why will I consume tea? I will stop consuming tea and I will go for coffee. I will increase my demand for coffee. So there is a direct or positive relation in the case of substitutes. Now in the case of complementaries, what relationship do you see? You see a negative or inverse relationship. For example, the classic example that we take is car and petrol. So if price of the car is increasing, what will happen to the demand for petrol? See, when price of the car is increasing, obviously the demand for car will go down. If car is not there, what will you do with petrol? So demand for petrol will also drop. So there is an inverse or negative relationship in the case of complementaries. Okay people, I hope you understood this. So how will be the graph in the case of substitutes? It will be upward sloping or positively sloped, and in the case of complementary, it is negatively sloped or downward sloping. Yes, your law of demand is also called the price demand relationship. Ceteris paribus, please remember that. Whenever you're talking the relationship between price and demand, you need to keep the other factors to be constant. Yes. Now let us understand the reasons behind the law of demand. Let us understand the reasons behind the law of demand, or rather the downward sloping demand curve. You have a couple of reasons. In that there are two very important reasons. One is the utility maximizing behavior given by Alfred Marshall, and the other is the price effect given by Hicks and Allen. Most of the students have query with these two things, right? So we are going to address that in this video. You are not going to have any query with regarding those concepts anymore. Yes. So what is your first reason? Arrival of new customers. For example, there is a drop in the price. People earlier who are not being able to buy because of the high price, now with the drop in the price, will they not enter the market? They will obviously enter the market. So what will happen to the demand? It will increase. Next, utility maximizing behavior. People, to understand this utility maximizing behavior, you need to understand the law of diminishing marginal utility. You need to understand the law of diminishing marginal utility. So what did Marshall technically said? He said, Arey Baba, when you have more of something, the value will decrease. That is law of diminishing marginal utility. Because whenever you are getting more of something, the additional satisfaction that you will be getting from that particular thing will keep on falling. I am thirsty right now. Okay. If I have the first glass of water, it will give me a lot of satisfaction. Will the second glass give me the same level of satisfaction like the first glass has given me? No. Right. The second glass will give me a lesser amount of satisfaction. Third glass, even less. Fourth glass, even less. So what is happening here? Whenever I am having more of something, the satisfaction that I am getting is kind of diminishing or decreasing. So what is the relationship between quantity and marginal utility? Madam, what is marginal utility? Marginal utility is nothing but additional satisfaction. Marginal utility is nothing but additional satisfaction. Clear, people? Yes. So what is the relationship between quantity and marginal utility according to Mr. Alfred Marshall? He said there is an inverse relation, that is quantity increase, marginal utility decrease. He said quantity increase, marginal utility decrease. Now what is the consumer equilibrium? What do you mean by consumer equilibrium now? Consumer equilibrium is nothing but when will the consumer get maximum satisfaction? He will get maximum satisfaction when mu is equal to P. He will get maximum satisfaction when mu is equal to P. That is, here mu also indicates the maximum price you are willing to pay for a product. Arey Baba, think logically, no? For example, you are getting more satisfaction from something. Will you not pay a higher price for that? Obviously, you will pay a higher price for that. Now, when your additional satisfaction is falling, what is the maximum price you are willing to pay for that product? It will also decrease, no? For example, you are not getting satisfaction from something. Will you be willing to pay the price for it? No, the price you are willing to pay will decrease. Whenever the consumer's willing price will decrease, if the seller wants to sell more, what does he have to do? He has to reduce the price. Now let us write this down in a, in a notepad, and then I'll just make this thing clear for you. So I told you that between Q and marginal utility, there is inverse relationship. You agree with me or not? Yeah. Q increase, marginal utility decrease. That you all know, madam. This is law of diminishing marginal utility. We know it. Okay. Next, what is the consumer equilibrium condition? Mu is equal to P. Okay. That is your willing price. Is equal to your actual price. Your willing price is equal to actual price. That is, the maximum price you are willing to pay for a product is equal to actually what you are paying for the product. What is the consumer equilibrium? The maximum price you are willing to pay for a product is equal to the actual price. That is the actual price you are paying for the product. Now, my question was, whenever Q increases, mu decreases. You agree, no? Whenever Q increases, mu decreases. What is mu? The maximum price you are willing to pay for a product. Why is it falling? Because the additional satisfaction that you are getting is falling. That is why mu is falling. Now, your maximum willing price is falling, so you will not be willing to buy that product. If I want to make you buy that product as a seller, what should I do with the price? I have to decrease the price. Now, what relationship do you see between quantity and price? It is an inverse relationship, hence proved. Did you understand? So this is nothing but the utility maximizing behavior of the consumer given by Alfred Marshall. Now what we will do is we will discuss about price effect. Given by Hicks and Allen. So So what Hicks and Allen did was they divided the price effect into substitution effect and income effect. They divided the price effect into substitution effect and income effect. Okay, you have to remember certain basic things here that will help you do the bits. Okay, fine. So what does substitution effect talk about? Substitution effect talks about the relationship between relative price and demand for a good. Substitution effect talks about the relationship between relative price and demand for the good. And what does income effect talk about? Income effect talks about the relationship between real income and demand. Okay, people, substitution effect is very simple. Okay, so you are having a consumption basket, that is you are consuming some goods and services. For example, the price of one good has fallen. Now what will you do as a rational consumer? You want to substitute the your consumption with the good that is cheaper or not, you tell me. So whenever the price of something falls, as it is available for you at a cheaper price, you want to increase the consumption of that good that is cheap, or rather that is easily available for you at a lesser price. No, so that is nothing but substitution effect. So whenever I use the term relative, what do you mean by relative? Comparison. Whenever I use the term relative, it means comparison. That is, I am comparing two prices. I am increasing the consumption of that good that is available to me at a cheaper price. See, when I say relative price, I am comparing two prices. In those two prices, whichever price is less, I am consuming that good. That's it. This is substitution effect, right? Fine. So what you have to remember here is, from exam perspective, you have to remember few things. So I'll write down a table for you. Okay, I'll write down a table for you. Type of the good. Just remember this table, this will do the job. Type of the good, substitution effect, income effect, law of demand. I'm just going to write down if they follow law of demand or not. Okay, so you know that you have three types of goods, which are normal good, inferior good, given good. So given good, what is given good? Given good is an exception of the law of demand. That is, under law of demand, you need to have an inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. If you don't have an inverse relationship, suppose there is a direct relationship, that is price is increasing, quantity demanded is also increasing, then it is called a given good. Under given good, you are going to have a direct relationship between price and quantity demanded. For that very reason, given good is considered as an exception of law of demand. Now we are going to write this table from a bits perspective. Okay. Now in the case of normal goods, and this scenario is also very important, in a price decrease scenario, I am talking about price decrease scenario. That is, when price is decreasing, what will happen to the substitution effect? What will happen to the income effect? Will the goods follow law of demand or not? Okay. When price is decreasing, in the case of normal goods, substitution effect is positive, income effect is positive, and these goods follow law of demand. As you can see here, substitution effect and income effect are moving in the same direction. This is one bit for you. In the case of normal goods, both substitution effect and income effect move in the same direction. In the case of normal goods, both substitution effect and income effect move in the same direction, and they follow law of demand. And now in the case of inferior goods, see, substitution effect is positive. People, you just remember that when price is decreasing, substitution effect is positive in all the three cases. When price is decreasing, substitution effect is positive in all the three cases. Okay, it is only in the inferior goods segment I am worried about the income effect. Okay, income effect is negative. In the case of inferior goods, income effect is negative. Whenever price decreases, your substitution effect is always positive for all the three goods. But in the case of inferior goods, your income effect will become negative, because when the price decreases, what will happen to your real income? When the price decreases, what will happen to your real income? It will increase. So when price is decreasing, what will happen to your real income? It will increase. Now we are talking about inferior goods, right? Inferior goods are cheap quality goods. So when your real income is increasing, will you increase their consumption or decrease their consumption? You will decrease their consumption. So the quantity demanded will fall. Whenever the demand will fall, the effect is negative. Whenever the demand will fall, the effect is negative. Now I say inferior goods will follow law of demand if I say inferior goods will follow law of demand if given the condition the positive substitution effect is greater than the negative income effect. I say law of demand is followed in the case of inferior goods if and only if the positive substitution effect is greater than the negative income effect. Next, in the case of giffen goods, people, Giffen goods are also a type of inferior goods. Giffen goods concept is given by Sir Robert Giffen. They are also a type of inferior goods. Madam, then how did they become Giffen? You are saying Giffen are also a type of inferior. You call them Giffen goods because they have no close substitutes. You call them Giffen because they have no close substitutes. So those inferior goods that have no close substitutes are referred to as Giffen goods. Those inferior goods with no close substitutes are referred to as Giffen goods. And this concept was given by Sir Robert Giffen. In the case of Giffen goods, what relationship do you see between price and demand? There is a direct relationship between price and quantity demanded, right? So how will be the substitution effect? It will be positive. How will be the income effect? See, Giffen goods are also a type of inferior goods. So, in the case of Giffen goods also, your income effect will be negative. Now, do Giffen goods follow law of demand? No. So, the negative income effect will be greater than positive substitution effect. This is another bit. So, in the case of inferior goods, your positive substitution effect will be greater than your negative income effect. In the case of Giffen goods, your negative income effect will be greater than the positive substitution effect. These are the things that you have to remember. If you remember these things, it is done. Your price effect is done. That's it. Okay. It is given by Hicks and Allen. Now, many people are having a query like, "Arey, madam, can you please elaborate it a bit more?" Okay. So, what I will do for such people is I'll just break down the things for you again. Just listen to me carefully. So, I said substitution effect is nothing but it talks about the relationship between relative price of a good and demand for a good. No. So, I talk about the relationship between relative price of Y and demand for X. Okay. See, under what are we studying this price effect? We are studying this price effect under law of demand. Under law of demand, price and demand, ceteris paribus, that is remaining other factors should remain, remaining other factors should be constant. Remaining other factors should be constant. Agree or not? When I say relative price of Y, I said relative is nothing but comparison. No. So, I write it as PY by PX. I write it as PY by PX. And demand for X. Now, PY is nothing but price of the related good. When I am talking about law of demand, price of related goods should remain constant. So, I am drawing a constant bar on that. So, indicating that PY should remain constant. So, what is changing here? Only PX is changing here. I have talked about which scenario? Price decrease scenario. I have talked about price decrease scenario, right? So, what will happen when price of X decreases? So, PY is constant, price of X has decreased. So, when you compare these both, X is cheaper. So, what will happen to the demand for X? It will increase. People always remember that whenever demand for X is increasing, it is a positive effect. Whenever demand for X is increasing, it is a positive effect. Okay. So, this is your substitution effect. This is positive. Now, let us talk about your income effect. I told you that we are talking about the relationship between real income and demand. How do you measure the real income? It is money income divided by price, comma, demand for X. How do you calculate real income in economics? It is money income divided by price. Whenever in economics I am saying real, you are talking in terms of goods and services. Okay. Now, when you are talking about law of demand, price, demand, remaining other factors constant. So, your money income should also remain constant. Okay. Now, what happened to my price of good X? Decrease. I am talking about which scenario? Price decrease scenario. That is very, very important. Students are making this mistake. Okay. They are not taking this into consideration. In price decrease scenario, substitution effect is positive. In price decrease scenario, your substitution effect is positive. Okay. Now, when it is coming to income effect, what will happen when price of X decreases? You think and tell me, when price of a good is decreasing, you are able to buy more of it or less of it? You are able to buy more of it. So, what will happen to the real income? Increase. So, we are talking about normal goods. People, another thing that you have to remember is, when no good is mentioned, in the question, please take the assumption that they are talking about normal goods. When no good is mentioned, you take the assumption that they are talking about normal goods. Okay. Now, When the real income increases, what will happen for the demand in the case of normal goods? It will also increase. I told you that whenever demand is increasing, that effect is positive. So when demand decreases, that effect is negative. But in our case, what happened to the demand? It increased. As we talked about normal goods, your substitution effect is positive. Your income effect is also positive. Your demand increased in the case of substitution effect. Your demand also increased in the case of income effect. Yes. So what scenario is it? Price decrease scenario. So what happened overall? Price decreased, demand increased. What relation is this? Inverse relation. Law of demand fulfilled. Yes, people. So you understand how this thing was done. Yes. So just apply the same thing in the case of inferior goods. Apply the same thing in the case of given goods. But do remember that if you want law of demand to withhold in the case of inferior goods, your positive substitution effect should dominate the negative income effect. In the case of given goods, as they don't follow law of demand, your negative income effect will dominate the positive substitution effect. So this is all you have to remember. Next. Yeah. So we have just completed your substitution effect and income effect as well. So let us talk about the exceptions of demand. So your first exception is given goods. Why are they an exception? Because they have a direct price demand relationship. In the examination, they are also asking you another question. In which goods case there is a direct price demand relationship? It is your given goods. In which goods case there is a direct price demand relationship? It is your given goods. Yes. Next, what are conspicuous goods? Conspicuous goods are Veblen goods or prestige goods. You all know that whenever the price of certain goods increases, the demand for those goods increase for the very reason because they want to increase their social prestige in the society. So in the case of conspicuous goods also, it is an exception of law of demand. Next, conspicuous necessaries. People, one small statement will help you understand what are conspicuous necessaries. They are not necessaries, but you see them as necessaries. They are not necessaries, but you think they are necessaries. Your mobile phones, refrigerators, all these things, you can live without them, but you are so used to use them that without them you are hardly able to survive. Yes, people. So in the case of conspicuous necessaries also, it is an exception of law of demand because these fridges, ACs, their price is drastically increasing, but are you stopping demanding them? No, because you feel that without them I cannot survive. So they are also an exception of law of demand. Next, future expectations about the price. Actually, this technically speaking, this is not an exception of law of demand because they have violated one assumption. Now let me tell you what violation happened. So here they are saying that right now prices are increasing. So when you are changing the prices, all the factors must remain constant. But now they are also saying that prices are currently increasing, but in the future prices will increase even further. Right now, excuse me, right now prices are increasing, but in the future the prices will increase even further. Yes, that is what they are telling. So what will happen? The demand will also increase. What relationship do you see here? You see a direct price demand relationship. Okay, now this is a violation of law of demand. This is the violation of law of demand. I hope you understood this. Yes. Next, so under future expectations of the price, why am I considering not as an exception? Because they violated the ceteris paribus assumption. Next, incomplete information and irrational behavior. We all know that there is an assumption taken that we are all rational beings, like minimum resources, we want maximum satisfaction. But is that really happening? You only purchase things that you require. When you go to shopping, half of the time you don't know why you are purchasing few things. Okay, there is a lot of irrational behavior prevailing among citizens of the country. So you cannot just take this wild assumption that there is rationality always. Sometimes there is also irrational behavior. And we also take an assumption that there is complete market information, like what are the different prices prevailing outside, all that information you have. But is it true? No, it isn't. See, sometimes you may not know what are the various prices that are prevailing in different markets, due to which you can make certain mistakes. So that will cause that can be told as an exception for law of demand. Next, demand for necessaries. See, during COVID time, what happened was there is a huge surge in the prices of the vegetables. But for vegetarians, vegetables is the only alternative. No, the vegetables is the only thing. They cannot have anything else. So they still demanded vegetables. So because the price of the vegetables has increased, did the demand for vegetables fall? No. Even though the price increases or decreases, there is a fixed quantity of goods that you will consume at any cost. Okay, that is why necessaries are also an exception of law of demand. Next, speculative goods. People, This is very similar to the future expectations about the prices. This is very similar to the future expectations about the prices. Speculative is a word that you use in the case of stock market. Speculative is a word that you will use in the case of stock market. Okay. So in other goods case, you will use future expectations. In the case of stock market, you will use the term speculation. Okay. So for example, the price of the Reliance shares are increasing, but still you are demanding Reliance shares. So if you ask somebody, why are you demanding, they'll say in the future the price will increase even further. So that is the reason I am demanding. So what do you see here? You see a direct relationship. But you think and tell me, is it a correct exception? Because it is not a correct exception. The reason being violation of ceteris paribus. I'm increasing the price right now. So other factors have to remain constant, but I'm also bringing in future expectations. So there is violation of what? Ceteris paribus. But this is listed in the exceptions, so please do remember. Okay. Speculative goods. In which case you use the term speculative? In the case of stock market. Yes. So these are your exceptions of law of demand. So thank you so much. In the next session, I will continue the remaining things and we'll also be discussing few bits. Everybody, welcome back. I think yesterday we have completed till the exceptions of law of demand. So today we are going to see the various determinants of law of demand and their impact on the demand, right? So what is the first thing that you see here? It is tastes and preferences, right? So under tastes and preferences, students, the things that you have to remember is about the demonstration effect, bandwagon effect, snob effect, and Veblen effect. So let us remember these things from a bits perspective, right? So whenever you see demonstration effect, just remember this one statement: when he can have it, why can't I? When he can have it, why can't I? And whenever you see bandwagon effect, just remember this statement: everybody is doing it, so I am also doing it. Everybody is purchasing it, so I am also purchasing it. So did you understand what is the difference between the demonstration effect and bandwagon effect? Always remember that demonstration effect is before purchase. Demonstration effect is before purchase. Bandwagon effect is after purchase. So, if in the exam you are given two options, both demonstration and bandwagon, and you are in this dilemma whether what to opt, whether to opt demonstration or whether to opt bandwagon, please see if the sentence is talking about after purchase. If they are talking about after purchase, please opt for bandwagon, and if it is before purchase, please opt for demonstration effect. Now, what is snob effect? Now, everybody else is doing it, so I'm not going to do it. So what is snob effect? When everybody else is doing something, I'm not going to do that because I want to be unique. I want to be unique. So please write down, snob effect is the function of consumption of others. Snob effect is the function of consumption of others. This is your bit. So in the exams, they'll be asking you, what is the function of consumption of others? What should you remember by seeing that? You should remember your snob effect. Now, what is Veblen effect? You see that some goods in the society are consumed for the purpose of social prestige. Some goods we do consume them because we want social prestige. And whenever the price of such good increases, the demand for such goods will also increase. Whenever the price increases, the demand for such goods keep increasing. So, Veblen effect is the function of price. Veblen effect is the function of price. So, what is snob effect, people? It is the function of consumption of others. And what is Veblen effect? It is the function of price. So, if you remember these things, we'll proceed to the next one, which is consumers' expectations. So, whenever you're talking about consumer expectations and demand, you should keep all other factors to be constant, which is nothing but your ceteris paribus. So, let us keep the price of the good concerned constant right now, and you are expecting that in the future the goods price is going to increase. Now, you tell me, what are you going to do? You will be increasing the demand, won't you? So in the future, if the price of some good is increasing, what will you do? Okay, in the future, the prices are going to increase. I'll buy more of it. I will stock it up right now, right? So this is the point with regard to consumer expectations. Now, level of national income and its distribution. While studying this point, the important thing that you have to remember is about marginal propensity to consume. The important thing that you have to remember is your marginal propensity to consume. So I'll just tell you what is marginal propensity to consume in simple words. Your marginal propensity to consume is nothing but change in consumption due to change in your income. It is change in consumption due to change in your income. It can be written as delta C by delta y. It can be written as delta C by delta y, right? Now, what is the MPC of the rich and what is the MPC of the poor? Whose MPC is more? Always remember that the MPC of the poor is greater than the MPC of the rich. This can be another bit for you. So, the MPC of the poor is always greater than MPC of the rich. So, how should be the national income be distributed in an economy? It should be an equal distribution or an unequal distribution. Your national income has to be distributed equally. Then only will the demand increase. For example, if the rich are getting richer and all the wealth is held by the rich, what is the MPC of the rich? Is it huge or is it small? It is small. So what will be the demand? It will also be small. So always remember, the wealth should be equally distributed. That is when the demand will increase, because MPC of the poor is greater than the MPC of the rich. Right, people? Next, size of the population. When the size of the population increases, demand also increases. What silly question is this? Next, age distribution of the population. For example, India as a country, if you see, the youth population is very high, right? So whatever the youth will be demanding, the demand for such goods will increase. For example, there is a country where old people are really huge in number. So for what services will the demand will increase? The demand will increase for old age services. We call them as geriatric services, right? So the demand for hospitals, medicines, spectacles, walking sticks, all that will increase when there are a lot of old people in the population. Next, consumer credit facilities. People, nowadays you keep seeing that the income of the people is quite less, but the kind of things that you're witnessing in their homes are very expensive. How do you think this is happening? This is happening due to the beautiful consumer credit facilities. You might be hearing about EMI facilities, right? Easy monthly installments. So the larger the number of consumer credit facilities, the greater will be the demand for the products. Next, government policies. Whenever you see government policies, you need to remember two things, which are taxes and subsidies. So let us read about them. So whenever the taxes increase, you tell me what will be the impact on the price. Whenever the taxes are increasing, prices will increase. When prices increase, what will happen to the demand? It will decrease. When prices increase, what will happen to the demand? It will decrease. Now let us talk about subsidies. Subsidies is the benefit given by the government, right? Subsidies is nothing but the benefit given by the government. So whenever subsidies are increasing, what will happen to the prices? They will decrease. When prices decrease, what will happen to the demand? It will increase. When prices decrease, what will happen to the demand? It will increase. I hope you understood this. Yes. So we have completed the majority of the theory of demand. So you are ready to answer the questions. In the end of this video, I am going to pose few questions for you, which you will be able to answer very easily. Next, Andy. So we will be talking about some other important things, which are your derived demand, autonomous demand, demand for a firm's product, industry demand, all that we will be discussing now, and we will be ending theory of demand. Okay. So let us talk about derived demand. Let us take a small example before we talk about derived demand. I will keep it very simple for you. So, you know producer goods, don't you? You know producer goods. What are producer goods? Producer goods are those goods which are helpful in the production of consumer goods, right? For example, there are bottles. There are bottles. And people started increasing their demand for these bottles. People started increasing their demand for these bottles. So when the demand for bottles is increasing, what will happen to the demand for machinery that is useful in preparing these bottles? It will also increase. So the increase in the demand for consumer goods is posing an increase in the demand for producer goods. So these producer goods which are witnessing an increase in the demand, the increase in this demand is solely because of the increase in the demand for consumer goods. That is, their demand is being influenced by some other goods. That is the reason we call it as derived demand. That is the reason we call it as derived demand. Derived demand indicates that these goods derive their demand from a parent product. That is, if the demand for the parent product is increasing, these goods will also face an increased demand. Now, what is autonomous demand? Autonomous demand is independent demand. We are not dependent on anybody. Our demand is not being influenced by some other good. That is the reason we call it as autonomous demand or independent demand. So generally it is very tough for you to find the examples for autonomous demand, but in your books, they give the example of these innate desires like your thirst, your hunger, all your necessities. They are taken as an example for autonomous demand. Next, what is this firm demand and industry demand? You all know that industry is nothing but a collection of firms, right? Industry is nothing but a collection of firms. Let us take the example of a shoe industry. Let us take the example of a shoe industry. There are various companies outside, right? There are various firms who are making shoes outside. So what I will do is I will just write 4 examples right now. I will take Bata. I will take Nike, Puma, and then what else? What do we have? I don't remember many, but I will just write down another example, which is Skechers. Skechers can be written, yeah. So these 4 firms together make the shoe industry. These 4 firms together make the shoe industry. So if I'm talking about all the firms' demand, if I'm talking about all the firms' demand present in the industry, I'm talking about industry demand. For example, Bata is having 400 shoes of demand, Nike is having 500, Puma 600, and Skechers is suppose 100. So if you add up this entire thing, it will sum up something like it's 900, 1500 and 1600. So 1600 is your industry demand. And how can you express your firm demand? Firm demand can be expressed as a percentage of the industry demand. What do you mean by that? For example, if I only want to know what is the demand for the shoes made by Bata in the total industry, how will I calculate that? It is 400 divided by 1600 into 100. So am I expressing it as a percentage of the industry demand or not? So if I'm only seeing the demand of one company, which is Bata, it is called firm demand. But I've seen the demand of all the firms present in the industry, I'm calling it as industry demand. When you come to short-run demand and long-run demand, if you can understand this with a simple word, okay? Whenever there are changes in the prices, if there is an immediate impact on the demand, I'm repeating this again, whenever there are changes in the prices and there is an immediate impact on the demand, it comes under short-run demand. It comes under short-run demand. But you have given time for the people to adjust their behavior patterns. See, whenever we are giving time for people to adjust their behavior patterns, you need a longer period of time. So that comes under long run demand. So whenever you see an immediate impact on the demand due to change in the price, it is short run demand. And whenever there is ample time for the people to adjust their behavioral patterns, it is called as long run demand. Let us take a small example. For example, the price of the electricity falls. So immediately what do the people who have electrical appliances do? They keep using those electrical appliances at a greater pace, or they will be using to a greater extent. For example, you have AC, you will be using your AC entire day or something like that. But whenever you see a drop in the price of the electricity, will you rush immediately to the store and purchase an AC? Nothing of that sort is going to happen, right? So you need to analyze your income, you need to analyze the tastes and preferences, you need to search for alternatives. All that to do, you need ample time. So adjusting your behavioral patterns need time. So whenever you're given such time, it comes under long run demand. And whenever you see an immediate impact on the demand, it is short run demand. So a common bit that people keep, that the examiner keeps asking is, generic goods have which type of demand? Do they have short run demand or long run demand? Madam, first of all, what are generic goods? You tell that no first. Yeah. Generic goods are nothing but non-branded goods. Generic goods are nothing but non-branded goods. You can just take them as your daily use goods that you require by hook or by crook. Okay. Generic goods are non-branded goods. These days, where are you finding non-branded goods? Everything there is a brand associated with. But remember people, all the generic goods have long run demand. All the generic goods have long run demand. Now, let us do the bits and test your knowledge. Okay, so your first bit that I have presented here is law of demand is reversible in nature or irreversible in nature. I'm so sorry. Law of demand is irreversible in nature or reversible in nature. Madam, we don't know what is this reversibility and irreversibility. Don't worry. I'm going to explain when do you call something as reversible and when do you not call something as reversible. Let us take your law of demand as an example. Okay, let us take your law of demand as an example. In law of demand, your price is the independent variable. Your price is independent variable and your demand is your dependent variable. Price is independent, demand is dependent. You agree with me or not? Yes. So whenever price is taken as independent variable and demand is taken as dependent variable, what type of relationship do you see between price and quantity demanded, everybody? You see a negative relationship or inverse relationship. You see a negative relationship or inverse relationship. Now, to understand whether law of demand statement is reversible or irreversible, I am going to swap dependent with independent and independent with dependent. Did not understand? Very simple. Earlier I have taken price to be independent, right? Now I am going to take price to be a dependent variable. I am going to take price as dependent variable and demand to be independent variable and demand to be independent variable. Now, after interchanging your price and demand, after swapping your dependent for independent, if you still get this negative or inverse relationship, then you say law of demand is a reversible statement or reversible in nature. If not, you cannot say law of demand is reversible. And now you think and tell me, if the demand for something increases, what will happen to the price? If the demand for something increases, what will happen to the price? The price will also increase. Simple logic. Anything that has a huge demand, you see an increase in the price. Anything that has huge demand, you see an increase in the price. Now, what relationship are you seeing here? You are seeing a direct or positive relation. Earlier, when price was in the independent variable thing, you saw an inverse relationship. Now, when I took price as a dependent variable, you are seeing a positive relationship. So, this proves that law of demand is irreversible in nature. This proves that law of demand is irreversible in nature. So, I hope you understood how to do this reversibility and irreversibility. Let us proceed to the next bit. I've picked out some important bits for you where you can be expecting a question from. Fine. So, in the case of inferior goods, people think and tell me, do inferior goods follow law of demand? We have already discussed this, right? While we were talking about the price effect, we divided that into substitution effect, income effect as per Hicks and Allen. And I talked about three types of goods, which are normal goods, inferior goods, and Giffen goods. So, in that table that I have shown you, do inferior goods follow law of demand? They do follow law of demand, but for inferior goods to follow law of demand, what is the condition? What is the condition? The condition is substitution effect should be greater than income effect. To be more precise, the positive substitution effect should be greater than the negative income effect. So, is there any such option do you find here? The first option says income effect and substitution effect work in the opposite direction. That happens, income effect and substitution effect work in the same direction. This happens in the case of normal goods. This happens in the case of normal goods. It leads consumers to purchase less of good and more of a substitute. No, this is not relevant for us. It is not none of these either. Okay. So, the correct option is option A. People, the substitution effect in the case of inferior goods is positive, but the income effect is negative. In the case of income effect, that is, the income effect is negative, right? Whenever the income effect is negative, that indicates that there is a fall in the demand. And whenever I say substitution effect is positive, there is a rise in the demand. So, both your income effect and substitution effect were working in the opposite directions. Both income effect and substitution effect were working in the opposite directions. In the case of normal goods, they work in the same direction. Next, an example of a good that exhibits direct price demand relationship. You know this, okay? So, whenever price increases, demand increases. In which goods did you see this happen? You saw this happen in the case of Giffen goods, which are an exception to the law of demand. You saw this happen in the case of Giffen goods, which are an exception of law of demand. Next, I have also taught you a statement saying that all Giffen goods are inferior goods, but all inferior goods are not Giffen goods. Why all inferior goods are not Giffen goods? You categorize something into Giffen good if and only if they have no close substitutes. I'm repeating this again. You categorize something as given goods if and only if they have no close substitutes. Now you tell me, all given goods are what? They are inferior goods, but all inferior goods are not given goods. Next, people, the demand for necessaries of life will increase at dash to increase the income of the consumer. Now, I think this statement we have studied during this income thing, right? When we were discussing about income demand, we did learn this statement. I asked you to jot that down because it is very, very important from a bits perspective. So, always remember, people, your normal goods are categorized into necessaries and luxuries. So, in the case of necessaries, the proportionate increase in the demand is less than the proportionate increase in the income. In the case of luxuries, the proportionate increase in the demand is greater than the proportionate increase in the income. Now, as these are necessaries for life, how will be the proportionate increase in the demand? It will be less than proportionate. It will be less than proportionate. Next, quantity demanded. While discussing the definition of demand, I have picked out some bits for you. I told you that you can call something as demand only if there is ability and willingness. Demand is always expressed in terms of price, and your demand is what concept? It is flow concept or stock concept? It is a flow concept. It is a flow concept for the very reason because you're expressing demand over a period of time. You're expressing demand over a period of time. For that very reason, you categorize your demand to be a flow concept. I hope you all have enjoyed this session. So in the next session, we'll be talking about elasticity of demand. In the same way, we are going to cover your entire chapter in a span of 1 hour. And for a few minutes, we'll be discussing some bits. Hello everybody, welcome to another session of business economics. So in this video, we'll be talking about elasticity of demand. Like I have earlier told you, the objective of these videos is that the entire chapter is told to you in a very short span of time, and looking at this video or watching this video will enable you answer all the questions that will be coming from elasticity of demand. So let us start the explanation, right? So what is elasticity? First of all, before we jump into the chapter, let us understand what is elasticity. Earlier chapter, we discussed about your theory of demand, if you remember. In theory of demand, we called law of demand to be a qualitative statement. We called your law of demand to be a qualitative statement, but elasticity of demand is a quantitative statement. Madam, why are you calling it as quantitative statement? In your law of demand, we only discuss the directional relationship. In your law of demand, we only discuss the directional relationship, that is price increase, demand decrease, price decrease, demand increase. But in the case of elasticity of demand, we are going to understand by how much your demand is being impacted. That is, whenever there is a change in the price, by how much your demand will be impacted, that is understood in the elasticity of demand, which makes it eligible to be called as a quantitative statement. Which makes it eligible to be called as a quantitative statement. Now, what is the formula for elasticity of demand? Elasticity of demand formula is the percentage change in quantity demanded due to percentage change in the price. To keep it very simple, whenever the price is changing, by how much is your demand being impacted? People, the very simple meaning of elasticity is responsiveness. The very simple meaning of elasticity is responsiveness. That is, whenever you're changing the price, by how much your demand is responding. So if it is responding, we call it elastic, and if it is not responding, we call it inelastic. If it is responding, we call it elastic, and if it is not responding, we call it inelastic. I hope you understood till here. What we will do is we'll proceed to the next topic. Next, we have categorized the types of elasticity of demand, under which you have got price elasticity of demand, income elasticity of demand, cross elasticity of demand, and advertisement elasticity of demand. In the earlier chapter, I have taught you that if no good is mentioned, you have to consider it to be a normal good. In the same way, if in the exam they have not talked about what type of elasticity it is, you need to assume that they are talking about price elasticity of demand. People, the formula that I have earlier taught you, that is percentage change in quantity demanded due to percentage change in price, is the formula for price elasticity of demand. That is impact of price on demand. That is how much is the impact of price on quantity demanded, right? So under price elasticity of demand, what is the formula now? I have just written it here for you that it is percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in the price, right? So here they have given you determinant of demand. So in this determinant of demand place, if you write price, it is price elasticity of demand. If you write income, it is income elasticity of demand. If you write price of the related good, then it is cross price elasticity. If you write advertisement expenditure, it is advertisement elasticity of demand. Now, right now, as we are talking about price elasticity of demand, let us derive the formula for that, right? So, what is percentage change in quantity demanded? How do you write that? Whenever I say percentage change in quantity demanded, how do you calculate the percentage? It is very, very simple. The formula is new value minus old value divided by old value into 100. Now, I am assuming my new quantity to be Q1, my old quantity to be Q divided by Q into 100. In mathematics, Q1 minus Q is nothing but change in quantity. Q1 minus Q is nothing but change in quantity. Now, can I write it as delta Q? Change in mathematics is represented by delta. It is represented by delta. So, I'll write it as delta Q by Q into 100. I will write it as delta Q by Q into 100. Okay, people? Now, for percentage change in quantity demanded, I have written as delta Q by Q into 100. Now, what will I write for percentage change in price? It is delta P by P into 100. People, it is very simple. For percentage change in quantity demanded, I have written delta Q by Q into 100. For price, what will I write down? It is P1 minus P divided by P into 100. So, if I write the numerator and denominator together, the formula that you will be getting is delta Q by delta P into P by Q. The formula that you will be getting is delta Q by delta P into P by Q. Next, people, your price elasticity of demand is always negative. Your price elasticity of demand is always negative. What is the reason that it is negative? The reason is the inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. The inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. For that very reason, your price elasticity of demand is always negative. And what will be the values of price elasticity of demand? As the values of price elasticity of demand are negative, strictly speaking, they vary from minus infinity to 0. Okay, strictly speaking, they vary from minus infinity to 0. But what we do is, whenever we calculate the price elasticity of demand, we ignore the minus sign for interpretation purposes. For interpretation purposes, we ignore the minus sign. For that very reason, the values of price elasticity of demand vary from 0 to infinity. Here they have written, right, the values of price elasticity of demand vary from 0 to infinity. The reason behind this is, strictly speaking, the values are negative. It must vary from minus infinity to 0. But as we are ignoring the minus sign for our interpretation purposes, the values vary from 0 to infinity. Now, what we further did was, these values vary from 0 to infinity, correct? We have divided that 0 to infinity into 5 types of elasticity. We have divided that 0 to infinity into 5 types of elasticity, which are perfectly elastic, perfectly inelastic, relatively inelastic, and unitarily elastic. Fine. So, every type has got a value associated with it. So, whenever I say perfectly elastic, what is the value for perfectly elasticity? It is EP is equal to infinity. You denote your price elasticity this way. You call it EP. Okay. You write E and in the subscript you write P. So, EP is equal to infinity. And when I say perfectly inelastic, it is 0. Relatively elastic, it is greater than 1. Inelastic, less than 1. And unitarily elastic, it is equal to 1. Now, let us understand each type of elasticity one by one. So, the first thing that we are going to understand is perfectly inelastic. People, I have earlier told you that whenever you hear the term elastic, it indicates that the demand is responding. I'm repeating this again. Whenever you hear the term elastic, it indicates that the demand is responding. Whenever you hear the term inelastic, it indicates that they are not responding. When I say perfectly inelastic, I called it perfectly inelastic. When I say perfectly inelastic, it indicates that it is not at all responding. When I say perfectly inelastic, it indicates that it is not at all responding. So, for that very reason, your EP is 0. People, do you remember the formula of price elasticity of demand? It is percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. I will just open my notepad so that I can make things clear for you even further. So there is somewhere I have written the section here. Okay, no problem. We'll open another section. Fine. So let me change the background for you to keep things clear. Fine. So we are talking about perfectly inelastic curve, right? So we are talking about perfectly inelastic demand. I told you that whenever you call something to be elastic, it is responding. Inelastic, it is not responding. So when I say perfectly inelastic, what do I mean by that? It is not at all responding. And may I know what is the formula for price elasticity of demand? It is percentage change in quantity demanded due to percentage change in the price. It is percentage change in quantity demanded due to percentage change in the price. Now, when do you get the value 0? In the case of perfectly inelastic demand, your EP is 0. Your EP is 0. When do you get something as 0? 0 by anything is 0. 0 by anything is 0. So what is in the numerator? It is 0. Here what is in the numerator? Percentage change in quantity demanded, which indicates that with a change in price, there is no change in quantity demanded. With a change in price, there is strictly no change in quantity demanded. For that very reason, your perfectly inelastic demand has a value that is equivalent to 0. Now, how is the graph? As there is no change in the demand, it is parallel to y-axis. It is parallel to y-axis. On y-axis, you take price. On x-axis, you take quantity demanded. On y-axis you take price and on x-axis you take quantity demanded. So whatever be the price, your quantity demanded remains to be constant. There is no change in your quantity demanded. So this is the case of perfectly inelastic demand. Now how do you understand what is perfectly elastic case? See, I am talking about two extreme cases. One extreme case is perfectly inelastic and the other is perfectly elastic. We have completed perfectly inelastic. So let us talk about perfectly elastic case. In the case of perfectly elastic demand, your EP is equal to infinity. See, elastic is what? Responding. Perfectly elastic is, it is completely responding. That is, with a very small change in the price, there is an infinite change in the quantity demanded. In simple words, with a very small change in the price, there is an infinite change in the quantity demanded. Excuse me. So, how will you get the thing? So, when will you get infinity, my dear? So, whenever you write numerator by denominator, anything by 0, you can write it to be, it is tending towards infinity, right? So, what is in your denominator, may I know? It is percentage change in the price, right? So the denominator is 0. The denominator is equivalent to 0. But there is an infinite change in what? Infinite change in quantity demanded. In simple words, what they mean is with a very small or no change in price. That is, whenever you calculate the percentage change in price, it is almost equivalent to 0. But you see an infinite change in the quantity demanded. Now, how do you see the graph for this? It is parallel to x-axis. It is parallel to x-axis. Now, let us see what they have given us. So, they have given us the same thing. Perfectly elastic, EP is equal to infinity. No change in price with infinite change in demand. And how is the graph, may I know? It is parallel to x-axis. They will be asking you questions with regard to the shapes of the graphs, the values of the elasticity. So, be very sure regarding that. Next, what is relatively inelastic? I am repeating this again. Whenever you hear the term elastic, it indicates it is responding. Whenever you hear the term inelastic, it indicates that it is not responding much. So whenever you hear the term inelastic, it indicates that it is not responding much. So what is this relatively inelastic? It indicates that the percentage change in quantity demanded is less than the percentage change in the price. When will you get a value that is less than 1? When you write numerator by denominator, if your denominator is greater than numerator, then you get a value that is less than 1. And how do you see the graph here? It is steeper. People, whenever the graph is drawn this way, it is steeper, and whenever it is drawn this way, it is flatter. right? In the case of inelastic demand, you have a steeper demand line. The reason being, as you can see, this is the amount of change in price and this is the amount of change in the quantity demanded. As you can see, this is the amount of change in the price and this is the amount of change in the quantity demanded. As you can see here very clearly, the change in demand is less than the change in the price. As you can see here with lot of clarity, the change in demand is less than the change in the price. So what is the statement that you have to give here? The percentage change in demand is less than the percentage change in the price. So we were talking about the relatively inelastic demand, right? So what is the value? It is less than 1, which indicates that the percentage change in demand is less than the percentage change in the price. What are the examples that you can take here? It is necessaries. So necessaries can be taken as an example for relatively inelastic demand. Now let us talk about unitarily elastic demand. People, when will you get the value that is 1? It is going to be very simple. When you write numerator by denominator, when your numerator is equal to denominator, you get a value that is equal to 1. So the percentage change in quantity demanded is equal to the percentage change in the price. So what does it mean here? The percentage change in quantity demanded is equal to percentage change in price, which will give you a value that is equal to 1. Right? And what is the shape of the graph in this case? It is rectangular hyperbola, a very, very important question. So in the case of unitarily elastic demand, the shape of the graph is rectangular hyperbola. And the example that you can take is with regard to comforts. The last thing that you are left with is relatively elastic demand, and the value for that is greater than 1. You think and tell me now, when will you get a value that is greater than 1? When your numerator is greater than denominator. That is, when your numerator is greater than denominator, you get a value that is greater than 1. So the percentage change in quantity demanded is greater than the percentage change in the price. And how will you get the graph? You get the graph that is flatter. You get a graph that is flatter, because if you see in the graph, this is the small change in price, but you see a large change in the quantity demanded. So the percentage change in quantity demanded is greater than percentage change in the price, and the graph is flatter. So if we revise your things, and you can take the example of luxuries for this, my dear. So if we revise your 5 types of elasticity, the extreme cases are perfectly inelastic and perfectly elastic. The extreme cases are perfectly inelastic and perfectly elastic. In the case of perfectly inelastic demand, you see no change in demand. The value is equal to 0. The graph is parallel to y-axis. And in the case of perfectly elastic demand, the value is equal to infinity. The graph is parallel to x-axis. With a small or no change in price, you see an infinite change in quantity demanded. In the case of unitarily elastic, the value is equal to 1, which indicates that the percentage change in quantity demanded is equal to percentage change in the price. And the shape of the graph, which is very important, is convex to the origin or rectangular hyperbola. The example that you can take for this is comforts. So let us come to the between cases, that is relatively inelastic and relatively elastic. The term inelastic indicates that demand is responding less when compared to the price, right? Demand is responding less when compared to the price. So the percentage change in demand is less than percentage change in the price. And what is the shape of the graph? It is a bit steeper. It is a bit steeper. And when coming to relatively elastic demand, I say elastic, right? Elastic indicates that it is responding. So the percentage change in demand is greater than the percentage change in the price, and the graph that you're going to see is flatter as the elasticity value is greater than 1. And what example you're going to take for relatively elastic demand? It is the example of luxuries. Next. So we have successfully completed your price elasticity of demand and the bits that you can possibly get from here. So next we'll proceed to income elasticity of demand. You earlier saw that price elasticity of denoted by EP, income elasticity of demand we denoted with EY. Income elasticity we denoted with EY. So what is the formula for price elasticity of demand? Percentage change in quantity demanded due to percentage change in price. Now what will you write the formula for income elasticity of demand? It is percentage change in demand due to percentage change in your income. It is percentage change in demand due to percentage change in your income. That is the changes that are coming in income. What is their effect? How much is it affecting the demand? Now, what is the formula again? It is delta Q by delta Y into Y by Q. I'm just replacing your P with Y. I'm just replacing your P with Y. Earlier, our focus was on price. Now, our focus is on income. The remaining factors are ceteris paribus, which is constant. So, what they did was, under the case of income, we earlier while studying theory of demand also, we have divided your goods into superior goods and inferior goods, right? Superior goods are normal goods and inferior goods. The same thing you're going to see here. So in the case of superior or normal goods, the income elasticity of demand is positive. In the case of superior or normal goods, the income elasticity of demand is positive. Why is the income elasticity of demand positive, my dear? In the case of normal goods, there is a direct relationship between income and demand for normal goods. In the case of normal goods, there is a direct relationship between income and demand for normal goods. That is, when the income increases, the demand for normal goods also increase, which is the reason why you have positive income elasticity in the case of normal goods. And in the case of inferior goods, as there is an inverse or negative relationship between income and demand for inferior goods, they come under your negative income elasticity. They come under your negative income elasticity. Now, what do you mean by zero income elasticity? See, zero income elasticity is whatever be the level of income, the demand is not going to change. Whatever be the level of income, the demand is not going to change. That is your zero income elasticity. Now, let us go through the things now. So, positive income elasticity in the case of superior goods, right? So, now normal goods are classified into luxuries, comforts and necessaries. Normal goods are classified into luxuries, comforts and necessaries. So you all have read some statements while studying income to your memory. I'll just revise them for you. I said that in the case of necessary, the proportionate change in demand is less than proportionate change in the income. The proportionate change in demand is less than proportionate change in the income. So, your denominator will be greater than your numerator in the case of necessaries. So, whenever denominator is greater than numerator, the values will be less than 1. But they are normal goods, right? So, their value will be greater than 0 but less than 1. So, in the case of necessaries, you see the values to be between 0 to 1. In the case of necessaries, you see the values to be 0 to 1. And in the case of luxuries, they are greater than 1. In the case of comforts, they are equal to 1 because the proportionate change in the income is equal to the proportionate change in the demand, because the proportionate change in the income is equal to proportionate change in the demand. I hope it is clear for you. And for zero income elasticity, I have already told you that the graph that you're going to see is parallel to y-axis. That is, on y-axis, if you take your income, on x-axis, if you take your demand, whatever be the level of income, the demand will be constant. Whatever be the level of income, the demand will be constant. For that very reason, we call it as zero income elasticity. For that very reason, we call it as zero income elasticity. And negative income elasticity, what is the good that has to come to your mind? It is inferior goods. So, this is your income elasticity of demand. Now, let us proceed to the cross elasticity of demand. Let us proceed to your cross elasticity of demand. I have already told you that whenever you talk about cross demand, in cross demand there was just directional relationship. But whenever I am saying elasticity, you are going to measure by how much, right? You are going to get a numerical value here. Okay. So, in cross elasticity, you are going to talk about price of the related good and demand for the good. Okay, in the cross elasticity of demand, you are going to talk about price of one good, demand for the other good. So, we have two goods, let's say X and Y. So, how do you write that down? Cross elasticity of demand, which is denoted by EC, is equal to percentage change in the demand for X due to percentage change in the price of Y. What is cross elasticity? It is percentage change in the demand for X due to percentage change in the price of Y. Price of Y is the price of related goods. We are trying to study by how much related goods have an impact on the good X. The price of the related good Y has an impact on the demand for X. Okay. Now, for example, X and Y can be substitutes, they can also be complements. They can be substitutes, they can also be complements. What I am going to do for you right now is I am going to make this thing really simple. We are going to just draw a number line and we are going to see the values of different things. So, let me just take out my notepad. Yeah. So, please draw a number line like this. Yeah, do it with me, okay? This task. So, I told you that under related goods, you have two types. One is substitutes, the other is complements. So, let us mark the two ends of your number line. Okay, this end is minus infinity, this end is plus infinity. In the middle, you know that there is 0. Okay, This end is minus infinity, this end is plus infinity, in the middle you have 0. So, whenever you have a value of cross elasticity of demand that is equal to minus infinity, they are perfect complements. They are perfect complements. In the case of complementaries, you know that there is an inverse or negative relation. In the case of complementaries, you know that there is an inverse or negative relation. In the case of substitutes, there is a direct or positive relation. Do you remember your cross demand that we studied in earlier chapter? Yes. So, minus infinity is perfect complements, plus infinity is perfect substitutes, plus infinity is perfect substitutes, 0 matlab unrelated goods. 0 matlab unrelated goods. Unrelated is, arey baba, we have no relation. We have no relation. X and Y are not related in any way. They are not substitutes, they are not complements. So then you say that EC is equal to 0. For example, the values are negative and large. The values are negative and large. Then you say they are strong complements. Strong complements. The values are negative and large, you say that it is strong complements. The values are positive and large. They are strong substitutes. The values are positive and large, they are strong substitutes. The values are just below 0. The values are just below 0, they are weak complements. The values are just below 0, they are weak complements. The values are just above 0, they are weak substitutes. The values are just below 0, weak complements. The values are just above 0, they are weak substitutes. If you remember this number line, this will do the job for your cross elasticity of demand. So, for understanding your cross elasticity of demand, this number line will do the job. Okay. So, people, I hope you have understood. We'll proceed with the advertisement elasticity of demand. We'll proceed with your advertisement elasticity of demand. So, under advertisement elasticity of demand, in the determinant of demand wala section, you will write advertisement expenditure, that is percentage change in the demand due to percentage change in advertisement expenditure. So, what is the formula for advertisement elasticity? It is percentage change in the demand due to percentage change in the advertisement expenditure. Let us think logically. Whenever you incur an advertisement expenditure and it is showing a great impact on the demand, you call that expenditure to be elastic. Whenever you incur an expenditure and it's showing no impact, then you call it inelastic. Whenever you incur an expenditure and that thing is showing no impact, then what do you call that? You call that inelastic. Okay. So, whenever your advertisement elasticity to demand is equal to 0, you think and tell me whenever advertisement elasticity is equal to 0, then what does that indicate? It indicates that advertisement expenditure is showing no impact on the demand. It is a waste of incurring such advertisement expenditure. Right? So, the advertisement expenditure always are positive, an important bit for you. They'll ask in the exam, advertisement expenditure are always positive. Beta, there is a possibility that there will be no result, or there is a possibility that there will be a good result. There is a possibility that there will be a result, but it is not that good. But it is not the case that you give an advertisement and then the sales start dropping. Okay. But in some cases, in real life scenario, it did happen. But in our textbook scenario, we are saying that advertisement elasticity is always positive. We are taking the assumption that advertisement elasticity is always positive and the values vary from 0 to infinity, right? So, when advertisement elasticity is 0, what does that indicate? It indicates that your advertisement expenditure is of no use. The demand is not responding even a teeny tiny bit also. So, it is a waste. Next, advertisement elasticity is 0 to 1 is it is responding but not by a very large extent. So, you can call it relatively inelastic. You can call it relatively inelastic. And if it is equal to 1, the percentage change in the demand is equal to percentage change in the advertisement expenditure. So, when it is equal to 1, it indicates that the percentage change in demand is equal to percentage change in advertisement expenditure. Then if it is greater than 1, the percentage change in demand is greater than the percentage change in advertisement expenditure. That is, it is very beneficial for your company to incur advertisement expenditure, because if you incur small amount of advertisement expenditure, the demand is showing a huge change. The demand is showing a huge change. So, these are some of your topics. So, we will go to the next one. Let us talk about importance of elasticity of demand for governments. Let us talk about importance of elasticity of demand for whom? For governments. People, governments imposes taxes, right? So it cannot just impose taxes like on any type of product. It needs to think before it is imposing taxes. You know that some goods have inelastic demand, some goods have elastic demand. Now you tell me, if some good is having inelastic demand, it indicates that whatever you do, whatever be the price, will there be a change in the demand? There will not be much change in the demand. So the government will also try to impose taxes on those goods that have inelastic demand. The government will also try to impose taxes on those goods that have inelastic demand. And those goods which have elastic demand, that is with a small change in the price, they kind of respond by a huge extent. Then we call that those goods have elastic demand, right? So the goods which have elastic demand, the government will impose lesser rate of taxes. Madam, why are taxes taken, given or given so much of importance? People, whenever the taxes are changing, it will also bring an impact on the price, right? So for that very reason, government puts a lot of attention on which goods to impose taxes or not. So inelastic goods, higher taxes. Elastic goods, lesser taxes. That is all you have to remember here. So the next topic that we'll be discussing is your methods of measurement of elasticity of demand. So you have got different methods of measurement of elasticity of demand. You have got your proportionate method, you have got your point method, total expenditure or total revenue method, and you have got your arc method. So what we'll be doing in this session is, we are going to complete all these methods. If you just remember these things, that will do the job. So I am going to teach you tricks like how to answer the bits when it comes to total expenditure or total revenue or total outlay method. That is kind of very, very important. So all that we'll be covering, and later you will be covering your determinants of price elasticity of demand, and you will be done with the chapter. Like I promised, you're going to cover this entire chapter within a span of less than 1 hour, to be very honest. Elasticity of demand is a very good chapter. It is a very easygoing chapter that can be covered in a very, very lesser amount of time. So with no delay, we'll just start with your methods of measurement of elasticity of demand. So we were discussing about the methods of measurement of price elasticity of demand, right? So you have got proportionate method, point method. Please remember the alternative names for point method. Point method is also called as geometric method as well. It is also called the graphical method. So next you have your total expenditure method. It is also called your total revenue method or total outlay method, right? So you have your arc method or average method or midpoint method. So we'll start with proportionate method. People, you all know that proportionate method has already been discussed. So you'll ask, madam, when did you discuss? You just started methods. So when did you discuss proportionate method? In the beginning, we learnt a formula called as the proportionate change, or rather the percentage change in the quantity demanded due to percentage change in the price. That is your formula for proportionate method. So you don't have to panic a lot. So what is the formula under proportionate method or percentage method? It is the percentage change in quantity demanded due to percentage change in the price. So if you reduce that, what formula will you get? You will get delta Q by delta P into P by Q. Now what we will do right now is, we'll start with our point method, right? We'll start with our point method. So let me open my notepad again. So under point method, first let us understand why do we use the point method. For example, you are given a graph like this with a demand line, and you are asked to find out what is the elasticity of demand at particular point A. So you're given a demand line, and on that you're marked a point, and you're asked to find out the elasticity at that particular point. Then you use point method. Now madam, we need a formula, right? So what is the formula? It is lower segment. It is lower segment of the demand line by upper segment of the demand line. It is lower segment of the demand line by upper segment of the demand line. Now, what is the lower segment? So, watch it very carefully. It is the distance from point A to x-axis. And what is upper segment? It is the distance from point A to y-axis. So, what is the lower segment? It is the distance from point A to x-axis. And what is the upper segment? It is the distance from point A to y-axis. Okay, I hope it is clear to you. So this is the formula under the point method. Now what you will be given in the exam is, they will just give you a small equation, which is, let us take an example, Q is equal to 100 minus 2P at the rate P is equal to 10. So in the exam, what they are going to do is, they are going to give a small equation for you, and they are going to give a price, and now they are going to ask you to find the elasticity of demand. After giving the equation and the price, they are going to ask you to find the elasticity of demand. So whenever you are given a question of this model, you have to use the derivative method. You have to use the derivative method. And what is the formula under the derivative method? It is dq by dp into p by q. What is the formula? It is dq by dp into p by q. Okay, people. Now, to solve this question, you need to have some basic idea about differentiation and some basic formulas of differentiation. So, they are going to be very, very simple. I'm just going to write them down for you. Whenever you say d by dx of x power n, it is nothing but n into x power n minus 1. D by dx of a constant is always 0. People, why do you do differentiation? You want to understand the change. That is when you go for differentiation. If you want to understand what is the change that has taken place, you do differentiation, right? Whenever I am saying constant, there is no change. So when there is no change, the differentiation will be 0. Next, d by dx of 1 by x. So what will you write it as? Minus 1 by x square. Next, d by dx of kx. d by dx of kx is k. d by dx of x is equal to 1. d by dx of x is equal to 1. So these are the basic formulae that you have to remember before you solve the question. Now let us do the question that I have given you as an example. Let us take q is equal to 100 minus 2p, p is equal to 10. Now people, what was the formula we have written? dq by dp into p by q. What is the formula we have written? It is dq by dp into p by q. Now what is the meaning of dq by dp? It is differentiating quantity with respect to price. What is dq by dp? It is differentiating the equation quantity with respect to price. So if you substitute p in q, will you get q? Obviously you will get q. q is equal to 100 minus 2 into 10. So it will be 80. So what is the value of q? It is 80. Next, how will you find out dq by dp? q is equal to 100 minus 2p. dq by dp, meaning is differentiating quantity with respect to price. Now this is a constant. This is in the form of kx, right? So differentiating a constant will be 0 minus 2. Minus 2. What is d by dx of kx? It is constant. You have to bring out the constant. So the answer is minus 2. What is the value of dq by dp? It is minus 2. Now what is the formula dq by dp into p by q? Please substitute the value that we have found out in the given formula. What is dq by dp? Minus 2 into what is p? It is 10. What is q? It is 8. Okay. If you solve this, I think it will come out to be minus 0.25. It will come out to be minus 0.25. We already learned that the values of price elasticity of demand are always negative. The values of price elasticity of demand are always negative. And one reason for that is the inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. What is the reason why the values of price elasticity of demand are negative? The reason is the inverse price demand relationship. But while interpreting, we ignore the minus sign. So how do you interpret this? Okay. You say that for a 1% change in the price, the percentage change in the quantity demanded is 0.25. Okay. So for a 1 unit change in the price, the change in the quantity demanded is 0.25. That is how you interpret this value. Next. So let us see what they have to write here. So under point method, it is also called your geometric method, and they have given the formula, which is dq by dp into p by q, which you have already done. Another important thing that you have to learn here is, whenever I told you that you have to find the elasticity, suppose at this particular point, you have to use the formula lower segment of the demand line by upper segment of the demand line. You have to use the formula lower segment of the demand line by upper segment of the demand line. So when on the demand line, you can mark different elasticities. That is, I'll just write this down for you again. So You have to remember these values, students. It is very, very important. So I have drawn your demand line, right? So what I am going to do is I am going to divide your demand line into 4 equal parts. Okay. So say this. Now I am going to mark points. This is A, this is B, this is C, D and E. Now what I will do is I'll write down the values of elasticities at various points on the demand line. I'm going to write the elasticity value at A, B, C, D and E. So at point A, your elasticity value will come up to be infinity. Here it is greater than 1, here it is equal to 1, less than 1 and here it is equal to 0. So as you move from y-axis to x-axis, the values of the elasticities keep going down. As you move from x-axis to y-axis, the value of the elasticity keep increasing. Okay, exactly at y-axis, the elasticity is infinity and on the x-axis it is equal to 0. At the midpoint, it is equal to 1. So let us see this again. So as you can see here, these are the values of different elasticities. So what is the formula that they have used? Lower segment of the demand line by upper segment of the demand line. So exactly at the midpoint, it is equal to 1. And above the midpoint, which is at this point, it is greater than 1. Below the midpoint, it is less than 1. At x-axis, it is equal to 0. At y-axis, it is equal to infinity. These are your bits which can be asked. Fine. Next, let us proceed to your total expenditure method or total revenue method. So I will just teach you a simple trick. You just remember that, that will do the job. Whenever you see a direct relationship between price, total revenue or total expenditure, that is, when price increases, if your total revenue or total expenditure is increasing, the elasticity will be less than 1. Under total revenue or total expenditure or total outlay method, whenever you see or witness a direct relationship between price and total expenditure or total revenue, the elasticity value is less than 1. Whenever you see an inverse relationship, that is price increase, total revenue or total expenditure decrease, that is if you see an inverse relationship, EP is greater than 1. Your elasticity is greater than 1. Whenever the price increase or decrease, I have nothing to do with it. If price increases or decreases, if the total revenue or total expenditure remains to be constant, if total revenue or total expenditure is not changing, it is remaining constant, then EP is equal to 1. People, I am repeating this again. Whenever you see a direct relationship between price and total revenue or total expenditure, EP is less than 1. Whenever you see an inverse relationship, EP is greater than 1. Whenever you see no change taking place, then EP is equal to 1. Right? Here you encounter terms called as price effect and quantity effect. Here you encounter terms called as price effect and quantity effect. So let me just tell you what is price effect and quantity effect. Your price effect talks about the relationship between price and total revenue. Please think from a seller's perspective. Please think from a seller's perspective. So if the price is increasing, what will the seller think? Okay, I can sell additional unit at a higher price. So if the price is increasing, what will the seller think? The seller will think that I can sell additional units at a higher price. So what will happen to the total revenue? It will increase. So under price effect, the price and total revenue will have a direct relationship. Under price effect, the price and total revenue will have a direct relationship. Under quantity effect, see, now people said that, Arey Baba, you said price increases. It is obvious that seller will be selling every additional unit at a higher price. I totally agree. But who will bother about quantity? But who will bother about quantity? So, quantity effect states that if price increases, what will happen to the quantity? It will decrease. Whenever the quantity is decreasing, what are you able to do here? You are not able to sell additional units, right? The amount you are going to sell will decrease also. So, if quantity is decreasing, what will happen to the total revenue? It will decrease. So, your total revenue will decrease. Okay, Nandi? So, for example, if price is decreasing, your quantity will increase and your total revenue will increase. So, in the case of quantity effect, this is what you observe. Now, in the case of price effect, total revenue is increasing. In the case of quantity effect, total revenue is decreasing. Here they have just taken price is decreasing, Andy, but we are talking about price increase scenario. We are talking about price increase scenario. So when price is increasing, under price effect, the total revenue is increasing. But under quantity effect, the total revenue is decreasing. Now you have to see which effect will dominate which effect. Which effect will dominate which effect. For example, if elasticity is less than 1, your price effect will dominate the quantity effect. If elasticity is less than 1, your price effect will dominate the quantity effect. If elasticity is greater than 1, your quantity effect will dominate the price effect. If elasticity is greater than 1, your quantity effect will dominate the price effect. Please do remember this. I am going to revise these things again for you. So, if elasticity is less than 1, price and total revenue will have a direct relationship. If elasticity is greater than 1, price and total revenue have an inverse or negative relationship. Okay. If price is increasing or decreasing, the total revenue is remaining constant, then elasticity is equal to 1. Now, you can also understand this using two effects, which are your price effect and quantity effect. For example, if your price effect is dominating your quantity effect, elasticity is less than 1. If your quantity effect is dominating your price effect, elasticity is greater than 1. Right, people? So, if your price effect is equal to quantity effect, then elasticity will be equal to 1. So, this is what you have to remember under your total expenditure or total revenue or total outlay method. Next comes your ARC method, Andi. So, ARC method lo manam like what do we do is that. So, the problem with proportionate method was, suppose I will give you a small data here. The price is increasing from 100 to 200 and the quantity demanded is decreasing from, let us say, 500 to 530. Sorry, 500 to 430. 500 to 430. Here, the price has increased from 100 to 200 and the demand has decreased from 500 to 430. If I write the same information as 200, 100, 430 and 500. Okay. Now let us try calculating the elasticities. Now let us try calculating the elasticities under proportionate method. What is the formula under proportionate method? Delta Q by delta P into P by Q. Right. So this is P1, this is P2, this is Q1, this is Q2. Alright. In your proportionate method, students, you always should remember that you are multiplying your slope of the demand line. This is inverse of the slope of the demand line. This is inverse of the slope of the demand line with the initial price quantity ratio. You are multiplying that with the initial price quantity ratio. In this example, your initial price is 100. In this example, your initial price is 200. Now, what is happening here is, for the same set of data, just because I have changed the initial price, the elasticities are changing. The elasticities are changing. So, we are not understanding which has to be your initial price. For example, I don't know whether I have to take 100 as my initial price or 200 as my initial price. I have such a type of confusion. Then what you should do is, you have to take the average. See, you don't know what is the initial price, initial quantity. You are confused. Okay, then what should you do? You have to take the average. That is your ARC method. So, what is the formula under ARC method? It is delta Q by delta P into P1 plus P2 by 2 whole divided by Q1 plus Q2 by 2. So, what is the formula? Delta Q by delta P into P1 plus P2 by 2 whole divided by Q1 plus Q2 by 2. Okay. 2 cancel. So, what will you get? Delta Q by delta P into P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. This is what you will be getting. Okay, everybody. So, what is the formula under ARC method? It is delta Q by delta P into P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. That is the formula for your ARC method. Next. Yeah. So, as you can see here, this is your formula. So, we have successfully completed your methods, people. The methods are very, very important. So I ask you to please pay some close attention to that. So the last thing that we are left with is the determinants of price elasticity of demand. It is determinants of price elasticity of demand. So the first thing that we are going to discuss is your nature of the commodity. So when I say nature of the commodity, I am asking whether it is a luxury or a necessary. I am asking whether it is a luxury or a necessary. People, all I am going to do under this concept is that based on the determinant, I am going to say if the elasticity is greater than 1 or less than 1. I am just going to say if the elasticity is greater than 1 or less than 1. So based on the nature of the commodity, we have classified them into luxuries and necessaries, right? So if the goods are luxuries, you think and tell me, are luxuries so important? Can you be alive without luxuries also? You can surely be alive without luxuries also. Can you postpone their consumption? You can surely postpone their consumption. So whenever you are able to postpone something, whenever you are able to alter your demand for something, then we call that to be elastic. We call that to be elastic in nature. Whenever you are able to alter the demand, we are calling that to be elastic in nature, right? So in the case of luxuries, the elasticity is greater than 1. But talk about necessaries. See, necessaries, you cannot stop consuming them, right? Necessaries has to be consumed by hook or by crook. You cannot just leave necessaries, right? So necessaries cannot be postponed. You cannot alter their demand. So the elasticity is less than 1. So whenever you are able to alter your demand, it is greater than 1. Whenever you are not able to do that, it is less than 1. Next, availability of substitutes. People, let us take petrol for example. Okay, let us take petrol for example. See, when I say petrol, it is required. When I say petrol, it is required. I have not associated any brand to it, right? When I say petrol, it is a generic good. It is a generic good. I taught you already that generic goods are non-branded goods. Generic goods are non-branded goods. So whenever I say petrol, it is required. All the generic goods will have an inelastic demand. All the generic goods will have an inelastic demand. For example, I see Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, Reliance and all. So I have bought out brands for it. Now I have substitutes available. Yes or no? I have substitutes available. So whenever I have substitutes available for something, my elasticity will be greater than 1. Whenever I have substitutes available for something, my elasticity is greater than 1 because my demand can be altered. See, for example, there are n number of brands in soaps. There are n number of brands in soap. Suppose if one soap is increasing the price, what will I do? I'll shift to other soap. So what is happening to the demand of that particular soap? It is decreasing or not? Demand is responding or not? Always remember students, the demand will respond if and only if you have substitutes available for it. For example, there are no substitutes available and it is the only good that you need to consume by hook or by crook. There is no way of skipping it up. So then the demand will be inelastic. But in the case of substitutes, I can shift or not. I can. So it is greater than 1. So no close substitutes, it is less than 1. Substitutes, it is greater than 1. Next, number of uses. For example, a good has more number of uses. Take your milk for example. Milk has a large number of uses, right? It can be used for ghee, making ghee. It can be used for making curd, paneer, sweets, what not. Okay. So when milk has so many uses and the price of milk increases, for suppose the price of milk increases. So what will the people in the house do? What will they think? Like they will think that, Arey Baba, the price of milk has increased. Now let me decrease the consumption of the milk and let me use milk only for important purposes. Only for important purposes. So was there an alteration in the demand or not? There is an alteration in the demand. So whenever the demand is responding, then you call that as greater than 1. So whenever a good has more number of uses, the elasticity is greater than 1. Less number of uses, that is when you have to accomplish something, when you have to do a task, you need that particular good at any cost. You have no other alternative. You have to use it only that, okay? Then the elasticity will be less than 1. So less number of uses, less than 1. More number of uses, greater than 1. More number of substitutes, greater than 1. Less amount of substitutes or no close substitutes, less than 1. Next, if the goods are luxuries, possibility of postponement, greater than 1. The goods are necessaries, no possibility of postponement, less than 1. Next, if you talk about the proportion of the commodity in the consumer's budget, if you talk about the proportion of the commodity in the consumer's budget. So what do you mean by that? What do you mean by this? Let us take a small example. So I have an income of 50,000. I have an income of 50,000, and suppose I am staying in some area like Jubilee Hills or somewhere, and I took an apartment on rent and I am paying some 25,000 on that. I am paying some 25,000 rent on that. So people, do you observe what is happening here? My income is 50,000. 50% of my income is being spent on something called as rent. 50% of my income is being spent on something called as rent. Yes or no? So is this a large portion or not? Definitely a large portion. So if the owner of the house comes and says, Baba, I want to increase your rent to 28,000, what will I do? Uncle, I'm already spending 50% of my income on your rent. Okay, now you increase that to 28,000. Will I immediately shift or not? Definitely I will shift. So whenever I am shifting, I am changing my demand or not? I am changing. So you can categorize under greater than 1. You can categorize that under greater than 1. Did you understand the logic here, people? What is happening? So whenever something is whenever something is taking a huge chunk of your income, whenever something is taking a huge chunk of your income, rent is already occupying a large space in my income. So whenever he is increasing the rent even by a small amount, that is actually causing me a lot of trouble. That is actually causing me a lot of trouble. So in that case, it is greater than 1. Suppose it is a lesser portion. Take your matchboxes, candlesticks, for example. See, their price is very, very less. Their price is very, very less. They're hardly some 2 rupees, 10 rupees, something like that. Even if a 2 rupees matchbox becomes 4 rupees, for example, a 2 rupees matchbox has become 4 rupees. Will you even notice that? You'll go to the shopkeeper and say, Arey Baba, earlier it was only 2 rupees. Now it is 4 rupees. It is causing me a lot of pain. Okay, give me only the sticks. Abandon the box. Will you talk something like that? Nothing like that, right? So it will be less than 1. Next, let us talk about time period. So if you talk about long run and short run, in the short run, it is not possible for you to adjust your demand very fast, right? So when you have to adjust your demand, when you have to change your behavioral pattern, you need a long period of time. In the short period, you are unable to do it. So whenever you are planning to adjust your behavioral pattern, you need a longer period of time. So whenever you are in the long run, the elasticity is greater than 1 because you are able to respond because you have a large period of time available. Whenever you are in the short run, you are not able to immediately adjust your demand, right? So it is less than 1. So if you are in the short run, you are unable to adjust your demand immediately. So it is less than 1. Next, consumer habits. So what do you mean by consumer habits? For example, you are a habitual consumer, that like you are habitual to, you're a habitual smoker or something like that. You're a habitual eater of ice creams and all. So if you don't do that task, you cannot sleep also. So what will happen to the elasticity in that case? Suppose if something becomes a habit, then the elasticity will be less than 1 or greater than 1. It will be less than 1 because whenever something becomes a habit, it will be inelastic demand. That is, you will not change the demand. Whatever be the price, you would want to have it. Next, complementary items. What are these complementary items, people? So let us talk about minor complementaries first of all. Let us talk about minor complementaries. So let us take an example that I have purchased a wall clock. I have purchased a wall clock. Now to hang that wall clock, I need a nail, right? To hang that wall clock on the wall, I need a nail. So I have purchased that wall clock for some 4,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees. So that is a huge amount. Now the nail is how much? It is hardly some 20-30 rupees or something like that, even less. So I have estimated that the nail will be around 20 rupees or 30 rupees. I went to the store, he said it is 50 rupees. So now will I say that, oh, I expected it to be 20 rupees, it is 50 rupees. I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to buy it. Will that happen? It will not happen. You bought a major complimentary like a wall clock, and for purchasing something like 50 rupees, will you think twice? You will not, right? So for that, the demand will be inelastic. So in the case of minor complementaries, the demand will be inelastic. Next, and possibility of postponement. What do you mean by possibility of postponement? That is, in the case of luxuries and necessaries. Let us think in the case of luxuries and necessaries. In the case of luxuries, you are able to postpone. In the case of luxuries, you are able to postpone. For that very reason, the elasticity of demand is greater than 1. In the case of necessaries, you are unable to postpone. For that very reason, the elasticity is less than 1. Next, price range. So you have very high price range goods and very low price range goods, and you have middle range goods, right? So what do you mean by very high price range goods and very low price range goods and all? Let us take high price range goods as an example. So I went to Bluestone, okay? Bluestone is a jewelry store, and I ordered a necklace that is worth of 50 lakhs. Just an assumption, I can't. So I have ordered a necklace worth of 50 lakhs. So somehow I got a call from the store, and they said, Madam, your necklace will be ready in 5 days, but we are sorry to inform you that there is a hike in price. Now it is not 50 lakhs, it is 55 lakhs. Now you think and tell me, will I purchase that or not? Now you think and tell me, will I purchase that or not? See, when I'm paying 50 lakhs, will 55 lakhs be an issue for me? Not at all. So, very high price range goods, they are purchased for social prestige, people. They are purchased for social prestige. Whenever you are purchasing something for social prestige, will you think twice to pay the money? Not at all. Your demand will increase even though the price is increasing. Okay. So, in that case, the elasticity of demand is less than 1 because the proportionate change in the demand or the percentage change in the demand is less than the percentage change in the price. You will not see change in the demand, much change in the demand. Let us talk about very low price range goods. I've already taken the example for you. I've talked about matchsticks, right? Now the price of matchsticks has increased, but did that cause any change in the demand for matchsticks? Not at all, right? So very high price range goods, very low price range goods, they will have inelastic demand. They will have inelastic demand. So the medium range good or the middle range goods, they have elastic demand. Next, type of the demand, autonomous demand or tight demand. So as you can see here, whenever I say tight demand, they are talking about the complementary items. Whenever they are saying tight demand, they are talking about the complementary items. That is, if you have to do something, you need to have another good also associated with that. When you're doing something like your wall clock and nail, suppose I bought a blackboard and I need nails to fixate that blackboard on the wall also. So these are, complementary items. Suppose I bought a printer, I need ink in that. So these are complementary items. So even in the case of tight demand, the elasticity is less than 1. What do you mean by autonomous demand? Autonomous demand is nothing but independent demand. Autonomous demand is nothing but independent demand. In the case of independent demand, you see the elasticity greater than 1 because their demand is not associated with some other product, okay? They are not associated with any product. They are independent. They are autonomous, right? I hope you will remember these things. So if I have to revise them for you under nature of the commodity, luxuries and necessaries. Luxuries greater than 1, necessaries less than 1. Availability of substitutes, more substitutes greater than 1, less substitutes less than 1. Number of uses, more uses greater than 1, less uses less than 1. Proportion of the, commodity in the consumer's budget. More proportion of the budget is being occupied, it is greater than 1. Lesser proportion, less than 1. Time period. Long run, greater than 1. Short run, less than 1. If it is a habit, it is less than 1. If it is not a habit, greater than 1. Minor complementary items. So it is less than 1 because you have to have it if you have to use that major complementary. Next, if you are able to postpone, it is greater than 1. Not able to postpone, it is less than 1. Next, high price range goods and low price range goods, it is less than 1. Middle range goods, greater than 1. Autonomous demand, it is greater than 1. Tight demand, it is less than 1. So thank you everybody. We have successfully completed your elasticity of demand. So what we will do is, we will do some problems that will help you understand whether you got the concept or not. Hello everybody, welcome back to another session of business economics. So in this session, what we are going to do is, we are going to discuss few bits with regard to your elasticity of demand. Okay, so we have handpicked few bits for you. If you solve those bits, you will be able to understand some concepts and you will attain some confidence with regard to the concept that we have already discussed, right? So your first question is, elasticity of demand is what type of statement? Students, we all know that law of demand is a qualitative statement. Why do you call law of demand as a qualitative statement? Because it only talks about directional relationship. That is, when price increases, demand decreases. When price decreases, demand decreases. In law of demand, we have not talked about something called as how much, but that we are going to talk in your elasticity of demand. That is the reason why elasticity of demand is considered to be a quantitative statement, right? Next question, the numerical value of elasticity of demand can assume any value between. So price elasticity of demand values are always negative, that is minus infinity to 0. But for our interpretation purpose, what do? We ignore the minus sign, so the values will vary from 0 to infinity. So it is option B. Next, to solve your third question, you need to revise your concept something with regard to total expenditure or total revenue method. So I told you that if you remember three relationships, that will do the job. So let me write down the three relationships for you here. So what are they? If the price and total revenue or total expenditure will have a direct relationship, then EP is less than 1. If the price or total revenue or total expenditure will have an inverse relationship, then EP greater than 1. If price increases or decreases, total expenditure or total revenue will remain constant. That is, your total revenue or total expenditure will remain to be constant. Then your EP is equal to 1. So what is the case that this question is talking about? They are saying that no matter what the price of coffee is, Arjun always spends total of some 100 rupees. So whether price increases, whether price decreases, Arjun is constant with the amount that he is spending. So your total expenditure is constant here. So what type of elasticity will this be? It will be EP is equal to 1, which is unitarily elastic, right? So it is option D. Let us solve the next question. Here they have given that the quantity demanded by a consumer at rupees 9 is 800 units. Okay. So if the price falls by 25%, the quantity demanded rises by 160 units. In this particular question, they have not mentioned the method by which we need to solve the problem. That is either by arc method or by percentage or proportionate method. As I have not mentioned the method here, what we are going to do is we are going to solve using both the methods and we are going to see which one is giving the more accurate answer. Okay. So let us write down the data first. So when price is 9, the demand is 800 units. So just a second. Price, quantity. So when price is 9, demand is 800 units. Price has decreased by 25%. So it is 9 minus 25%, it is 6.75, right? So how did I arrive at this? It is 9 minus 25%. Now, when it is 6.75, the demand increased by 160 units, right? So it will be 960, that is 800 plus 160. Now what you have to do is you have to calculate the elasticity. Let us go with proportionate method first and let us see if it is going to give us the answer or not. So what is the formula? It is delta Q by delta P into P by Q, right? So what is delta Q? It is change in quantity. What is delta P? Change in price. How do you calculate change in quantity? It is new quantity minus old quantity. So it is 160 divided by 6.75 minus 9. What is it? 2 minus 2.25 into P by Q. Original price, original quantity, which is 9 by 800. So what does it come out to be? It is 160 multiplied by 9, which is 1440 divided by 2.25 multiplied by 800, which is 1800. So 1440 divided by 1800 is nothing but 0.8. So the answer is minus 0.8. Students, whenever in the options they have given you minus 0.8 plus 0.8, please opt for minus 0.8. In price elasticity of demand, it is strictly for interpretation purpose that we ignore the minus sign and only consider the magnitude. So let us see if this option is there or not. Otherwise, we will proceed with the next method, which is arc method. So they have given 0.8, so the answer is 0.8. The next thing is they have given you the demand equation. Now they are asking you to find the elasticity. In the question, whenever they give you the demand equation, they give you the price and they ask you to find the elasticity, the method that you have to opt for is the derivative method. Okay, so let us write down the information what they have given. They have given Q is equal to 20 by P. They have given Q is equal to 20 by P and P is equal to 10. Okay. So what is the formula under derivative method? EP is equal to dQ by dP into P by Q. Right. This is the formula. EP is equal to dQ by dP into P by Q. What is dq by dp? It is differentiating quantity with respect to price. What is dq by dp? It is differentiating quantity with respect to price. Now, as they have already given the value of p, if you substitute the value of p in q, you will be getting q, right? So, q is nothing but 20 divided by 10, which is q is equal to 2. Now, how do you find out dq by dp? You have to apply some differentiation formulas, right? So, let us see in which format this is. Q is equal to 20 by P. So, what is the formula for d by dx of 1 by x, madam? It is minus 1 by x square. So, what is the formula for d by dx of 1 by x, students? It is minus 1 by x square. So, how can I write this now? Minus 20 by P square. You know the value of P, right? It is 10. So, it is minus 20 by 100. So, what will be the value? It will be 0.2. Now, as we got all the values, we are going to substitute these values in the formula. So, EP is equal to 0.2 into, what is it? P by Q, which is 10 by 2. So, how much will it be? It will be minus 1. It will be minus 1. Let us check for the options. So, it is minus 1. That's it. Next, an FMCG company decided to increase the price of the shampoo sachet from 1 rupee to 1.5 rupees. So, they have given you the demand equation. What we have to do is, we have to calculate the old quantity and the new quantity at their respective prices. That is, when price is 1, what is the demand? When price is increased to 1.5, what will be the demand? So, the method what we have to use, they have already mentioned, which is nothing but your arc method. They have asked us to find the elasticity using arc method. So, with no delay, let us write down the information that they have given. This equation is 30 lakh minus 5 lakh P. Okay. So, this is your price, this is your quantity. So, what is the equation that they have given? 30 lakhs minus 5 lakh P. And what is the price? They have increased from 1 to 1.5. They have increased the price from 1 to 1.5. So, substitute 1 in the place of P. When price is 1, what is the demand? It is 25 lakhs. Now, when you substitute 1.5, what is that you will get? It will be 7 lakh 50,000. So, 30 lakhs minus 7 lakh 50,000 is 22 lakh 50,000. Okay. I did 30 lakhs minus 5 lakh multiplied by 1.5. How much did I get? I got 22 lakh 50,000. So, you have to use arc method. What is the formula under arc method? Delta Q by delta P into P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. That is your formula under arc method. So, it will sum up to be delta Q is equal to how much? It is 7 lakh. Okay. So, 7 lakh 50,000. No, I'm sorry. Your delta Q will be 2 lakh 50,000. Your delta Q will be 2 lakh 50,000. It is 22 lakh 50,000 minus 25 lakhs. 2 lakh 50,000. Your delta P will be 0.5 into P by Q. What is your P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2? That is 2.5 divided by, what is Q1 plus Q2? It is 47 lakh 50,000. It is 47 lakh 50,000, right? Yes. So, you can just cancel out these zeros and then let us see what is the answer. 25 multiplied by 2.5, which is nothing but 62.5 divided by 475 multiplied by 0.5, it is 237.5. So, it is 62.5 divided by 237.5. I got some 0.26. So, let us see that is there in the options or not. So, the answer is minus 0.26. Yes. So, it is option B. Now, let us solve your next question. The price of the commodity raised by 12%. So, they have given you the percentage change in the price, which is 12%. And what is the elasticity value that they have given here? It is minus 0.63. So, the value is less than 1. So, what type of elasticity will it be? It will be relatively inelastic. When the value is less than 1, it will be relatively inelastic, right? So the value is relative less than 1. So the type of elasticity is relatively inelastic. And when the type of elasticity is relatively inelastic, what is the relationship between price and total revenue or total expenditure? It is direct relation. That is, when price increases, your total expenditure or total revenue will also increase, right? So here what happened to the price? It increased. So what should happen to the total expenditure or total revenue? That should also increase. So it is option C. Okay. These were some bits I wanted to discuss with you. So what we'll be doing is we'll proceed with the next chapter in the next session. So until then, happy learning. See you in the next session. Welcome back to another session, students. So in this video, we'll be talking about theory of supply. Like every other video, let me tell you the objective of this video. So in this video, we are going to cover your entire supply chapter in just a matter of 1 hour, so that you will be able to answer any type of question from this chapter. So let us start the chapter. Okay. So in the beginning, you will be seeing what is the definition of supply first. So let me do this first. So whoever have learned theory of demand, theory of supply will be a piece of cake and cup of tea. Let me just remind you this. Whoever have learned theory of demand, theory of supply is going to be a piece of cake and cup of tea. The reason I am telling you this is, you saw theory of demand from a buyer's perspective. Theory of supply, you will be witnessing it from a seller's perspective. People, you have seen theory of demand from a buyer's perspective, right? So theory of supply, you will be witnessing it from a seller's perspective. So what was the definition of demand that we have learned in theory of demand? We said that demand is the quantity of a good or service a buyer is willing and able to purchase at various levels of prices over a period of time. That is what we have learned. Now, what is the definition of supply? Supply is nothing but the quantity of a good or service a seller is willing and able to offer for sale at various levels of prices over a period of time. Remember everybody, supply is also expressed in terms of price. Remember, supply is also expressed in terms of price, right? So like I was telling you, supply is always expressed in terms of price. And I told you that supply is expressed over a period of time. When something is being expressed over a period of time, it is a flow concept. So as supply is expressed over a period of time, it is called as flow concept. And when do you call something as supply? The seller needs to have the ability and willingness to supply. The seller needs to have the ability plus willingness. Okay, people? Yes. Now, let me ask you a simple question. I'll just, ask you this question. Think and answer. For example, 1000 units were sent to the market. 1000 units were sent to the market. In that, 800 units were sold. What was my question? 1000 units were sent to the market. In that, 800 units were sold. Right? Now, I am asking you whether 1000 should be considered as supply or 800 should be considered as supply. I am asking you whether 1000 should be considered as supply or 800 should be considered as supply. So, it is 1000 that is to be considered as supply. Madam, what about 800? I already told you that it is the ability and willingness of the seller to offer something for sale. Offer for sale. I never told you that the entire quantity is being sold. So whatever that is being sent to the market, the entire thing is considered as supply. Supply is not equivalent to sale. Supply is not equivalent to sale. Please remember that. Next concept is change in demand versus, change in quantity supplied versus change in supply, right? So, in demand chapter, we already studied that whenever the change takes place due to the price, it is called as change in quantity demanded, and whenever the change takes place due to other factors, it is called as change in demand. The same you have to apply here as well. See, there are various determinants that determine the amount of supply, okay? Some, if I have to tell you, it is price of the good, which is very, very important. Price of the good and supply, what type of relationship will they be having? You think and tell me. There will be direct or proportional relationship. That is, the price increases, quantity supplied also increases. There is price of related goods, the prices of factors of production, the amount of technology. All these are the various determinants of supply. Now, I am categorizing price as the very important determinants of supply. I am categorizing price as the most important determinant of supply, and remaining others are categorized under other factors. Okay, people? So, whenever the supply changes due to changes in the price, whenever supply changes due to changes in the price, I call it as change in quantity supplied. And whenever supply changes due to other factors, I just call it as change in supply. So whenever supply changes due to price, it is change in quantity supplied. And if it's due to other factors, it is just change in supply. Okay, people. So whenever you see change in quantity supply, what do you observe? You observe movement along the supply curve. Whenever you see the change is taking place due to the price, you see movement along the supply curve. That is, your supply curve is upward sloping. Your supply curve is upward sloping. So whenever you see that there is an increase in the quantity supply, you move towards the right. That is, you move upwards on the supply curve. Whenever there is a decrease in the quantity supplied or contraction, you see a downward movement on the supply curve. That is, on the same supply curve, you are moving either right or left. Right, people? So whenever you are moving upwards, it is called as expansion in supply or increase in quantity supplied. Whenever you are moving towards the left, it is called as contraction in supply or decrease in the quantity supplied. So as I have told you, increase in quantity supplied is also called as expansion in supply. Decrease in quantity supplied is also called as contraction in supply. Now, what do you think about change in supply? So whenever the change takes place due to other factors, it is called as change in supply. So change in supply can be further split into increase in supply, decrease in supply. Change in supply can be further split into increase in supply, decrease in supply. Increase in supply indicates that there is a rightward shift. Now let me just tell you, for example, this is your supply curve. Agreed, everybody? Yes. Now, this was your initial price and this was your initial quantity. Now, the other factors acted favorably. Which has led to the increase in supply. People, do you remember the ceteris paribus assumption? That is, whenever you're talking about supply and price, everything else should remain constant. In the same way, when you're talking about other factor and supply, price should remain constant. That is, if I'm talking about the impact of technology on supply, all the factors including price of the good concerned should remain constant. So what is happening here? So when price was constant, there was an increase in the technology that led to the increase in the quantity supplied. So how do you show this? You show this by a rightward shift, or this is also called a downward shift of the supply curve. This is also called as the downward shift of the supply curve. And what will happen? The other factors are unfavorable. See, whenever the factors are favorable, there will be an increase in supply. Whenever there is an unfavorable impact, there will be a decrease in supply. When there is an increase in the supply, there is rightward shift or downward shift. Whenever there is a decrease in supply, there is a leftward shift or upward shift. So you call it as leftward shift or upward shift. Next, everybody. So we need to talk about price of the product. So whenever you're talking about the relationship between price and quantity supplied, it is called as law of supply. Ceteris paribus is the most important assumption. Please do remember, whenever you're talking about the relationship between price and quantity supplied, keeping all the factors constant, it is called as law of supply. And what does law of supply tell you, people? It talks about the direct relationship between price and quantity supplied. It talks about the direct relationship between price and quantity supplied. That is, price increase, supply increase, price decrease, supply decrease. Now, like in the earlier chapter, we learnt about the exceptions of law of demand. There will also be exceptions of law of supply. There are three exceptions for you, which are supply curve of the labor, rare commodities and land. Please do remember these three things. So, what are the three exceptions? It is land, rare commodities, and it is the supply of the labor. Now let me draw the supply curve of the labor, and there is a bit for you from this. Okay, so they may be asking, what is the shape of the supply curve of the labor? It is backward bending. It is backward bending. So on y-axis you will be taking wages, and on x-axis you will be taking hours of work. On x-axis you will be taking hours of work. So up to a certain extent of the wages, you will be willing to work more. As the wages are increasing, you would be wanting to work for more hours, but after a certain level, your hours of work will keep decreasing. That is, after attaining a certain level, you will kind of reduce your hours of work because you want more of leisure rather than work. So this is just an opportunity cost between work and leisure. In the beginning, you were sacrificing leisure for work. Later part of the time, you are sacrificing work for leisure. Okay, people. So what is the shape called as? It is backward bending supply curve. So supply curve should always be upward sloping, but that shape is not coinciding with this, right? So this is considered as an exception. Now, what are rare commodities? Rare commodities are like Kohinoor. See, Kohinoor is only one, right? So the supply is constant. So whatever be the price, the supply is constant. There the graph will be parallel to y-axis. The same goes with the land as well. In the case of land, the supply of land is perfectly inelastic. What do you mean by perfectly inelastic? There is no change in the supply of the land, whatever be the price. See, on y-axis you plot the price, on x-axis you plot the quantity, right? So whatever be the price, the supply of land is constant. Whatever be the price, the supply of land is constant. So what are the exceptions of law of supply? They are land, rare commodities, and supply curve of the labor. And what is the shape of the supply curve of the labor? It is backward bending. It is backward bending. Next, people. So we will be seeing the determinants of supply. So the first is prices of the related goods. See, here I am going to take me as an example. For suppose I am a farmer and I am, farming potatoes and tomatoes. I am farming potatoes and tomatoes. So people, as a farmer, I would only want to supply those goods whose price is high, right? Because I want to earn money. So whenever I feel like this product will fetch me more profits, I will supply that. Right. So, for example, the price of potatoes is increasing. What will I do, people? Whatever land I have, whatever equipment I have, I will put that in the production of potatoes, and that will reduce the supply of tomatoes. Right. So, what will happen if the price of potatoes increase? The supply of tomatoes will decrease. So, that is what they are telling. They have taken wheat and soya beans. So, what happens here? The price of wheat is decreasing. Baba, when price of wheat is decreasing, it is not profitable for me. So, I will reduce the supply of wheat. Instead of wheat, I will produce what? I will produce soya beans. So what will happen to the supply of soya beans? That will increase. Next, decrease in the supply or leftward shift. So what they have written here is, so when will supply decrease and when will supply increase? So I told you already that whenever the factors are favorable, the supply will increase, or you will see a downward shift or a rightward shift. Whenever the factors are unfavorable, you will see a leftward shift or upward shift, right? Next, prices of the factors of production. People, whenever I am supplying more, if the prices of the factors of production are increasing drastically, that is, see, outside what I felt was, if I supply more, I can earn more money. But if I want to supply more, I need to buy more factors of production, because when I have to induce in the, when I have to do the production process, I need to get the factors of production. So what is happening here? If my cost of production is increasing by a drastic amount, that indicates that it is better I not supply. It is better I not supply. Okay. So the point here is, whenever the prices of the factors of production are increasing drastically, that is, whenever there is higher input cost, I will decrease my supply. Whenever the input costs are less, I will increase my supply. So lower input cost, higher supply. Higher input cost, lesser supply. Next, everybody, it is production techniques or state of the technology, all that we will be discussing. So there is also another point. I'll just, brief you with regard to that point. You all know the production process, right? So the more the complexity in the production process, the lesser will be the supply. I can take the example of Rolls-Royce for you. You know that Rolls-Royce is very limited in supply. The reason being is, it is handmade. Okay, whatever components are there, they are handmade and highly customized. It is not like remaining other automobiles. So even though the price of Rolls-Royce is very, very high, the supply is very less due to the complex production process. Okay, people. Next, newer technology, lesser cost of production, more the supply. And when there is no new technology, that will result in, when outdated technology is there, that will increase your cost of production and will cause a reduction in the supply. Next, government policies. People, whenever you hear the term government policies, you need to get two things in your mind, which are taxes and subsidies. Whenever you talk about government policy, you need to get two things in your head, which are taxes and subsidies. Think, people, subsidies will encourage the production process, taxes will discourage the production process. So more amount of subsidies will result in an increase in supply, more amount of taxes will decrease the supply. Next, expectations. What is this expectations point? For example, I am a supplier and I am expecting that in the future, the price of the goods is going to increase. In the future, the price of the goods is going to increase. Now you think and tell me, as a supplier, what would I do? In the future, if prices are increasing, I will pile up the commodities, I will stock those commodities and supply those commodities in the market when the prices are increasing. So I'll supply those commodities in the market when the prices are increasing, and vice versa. So in the future, if prices are falling and in right now the current period the prices are high, I will try to sell more quantity in the current period when compared to the future period. Next, nature of competition. So you have a chapter called markets, right, where you will be studying about monopoly, monopolistic, oligopoly, perfect competition. Now you tell me, in which competition there are large number of buyers and sellers? It is in perfect competition, right? In perfect competition, there are large number of sellers. So whenever the sellers are large, what will happen to the supply? That will also be high. And in the case of monopoly, he is a single seller. When it comes to a single seller, how will be the supply? It is less. So the nature of competition meaning here is the number of sellers there in the market. So the larger the number of sellers, the larger will be the amount of supply. So this was your topic. So the other factors are your inventions, innovations, spare production capacity, ease of factor substitution. Okay, let us talk about factor substitution. I am taking two factors of production, labor and capital. See, the ease with which you can substitute one factor for the other. What do you mean by substituting one factor for the other? That is, your ability to use labor in place of capital and capital in place of labor. Okay. The faster you are able to switch the factors, that is, with the ease at which you are able to switch the factor, the greater will be the amount of supply. For example, I am unable to substitute one factor for the other. That is, I am using factors in a fixed proportion. That is, to produce something, I need this amount of capital and this amount of labor for sure. Then there is no factor substitution, right? There you see a decrease in the supply, because in sometimes some factors are not available, right? If you see, during the pandemic, there was a shortage of labor. So if instances like that happen and there is happening a shortage of the factor of production and you're unable to do factor substitution, that causes a decrease in the supply. Next, everybody, the concept is elasticity of supply. So what is the meaning of elasticity that I have taught you? Elasticity is nothing but responsiveness. Elasticity is nothing but responsiveness. What do you mean by elasticity of supply? It is the percentage change in the quantity supplied due to the percentage change in the price. So here they are talking about price elasticity. Here they are talking about price elasticity. Okay, so what is the elasticity of supply? It is percentage change in quantity supplied due to percentage change in price. That is, whenever price is changing, by how much you are able to respond with your supply. If you are able to respond by a greater extent, that is, you are able to respond to changes in the prices, then it is said to be elastic. When you are unable to respond, it is said to be inelastic. When you are able to respond, it is elastic. When you are unable to respond, it is what? Inelastic, right? So what is the formula for that? It is just like we did in the previous chapter, elasticity of demand, right? So how do you calculate percentage, people? It is new value minus old value divided by old value into 100, right? So it is new quantity minus old quantity divided by old quantity into 100. So what do I mean by percentage change in quantity supplied? It is delta Q by Q into 100. And what do you mean by percentage change in price? It is delta P by P into 100. So what is the change in quantity, percentage change in quantity supplied? Delta Q by Q into 100. And percentage change in prices, delta P by P into 100. So what will the formula be? It is delta Q by delta P into P by Q, just like you have seen in your elasticity of demand. So this is your proportionate method. People, remember, this is your proportionate method. So what is the formula under your proportionate method? Delta Q by delta P into P by Q. Now, what are the types of degrees of price elasticity? Arey Baba, something that you have learnt in the previous chapter only. That is the reason I told you that the moment you understand demand, elasticity of demand, supply is just so easy for you to understand. Now, what is this zero? When do you say that the price elasticity of supply is zero? When you say it is perfectly inelastic. It is perfectly inelastic. So they have written it here clearly, perfectly inelastic supply. In the case of perfectly inelastic supply, ES is equal to 0. What does that mean? whatever be the change in price, the supply is not going to change. Whatever be the price, the supply is not going to change. How will be the graph? How will be the graph? It will be parallel to y-axis. How will be the graph? It will be parallel to y-axis this way. Right? Whatever be the price, your supply is not going to respond. So whenever something is not responding at all, I call it perfectly inelastic. Next, less than 1 but greater than 0. I taught you that whenever the values are less than 1 but greater than 0, they are relatively inelastic. Whenever the values are less than 1 and greater than 0, they are relatively inelastic. So what does that mean? The percentage change in price is greater than percentage change in quantity supplied. That is, the change that is taking place in price is more than the change that is taking place in the supply. Supply is responding, but when compared to price, it is responding at a lesser amount. Okay, but when compared to price, it is responding by a lesser amount. So what do you see here? Percentage change in quantity supplied is less than percentage change in price. That is, quantity is not very responsive to the price. So how is the graph? People, you have to remember this. This thing is very, very important. Okay. In the exam, they may ask you that from where does the graph start? From where does the graph start? So in the case of ES less than 1, that is relatively inelastic supply, the graph starts from x-axis. So let us draw this here so that you will have some clarity. So if you draw a graph like this from x-axis, what do you see here? This is the change in price and this is the change in quantity. So on y-axis you take price, on x-axis you take quantity. As you can see here clearly that the change that is taking place in price is more than the change that is taking place in the quantity, which is the reason why we say that ES is less than 1, which is the reason we say that ES is less than 1. Now, when ES is greater than 1, you tell me where will the graph start from? It will start from y-axis. When ES is greater than 1, the graph will start from y-axis. When ES is equal to 1, the graph will start from the origin. When ES is equal to 1, the graph will start from the origin. Yeah, so they have written the same thing here. When ES is equal to 1, it is unitarily elastic. That is, percentage change in quantity supplied is equal to percentage change in price. And how will the graph be? The graph will start from the origin. When ES is greater than 1, it is relatively elastic. That is, percentage change in quantity supplied is greater than percentage change in price. So it will slope upwards, and where will the graph start from? It will start from the y-axis. When ES is less than 1, it started from the x-axis. When ES is greater than 1, it will start from the y-axis. What do you mean by when ES is equal to infinity? That is, with a small or no change in price, there will be an infinite change in the quantity supplied. With small or no change in price, there is an infinite change in the quantity supplied. And how will be the graph? It will be parallel to x-axis. It will be parallel to x-axis. Next, methods of measurement of price elasticity of demand. People will write down the formulas for you. So I told you that there is point method, there is proportionate method, and there is your arc method. These things you have to remember while calculating elasticity of supply. So under point method, you check the elasticity at a particular point and the formula is lower segment by upper segment. That we know, okay. But in your exam, they are going to give you question. Like they are going to give an equation. They are going to say Q is equal to, let us say some 100 plus 2P. They're going to give you some 100 plus 2P. Don't forget, we are in supply chapter. So what relation will your price and quantity have? They will have a direct relationship. So what relationship your price and supply will have? They will have a direct relationship. For that very reason, I have written this plus sign. Okay, people? Yes. So, and then they'll give P is equal to 10. Find the elasticity of supply. People, I already taught you how to do such problems, okay? Just apply your knowledge from elasticity of demand here as well. So, what is your formula under derivative method? You have to differentiate your quantity with respect to price and multiply that with your initial price and initial quantity. You have to differentiate your quantity with respect to price and multiply that with your initial price and initial quantity. So the formula is dq by dp into p by q. Right. Now what is the formula under proportionate method that you learn? It is delta q by delta p into p by q. Here they will give you two quantities, two price, that is P1 P2, Q1, Q2. So to do the problem under this, it is very mandatory for you that you have two values, no? So what is ARC method? I told you what was the dilemma with proportionate method, because here you may not know what is the initial price and initial quantity. I told you the formula, it is delta Q by delta P into P by Q. Into P by Q is what? Initial price by initial quantity. Now when I give you a set of values, how will you tell that this is the initial price, this is the initial quantity? For example, you have a confusion with regard to initial price and initial quantity. You go for ARC method, which is delta Q by delta P into P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. It is delta Q by delta P into P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. That's it. So as you can see here, you have point elasticity, arc elasticity, and next you are having your determinants of supply. You are having your determinants of supply. So these determinants will tell you if the elasticity is greater than 1 or less than 1. That is, if it is elastic or inelastic. Now, let us talk about cost of production. Let us talk about cost of production. So, when will you have a greater elasticity of supply? Whenever you see the term greater elasticity of supply, you need to remember in your minds that the elasticity is greater than 1 and lower elasticity of supply is less than 1. For example, whenever you are producing something and the costs are negligible, that is constant costs or negligible costs, then the elasticity is greater than 1. That is, whenever there is a change in price and you want to respond to that by increasing the supply. Okay, whenever there is a change in the price, for example, the price has increased, people. Now you want to respond to the price by increasing your supply. For increasing your supply, you will also check into something called your cost of production. Now you have analyzed and understood that when you want to produce more, your costs are negligible or the costs are constant, then you will respond with more amount of supply. For example, the prices did increase, but if you want to supply more, your cost of production is also increasing at a very high rate. That indicates that when you are supplying, the revenue that you will be getting is less than the cost that you are incurring. So it is a waste to supply more. So in that case, it will be lower elasticity of supply, low cost of production, negligible cost, greater elasticity of supply, high cost, lesser elasticity of supply. Next, production process. I already taught you this. Whenever the production process is complex, the elasticity of supply is less than 1. Whenever the production process is simple, the elasticity is greater than 1. Next, time period. People, do you remember the Marshall classification of time? He classified time into very short period, long period and very long period. In very short period, you don't get to change the supply. Okay, the supply is perfectly inelastic in very short period. In short period, you are able to change the supply by a small amount because some factors are variable. But in long period, as you have ample time, you are able to respond with your supply by a greater extent, right? Now you tell me, under short period, ES is less than 1. Under long period, ES is greater than 1. Next, production capacity of a firm. For example, a firm has got a machinery and its capacity is to produce 1 lakh units. A firm has got a machinery and its capacity is to produce 1 lakh units. But right now it has only utilized or it has only produced from 10,000 units. So there is additional capacity that is left out in the firm. The firm has not optimally utilized its machine. It has only utilized till 10,000 units. Now, can it respond with the supply when there is a change in the price? Now, can it respond with a change in the supply when there is a change in the price? Obviously, it can, because there is excess capacity present. For example, you have exhausted the entire capacity. Now, you are unable to respond with your supply. People always remember this. Whenever there is excess production capacity, you are able to respond with your supply. Whenever there is no excess production capacity, you are unable to respond with your supply. Next, people, industry with limited production capacity, that is what we have discussed. Firms producing at less than full capacity, firms producing beyond the full capacity. Next, availability of inputs. Simple, if inputs are easily available, ES is greater than 1. Inputs are very tough, they are not available, then ES is less than 1. Next, inventories. For example, there are adequate inventories. People, whenever I say inventories, that indicates that it is a stock of finished goods or raw materials. So there are ample stocks of raw materials or finished goods available in the godown. So whenever the price changes, you can easily alter your supply. For example, there are not ample inventories available at your godown. Then the ES is less than 1. Next, factor substitution. In the in the beginning session of our class, I did discuss about factor substitution. It is substituting one factor for the other. The ease at which you can substitute one factor for the other. That is, if I take labor and capital, the ease with which I can substitute labor for capital or capital for labor. If that is there, if the ease is there, ES is greater than 1. If there is no ease of factor substitution, ES is less than 1. Next, mobility of factors. Mobility is nothing but moving from one place to another. That is, with what frequency you can shift the factors from one place to another. If the mobility is present, ES is greater than 1. No mobility, ES is less than 1. Next, production. See, at some times the production process is very continuous. Some factories, the production process is very continuous. In some product, you are indulging in a continuous production process, then ES is greater than 1. But you are not indulging in the production process in a continuous manner, then the ES is less than 1, because you are just doing it for a span of, suppose let us take that in a span of 1 year, you are only producing for 2 months and the remaining months and all, the factory is shut. So whenever you get back to the production, you need to rehaul the machines, all that you have to do, right? It is a task for you. So whenever you are indulging in a continuous production process, ES is greater than 1. Next, entry barriers. What do you mean by entry barriers? So you are not letting others enter the industry. For example, few entry barriers of entry in the market. That is, you are easily able to enter into the market. Then your supply will be elastic. For example, you are unable to enter the market, supply is inelastic. Next, expectations about future prices. So expecting a small fall in the prices in the future, then what will happen to the supply? It will be greater elasticity will be there. That is, in the future, if you are expecting the supply to fall in the future, you are expecting the, in the future, you are expecting the prices to fall. See, this is future expectations about prices. So in the future, if you are expecting the prices to fall, so what will happen to the supply in the current period? It will increase. People, the logic is very simple. In the future, the prices are going to fall. So what will you try to do? You will try to sell the entire supply in the current period. So the supply in the current period will increase. For example, in the future, the prices are going to increase. So whatever is there, you will pile up, you will stock up and try to supply that in the future. So what will happen to the elasticity of supply in the current period? That will decrease, right? It will be less than 1. So that is it. So this is your supply chapter. Like I told you, we have just completed that in a span of some 20 minutes, I guess. So this is a very easy chapter. Your next chapter is theory of consumer behavior. You have got a good number of MCQs in your theory of consumer behavior. So in the next session, I will be teaching you theory of consumer behavior. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. So yesterday we have completed elasticity of demand chapter, right? So we are left with the bits with regard to elasticity of demand. So I have handpicked few bits for you. So after listening to the theory part, I'm pretty confident that you all will be able to solve these questions. Okay. So what is the first bit that you see here? Elasticity of demand is a. Now people, I have already told you that law of demand is a qualitative statement. Elasticity of demand is a quantitative statement. So what is the right option here? It is quantitative statement. And can you please tell me what are the values of price elasticity of demand? That is, what do they vary from like 0 to infinity or minus infinity to 0? So I told you that price elasticity of demand is always negative. I totally agree. That is due to the inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded, and their values strictly vary from minus infinity to 0. But we already told you that for the interpretation purpose, we ignore the minus sign. But we already told you that for the interpretation purpose, we ignore the minus sign. For that very reason, the elasticity of demand values vary from 0 to infinity. They vary from 0 to infinity. So what is your second question now? The numerical value of the elasticity of demand can assume any value between. So what is the answer? It is 0 to infinity. Now let us read the third question and understand which concept it is related to. Okay. No matter what the price of coffee is, Arjun is always spending a total of exactly 100 per week. Arey Baba. So if price increases or price decreases, how is the total expenditure here? If price increases or price decreases, the total expenditure here is constant. Do you realize this? So in this question, even though the price is increasing or price is decreasing, Arjun is spending total an amount of 100 rupees. Okay. Now what type of elasticity this is, you think and tell me. I already taught you that whenever you see a direct relationship between price and total expenditure, it is EP less than 1, that is price elasticity less than 1. Whenever you see an inverse relationship between price and total expenditure, whenever you see an inverse relationship between price and total expenditure, it is EP greater than 1. And when price increases or decreases, the total expenditure is remaining constant, not being bothered about the price, then it is EP equal to 1. So that is called as unitarily elastic. So in these options, which is the option that is more appropriate? So it is option Arjun has an elastic demand for coffee. Not at all. Arjun's demand for coffee is relatively less elastic. No. Arjun is very fond of coffee and has inelastic demand. No. Arjun's demand for coffee is unitarily elastic. Arjun's demand for coffee is unitarily elastic. Okay, people, I hope you understood this. Next. So I have handpicked few problems for you, that is from arc elasticity, proportionate method, and also your total expenditure, total revenue method, your derivative method. Okay. So we'll be solving those questions for you right now. So I request you all to just open your books and then sit down in front of the screen so that you also participate in this. So give me a moment, people. I'll just name this section. Okay. Okay. So let us write down the question, what is mentioned. So let me just open the question for you. Yeah. So the given question is the quantity demanded by a consumer at the price 9. So when price 9, it is 800 units, the demand is 800 units and its price falls by 25%. So it is 9 minus 25% and the quantity demanded rises by 160 unit. Here, what are they asking you to calculate? They are asking you to calculate the price elasticity of demand. People, in this question, they have given you the information with regard to the price and quantity demanded, and they are asking you to calculate the price elasticity of demand. Now, listen to me carefully. Whenever in the question, they are not mentioning the method by which you need to solve the question. That is, whether by arc elasticity or by proportionate method, you need to adopt both the methods, and whichever method gives you the most accurate answer, that you have to opt for. Yes, so let us solve the question now. So it is at price 9, I'll write down a column for you, price, quantity. If it is 9, it is 800 units, and if price decreases by 25%, so what is 9 minus 25%? It is 6.75. And what is the demand then? It increases by 160 units. It increases by 160 units. So it is 800 plus 160, which is 960. Okay. So when the price is 6.75, they told you that the demand will increase by 160 units. That is, it is 800 plus 160, right? Now you have got your P1, P2, Q1, Q2. Now, according to proportionate method, what is the formula, people? It is elasticity is equal to delta Q by delta P into P by Q. It is delta Q by delta P into P by Q. Now, how do we solve this? Delta Q is nothing but Q2 minus Q1. Delta P is P2 minus P1 into P by Q, which is original quantity and original price, right? So what is the value of Q2 minus Q1, may I know? It is 160. And what is the value of P2 minus P1? It is 6.75 minus 9. So it will be summing up to 2.25 minus 2.25 into what is the initial price? It is 9 and initial quantity is 800. So the value will be equivalent to 160 multiplied by 9, 1440 divided by 2.25 multiplied by 800. 1 second. 2.25 multiplied by 800. Yeah, it will be equal to 1800. So it is 1440 divided by 1800. It is 0.8. So there is an option like this. So let us just check. So do you have 0.8 here? Yeah, you do have 0.8 here. But people, my request is you please solve this using arc method also. But the answer that you're getting is by proportionate method. It is 0.8. Now let us solve the next question. They have given you Q is equal to 20 by P. So let us write down the information that they have given. They have given Q is equal to, that is the demand equation, Q is equal to 20 by P and P is equal to 10, right? So let us write down the information. Given Q equal to 20 by P, P equal to 10. Now if we substitute P in Q, will you get Q? Definitely. So Q is equal to 20 by 10, right? So Q is equal to 2. Now what is the formula of elasticity under derivative method? That is EP is equal to dQ by dP into P by Q. Elasticity is equal to dQ by dP into P by Q, right? So what is dQ by dP? How do you do that? Just write down Q is equal to 20 by P, right? Can I write it as 20 into P power minus 1? Can I do that? Yeah, of course I can do that. Yeah. So it is dQ by dP, which is equal to, you have to differentiate this. It is in the format of x bar n, so it will be n into x bar n minus 1, right? So it is minus 20 into P power minus 1 minus 1. It is minus 20 to the power minus 20 into P to the power minus 2. So it will be equal to minus 20 by P square. This will be equal to minus 20 by P square. So this is the value of dQ by dP. Is it all over? Not yet. So please substitute P here. It is P square. So P is 10. No, what is P square? It is 100, right? So what is 20 by 100? It is 0.2. So minus 0.2. So what is the formula that we have written? EP is equal to dQ by dP. Now what is the value of dQ by dP? It is minus 0.2 into P is 10 by Q, which is 2, right? So this will be summing up to 5. And what is 0.2 into 5? It is 1. So the answer is minus 1. Now let me teach you something else. So you have got the value of price elasticity of demand to be minus 1, right? So whenever you are opting for options, if in the options you are given minus 1 and plus 1, if in the options you are given minus 1 and plus 1, please opt minus 1. It is for the interpretation purpose. I taught you that you have to ignore the minus sign. Okay. When you are interpreting the thing, you have to ignore the minus sign. But in the options, if they have given you minus 1 and plus 1, please go for minus 1. Right. So let me just check the options for you, what they have given. So there is minus 1. So the option is minus 1. So these problems I'll just teach you how to do and then you can solve the problem. So problem number 6, an FMCG company decided to increase the price of the shampoo sachet from 1 rupees to 1.5 rupees. The demand equation is, so let us do one thing first. Let us write down the demand equation. So it is 30 lakh minus 5 lakh P. Okay, very good. They have told us that you have to solve it by arc method. You have to solve it by arc method. Okay, so let us do this. So what is the demand equation? Q is equal to 30 lakh minus 5 lakh P. Right. Now what we have to do is, we have to find the value of Q at different values of P. That is, they told you that the shampoo price is rupees 1 earlier. Now they have increased it to rupees 1.5. So write down 1, 1.5. Now when the price is 1, what is the demand? How do you find that out? You have to substitute P is equal to 1 over here and you will get the quantity demanded when price is 1. So what is the quantity demanded? It is 25 lakhs. How did I get that? 30 lakh minus 5 lakh into 1 is nothing but 25 lakhs. Next, substitute 1.5 please. So it is Okay, minus, okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. It is 22,50,000. It is 22,50,000. How did I do this? It is 30 lakhs minus 5 lakhs into 1.5. Okay, that is how you get 22,50,000. Now, what is the formula for arc elasticity? EP is equal to delta Q by delta P into P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. You know the value of P1, P2 and Q1, Q2, right? So, if I just plot the values for you, this is P1, P2, Q1, Q2. Okay, what is delta Q, people? It is, okay, it is 2,50,000, right? 25 lakhs minus 22,50,000, it is 2,50,000. So, delta Q is 2,50,000 divided by delta P is 0.5 into P1 plus P2 is 2.5 divided by Q1 plus Q2 is 47,50,000. Yeah. So, what do you get after solving this? It is 2,50,000 multiplied by 2.5. It is 6,25,000 divided by 0.5 multiplied by 47,50,000. It is, okay, 23,75,000. So 6,25,000 divided by 23,75,000 is equal to 0.263. So let us see if the option is there or not. Yeah. So it is there. It is minus 0.26, right? So how do you solve the last and final question? The price of the commodity is raised by 12%. So what is happening here? The price is increasing. Next, and the elasticity of demand is minus 0.63. Is the value less than 1 or not? Yes, it is. If the value is less than 1, what type of elasticity it is? It is relatively inelastic. If the value is less than 1, it is relatively inelastic. So you found out that it is relatively inelastic. Right? Okay. Next, the expenditure made on the commodity will. Now people, listen to me carefully. I taught you already that at various types of price elasticities, what is the relationship between price and total expenditure? Whenever you see a direct relationship between price and total expenditure, the elasticity is less than 1. So here our elasticity is less than 1, right? So what should be the relationship between price and total expenditure? They have to be direct or positive. Now here the price is increasing, right? So what should happen to the total expenditure as well? That should also increase. So what should happen to the total expenditure here? That should also increase. So these are your bits for elasticity of demand. So I'll be seeing you in the next chapter, which is supply. Hello everybody, welcome to another session. In this session, we'll be talking about theory of consumer behavior, right? So we are going to cover this chapter in a matter of 1 hour, the entire chapter. So I'll be telling you the areas where you have to focus everything. So if you watch this one particular video, you can be able to solve any sort of bit that will come from theory of consumer behavior. So let's proceed with the chapter. So the first thing that you have to remember in economics is, whenever you see the term utility, it indicates the want satisfying power of a good or service. So whenever you see the term utility, what does it mean? It means the want satisfying power of a good or service. And generally we say that utility is ethically neutral, utility is subjective, utility is relative. So let us understand these terminologies. So whenever I say utility is relative, it can be compared. Whenever I say utility is relative, it means that it can be compared. And whenever I say utility is subjective, it means that utility changes from one person to another. That is, for me, it can be something else. For the other person, it can be something else. So utility is subjective. That is, it can change from one person to another person. What do you mean by utility is ethically neutral? People, you need to understand one thing here. That is, utility is different from usefulness. See, utility and usefulness are not one and the same. Utility and usefulness are not one and the same. In economics, we just say that if a good has utility or not, that is, if it has the want satisfying power or not. I'm not talking about what use that good has for a particular person. So I'm not judging like this is right, this is wrong. I'm not doing any sort of that. So that indicates that utility is ethically neutral. So your bits here are utility is relative, utility is subjective, utility is ethically neutral. From economics perspective, utility is the want satisfying power of a good or service. Next, under utility, there are two approaches you have. One is the cardinal approach, the other is the ordinal approach. Under cardinal approach, it is given by Alfred Marshall, which states that utility can be measured. Utility can be measured, and the unit of measurement that we take under cardinal utility analysis is utils. The unit of measurement under cardinal utility analysis is utils. For example, I have an orange in my hand. This orange is going to give me some 20 utils of satisfaction. So according to cardinal utility analysis, utility is strictly measured in terms of numbers, and the unit of measurement that they have given for that is utils. Okay, people. So under that, you need to understand the terminologies which are your total utility and marginal utility. Madam, why do we have to understand these terminologies? So under cardinal utility analysis, you have got two prominent laws which are law of diminishing marginal utility and law of equi-marginal utility. So what are the two laws that are prominent under the marginal utility analysis? It is your LDMU, LEMU, and you also have your consumer surplus theory, which was initially developed by Mr. Dupitt and later it was developed by Alfred Marshall. In the same way, LDMU was first developed by H.H. Gosson, later it was developed by Alfred Marshall. Okay, everybody? Okay. So what is total utility now? In simple terms, total utility is nothing but the total amount of satisfaction that you are getting from different units of the commodity. It is the total amount of satisfaction. That is, if I consumed some 9 units, what is the amount of satisfaction that I am getting from all those 9 units is my total utility. And generally, total utility is said to be additive in nature. Before we proceed to understanding total utility some more, let us understand what is marginal utility also. Excuse me. So marginal utility is nothing but additional satisfaction. Marginal utility is nothing but additional satisfaction. To be more precise, marginal utility is nothing but satisfaction from an additional unit. That is, if I consume 1 unit, what is the satisfaction that I got from that particular unit? If I consumed a second unit, what is the satisfaction that I got separately from that second unit? Okay, so it is the individual satisfaction that I am getting from every additional unit. Okay, now, so if I say MU3, it means what is the satisfaction that I gained from the third unit of consumption? That is marginal utility. It can be written as change in the total utility due to change in the quantity. It can be written as change in the total utility due to change in the quantity. Whenever I say TU2, what do you mean TU2? It is nothing but total utility from 2 units of consumption. That is, it includes unit 1 satisfaction and also unit 2 satisfaction as well. But when I say MU2, it only includes the second unit satisfaction. I hope I am clear. That is the reason we say that total utility is the additive in nature. Total utility is additive in nature. The reason is you can write TU2 as MU1 plus MU2. What do you mean by MU1? It is the satisfaction that you got from the first unit of consumption. What is MU2? It is the satisfaction that you got from the second unit of consumption. So if you add both these units together, you will get the total satisfaction that you got from the 2 units. So how can you write your total utility? You can also write your total utility using marginal utilities. You can just sum up your marginal utilities to get your total utility. And what is marginal utility? It is the addition made to the total utility. That is why you can write it as delta TU by delta Q. When the units are consecutive, what do you mean consecutive? They are 1, 2, 3, 4. This is called as consecutive in nature. Whenever the numbers are consecutive in nature, the formula that you can use is MUN is equal to TUN minus 1. Let me simplify this for you. For example, I say MU3. For example, I say calculate mu3. How can you do that? It is tu3 minus tun minus 1, that is tu2. For example, I say mu4. It is tu4 minus tu. Okay, so what is the meaning of TU4? It is the total utility, the total amount of satisfaction from all the 4 units. TU3 is the total amount of satisfaction from all the 3 units. Next, everybody. So I think you should also understand one more thing, but I will do that again when I'm explaining you law of diminishing marginal utility, but still I'll do it again. When you say TU and MU, always remember MU is the slope of TU. MU is the slope of TU. Okay. So what do you mean by slope, people? Slope is the change, right? Slope is nothing but the change. So MU is calculating the change in total utility. MU is calculating the change in the total utility. So MU is called the slope of total utility. Fine, everybody? Okay. Next, ordinal utility approach. Ordinal utility approach was given by Hicks and Allen. So Alfred Marshall said utility is measurable. The unit of measurement is utils. The laws that are there under marginal utility and analysis are LEMU, that is law of equimarginal utility, consumer surplus, LDMU. All that has been done. But Hicks and Allen came and said that, "Arey Baba, are you mad or what? How can you measure utility? How can you measure utility? How can you measure utility in terms of numbers? It is not possible. You can only rate or rather rank your preferences. You can only say, I prefer this to this. I prefer mango to orange, or I prefer apple to orange. That is what you can do. Okay, you cannot just say that, okay, mango is giving me 60 utils, orange is giving me 40 utils. That is not possible practically. So what did Hicks and Allen say? Utility can only be ranked. That is, you can only rank your preferences, but you cannot measure them in numbers. Now, how did they explain this ordinal utility analysis? They use the indifference curve approach. They use the indifference curve approach. So that is what we are going to see in this chapter as well, right? Next, Hicks and Allen, more realistic modern method and alternative to the cardinal utility. So what is the alternative to the cardinal utility? It is ordinal utility approach. So here utility can only be ranked. It cannot be measured in terms of numbers. Ordinal utility is based on consumer preferences or ordering of preferences. So it uses indifference curves to analyze the consumer behavior. So I'm also going to teach you what are your indifference curves, what is an indifference map, what is a budget line, consumer equilibrium. All these topics you will be learning in this video itself. So the next thing that we have to understand is marginal rate of substitution. The next thing that we are going to understand is marginal rate of substitution. Before we understand your marginal rate of substitution, let us understand what is your indifference curve. Let us understand what is your indifference curve. So your indifference curves are convex shaped. Your indifference curves are convex shaped. Okay. So here in your indifference curve, let us take two goods. So how do you draw your indifference curve? You take two goods on the two axes. So I am taking x and y as two goods. So I am marking good y on y axis. I am taking good x on x axis. I am taking good x on x axis. So madam, what does this indifference curves tell us? Indifference curves talk about the combination of two goods that give the same level of satisfaction. That is, whatever combination I opt for on this graph, they will give me same level of satisfaction. This amount of good y and this amount of good x, or this amount of good y or this amount of good x, any combination. So I'll mark these combinations as A, B, C, D, E. So, A, B, C, D, E are the different combinations of x and y that are giving me same level of satisfaction. A, B, C, D, E are the different combinations of x and y that give me same level of satisfaction. Whenever I am saying indifferent, what do you mean by indifferent? You are not biased. Whenever I say indifferent, you are not biased. So I am not biased between any of these combinations. All of them give me the same level of satisfaction. So I am okay with any of the combination. Now let us understand what is marginal rate of substitution. See, your MRS is nothing but the slope of your indifference curve. Always remember students, MRS is the slope of the indifference curve. So what is your indifference curve that we have drawn here? It is convex to the origin. I marked y on y axis, x on x axis. Now, what is the formula for slope that you learned? It is change in y-axis by change in x-axis. So what is the formula for slope? It is change in y-axis by change in x-axis. So what is that I have written on y-axis? It is good y. So it is delta y. What is that I have written on the x-axis? It is good x. So delta x. So MRS is nothing but delta y by delta x. It is nothing but sacrifice by gain ratio. It is nothing but sacrifice by gain ratio. Madam, what is this? We did not understand. People, initially you are at this level. You are at A. You are at A. Now you have shifted to B. Now you have shifted to B. While you are shifting to B, you increased a unit of x. You increased 1 unit of x. For increasing that particular 1 unit of x, how many units of y are you willing to give up? For increasing that particular unit of x, how many units of y are you willing to give up? So it is nothing but delta y by delta x. That is the amount of y you are giving up for an additional unit of x. How do you read this? For the amount of y you are giving up, the amount of y you are giving up for an additional unit of x, that is nothing but sacrifice by gain ratio. So what is your MRS and the sacrifice by gain ratio? This is nothing but MRS x for y. MRS x for y is delta y by delta x. When I say MRS x for y, I am substituting x by giving up y. I am substituting x by giving up y. When I say MRS y for x, it is delta x by delta y. That is, I am substituting y by giving up x. Okay, you have to read this very carefully. When I say y for x, I am increasing y by giving up x. When I say x for y, I am increasing x by giving up y. Okay, so I hope you understood. So let us see what is happening here, and let me also teach you something else before we go to the material part. As I'll just show it in the graph, that will make it simpler for you. Okay. So initially I was here, people. Do you agree with me? I'm at point A. Now I move to point B. So for an additional unit of x, for this 1 unit of x, I have given this amount of y. Okay. This amount of y I have given up. Now I move to this point. So again, for an additional unit of x, this is the amount of y. People, what did you notice here? If you see the graph clearly, what do you notice here? For the first unit of x, I was giving up this amount of y. For the next unit of x, I am giving up a lesser amount of y. So what is this? The amount of sacrifice that I am giving, that is the amount of y that I am giving up for an additional unit of y, is decreasing or increasing? It is decreasing. Always remember this. The slope of your indifference curve, which is your marginal rate of substitution, is always decreasing. That is the reason why your indifference curve is convex to the origin. See, the slope of the graph will determine the shape of the graph. That is, if the slope is decreasing, it will be convex. If the slope is increasing, it will be concave. If the slope is constant, it will be a smooth line. Okay. So what is happening here? Your marginal rate of substitution is decreasing. That is, the amount of y you are willing to give up for an additional unit of x is going on falling, is going on decreasing. That is the reason I call that. In the case of indifference curve analysis, my marginal rate of substitution, which is the slope of the indifference curve, is diminishing. Okay. So let us see your marginal rate of substitution. It is the slope of your indifference curve. MRS of x for y can be defined as the amount of y whose loss should be compensated by a unit gain of x. Now people, let us see this also. I told you that point A, point B will give me same level of satisfaction. Point A, point B will give me same level of satisfaction. If they have to give me the same level of satisfaction, what should be the condition? That is, the loss in utility. That is, the loss in utility due to y should be equal to gain in the utility due to x. I'm repeating this again, and I'm so sorry. You have decreased the amount of y. You have decreased the amount of y. Agreed with me? So when you're decreasing the amount of y, what is happening to the utility? When you're decreasing the amount of y, what is happening to the utility? It is falling. Agreed? Yes. Now when you're increasing X, it is increasing your utility. That also you agreed with me. Now I want to remain on the same indifference curve. I want to get the same amount of satisfaction that I got previously. So how will that happen? That will only happen when the loss in satisfaction is equal to gain in the satisfaction. When your loss in satisfaction is equal to gain in your satisfaction. How can I write my loss in total satisfaction? It is nothing but loss in total utility is equal to gain in total utility. This is my statement, right? So how can I measure the loss in total utility of Y? It is the amount of Y I am giving up, which is delta Y. Delta Y is the amount of Y I am giving up multiplied by the satisfaction that I get from a single unit of Y. Ante it is delta Y multiplied by MUY. I'm repeating this again for you people. So how do you measure the loss in satisfaction due to Y? That is, the loss in total utility can be written as change in Y multiplied by marginal utility of Y. That will give you the loss due to giving up of Y, which is TUY. As this is loss, I am giving it a minus sign. As this is loss, I am giving it a minus sign. That must be equal to gain in total utility. What are you increasing? You are increasing X. So how many units of X that you have increased multiplied by marginal utility of X? Multiplied by marginal utility of X. How will I write this now? Delta Y by delta X is equal to MUX by MUY. Can I write it like this? Of course I can write it like this. So it all started with one statement that for the satisfaction to remain same, the loss in satisfaction must be equal to gain in satisfaction. You will experience a loss in satisfaction because you're giving up Y. You will experience a gain in satisfaction because you're increasing X. What is the loss in satisfaction? How do I measure it? It is delta Y multiplied by MUY. What is the gain in satisfaction? How do I measure it? It is delta X multiplied by MUX. That can be written as delta Y by delta X is equal to MUX by MUY. Very simple. Yes. Now, what is delta Y by delta X? Remember, it is the slope of the indifference curve. It is my marginal rate of substitution of X for Y. Now, something you remember. So, in the beginning, I taught you that your MRS is nothing but the slope of the indifference curve, right? So, MRS X for Y is equal to MUX by MUY. So, you can also express the slope of the indifference curve in terms of marginal utilities. So, you also can express the slope of the indifference curve in terms of marginal utilities. Very simple. Yes. Now, let us see the points. It is the slope of the indifference curve. This is all completed, right? In such a manner that the level of satisfaction remains the same. What is the condition for the level of satisfaction to remain the same? The loss in satisfaction must be equal to the gain in the satisfaction. Now, the two reasons for diminishing marginal rate of substitution, very, very important. Mark it with a star. So, what are the two reasons for your diminishing marginal rate of substitution? It is the intensity of the want for it decreases when the consumer has more of it. See people, when I was having more amount of X, the amount of Y that I am giving up for an additional unit of X was falling because the intensity of want that I had of having X is decreasing. For that very reason, the amount of Y that I am giving up also went on falling. Next, X and Y are imperfect substitutes. What do you mean by perfect substitutes? If X is not there, I am totally fine with the entire quantity of Y. If Y is not there, I am okay with X. So, then your graph will be something like this. If the goods are perfect substitutes, your graph will be like this because you are okay with 0 units of X. You are okay with 0 units of Y also because you're fine if you're totally with Y or if you are totally with X. But when I say imperfect substitutes, I need both X and Y. I'm not okay that if I have only X, no, that will not give me satisfaction. I want both X and Y. So that is the reason your graph is convex to the origin. It will never touch the axis. Your indifference curve should never touch the axis because I'm talking about combination of goods. The definition of indifference curve says that it is the combination of goods that will give you same level of satisfaction. So, whenever you're talking about a combination, you require two goods, right? So, only one good will not do the job. That is the reason why your indifference curve will never touch the axis. So what are the two reasons for the diminishing MRS? It is one, the intensity is decreasing. Two, they are imperfect substitutes. Two, they are imperfect substitutes. I cannot entirely give up Y for X. I cannot entirely give up Y for X. Okay, there is a limit for that. Next, superiority of indifference curve analysis over this marginal utility analysis. People, the things are very simple. So in your marginal utility analysis, we told you that utility is measurable in terms of numbers. In your marginal utility analysis, we learned that utility is measurable in terms of numbers. But do you think that is practically possible? No, it is not possible. But indifference curves analysis told you that the utility is not measured in numbers. It can only be ranked. It can only be ranked. In one way, that is superior. In one way, indifference curve analysis has proved its superiority over the marginal utility analysis. Okay. So, another superiority is that, I'll just teach you now. You learn your law of diminishing marginal utility. You learn your law of diminishing marginal utility, right? So what is LDMU, which is given by Alfred Marshall? What does it state? It states that when you have more of something, the additional satisfaction that you get will keep on diminishing. Okay, what does LDMU state? When you have more of something, the additional satisfaction that you get will keep on diminishing, right? So, in the law itself, or rather in the heading itself, you have diminishing marginal utility. That is, the additional satisfaction that you get will keep on falling, right, people? And now I told you that utility is measurable under cardinal utility analysis, right? So, I'll just take a small numerical example. Let me take chocolates. Okay. Quantity, MU of chocolates, right? So, for example, the first unit of chocolate has given me some 20 utils. The first unit of chocolate has given me some 20 utils. The second unit has given me some 15 utils. The second unit has given me some 15 utils. Third unit has given me some 8 utils. Fourth unit has given me some 4 utils, and so on. Okay. Fifth unit has given me 0. Fifth unit has given me 0. Sixth unit is minus 2. Sixth unit is minus 2. So what do you see here? By every additional unit of chocolate, the marginal utility is diminishing. The marginal utility is diminishing. Your MU became 0. It can also become negative. So first of all, you remember that your MU can be positive. Your MU can be 0. Your MU can also be negative. Now, how do you find out the total utility for this? I taught you that total utility is nothing but the summation of marginal utilities. Total utility is nothing but the summation of marginal utilities. So, TU1 is 20. TU2 is what? MU1 plus MU2. So, it is 20 plus 15, 35, 35, right? 35 plus 8, 43, 43 plus 4, 47. This is 47 and then this is 45. So, this is your total utility. Now, you tell me one thing, how did I get this column? Even though I said utility is measurable, how did I get that 20 here? How did I get that 20, 15, 8, 4? How did I get those values? See, people, remember that your MU is nothing but the maximum price you are willing to pay for a product. Your MU is nothing but the maximum price you are willing to pay for a product. Okay. So, you have an assumption in marginal utility analysis that money is the measuring rod of utility. But we learn that utils is the unit of measurement of utility. We learn that utils is the unit of measurement of utility. So, what we do here is that we convert this money into utility. We convert this money into utility. So, first what you have to do is you write down marginal utility in terms of money. So, it is nothing but the maximum price you are willing to pay for a product. See, MU money is the maximum price. I'm expressing this in terms of rupees, people. The maximum price you are willing to pay for a product. So, initially I was willing to pay 20, later it was 15, later is 8. So, 20, 15, 8, 4. So, let me just write down 20, 15, 8, 4. So, this was the maximum price I am willing to pay. but the unit of measurement is utils. So what should you do? You need to convert this money into utils, right? For that, I am going to take an assumption of constancy of marginal utility of money. For that, I am going to take an assumption of constancy of marginal utility of money. Now, before understanding constancy of marginal utility of money, let us understand what is marginal utility of money. Let us understand what is marginal utility of money. It is the satisfaction that I am getting by spending an additional rupee. People, it is very simple. Whenever you see the term marginal, it is additional. So what is marginal utility of money? It is the additional satisfaction that I am getting by spending an additional rupee. That is, by spending one more rupee, what is the amount of satisfaction that I am going to get from that 1 rupee? So, we take the assumption that by spending 1 rupee, you get 1 util of satisfaction. You take the assumption that by spending 1 rupee, you get 1 util of satisfaction. And this has to remain constant. This has to remain constant. In real life, your marginal utility of money is not constant, because whenever the stock of money keeps increasing, the satisfaction, that you get from an additional rupee keeps on decreasing, because Ambani has more amount of money. No, the value that he gives for 100 rupee note may be different from what I give the value for that 100 rupee note. For me, 100 rupee note is more precious when compared to him, right? When I lose 100 rupees, the pain that I have is also more when compared to him. Right? No. So, I am taking an assumption that marginal utility of money is constant under LDMU. Okay. To prove LDMU, you have to take this assumption. So, here it is 20 rupees, 15 rupees, 8 rupees, 4 rupees. So, if I spend 1 rupee, I get 1 util. If I spend 20 rupees, I will get 20 utils. Simple. So, I am going to convert this money into utils. 20 utils, 15 utils, 8 utils, 4 utils. So, this is how I did in LDMU, okay. So, how is your indifference curve analysis superior over marginal utility analysis now? In indifference curve analysis, we never take any assumption like this of constancy of marginal utility of money. While proving your cardinal utility analysis, you did take an assumption of constancy of marginal utility of money, but in your ordinal utility analysis, you never have taken any assumption like that. You have never taken an assumption like that. Okay. In that way also, we are superior. Next, while studying your law of diminishing marginal utility, I only talked about one good. While studying your law of diminishing marginal utility, I told that whenever you are having an additional unit of the same commodity, the utility will keep on diminishing. So, I talked about chocolates in your example. But when I was explaining your indifference curve, I took two goods on two axes. Do you remember? So, in your ordinal utility analysis, you study more than one good. In your ordinal utility analysis, you study about more than one good. In that way also, you are superior. And do you remember Hicks and Allen? We have discussed about Hicks and Allen in your theory of demand also. We told that the price effect is being split into income effect and substitution effect. So, in that way also, your ordinal utility analysis is superior. So, what is price effect, people? It is nothing but the change in demand that will happen due to change in the price. Okay, you just spoke about that in your cardinal utility analysis, the price effect in simple terms, like, when price changes, demand changes. But what Hicks and Allen did, they went a step ahead. They went a step ahead saying that your price effect, that is, whenever the price changes, demand does change, but the change in demand can be split into substitution effect and income effect. So, this is the superiority of indifference curve analysis over your cardinal utility analysis. So, next comes your law of diminishing marginal utility. Before discussing the law, it is very important that you remember certain assumptions. So, whenever you are studying law of diminishing marginal utility, you must keep in mind that the consumer is a rational consumer. What is rational consumer? He never makes any irrational decisions. With minimum resources, he wants maximum satisfaction. Next is cardinal measurability of utility. That is, utility is measurable in terms of numbers. Next, the units of the commodity must be homogeneous. People, let us take a small example. Suppose I am having rasgulla. So, the first unit of Rasagulla I had, and the second also should be the same brand Rasagulla, should have the same taste, the same shape, everything should be same. That is homogeneity. That is homogeneity. Next, continuity in consumption. That is, there should be no time gap. Whenever I'm having the units, there should be no time gap. I had first, then second, then third, then fourth. I need to keep on having them. Next, money is the measuring rod of utility. I have just completed explaining you these two assumptions now. I did explain that with the, table, right? I plotted the 20, 14, 8. Do you remember? Yes. So these two assumptions are already covered. So actually, MU is the maximum price you are willing to pay for a product, but marginal utility is measured in terms of utils. So you converted that money column into utils column by taking an assumption of marginal utility of money is constant. That is, we took an assumption that 1 rupee will give you 1 util of satisfaction. Next, hypothesis of independent utility. People always remember that anything that affects your marginal utility, has to be taken constant. See, whatever poses an impact on your MU has to be taken constant. So what Alfred Marshall did was, he ignored substitutes and complementaries. He said that they have no impact on my marginal utility. That is hypothesis of independent utility. He ignored substitutability and complementarity. So these are your assumptions. We'll continue after the assumptions of marginal utility analysis where we have stopped. I think we have discussed till hypothesis of independent utility. In the later section, we will be talking about the relationship between total utility and marginal utility. So people, the relationship between total utility and marginal utility is very, very important from your bits perspective as well. So first of all, what I will do is I'll open my notepad and I'll draw the graph for you so that we can understand the relationship. So firstly, I'll be drawing my total utility graph, which is like this. So let us understand the shape of this graph first of all. So total utility is first increasing at decreasing rate. It becomes maximum and then later it decreases. People, how am I telling that it is increasing at increasing rate or it is increasing at decreasing rate? Please mind this. Whenever your graph is flat, it is increasing at decreasing rate. Whenever it is steep this way, it is increasing at increasing rate. So as you can see here, your total utility graph is flatter. That is, it is increasing at decreasing rate. Here it becomes maximum. That is, there is no change in the total utility. And in the later part, it is decreasing. Now let us draw our marginal utility as well. So your marginal utility curve is this way. What you have to do right now is you have to associate your total utility and marginal utility. People, what is the formula for marginal utility that we have learned? It is change in total utility due to change in quantity. So your marginal utility is nothing but the slope of your total utility. Your marginal utility is the slope of your total utility. So whatever change that is taking place in your total utility is nothing but your marginal utility. So people, whenever total utility is increasing at a decreasing rate, your MU decreases, but it is positive, mind me. Whenever your total utility is increasing at a decreasing rate, your marginal utility is decreasing. People, in your LDMU, we have already studied that your MU is diminishing. That is, your MU values keep on decreasing. They become zero and they also become negative. So when MU is decreasing, your TU is increasing at a decreasing rate. When TU is maximum, so your total utility is maximum, matlab there is no change in the total utility. So when there is no change in the total utility, people, what is slope? It is talking about change. When I am saying there is no change, what should be the value of MU? It should be 0. So whenever TU is maximum, the value is 0. Whose value is 0? MU's value is 0. Next, when total utility is decreasing, so you have reached your satiation point. This is your satiation point. After your satiation point, that you have got complete satisfaction, after this, even though you consume, it is only a waste. So after this, your total utility will keep on decreasing. And when your TU is decreasing, what is the value of MU? It is negative. Your MU will become negative. So what is the relationship between total utility and marginal utility, we'll just revise it for you. When total utility is increasing at decreasing rate, your marginal utility is falling. When your total utility is maximum, your MU is 0. When your TU is falling, your MU is negative. Now let us also discuss another bit here, people. Here you plot your marginal utility, here you plot your quantity, right? Here you mark your marginal utility and here you mark your quantity. People, what is the condition for consumer equilibrium that I have taught you earlier? It is marginal utility is equal to price. That is, whenever your marginal utility is equal to price of the product, then only we say that the consumer is in equilibrium. So the consumer always has this tendency of equating his marginal utility with the price of the product. That is, maximum price he is willing to pay must be equal to the actual price he is paying for the product. And what does your demand curve tell you? What does your demand curve tell you? The demand curve talks about the inverse price demand relationship. And how is your demand line? It is downward sloping, that is having a negative slope, right? Your demand line is downward sloping, having a negative slope. Here your MU is equal to P. Your MU is equal to P, right? And then what is the relationship between MU and quantity? May I know? As per law of diminishing marginal utility, the relationship between marginal utility and quantity is also inverse relationship. The relationship between marginal utility and quantity, that is, as you go on increasing the quantity, the marginal utility will keep on falling. Let us do this again. So whenever you are increasing your quantity, your MU is falling, right? So whenever your additional satisfaction is falling, the maximum price you are willing to pay for a product will also decrease. The maximum price you are willing to pay for a product will also decrease. And now what will happen to the price? That will also decrease, because MU and P have a direct relation. MU and Q have an inverse relation. Q and P have a inverse relation. MU and P are related. Will you agree or not? Yes. So as you can see here, just like your demand curve, you see an inverse relationship between MU and quantity. So your MU line is also your demand curve. Your MU line is also your demand curve. Let us continue with the next topic. Yes. So as you can see here, MU is also referred to as your demand curve. And what is the relationship between TU and MU? We have already discussed this, right? Let us go to the next thing. So what is consumer equilibrium? In the case of a single good, people, we are studying about marginal utility analysis, right? Under MU analysis, which follows cardinal utility, that is, under MU analysis, your utility is measured in terms of numbers. Under MU analysis, your utility is measured in terms of numbers. So under this, you have two famous laws, which is LDMU and the other is LEMU. You have two famous laws, which is LDMU and the other is LEMU. This is single good case and this is more than one good case. LDMU talks about single good case and LEMU, which is law of equi-marginal utility, talks about more than one good case. I am going to tell you the conditions that you have to remember here. People, here the condition that you have to remember is MUX is equal to PX. The condition that you have to remember is MUX is equal to PX. And the consumer is said to be in equilibrium when MUM is equal to 1. The consumer is said to be in equilibrium when MUM is equal to 1. What is MUM, madam? MUM is nothing but the marginal utility of money. What is MUM? The marginal utility of money. What is marginal utility of money? Marginal utility is nothing but additional satisfaction. You all know that, right? So what is the additional satisfaction that you get by spending an additional rupee? What is the additional satisfaction that you get by spending an additional rupee is nothing but MUM. So it is marginal utility of money. How do you measure marginal utility of money? It is marginal utility divided by price. So what is the formula for marginal utility of money? It is marginal utility divided by price. Please do remember this. So if I have to tell you an example for this, you all know that, for example, the price is 10 and the marginal utility is suppose 100 utils. The marginal utility that you're getting is suppose 100 utils. Okay. Now, how can I write this as? By spending 10 rupees, if I am getting 100 utils, by spending 1 rupee, what is the amount of satisfaction that I'll get? That is MUM. Okay. What is MUM? It is the additional satisfaction that you get by spending an additional rupee. By spending an extra rupee, what is the amount of satisfaction that you're getting? That is your marginal utility of money. So what was the formula I told you it is mu by P. It is mu by P. How did we arrive at that? I told you that by spending 10 rupees, if I am getting 100 utils, by spending 1 rupee, how much utils I am going to get? It is mu by P. So I hope you have understood till here. And whenever the consumer is in equilibrium, your mu is equal to P. Whenever the consumer is in equilibrium, your mu is equal to P. So whenever mu is equal to P, here numerator is equal to your denominator. So whenever numerator is equal to denominator, what is the value? It is 1. So under single good case, what are the things that you will remember? Your marginal utility will be equal to price, that is consumer equilibrium. And next, in terms of marginal utility of money, it must be equal to 1. That will happen when mu is equal to P. Okay. And in more than one good case, what is your condition? It is mu x by, see, in more than one good case, let us take the assumption that you are taking two goods which are x and y. So what it will be equal to? It is mu x by px is equal to mu y by py. It is mu x by px is equal to mu y by py, right? So this is equal to marginal utility of money, because this is the formula for MUM, right? What is the formula for MUM? It is marginal utility divided by price. So how can I write it elsewhere? Like in other ways also, how can I write it as mu x by, I'm so sorry, it is mu x by mu y is equal to px by py. It is mu x by mu y is equal to px by py. You can also write it this way, right? So in this way also we are equating mu x is equal to px. Here also we are equating mu y is equal to py. So what is the condition in more than one good case? It is mu x by px is equal to mu y by py, which is equal to marginal utility of money, right? Next, so that is what you see here, consumer equilibrium in a single good case. You have to follow which law? You have to follow law of diminishing marginal utility. Next, so let us also discuss about consumer surplus. Our next topic is consumer surplus. Before I proceed to consumer surplus, let me just warn you people, you will be getting problems from this equation, okay? This is the formula that you have to remember, because in your exams you will be asked questions based on this. After the end of the explanation, I will be making you do some problems so that you can attain a bit of confidence, right? Now let us talk about consumer surplus. Another bit for you, consumer surplus was first developed by Professor Dupitt. Consumer surplus was first developed by Professor Dupitt. Later it was developed by Alfred Marshall. Right? So what is consumer surplus now? Consumer surplus is nothing but the maximum money you are willing to pay minus what you actually paid. Don't you feel that this is very similar? So what is the maximum price you are willing to pay for a product? It is nothing but marginal utility. What is the actual price? It is nothing but P. So whenever you find there is a gap between the maximum price you are willing to pay for a product and the actual price, you say there is consumer surplus. Okay. And when your consumer surplus will be equal to 0, when mu is equal to P. Whenever mu is equal to P, your consumer surplus will be equal to 0. And what you call this point as? You call this as your margin point. You call this point as your margin point. So what is your margin point? Whenever marginal utility is equal to price, that is called your margin point. And what is the condition for consumer surplus? Your mu is greater than P. Your mu is greater than P. So whatever money you are willing to pay minus whatever money you have actually paid, the gap is marginal utility. How do you represent this by a graph? Suppose you draw your mu line. This is also called your demand curve. Your mu line is also called your demand curve, right? And this is your price line. This is your price. This is your mu line, right? So here your mu is equal to P. And what is this point called? May I know, students? It is called your margin point. Right? And at this point, as you can see, at this particular quantity, the marginal utility, or rather the maximum price you are willing to pay was this P1. But what you are actually paying was P. So whatever shaded region you have, that is your consumer surplus. So, right, what is the area of your consumer surplus? It is the area below your demand curve. It is the area below your demand curve and above the price line. It is the area below the demand curve and above the price line. So this is your price line, right? So whatever area that you have above your price line and below your demand line. So this entire region is your consumer surplus. So beyond this point, will you consume? Beyond Q1, will you consume? You will not consume beyond Q1, because beyond Q1, if you go, let us mark this point as Q2. At Q2, what is your marginal utility? It is this. What is the price you are paying? It is this. As you can see here, the price is greater than marginal utility. What is the consumer equilibrium? MU is equal to P. That is your consumer equilibrium. So at the point where these both are equal, you will stop consuming there. Beyond that, if you go, it is of no use, because the price you are paying for a product is greater than the satisfaction that you are getting from that product. So this is the concept of your consumer surplus. Another important question that you can be asked is, your consumer surplus is based on law of diminishing marginal utility. Your consumer surplus is based on LDMU. Madam, why are you saying this? People, how did you measure your consumer surplus? It is MU minus P. Where did you get your MU from? LDMU. Okay. So, your consumer surplus is based on your law of diminishing marginal utility. So, whatever assumptions you have studied under LDMU, that is under marginal utility analysis, all these assumptions will also be applied for your consumer surplus. People, I am repeating this again. Your consumer surplus is based on LDMU. So whatever assumptions that you have studied under your LDMU will also be applied for what? Consumer surplus. An additional assumption that we are going to apply here is perfect competition. An additional assumption that you are going to apply here is PC. Not Priyanka Chopra, it is perfect competition, okay. So what is the feature of perfect competition? Uniform price. What is the feature of perfect competition? It is uniform price. Whatever be the quantity you are selling, you are going to sell at that particular price. Whatever quantity you are going to sell, you are going to sell at that particular price. So the price is uniform. Please remember that this is an additional assumption that we are going to take under consumer surplus. So what are the assumptions? All these assumptions we have already studied under your LDMU, right? So an additional assumption that you are studying is perfect competition. And what is the formula? Willing price minus actual price. So it is nothing but MU minus P. So diagrammatically also we have represented, right? The shaded region is nothing but your consumer surplus. The shaded region is nothing but your consumer surplus, right? So what are the limitations of the law? Now people, you tell me one thing. Consumer surplus is more high, or rather consumer surplus to a greater extent you find in the case of necessary goods, okay. In the case of necessary, you say that consumer surplus is infinite. In the case of necessaries, you say consumer surplus is infinite. So you take your newspaper, or you take your salt, or you take your necessary. I'm not telling that salt is necessary, but these low priced commodities, whatever I'm listing out right now, they give you greater amount of satisfaction, but the price you're actually paying for them is very, very less. Okay. So in the case of necessaries, what your bit is, in the case of necessaries, the consumer surplus is infinite. Here infinite is what? It is very, very large. It is very, very large. Okay. Next, MU of money do not remain constant. So what are the limitations of LDMU? The same limitations you also see in your consumer surplus. What is the reason behind that? Because your consumer surplus is based on LDMU. So whatever assumptions you have taken there, and those assumptions you said that they are not applied in real life scenario, they are quite irrational, like it is not possible. See, your MU of money cannot remain constant. As the stock of the money you are holding goes on increasing, the MU will diminish. It is quite obvious. But because we wanted to prove LDMU, we have taken this assumption that marginal utility of money is constant. So that is one limitation. Next, necessaries consumer surplus is infinite. What is infinite? I told you that it is very, very large and it cannot be measured accurately. People, your consumer surplus in some cases cannot be measured accurately. Okay, so that is one limitation. Now let us talk about prestige goods. Let us talk about prestige goods. People, I am drawing this line for you. This is your MU line. This is your price line. You all agree, right? And this triangle right now, whatever you are seeing is your consumer surplus. This triangle right now that I have shaded for you is your consumer surplus. Now you think and tell me, when price decreases, your consumer surplus increases. When price decreases, your consumer surplus increases. That is the thing. When price increases, your consumer surplus decreases. But talk about prestige goods. In the case of prestige goods also, you are unable to measure consumer surplus, because in the case of prestige goods, you see this Veblen effect. That is, whenever price increases, your demand for it increases. Whenever price increases, your demand for prestige goods will increase. So what are the limitations of your consumer surplus? In the case of necessaries, prestige goods, and your MU of money is not constant. Those are few limitations. Now what is the substitutes? Do you remember the last assumption that we have discussed in your marginal utility analysis? We discussed about your hypothesis of independent utility. That is, you are ignoring complementarity, you are also ignoring substitutes. Is it possible in real life world? You cannot ignore complements and substitutes, but Marshall has ignored these because these things pose an impact on his marginal utility. Whenever these things pose an impact on the marginal utility, it is very difficult for him to prove LDMU, which is the reason why he has ignored that. And your consumer surplus is based on LDMU, so hypothesis of independent utility is also applied here. So that is a limitation. That is also a limitation. And this is your consumer equilibrium in more than one good case. And what law do we see here? Law of equimarginal utility. So you have to equalize the marginal utility that you get from both the goods. So what is the condition here? MUX by PX is equal to MUI by PY is equal to MUM, right? Next, only, so you will understand what is indifference curve analysis. Let us understand what is indifference curve analysis. So I have already explained you what is indifference curve, by the way. So what we will do is we will cover all these topics. We will cover all these topics in a very, very simple manner. Fine. So people, may I know what is your indifference curve? To draw your indifference curve, you need an indifference curve schedule, by the way. To draw your indifference curve, you need an indifference curve schedule. What is a schedule? It is nothing but a tabular representation. What is a schedule? It is nothing but a tabular representation. So this particular table of indifference schedule will show you the different combinations of good X and good Y that are giving you same level of satisfaction. What do you mean by indifferent? You are unbiased. Whenever I say you are indifferent, you are unbiased. Like, you are not biased, like I want combination A, or I want combination B, or I want combination C. Any combination, be it A, B or C, you are fine with it, because all of them will give you the same level of satisfaction, right? Remember, so I am marking good Y on Y axis and good X on X axis. So all the combinations that you see here, all the points that I am marking, let us say A, B, C and D, they are going to give you same level of satisfaction. And what is the slope of your indifference curve, may I know? Slope of IC is nothing but marginal rate of substitution. Your slope of the indifference curve is nothing but marginal rate of substitution. And MRS is nothing but sacrifice by gain ratio. MRS is nothing but sacrifice by gain ratio. For example, if I am moving from point A to point B, for an additional unit of X, how many units of Y am I giving up? So if I am moving from point A to B, so it indicates that for an additional unit of X, how many units of Y that I am giving up? So it is nothing but minus delta Y, which is the number of units of Y that I am giving up, divided by delta X, the unit of X that I have gained. Okay. So MRS is nothing but sacrifice by gain ratio. Please do remember this, very, very important. So MRS is nothing but the slope of your indifference curve. Now, if A and B have to give same level of satisfaction, what is the condition that we have learnt in your previous session? I told you that the loss in satisfaction, or rather the loss in total utility, should be equal to gain in total utility. The loss in total utility has to be equal to the gain in the total utility. So what is your loss in total utility? What units are you giving up? For example, you are giving up Y. That indicates that you are losing some amount of utility, right? So it is change in Y, that is the number of units of Y you are giving up. I have put a minus sign because it is loss in utility multiplied by MUY. That is, multiplying delta Y by MUY will give me my loss in total utility due to giving up of Y. Next, if I multiply delta X with MUX, delta X into MUX, I will get my gain in total utility. That is, number of unit of X I am getting multiplied by marginal utility of x, right? How do I write this? It is minus delta y by delta x is equal to mu x by mu y. So this is nothing but my marginal rate of substitution of x for y is equal to mu x by mu y, right? So you can also express your MRS in terms of marginal utilities, right? Now this is your indifference curve and slope of the indifference curve, the marginal rate of substitution, all that we have completed. Now let us draw something called as indifference map. People, indifference map is nothing but a set of indifference curves, okay? Indifference map is nothing but set of indifference curves. So higher level of indifference curve will give you higher level of satisfaction, okay? Higher level of indifference curve will give you higher level of satisfaction. If you move away from the origin, this is your origin, right? If you move away from the origin, you will get more amount of satisfaction. People, when you have to go to a higher indifference curve, what should you do? Here I have taken good y, here I have taken good x. So if you, I'll ask you a few questions, okay? Please try to answer. For example, I am increasing good x. Will I go to a higher IC? If I am increasing good y, will I go to a higher IC? If I am increasing both good x and good y, will I go to a higher IC? In all these three cases, you will go to a higher IC because more amount of goods, more amount of satisfaction. More the number of goods, more the amount of satisfaction. So it might be more amount of good x, or it might be more amount of good y, or it might be both good x and good y. What is wrong? So in all these three cases, you will go to a higher indifference curve. Please don't forget, right? Next, everybody, let us talk about your budget line. Let us talk about your budget line. See, the term budget itself indicates that what is the maximum amount of money you can spend, or rather you can expend. So let me write your budget constraint before I, discuss your budget line. So for example, you have two goods x and y, right? You have two goods x and y. This is price of x multiplied by quantity of x will give you what? Total expenditure on x. Price of x multiplied by quantity of x will give you total expenditure on x, plus price of y multiplied by quantity of y will give you total expenditure on y. Whatever expenditure that you are incurring on good x and good y, if you sum that up, that must equate to your budget. That must equate to your income, okay? It must be less than or equal to your budget. It must be less than or equal to your budget. This is your budget constraint. But we are taking an assumption here that you are spending your entire income to get maximum satisfaction. People, this is the most important thing that you have to remember. You will get maximum satisfaction if you spend the entire money. You will get maximum satisfaction if you spend the entire money. That is, what will be your budget constraint now? Px multiplied by Qx, which is the expenditure on x, plus Py multiplied by Qy, which is the expenditure on y, must be equal to the budget. It must not be more than the budget. Now people, let me discuss you another points for you. Before that, I'll draw your budget line, okay? Your budget line is downward sloping this way. Your budget line is downward sloping this way. So what does this point include? What does this point tell you? What is the points that I have marked for you tell you? So on x-axis good x, on y-axis good y. So your budget line is going to tell you different combinations of x and y that you can afford, okay? Your budget line is going to tell you different combinations of x and y that you are able to afford, right? Now, what does this point tell you? You are only having x and 0 units of y. You are only having x and 0 units of y. So, what is the maximum number of x, or rather units of x that you can purchase? It is your money income divided by price of x comma 0. People, how did I write m by px? How do I understand the maximum units of x that I can purchase? For example, this is my money income, okay? You can either denote it with b or m. I have no problem with it. Right now, I am just using m, okay? So, this is your money income. Your total money is suppose 100 rupees. Your total money is suppose 100 rupees and price of x is 10 rupees. Now you tell me how many units of x will I get given the constraints, which is your money income and your price. It is 10 units of x that I will get. Yes. So it is m by px comma 0. Now why did I write 0? Because at this coordinate, I am having 0 units of y and only x. Now at this particular coordinate, I am only having y and 0 units of x, right? So it is 0 comma m by py. It is 0 comma m by py. Now you got two coordinates. Now you got two coordinates. One is 0 comma m by py comma m by px comma 0. Right. So this is x1, y1, x2, y2. What is the slope formula, my dear? It is y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1. Okay. So what do you get here? Y2 minus y1 is minus m by py whole divided by m by px. Right? Yes or no? Now, how do I simplify this? It will become cancel. So, it will become minus px by py. Another important question is, what is the slope of your budget line? It is the ratio of the prices of the goods. What is the slope of your budget line? It is the ratio of the prices of the goods. It is px by py. Please do remember this. What is the slope of your indifference curve? It is MRS. How do you write MRS of x for y? Delta y by delta x. How do you denote it in terms of marginal utility? MUX by MUY. So, I hope you understood this. We have completed your budget line. You have completed your indifference curve. Now, let us discuss something called the consumer equilibrium. Now, let us talk about your consumer equilibrium. So, whenever you are talking about your consumer equilibrium, you need two things. You need your indifference curves and also you need your budget line. So, when do you say a consumer is in equilibrium? Whenever your indifference curve is tangential to your budget line, that is, your slope of IC is equal to slope of budget line, then we say consumer is in equilibrium. So, what is the condition for consumer equilibrium? Slope of IC must be equal to slope of the budget line. So, what is the slope of the indifference curve? It is MUX by MUY, which is equal to, what is the slope of the budget line? We have just calculated, it is minus px by py. Fine. So, this is your condition for consumer equilibrium under indifference curve analysis. How do you show it with a graph? Okay. People, this is IC1, IC2, IC3. Now, let me remind you something. I have told you that you have to spend your entire money income and you have to make sure you are on the highest possible IC. You have to spend your entire money income and you have to make sure that you are on the highest possible indifference curve. Okay. Now, what is the consumer equilibrium condition that I have told you? I have told you that the slope of the indifference curve must be equal to slope of the budget line. That is, MUX by MUY is equal to PX by PY, right? So, this point, all these points are on the budget line. Matlab, A, B, C, D, E. All the points are affordable. All these points are affordable. Okay. But you have to make sure that you are on the highest possible IC. And which point is on the highest possible IC? It is point C. So, what is your consumer equilibrium? It is point C. It is at this point that you are at your consumer equilibrium. Okay. Now, let us discuss some other things. I drew your budget line this way, right? It is downward sloping. I mark a point here, I mark a point here, and I also mark a point here. So, you have to remember that for you to attain maximum satisfaction, you have to spend your entire money. That is, you have to be on the budget line. You have to be on the budget line. If you are at point B, this point is called attainable. See, you can easily attain this point because you are inside your budget line. Like whatever expenditure that you have to incur to obtain point B combination, it is completely affordable. So, it is attainable but not desirable because you are not going to get maximum satisfaction at point B. So, it is not desirable. Next, let us see point C. It is called attainable and desirable. It is called attainable and desirable. Point A, it is desirable. Okay, point A is a higher level of satisfaction. It is definitely desirable, but it is not attainable. It is desirable, not attainable. Yes, this is your what? Consumer equilibrium and the things that you have to memorize with regard to your budget line. Fine. Now, what we will do is let us discuss the properties of your indifference curve. Let us discuss the properties of your indifference curve. See, your indifference curves are always your indifference curves are always convex to the origin. Your indifference curves are always convex to the origin. May I know what is the definition of the indifference curve? It is the combination of two goods that will give same level of satisfaction. Indifference curve talks about the combination of two goods that will give same level of satisfaction, right? So whenever I tell you the definition also, I want combination. That is the reason why your indifference curve must not touch the axis. Your indifference curve should not touch the axis. Okay, your indifference curve should not be this way. It should not touch the axis. And what is the reason for the downward sloping of your indifference curve? Why is your indifference curve downward sloping? What is one reason for that? It is diminishing MRS. Please remember this, diminishing MRS. So what is the reason behind the downward sloping indifference curve? It is diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Remember, what is MRS? It is the slope of your indifference curve. So what is the first property that we have discussed? Your indifference curve must not touch the axis. Your downward sloping indifference curve is due to the property of diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Next, no two indifference curves have to intersect each other. No two indifference curves have to intersect each other. This is IC1 people. So I'll mark a point here, let us say B, and this is a point A. A and B will give you same level of satisfaction? Yes. I will also draw another indifference curve IC2 and I will mark another point C. Let me mark it here. I'll mark another point C. Okay. So let me tell you this. A and B are on the same IC. A and B are on the same IC. So A is equal to B. B and C are on the same IC. So B is equal to C. Now through the property of transitivity, can I say A is equal to C? Big blunder. A cannot be equal to C because your C is on IC2, your A is on IC1. Technically speaking, higher indifference curve must give you higher level of satisfaction. Higher indifference curve must give you higher level of satisfaction. So A must not be equal to C. Okay people, understood? Next, what we will do is we will see the material. Yeah. So we'll just go through the things and so as you can see here, this is already we have discussed. So your indifference curve, your marginal rate of substitution. Can you people repeat like marginal rate of substitution is nothing but the sacrifice by gain ratio. This is your price line. And what is the slope of your price line or budget line? It is the ratio of the prices of the two goods. Next, when is your consumer said to be in equilibrium? When your IC is tangential to your budget line. When your indifference curve is tangent to your budget line, right? Next, what are the assumptions that we are taking, Andy? They are rational consumer, ordinal measurability, consumer choices are transitivity, more is better. Okay, so let us discuss these one by one. So what are the assumptions that you are taking under indifference curve analysis? One is rational consumer, that is with minimum amount you want maximum satisfaction, that we already discussed. Next, ordinal measurability. I taught you earlier that whenever you are learning about ordinal utility analysis, you use your indifference curve. What did Hicks and Allen say to Marshall? Baba, Marshall, it is not possible to measure your satisfaction. I can only rank my preferences. So what is ordinal measurability? You can only rank your preferences. Next, consumer choices are transitive. That is, if you are preferring A to B and you are preferring B to C, then you are preferring A to C. This is called property of transitivity. For example, you are saying that I am preferring A when compared to B. I am preferring B when compared to C. So it is obvious that you will prefer A when compared to C. Next, what is more is better? See, your wants are unlimited. So you always want more amount of goods at your hand. So this is also called as principle of monotonicity. Okay, this is called more is better. More the number of goods, the better. Next, assumptions for what? For your budget line. Consumer spends his entire money income. I already taught you, right? You have to be on the budget line. You have to be on the budget line. See, you can't afford a point that is outside the budget line. You don't want a point that is inside the budget line. Even though it is affordable, you don't want it. It is not desirable. So what is your budget constraint? It is expenditure on good X plus expenditure on good Y must be equal to your budget. Next, consumer equilibrium. What are the assumptions? Rational consumer. Yes. So people, whatever is influencing your satisfaction, that must be put constant, right? Your money, income, prices of the goods, all of that should remain constant. So what are the things that you are putting constant here? It is the fixed money income, and whatever money income you are having, you have to spend the entire money on both good X and good Y. Next, so this graph we already discussed, and this is what point H is. You cannot afford this, okay? It is desirable, but you cannot afford this. This is affordable, but you are not desiring it. So next is your what? Properties of ICs. I taught you that IC slopes downwards to the right. And why? What is the reason behind the downward sloping IC? It is diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Next, how is the shape of your IC in the case of perfect substitutes and perfect complementaries? Another important topic that you need to learn. Okay, what do you mean by perfect substitutability? Always remember that in the case of perfect substitutes, the slope is constant. In the case of perfect substitutes, the slope is constant. I taught you in one of our earlier sessions, right? Whenever the slope is constant, your graph is smooth linear line, okay? Whenever the slope is decreasing, it is convex. Whenever the slope is increasing, it is concave, right? So, whenever slope is constant, how will be the graph in the case of perfect substitutes? It will be this way, right? In the case of perfect substitutes, you see a downward sloping straight smooth line, okay? In the case of perfect complements, it is L shaped. In the case of perfect complements, it is L shaped. See, perfect complements is what? You need to have those two things together to put the goods to use. Fine. You cannot do substitution in the case of complementaries. Complementary is what? They are like hum saath saath hai. They cannot stay without each other. So substitution is zero. You can't see MRS. Okay. MRS is not possible in the case of perfect complementaries. Right? Yeah. ICs can never intersect each other. People, we have discussed that. Next, ICs will not touch the axis. Higher IC will give higher level of satisfaction. Next, indifference map. A combination of indifference curves together will give you your indifference map. And what is the consumer equilibrium condition? It is MUX by PX is equal to MUI by PY, or MUX by MUY is equal to PX by PY. Anything is correct, right? So what we did is we have successfully completed your theory of consumer behavior. We have covered all the topics that you have to, understand to solve the bits with regard to consumer behavior. What we will do right now is we will solve some bits to test your conceptual knowledge. Okay, people. So these are your bits. So let us start solving them. We'll handpick few bits and test your knowledge. Fine. So can you solve this bit right now in front of your eyes? This is which of the following statements about utility is incorrect? Utility is incorrect. So please read the question carefully. Your first option is utility is ethically neutral. Utility is ethically neutral. Do you remember when we were discussing the beginning the theory of consumer behavior, I taught you that utility and usefulness are not the same. So in economics, we don't talk about ethics. We don't talk about what is right, what is wrong. We only tell if a good has want satisfying power or not. So it is neutral, right? So utility is ethically neutral. That is correct. A commodity has utility even when it is not consumed. Absolutely correct. People, because you're not purchasing something and you're not using it, that doesn't mean that that has no utility. Okay. So that will still have utility. Utility is subjective and varies from person to person. I taught you that. Utility is ethically neutral. Utility is subjective. Utility is relative as well, right? Utility is the same thing as usefulness. Very big wrong mistake. Okay. Utility is not the same as usefulness. So this is one bit I wanted to show you. Next. So whenever economists speak of utility, I taught you that there is a difference between utility and satisfaction. Utility is expected satisfaction. Satisfaction is what you witness after the consumption of a good or service, right? So what is the meaning of utility? It is the expected satisfaction derived from the consumption of a good. The demand for a good, no. The usefulness of a good in the consumption, the expected satisfaction. So it's option C. It is expected satisfaction. Very good. Next, another bit that students mostly make mistakes is bit number 12. Okay. When mu of the commodity is 0, you people think and answer. I'll give you 1 minute time. Just think, just pause. Okay, just pause the video, think and answer. Fine. So they are telling that when mu of the commodity is 0, you people tell me when will the mu of the commodity be 0? When TU is maximum. When TU is maximum, mu is 0. Right? When TU is maximum, mu is 0. And what is mu, by the way? Mu is the slope of the TU. Mu is the slope of the TU. So they just given you mu is 0. So what does that mean? Indirectly they are asking what is TU? TU is maximum. Now they are asking slope of TU. What is slope of TU? Mu. They have already given what is mu here. Mu is 0. So the answer is 0. So in the question itself they have given you the answer. They said mu is 0. What is the slope of TU? TU slope is MU. MU is 0, already given in the question. So, done. Okay, don't make such silly mistakes. And what is saturation point, by the way? Whenever TU is maximum, you call that as saturation point. So, whenever TU is maximum, what is the value of MU? It is 0. Next, let us do some bits, people. Yeah. Let us do some bits. Okay, let us do this question. It is involving some numerical. So what they are asking, what is the marginal utility when the consumption increases from 4 to 5 units at SIMS? So they have given you the total utility. What is the formula for marginal utility? It is delta TU by delta Q. So they are asking, what is the marginal utility of, okay, from 4 to 5 you have increased your consumption. What is your marginal utility? So it is 830 minus 750. That's it, no? It is 830 minus 750. So what is the answer? 80. So it is 80. There. Yeah. Next. Let us do a problem on consumer equilibrium, people. That is very, very important. Now you tell this. If MUX is the marginal utility of the product and PX is the price of the product, a rational consumer consumes still. You tell me. This is the condition for consumer equilibrium. So it is MUX is equal to PX, right? Next. Let us do 37. Suppose there are 3 identical vases available to be purchased. Buyer 1 is willing to pay rupees 30. This is the willing price only. So this is your MU. So MU for buyer 1 is 30. MU of buyer 2 is 25 and MU of buyer 3 is 20. What is the actual price? It is 25. So you tell me in whose case will you see a consumer surplus? Buyer 1 is willing to pay 30 rupees but actual price is only 25 rupees. So what is the consumer surplus in the case of buyer 1? It is 5. Buyer 2 is willing to pay 25. Actually, the price is also 25. So, MU is equal to P. That point is called as what? That point is called the margin point. That point is called the margin point. So, there is no consumer surplus. And buyer 3 will not buy because the willing price is 20. Actual price is 25. His willing price is less than the actual price. So, he will not buy the good. So, what will be the answer? Okay. 2 vases will be sold, yeah. 2 vases will be sold and the consumer surplus is 5, right? So that is the answer. Next. Let us do another bit for you. Yeah, let us do this. I told you, right, you have to apply your marginal utility condition. That is more than one good case. It is MUX by PX is equal to MUY by PY. This condition, please don't forget, it is very, very important. A consumer of 2 goods X and Y is in equilibrium. Okay. The price of good X is 10 and the price of good Y is 20. So, what is the price of good X? It is 10. What is the price of good Y? It is 20. Next, if the MUX is 60, okay, 60 by 10 is equal to MUY, you don't know. You have to find that out. This is your missing figure, right? So, the answer will be what? Cross multiplication. So, it will be 60 into 20 divided by 10. So, it will be 120. So, MUI is nothing but 120. Did you understand how to do such problems? When you are asked to calculate the missing figure, you have to use the condition of consumer equilibrium in more than one good case, right? Next. So, you tell me this. When tax is raised, what happens to the consumer surplus? People, when taxes are increased, what is the impact on the price? That will also increase, right? So, when price increases, what will happen to the consumer surplus? It will decrease. There is an inverse relationship between price and consumer surplus. Price increase, consumer surplus decrease. Price decrease, consumer surplus increase, right? Next. So, you have these types of questions. So, there is a question for you with regard to your marginal rate of substitution. So, dash is the rate at which the consumer is willing to substitute one product for the other by maintaining same level of satisfaction. Your marginal rate of substitution is nothing but sacrifice by gain ratio. So, what are you doing here? You are reducing one unit, you are reducing one good to increase a unit of other good, right? You are substituting one good for the other. That is nothing but your marginal rate of substitution, right? Next. Yeah, so there is another bit. Let me just give me a minute. Yeah, an indifference curve shows dash marginal rate of substitution between two commodities. You have to answer me this, okay? Your indifference curve is convex to the origin, downward sloping. What is the reason for the downward sloping indifference curve? It is diminishing or decreasing marginal rate of substitution. It is decreasing marginal rate of substitution, right? So these are few bits that you have to focus. Let us do this numerical for you. Yeah, so they have given you your budget line. They have given you your budget line. They are saying you are consuming 45 cups of ice cream and 90 cups of chocolates, right? It is 90 cups of chocolates and 95 chocolates. Sorry, it is 90 only, not 95, it is 90. Your money income is nothing but 900. Your money income is nothing but 900. Now, what are they asking you here? They are asking you to find out the prices of these two commodities. They are asking you to find out the prices of the two commodities. So, prices of the two, you have to follow the order in which they have asked you to find, okay? They are asking you ice creams, comma, chocolates. So, how many ice creams are there for you here? 45. To know the price, what do? You denote your 900 divided by quantity. It will give you the price, right? So, it is 20 rupees. Ice cream is 20 rupees. 900 divided by 90 is 10 rupees. Okay. So, ice creams are 20 rupees. Chocolates are 10 rupees. So, it is 20 comma 10. That is option B, right? Next, let us do this bit. 67. Let us assume that OY axis we have good A. Let us first draw the axis. So, on OY axis they have good A. On OX axis they have good B. So, what is happening here? If the price of good B increases, so this is your initial budget line. This is your initial budget line. So, people, whenever the price increases, will you be able to buy more or buy less? Whenever the price increases, will you be able to buy more or buy less? You will be able to buy less. So, whose price increased it since? Price of good B increase. Now, you are able to buy lesser, right? So, there is no change in price of good A. So, I am not changing good A. I am only changing good B. So, I will just rotate my budget line inwards. I will rotate my budget line inwards. Okay. So, what will happen? The budget line will shift right on OY axis. No. Good B is on OX axis. So, right on OX axis. If it is going right on OX axis, it means price decrease scenario. Here we are talking about price increase scenario. So, it is left on OX axis. Yes, this is right. So, it is left on OX axis. Your budget line rotated inwards, right? So, it has moved leftwards. So, these are some of the few bits I wanted to discuss with you. So, just give it a try. Just solve few other MCQs. So, after watching the theory part or the concepts that we have explained, you will be easily able to answer all the questions. Thank you so much. I will be seeing you in the next session. In that, we will be discussing theory of production. Hello everybody, welcome to another session of business economics. So in this video, we are going to talk about the chapter, the theory of production. So we all know that in business economics, this is the most easy chapter of all. So in just a matter of 45 minutes, we are going to complete this entire chapter. So without any delay, let us just begin the chapter. So in economics, whenever we are talking about production, always remember that production includes both goods and services, because many people have this common misconception that production is only associated with goods, but it is not correct. Production includes both goods and services. It is nothing but transforming inputs into outputs. And whenever I am saying inputs, it includes both tangible inputs and intangible inputs, and you are transforming intangible inputs and tangible inputs into tangible and intangible outputs. Okay, Andy? Next, production is an important economic activity by which man uses resources and transforms them into goods and services. And you have to make sure that whatever goods and services you are producing using this production process, they must hold the capacity to satisfy the human wants. And another important bit for you, consumption is the base of this production. So many people ask this question like, what is the base of the production activity? It is consumption. Unless and until you consume goods and services, there is no requirement for producing goods and services. Next, what are the 4 factors of production that you are going to understand in this theory of production? They are land, labor, capital and entrepreneur. Madam, what is there to understand about land, labor, capital and entrepreneur? So in the theory of production chapter, you're going to have certain characteristics for this land, labor, capital and entrepreneur. Okay. Next, cost of the production. Money expenses incurred in the process of production. So whatever factor payments you are making for all the 4 factors of production I have listed out, all the summation of the factor payments, that is, for land you are paying rent, for capital you are paying interest, for labor you are paying wages, and for entrepreneur you are paying profit. If you add all the factor payments made to the factors of production, that will sum up to your cost of production. Next, theory of production includes the loss of production that you will be studying in the next chapter, and your production function and production optimization. So all these things we will be covering in the next chapter. But our focus in this chapter is going to be the 4 factors of production, their characteristics, and we are going to elaborate that, right? Next. So let us understand your first factor of production, which is nothing but land. So land, what is the first characteristic? Land is the free gift of nature. So your first bit here is land has no supply price. Always remember students, land has got no supply price. Land has got only demand price, because Mother Nature has given you land. You have not invested or something. You have not incurred any cost of production for, producing land or something like that. Next, land is a free gift of nature that we have already studied. Next, land is a passive factor. What do you mean by passive factor and active factor? Whenever I am saying something is a passive factor, it indicates that it is dormant or sleeping in nature. It indicates that you need some other factor to act upon it to yield some result. See, land cannot do anything on its own. It cannot, produce grains, or it cannot, construct building on itself on its own, right? You need labor to participate on land. Only then that you can see a result. So land is considered to be a passive factor. Your labor and other factor of production is considered to be an active factor. Next, supply of land is fixed. Now this point is really, really important. You have to think from a firm's perspective, and you have to think from an economy's perspective. So there are two perspectives here. One, you have to think from a firm's perspective. The other, you have to think from the economy's perspective. So when you think from the economy's perspective as a whole, the supply of land is perfectly inelastic, and the graph that you draw is parallel to y-axis. You all know that supply of land is perfectly inelastic. That is what you have studied under exceptions of law of supply, right? But if you think from an individual or a firm perspective, the supply of land is relatively elastic. The supply of land is relatively elastic. Take me as an example. For example, I'm doing some business and I want to, expand my business. I want to set up another factory, so I get land. Okay, here it is not the thing that land is completely not available to me. So as a firm perspective, the supply of the land is relatively elastic, but as an economy's perspective, taking economy as a whole, the supply of land is perfectly inelastic. Next, heterogeneous. What do you mean by land is heterogeneous? That is, it is differing in fertility. Sometimes you have a less fertile land, more fertile land. So you have grades of fertility, right? So land is heterogeneous. It is also told that land is permanent and has got indestructible powers. Your David Ricardo has stated that land cannot be destroyed. So it is indestructible. Next, land has multiple uses. What do you mean land has multiple uses? You can use that land for industrial purpose, or for a residential purpose, or for an agricultural purpose. It depends on you, right? So it has got multiple purposes. So these are the various characteristics of land that you have to remember. So how do we get bits from this? How do we get bits from this chapter is, so they're going to ask which is not the characteristic of land, which is the characteristic of the land. So all these things you have to remember. Next, let us talk about labor. Now, before we start labor, let me clear this air. Many people think that labor is a person. Okay, labor is not the person. Labor is the skill. Okay, laborer is the person. So, the skill or effort, the physical or mental exertion that we give is nothing but labor. And for labor, we are getting paid. For my mental and physical exertion, I am getting paid. Okay, now laborer is the person. So, all the human, physical, mental work for some economic reward. And mind me, people, you need to consider something as labor only when that involves monetary terms. For example, I am delivering a lecture for you, and if I am doing it free of cost, I am doing it out of passion, I am considering it a voluntary activity. It should not be considered as labor. Whenever you have to consider something as labor, it is a mandate that there must be money involved in it. There must be an economic reward involved in it, right? Next, done with love and affection, it is not considered as labor. If you're doing something out of passion or out of love and affection, or you're doing a voluntary activity, it is not considered to be labor. Next, labor is nothing but your human effort. Labor is nothing but the human effort. And I have also told you earlier that land is a passive factor. That is, you need to make some factor, act upon it to get some result. And it is very, very important for you to remember that labor is the most active factor. See, for capital or rather for land to function, you need labor to act upon it. You need labor to act upon it. They can't manage things on their own, right? So labor is considered to be an active factor and mobile factor. What do you consider like what is the meaning of mobility? Whenever something can be moved easily from place to place, whenever something can be moved easily from place to place, it is considered as mobile, and labor is considered to be a mobile factor. For example, I am teaching right now in Guntur, so if I am asked to teach somewhere in Vijayawada or some other state, I can easily travel to places, I can go to that place and teach. So labor is completely mobile. Next, supply of labor increases or decreases instantly. Next, backward bending curve. People, the thing that you have to remember here is that the supply curve of the labor is backward bending. And what is the shape of a backward bending supply curve, and where did you see this graph? If I have to take back you to previous sessions, we had discussed in theory of supply that something called exceptions of law of supply. We have discussed about exceptions of law of supply. In that, we talked about rare commodities, the labor supply curve, and also we talked about the supply of the land. And these three are considered to be the exceptions of law of supply. One among them is the backward bending supply curve of the labor. On y-axis, you plot the wages, and on x-axis, you plot the hours of work. So until an extent, your wages and hours of work have a direct relationship, but later that you see a backward bending curve. That is, people are preferring more of leisure when compared to work. See, this graph is entirely the choice of a person whether to work or to opt for leisure, whether to work or to opt for leisure. In this region, he opted to work rather than take leisure because the opportunity cost of not working is really, really high. But in this scenario, they have decided not to work, rather decrease the hours of work and opt for more leisure because they have achieved the level of wage that they wanted to. Because they have achieved the level of wage that they have wanted to. Next. Heterogeneous. What do you mean by heterogeneous again? See, heterogeneous, the meaning is it is changing from person to person. The way I am teaching may be completely different from another lecturer, right? No two people can do the same job, right? No two people have got same skill set and all. So that is the reason why we say labor is heterogeneous. Labor is heterogeneous. That is, we are differing in our skills and abilities. Next. Perishable can't be stored, no reserve price. Very, very important. People always remember that a day's labor lost is lost. For example, I'm on leave today and I did not work today. So what is lost today is lost. And labor cannot be stored. Whatever skill is there, that cannot be stored, right? For that very reason, we say that labor has no reserve price. Anything that cannot be stored has got no reserve price. Now, you may tell me that technology has been updated, madam, your lectures are being recorded, so it is obvious that whatever you're teaching is being stored. It can be replayed again and again. So, these things were given in which time? In a very, like in 19th century, 18th century, something like that they have given. It is relevant way back then. But these assumptions are but these characteristics are still taken into account. So, for marks purpose, please do remember that labor has got no reserve price. Next, labor is inseparable from the laborer. That is, you cannot separate the knowledge that I am having from me, right? You cannot just extract it, put it in a box and then, shut it in some closet. So it is not going to happen. You cannot separate the labor from the laborer. That is another point. Next, your next topic is capital. So your next factor of production is capital. Next, capital is considered to be man-made instruments. Okay. What is capital, by the way? You have different types of capitals. You have tangible capital, intangible capital, you have circulating capital, you have fixed capital, you have real capital. All that we'll be seeing in the next topic. But for time being, understand that anything that is used in the production process is considered to be capital. And capital are considered to be man-made goods. Let us take a small example. See, your machinery, your factories, buildings, all these are used in the production process. And whatever I mentioned to you right now, they are all man-made goods. Agree or not? Yes. So, made instruments of production used in the further production of wealth. Now, let us understand the slight difference between wealth and capital. Let us understand the slight difference between wealth and capital. People, whatever you are using in the production process is considered to be capital. Anything that is lying idle is considered to be wealth. So when something is lying idle, it is considered to be wealth, and whatever is used in the production process and it is used in generation of additional wealth is considered to be capital. So for example, I have got cash 20 lakhs. I've got, gold worth of some 800 grams, and I have stocks worth of 30 lakhs. So all this is what? It is lying idle with me. Like this is all lying with me right now at the moment. Okay. Now what I have decided is I'm going to say take some portion of the wealth and use it in the investment process. I'll go set up a business. I'll start a production activity. I have decided. So if whatever portion of the wealth I am taking and using for the production process is considered to be capital. So not all wealth is capital, but capital is a part of the wealth. Always remember that. Your entire wealth cannot be called as capital. Whatever you are using in the production process, only that can be called as capital. And whenever you see something is lying idle, it is considered to be wealth. It is considered to be wealth. Wealth is transferable. See, wealth is transferable. You keep getting these MCQs, people. Wealth is transferable. Capital is mobile. Okay. Wealth is transferable. That is, it can be transferred from one person to another. And capital is considered to be mobile. Next. Yes. So let us see the characteristics. Human effort along with the nature. So I have already told you that for land and capital, if they have to be put to use, you need labor acting upon it, right? Next, passive factor. What do you mean by passive factor? The same thing. That is, you could not, ask capital to do something. You cannot ask a machine, okay, do the work on yourself. So you need a person to act upon it, right? Even though it is a machine, it will do the task, but you need somebody to operate that machine. So it is called a passive factor. Next, most mobile factor. This is what I am talking about. Your capital is mobile. That can be transferred from one place to another place. So always remember, wealth is transferable, capital is mobile. Next, supply of capital can be increased or it can be decreased. Okay. Next, and all these capital is nothing but producer goods, right? So I told you that capital is something that is used in the production process. So we are talking about producer goods, and you tell me, people, the demand of producer goods is what type of demand? It is autonomous demand or it is derived demand? It is derived demand, because the demand for producer goods depends on the demand for consumer goods. Like those goods that are, using these producer goods, if they don't have ample demand in the market, so why will you demand the producer good in the first place? So demand for these capital goods is derived in nature. That is also something that you have to remember. Next, heterogeneous. There are different types of capital, I have told you, right? So if I have to tell you, there are different fixed capital, circulating capital, real capital, human capital, which we will be talking about right now after finishing this. Next, subject to depreciation, another important bit. So they keep asking you, capital is subject to dash. It is subject to depreciation. What do you mean by depreciation? It is wear and tear. See, when you bought something newly, it doesn't stay like that in its entire lifetime, right? You keep using that, so it loses its value. When you keep using something very frequently, it is why quite common that there will be wear and tear, and that wear and tear is nothing but depreciation. So whatever capital you are using in the production process is subject to depreciation. Next, capital is a part of wealth, which we have already discussed. All capital is wealth, but all wealth is not capital. And what concept is it, by the way? It is stock concept. What is stock concept and flow concept? When you express something at a particular point of time, it is called as stock concept. When you are expressing something over a period of time, it is called as flow concept. So you are going to tell that in my organization, the capital that is there is worth about, at this particular point of time, I have this amount of capital. So it is a stock concept. People always remember that whatever income that is being generated, whatever periodical income that is being generated through capital is a flow concept. See, when you're investing money, you're going to get returns, right? That return is flow concept, but capital that we are talking about right now is your stock concept. I told you, right? Whichever is lying idle is considered to be wealth, and capital is nothing but the part of the wealth that is being in the product, that is being used in the production process. So all capital is wealth, but all wealth is not capital. Next, your entrepreneur. Your entrepreneur is nothing but organizer or the risk taker. So what is the role of an entrepreneur? Whatever factors that we have studied earlier, he is going to assemble those factors together, use them in the right proportion, and he is going to start the production activity. So what is the role of an organizer? In the name itself, it is stated that he is going to organize the production process, and he is considered as a risk bearer. Always remember, an entrepreneur has many functions, like he has to initiate the business, he has to innovate, he has to, bear the risk. Risk taking is considered the most important function of an entrepreneur. Risk bearing is considered to be the most important function of an entrepreneur. So let us see the characteristics here. So mobilize other factors, combine them in the right proportion, initiate the process of production and risk bearing. So his first task is he has to organize these factors of production, bring them together in the right proportion. He has to start the production process, that he has to initiate the production process. And who bears the risk? That is, if there is a profit, he will take. If there is a loss, who has to bear it? He has to bear the loss. He cannot just pass his loss to the employees and ask them to bear. They have nothing to do with that. So whenever I talked about these 4 factors of production, barring an entrepreneur, the remaining 3 factors have fixed returns, okay? Irrespective of whether the business is having profit or loss, these 3 factors have to be paid their share. It is the entrepreneur's return that is variable, okay? He can get a loss or he can get a profit, but he cannot tell the remaining factors that I'm not going to pay you because I'm suffering a loss. He cannot, he cannot transfer his risk to those factors. Next, human effort. Obviously, an entrepreneur is a person, right? Is a living being. He is going to initiate the business. There is a lot of effort that he is going to put to organize the activities of the business. Next, active factor. So we already studied that the human effort, whenever it is involved, it is considered to be an active factor. Next, mobile factor. They can be transferred from place to place. There is mobility. Next, functions of the entrepreneur. It's very, very important. Please memorize these functions. So the first function that we are talking about is initiating the business. The first function we are talking about is initiating the business. Many people will be having many business ideas, okay? I have also many business ideas, like I want to do this, I want to do that. Whenever things are not going according to me, I keep seeing others who are into business and I'm like, I should have also started that. I would have done that. So this should have, would have, should not work, okay? What do you mean by initiating business? You actually have to put your thoughts into action. Then you are called an entrepreneur. Just because I've got a business idea doesn't make me an entrepreneur, okay? I have to, put into actions whatever I'm having in my head, okay? Then only I'm considered to be an entrepreneur. So what is the first function? Initiating a business. And resource coordination. So your land, your capital, your labor, whichever proportion they are required, you have to organize them. Next, risk or uncertainty bearing. See, as per Frank Knight, what he said was, an entrepreneur is rewarded with profit for bearing uncertainty. You never know what is happening in the business world, right? Anything can happen. So the environment is quite uncertain. It is not predictable. If you can predict each and every action, so you can accurately take decisions. So there is no chance of risk. So you are being awarded with profit if you are able to bear the risk. So risk bearing is considered to be the most important function of an entrepreneur, and it cannot be transferred to other people. Next, innovation. See, according to Schumpeter, he said that innovation is the most important function. People, let me just clear this doubt for you. So in the options, if they have not given you risk bearing, they have asked you which is the most important function of an entrepreneur, and they have not mentioned risk bearing. Okay, they have not talked anything about risk bearing. So go for innovation. If risk bearing is there, please opt for risk bearing. But who spoke about innovation as the most important function of an entrepreneur? It is Schumpeter. So in this business world, in this dynamic world, you have to keep innovating to stay in the business. You can't stay outdated. Okay. people have said no to Nokia, okay, because Nokia has not innovated something new. In this fast changing world, people want something new every other day. They keep switching products. So if they have to stick to you, you have to give them something new. So innovation is the key to business. And because of this innovation, until when are you going to earn profits? Until someone is not imitating it. The moment someone is imitating your innovation, you have to, come up with a fresh innovation. Next. So let us discuss the types of capital. The first capital is fixed capital. People, this is very, very simple. I'm just going to write down the differences for you here. If you are able to use something more than once. So what is fixed capital? If you are able to use something more than once, it is considered to be a fixed capital. Okay, it is nothing but durable capital. Next, if you are able to use something only for once, if you are able to use only for once, it is called as circulating capital. More than once, fixed capital. Only once, circulating capital. Next, real capital is nothing but it is the summation of fixed capital plus circulating capital. So, the sum of fixed capital plus circulating capital will give you your real capital. Fixed capital more than once, circulating capital only once. Summation of fixed capital and real capital is your summation of fixed capital and circulating capital is your real capital. Next, human capital. Human capital is nothing but us, okay? Our skills, our abilities is considered to be human capital. We are actually an investment, okay? So you people are studying this course. So you are actually investing a lot of money. You are going to turn out to be human capital for some organization. The success of a business depends on the human capital. Your skills, your abilities, your innovative ideas can take an organization from nowhere to somewhere, right? Next, tangible, intangible. See, they have provided this type of capital on the basis of senses. If you are able to feel something, it is called tangible. If you are unable to feel something, you cannot see it with your senses, then it is called as intangible capital. For intangible capital, you can take the example of your goodwill and patent rights. Okay, you're well aware of that. Next, individual capital, social capital. Very simple. In the name itself, you have got it. If the capital is owned by a particular person, it is called as individual capital. If it is owned by the society as a whole, it is called as social capital. So for social capital, they have mentioned roads and bridges. See, roads and bridges are not, one person's property, right? It is owned by the society as a whole. So individual capital is nothing but if it is owned by one particular individual, it is called individual capital. If it is owned by the society as a whole, it is called as social capital. So I hope you understood these types of capitals. Fixed capital, you can use it more than once. Circulating only once. Circulating plus fixed is real capital based on the senses. Like if you can feel, you can touch, then it is tangible. If you can't, it is intangible. If it is owned by an individual, it is individual capital. If it is owned by the society as a whole, it is social capital. And human capital is nothing but the skills, right? Next, capital formation. Another important thing, you have to remember these steps, okay? The stages of capital formation. The stages of capital formation. So, in any country, see, savings are good. I'm not telling that savings are bad, okay? Savings are good, but you need to opt for a good proportion of the, like, you have to consume and you also have to save. So you need to opt for a right proportion of consumption and savings, right? Suppose in a country you are not you are not doing savings at all. In a country you are not saving at all. So you are only, spending on consumer goods. So if you spend the entire amount on consumer goods without saving anything, will you be able to produce capital goods? See, whatever you are saving right now will be, diverted towards investments, and that can be used to produce further consumer goods. The entire money, if you are spending on consumer goods, will you be able to generate additional consumer goods in the future? No, you can't. So there's a very important step in capital formation. The first and foremost step in capital formation is you have to save. You have to save. So the first step is savings. Now, savings meaning is what? Saving some money in your under the bed, or our mothers maintain these boxes in the kitchens. So in the kitchen boxes, you have to save money. It is not that. You have to save the money in proper financial institutions, because these financial institutions will actually circulate those deposits in the form of loans and generate economic activity. So you have to save the money. There's mobilization of savings. The second step is nothing but mobilization of savings. That is, whatever money you have saved, they are going to give that money to the people who actually require that money to do business. Okay. So in a way, the money is being circulated in the economy. So savings, mobilization of the savings. Third and most important step is investment. See, I will give you some examples. So we can take these self-help groups. Actually, women were were given loans at a very low rate of interest. So what they did was they were taking loans saying that they were going to buy, this tailor machines and all. But what they did was they have used that money for household expenses. So did investment actually take place here? Did some productive activity actually has taken place here? No. So the three steps are savings, mobilization of savings, and investment. If investment is not happening, the entire process will go waste. If investment is not happening, the entire process will go waste. So what are the three steps, students? Savings, mobilization of savings, and investment. Next. So what are the factors that affect your savings? What are the factors that affect your savings? They are your ability to save and willingness to save. I just told you that you need to save money. But what factors will affect your saving? You need to have the ability that you need to have money. And next, having money, will it, make sure that you're going to save money? What if you're running on check to check basis? That is, the moment you're receiving money, you're spending the entire money. You don't have a tendency to save. People who are far sighted only will save. So you also have to have the willingness to save money. So savings depends on ability, willingness. The second step is mobilization of savings. The third step is investment. I hope it is clear till here. So we'll proceed to the next thing, which is objectives of the entrepreneur. So there are different types of objective people, but in olden days, the only objective of, of an entrepreneur for setting up a business is nothing but he wants to earn profits, because this is the common thing you keep hearing. So whenever we set up a business, we keep hearing that, acha, okay, you want to make profits. That is economic objective. True that you want to earn profits. For that very reason, you set up a business. I'm not saying no to it, but people have also listed out other objectives like organic objectives, social objectives, human objectives, national objectives, something like that. The names itself signify what is there in the matter, right? So let us talk about organic objectives first. See, whenever I'm going to start a business, it is not that people will rush to my, store and start buying things from me. First, I have to, get acquainted to the people. They have to get to know that there is some person called Vidya there in the business, just like others. She's also selling some products. Let us also get products from her. So I will try to spread awareness among people about my existence. So my first step is survival. My first step is not profits, right? The moment I enter the business, it is not, mandate that you will start earning profit. The first step that you're going to take is you want to survive by hook or crook in this business. So under organic objectives, we are talking about survival. So there is some guy called as R.L. Maris. He has given a theory, okay. There is some guy called as R.L. Maris. So what theory he has given? What did he mention? So R.L. Maris states that, that in these modern times, your management and your ownership is divided. Your management is different from the owners, right? So this management will take care of the business activities. This management, whatever is there, will take care of the business activities. Owners are there, like you have your shareholders. It is not that regularly they are visiting the organization and looking at what is happening and all. So what you see here is the objectives of the management are different and the objective of owners are different. So what are the objective of owners? Owners want their share values to be increased. They want their profits to be increased. They want the goodwill to be increased. All that owners want. But what does management want? They want a hike in the salaries. They want bonus, and they want costly holidays. They want big offices, and they want a chauffeur. They want a big car. All these, management wants. So what do you observe here? The objective of the management is in conflict with the objective of the owners. Whatever they are wanting, whatever owners are wanting, whatever management is wanting, completely different. Whatever the owners are wanting and whatever the management is wanting are completely different. Now, what R.L. Maris has said is, okay, I totally agree that whatever these people are wanting is completely different, but still they can achieve what they are wanting. But still, the owners can achieve their objectives and also the management can also achieve their objectives if they are able to attain steady growth rate. So what he said was the utility of the management is different from the utility of the owners. but still they can achieve whatever they are wanting if the organization is able to have steady growth rate. So this is very, very important. Steady growth rate. So what did R.L. Maris say that an organization needs to have steady growth rate for the management and for the owners to achieve their objectives. So this is what you have to remember under organic objectives. Whenever I say organic, you have to remember that, okay, they're talking about the survival of the firm. They're talking about the survival of the firm. And what is economic objective? Profit motive. Economic objective is nothing but profit motive. And under profit, I hope you all know you have two types of profit. One is accounting profit and the other is economic profit. So you have two types of profit. One is economic profit, the other is accounting profit. So accounting profit is from accountant's perspective. Economic profit is from economist's perspective. So whenever we talk about profits, the words that we use are normal, supernormal, abnormal, and then we use losses and all. But what you do is you talk in terms of gross profit, net profit, you do that, right? So how do you calculate accounting profit, my dear? It is total revenue minus explicit cost. How do you calculate accounting profit? It is total revenue minus explicit cost. How do you calculate economic profit? It is total revenue minus explicit cost plus implicit cost. So how do you calculate your economic profit? It is total revenue minus explicit cost plus implicit cost. Whenever I say implicit cost, it is nothing but cost of self-owned factors. Whenever I say implicit cost, it is nothing but cost of self-owned factors. Next, profit maximizing behavior of the firm as the basic assumption for more than 200 years. So for more than 200 years, people only believed that there is only economic objective. But later we realized there are organic objectives, social objectives, human, national objectives as well, right? Next, firms fix price and output to maximize the profit. So let me test some knowledge of yours. So what is the profit maximizing level of output condition, people? It is MC is equal to MR. Please never forget such conditions. They are very, very important. So whenever your MC is equal to MR, we say that is the profit maximizing level of output. So MC is your marginal cost, MR is your marginal revenue. Next, investors, creditors, employees aim maximum return. So why do you think that economic objective is very, very important? Because whoever is investing in your business, what do they want? So somebody is investing in your business. So what do they want? They want profits. So if profits are not coming, if your business is not doing well, why will they show interest in your business? It will not happen. Next, what are social objectives? See, firm is operating in a society or in some jungle. Firm is operating in a society, no? So society is giving you whatever you require for your firm to operate. So what is your responsibility towards the society? You also have to take care of the society, no? So that comes under social objectives. So you need to maintain standard quality of the good. Have you heard of the term unadulterated goods? So unadulterated goods in the sense that whichever products you are offering, they should be of good standard quality. They should be of good standard quality. Next, avoid anti-social practices. You should not, focus on profits, and for the sake of profits, you should not play with the lives of the people. Okay, that should not be done under social objectives. Next, employment to the society. You need to generate employment capacity so that the society as a whole will develop. Next, no pollution. No pollution. Is it even possible? So if you stick to social objectives, you are going to compromise on economic objectives. This is the thing. See, as an organization, you have different sets of objectives. You have a set of national objectives, social, organic, everything. But what happens here is that whenever you frame your rules and all, one objective is in conflict with the other. See, social objectives are in conflict with your economic objectives. Social objective is saying that you have to take care of the health of the people, you should not pollute the environment. But whenever you're taking up the production process, it is quite obvious that you are releasing pollutants into the atmosphere. So you are actually foregoing social objectives for your economic objectives. Next, human objectives. What are human objectives? This is for the people who are working in your organization. Human objectives is something for the people who are working with you. So whenever somebody is working with you, you need to create a safe environment, right? Whenever they are coming for work, they should feel like, yes, tomorrow is work. I want to go, I want to work, I want to go to my workplace. They should not be feeling like, oh, tomorrow it is again work, I have to go. There are no proper facilities. My manager is kind of bugging me, like he's giving me a lot of work. There is a lot of exhaustion. There is no limited hours. He's making me work 24/7. That feeling should not be there. So there are certain objectives as an organization that you have to fulfill towards your employees, because employee satisfaction is very, very important. Next, national objectives. What are your national objectives as an organization? You must remove inequalities. You must remove inequalities. You should not favor your own family, or you should not favor somebody who has not got, who has got no skill, but somebody of your own blood. Something like that should not happen. There should be no nepotism. There should be no nepotism. You must actually encourage people with great skill, and must create equal set of opportunities to everybody to eliminate inequalities. And next, what is self-reliant? These days you are hearing something called as Atmanirbhar Bharat, right? So we are saying that vocal for local, like whatever you're going to purchase, for your organization or in the production process, make sure the inputs are made in India. So rather than depending on somebody else, you need to give a boost to the Indian economic activity as well. Because when you're importing goods and services, you kind of giving prosperity to that country, right? So whenever you're buying goods from India, you're actually encouraging businesses in India. Next, producing at national priority. So what do you mean producing at national priority? Whatever is required by the nation at the moment. So whatever is required by the nation at the moment, you have to produce those goods and services, which is not required. If you're, allocating resources there, you're causing what? Market failure, or rather misallocation of resources. See, whenever you're not allocating resources at places where they are required, it is called as misallocation of resources, and that will lead to something called as market failure. So that should not happen. Next thing is, see, this is going to be very, very simple. I'm going to keep it very, very simple for you people. See, there are criticisms of the economic objective. I told you that for the past 200 years and all, people felt that economic objective is the most important objective. So these people have actually criticized this profit maximization objective. I'm going to tell you some keywords, and based on those keywords, you have to remember these people. Okay, you have few economist names, right? You have to remember these people based on those keywords. So whenever I say satisficing behavior, you have to remember H.A. Simon. So what is it? Satisficing behavior. You have to remember H.A. Simon. So madam, what is this satisficing behavior? Excuse me. Your H.A. Simon stated that, Arre Baba, firm is not only worried about profits, after achieving certain level of profits, it will reach a level of satisfaction. Like, okay, I wanted to achieve 100 crores. I have achieved 100 crores. Now let me focus on something else. So after achieving certain level of profits, firm is having some satisficing behavior. Okay. So whenever you hear the term satisficing behavior, who should come to your mind? H.A. Simon. Whenever I tell sales maximization, you should remember Bamul. So what Bamul has to say is, you are telling profit maximization is the most important objective, but I never encountered people, saying that, because whenever I ask a salesperson, like, what is it? What is the situation of your company? He keeps saying that the sales have increased like this. My sales this month are like this. So he never says that profits are like this. For this month the profit is like this. He never talks in terms of profits. You always talk in terms of sales. So sales maximization is the most important objective. So whenever you hear satisficing behavior, H.A. Simon. Whenever you hear sales maximization, go for Bamul. And what about this Burley and GC? What about this A, Burley and GC? So what they did was, management is separated from ownership. Managers enjoy discretionary powers. So we know that in modern days, your ownership is different, your management is different. So, as the ownership and management are different, management has been given certain set of powers to operate, okay? And these set of powers are giving managers discretionary powers to, make decisions. So, he's saying that these managers, as they have got discretionary powers, they will try to maximize their own utility function. I'm repeating this again. In the modern world, your ownership is different, your management is different. And managers are given certain discretionary powers to operate. As they have certain set of powers, they only try to maximize their own utility. So that is what your Burley and GC. So enjoy discretionary powers to set goals. Next, Williamson's model. Managers maximize their own utility function, or maximizing managerial utility function. So whenever you see the term managers are trying to maximize their managerial utility function and all, please opt for Williamson's model. Next, Syed and March. This is most important, because Syed and March has given 4 goals, and Syed and March has provided you with 4 goals. So what are those 4 goals? One is profit goal, production goal, inventory goal, sales goal, market share goal. So in addition to profit goal, your Syed and March have provided you with 4 goals. So barring profit goal, yes, profit goal is one goal that the organization will ever have. But barring that also, you have certain other goals. What are they? That is your production goals. Next, your inventory goal, like how much inventory should I have to maintain now. Next, your sales goal and your market share goal. Any organization would try to increase its market share, right? So suppose there are 100 products being manufactured of some certain type of product, and 50 company X is selling, the other 50 company Y is selling. So company X would want that it must sell at least 90% of the market share should be its, right? So any company would want to increase its market share, right? So what are the four goals? It is production goal, market share goal, inventory goal, and sales goal. So whenever I say satisficing behavior, whose name will you get? It is H.S. Simon. Sales maximization, go for Bamul. Site and March, 4 goals. Managerial utility function, it is Williamson's model. And who said that? Their ownership is separate, management is separate, so management has discretionary powers. Who told that management and ownership are different? So management has got discretionary power is A. Burley and GC. Next. So what are the constraints? What are the constraints? What do you mean by constraints? The obstacles that an entrepreneur faces. See, I have mentioned different types of objectives: organic, social, national, economic. So all these are different types of objectives. I totally agree. But for you to achieve these objectives, you actually encounter certain constraints. So some bottlenecks as such. So what is the first? Lack of knowledge and information. See, people, you cannot accurately predict what is going to happen. That is one thing in business environment. It is highly dynamic. You cannot actually predict like this is going to happen, this is going to happen. You can't do that, right? So that leads to one, that is one constraint. Next, restrictions. What do you mean by restrictions? See, restrictions can be put by the government of the country as such. For example, the trade policies are changing that may result in, India putting some restrictions. For example, many companies were having trade relations with China, right? But after the COVID pandemic, there some restrictions were imposed, because of which these companies had to suffer, because they had to search for raw materials. They have to get them elsewhere, where it is efficient, or it is available at a lesser cost, and it will require some time for them to find another producer or another alternative. Next, infrastructural inadequacies and supply chain bottlenecks. So what are these supply chain bottlenecks? Always remember that for businesses to prosper, logistics is very, very important. Logistics in the sense the transportation facilities. If they are not good, a business cannot prosper. The roadways, the railways, the airways, the ports, they have to be well established for any business to prosper. And lack of that will cause obstacles. Next, external factors. What do you mean by external factors? See, somewhere people are fighting, somewhere wars are being happened. Due to those wars, what is happening? The oil prices are being impacted, the food prices are being impacted. Matlab, some external factors, due to some external factor, our business environment, our country's situation is being impacted. So that is also another constraint. Next. So fine, everybody. So we'll continue with problems faced by an enterprise. So you have got n number of problems. Some among them are problems relating to the objectives. So we have discussed various types of objectives, right? We have discussed organic objectives, economic objectives, social objectives, and national objectives. One thing that you have to remember here is that the objectives are always conflicting with each other. So whenever you have to, achieve these social objectives and national objectives, your economic objectives are compromised a bit, right? So that is your first problem. Next, problems relating to location. That is where you need to set up the factory. You have decided to produce something. Now, should you set up the factory which is closer to the raw material, or should you set up the factory closer to the marketplace? That decision you have to make. Next, size of the plant. Now you have decided to produce. Now, should it be a large scale production or a short scale? Like, if you have to set up a bigger plant size or a smaller plant size, what should be your approach? That is also one of the problems. Next, problems relating to selecting and organizing physical facilities. After you have decided that you have to produce something, now you have to acquire the machinery and equipment and all, right? You have to arrange, you have to determine the layout of your factory. That is another problem. Next, problems relating to finance, like what should be the structure, like how much of debt, how much of equity, from where should you acquire the money? That is also another problem. Next, whenever you're reading with regard to problems relating to organization structure, it is nothing but how are you going to divide the roles between people? See, it is very important the way you determine the roles, because the clumsy they are, the more time, or rather more disturbances are created in the business. Next, Problems relating to marketing. Whenever we are studying problems relating to marketing, you need to remember 4 P's, which are product, promotion, price, and place. So what is your product, how it needs to be advertised, what price it should be charged, and in which areas are you going to set up the outlets. All that is also some of the problems that you have to encounter. Next, problems relating to legal formalities. You all know that from the inception of the business to the closure of the business, there are n number of legal formalities that you have to undergo. Next, problems relating to industrial relations. Now, you know what is the toughest part while doing a business? It is earning your workers' cooperation. So they have to trust you. They have to feel like they are a part of the organization. The moment they feel they are a part of the organization, your half job is done. So your industrial relations are another big problem that is faced by the firms. So people, we have completed the theory of production. Now what we will do is we will solve some bits, right? So we have few bits here. So we'll solve a few and then we'll proceed to the next chapter. So what is your first bit here? What is production in economics? So you tell me, I already told you that man can neither create matter nor destroy matter. So whatever is there in the nature, you can only add utility to it. You can only add utility to it. So it is nothing but creation or addition of utility. So it is creation or addition of utility. Next. Which activity is base of all the production activities? This is also told in one of our lectures, right? So, consumption is the base of all production activities. Always remember, students, your consumption is the base for all the production activities. Next, which of the following is considered as production in economics? We told that anything that has no monetary gain or no exchange is involved, that is not considered as production. So your voluntary services or something that is done out of love and affection, something that is done out of passion is not considered as production in economics. So let us see the options here. Helping a blind person crossing the road. Oh, come on, this is not production. Group dance performance in a college annual function. No. Holding a child who is falling from a wall. No. Performing an art in the theater. What did they ask? Which of the following is considered as production? So it is performing an art in a theater. So you're going to get some monetary gain, right? So this is considered to be production in economics. Next. So we'll solve some other bits. Okay. Extraction of natural resources from earth. So we have discussed 4 types of utilities in production, right? Form utility, place utility, time utility, and service utility. What do you mean by form utility? When you change the form, it is considered as form utility. And what is extraction of natural resources? Under what type of utility will it come under? Do you remember we discussed something about place utility, stating that when you move a resource from a place that is less useful to a place that is more useful, it will create some utility. And natural resources under the surface of the earth are of no use. They have to be extracted. So if they are extracted from the earth's surface, you are creating utility called as place utility. Okay. Next, what is the utility created by storing a commodity? Tell. You need to answer this question. So what is this? It is time utility. Next, let us solve some other bits again. Okay, let us discuss this bit. Land has no dash price. You need to answer this question. This is very, very important. So land has no dash price, and land has which price also you have to think and answer. See, land has no supply price because we told that land is a free gift of nature. It is given by mother nature. There is no cost of production that you have incurred. So land has got no supply price. But what price do you witness in the case of land? It is the demand price that you witness. So land has got no supply price. Next. Which of the following is not the characteristic of land? So we studied few characteristics of land, right? So land is immobile. Yeah, it is correct. Its usefulness depends on human efforts. Yeah, because land is a passive factor, right? This is also correct. It is produced by our forefathers. Is it so? Then what will Mother Nature do? See, it is given by Mother Nature. See, I am also saying produced. It is the free gift of nature given by Mother Nature. So it is not produced by our forefathers. Very, very wrong. Next, the supply curve of the labor. Answer this question. What is the supply curve of the labor? It is backward bending. You saw the shape, right? It is this way. So, next we'll solve 2 other bits and then we'll proceed to the next topic. Okay. Next, which is not the characteristic of labor? Which is not the characteristic of labor? Labor is highly perishable. Yeah, a day's labor lost cannot be recovered. That is the reason why labor has no dash price. Labor has no dash price. It has no reserve price. Always remember, students, labor has no reserve price because we cannot store the labor. Next, Labor is inseparable from the laborer. Yeah, that is also correct. Labor has strong bargaining power. Let us think about it. The supply curve of the labor and the wage rate are directly related in the initial stage. In the initial stage, they are related, but always remember, labor has no strong bargaining power. Labor has weak bargaining power. So nowadays they have strong bargaining power, but in your ICA material, as per the characteristics, labor still has a weak bargaining power. In the, I told you, right, these materials were written long back. Some things have not been updated, but for your exam purpose, please remember this. Next. Labor has weak bargaining power, has he's dash weak. Okay, he's economically weak. Paisa, he's not having money. For that very reason, he has weak bargaining power. Okay, these are some of your bits. So, and let us solve some bits on capital also, so that we can cover some. So, capital formation is also known as, it is also known as investment. So, delta K is nothing but I. Change in the capital stock is nothing but investment. Please do remember this. Change in capital stock is nothing but investment. And what is the three-step process that we have discussed? The three-step process is savings, mobilization of savings, and investment, right? Next. What is this? Lesser production of dash would lead to lesser production in the future. So you need to save this time because you have to invest in the future. I told you in one of our lectures that if you are consuming everything for consumer goods, that is, you are not saving any part of your income, nothing is left for creating capital goods. If capital goods are not there, how will you create your consumer goods? So lesser production of dash would lead to lesser production of future. Lesser production of capital goods will lead to lesser production in the future. So these are few bits that you just see, and then after listening to the session that we have discussed on theory of production, I'm pretty sure that you'll be able to solve all the bits. So what we will do is we'll end this session right now and we'll meet in the next session, which is the production optimization. Everybody, welcome to another session of business economics. So in this session, we'll be talking about production analysis. So in this session, we'll be talking about production analysis. So first of all, we'll have a discussion on what is the meaning of production function. So what is the meaning of function first of all? In mathematics, whenever you talk about function, it is nothing but the relationship between dependent variables and independent variables. And when we say production function, what do you mean by that? Production function talks about the relationship between output and inputs. So it is the relationship between output and inputs. So we can write production function as Q is a function of A, B, C, D and so on N. So these are nothing but your inputs. So what we did was, to understand it more clearly, we have taken only two factors of production, which is labor comma capital. We have taken two factors of production which has labor comma capital. So now how did we write our production function? We have written our production function. Output is a function of labor and capital. So to revise your things, what is a function? It is the relationship between dependent variables and independent variables. What is production function? It talks about the relationship between inputs and outputs, right? Output is a dependent variable, inputs are your independent variable. So to simplify our production function, we have taken Q as a function of labor comma capital, right? So your production function is further classified into short-run production function and long-run production function. People in economics, whenever I say short-run and long-run, always remember that it is based on the factors. Like if there are fixed factors or variable factors. So whenever you say short run, at least one factor of production must be fixed. I'm saying at least. So it is greater than or equal to. Whenever I'm saying short run, at least one factor of production must be fixed. And whenever I'm talking about long run, all your factors of production are variable. Whenever I'm talking about long run, all your factors of production are variable. Understood everybody? So short run production function, at least one of the inputs will remain fixed or rather constant. So we have written your production function as function of labor comma capital, right? So in the short run production function, your labor is the variable factor, your capital is the fixed factor. Your labor is the variable factor, your capital is the fixed factor. And to understand this short run production function, we use a law called as law of variable proportions. We use a law called as law of variable proportions. Next, let us come to long run production function. In your long run, all the factors are variable. In your long run, all your factors are variable. So to understand this long run production function, we use the law something called as law of returns to scale. To understand long run production function, which law are you going to study? It is law of returns to scale. And what are your factors in the long run? All are variable. Next, What do you mean by this? Economies of scale. See, this is going to be a very simple thing. Try to understand. You just have to remember these things, okay? But let me explain to you what are these economies of scale. Whenever you are producing something on a larger scale, whenever you're producing something on a larger scale, that will result in some benefits and reduce the per unit cost. Okay, that is nothing but economies of scale. What is economies of scale? Whenever you are producing something on a larger scale, that will generate few advantages. That is, your per unit cost will decrease. That is economies of scale. Your economies of scale are further divided into internal economies of scale, external economies of scale. Now let us understand what is industry first of all. Industry is nothing but a collection of firms producing the similar things. Okay, industry is nothing but collection of firms who are producing similar type of products. Now, if the benefits are accruing only to one particular firm, if the benefits are accruing to only one particular firm, it is called as internal economies. If the benefits are accruing to only one particular firm, it is internal economies. For example, there is an industry X, in that there are a bunch of firms, and there is firm A. There is firm A that has used meticulously its talents, and it has tried to do something with its product that has led to the reduction in the cost per unit of its product alone. Okay, this advantage, whatever you're seeing right now, has been accrued only to that particular firm. I'm not talking about the entire industry. Then you call it as internal economies. If your firm is doing something for its own and it is using your intelligence and its spectacular abilities to reduce the cost per unit of its own product, it is internal economies. If the benefit is accruing to the entire industry as a whole, for example, an entire industry is developing, then all the firms will get benefit. That is external economies of scale. So whenever you see economies, that is advantages. Economies are nothing but advantages. If you have economies, you will also have diseconomies, that are disadvantages. See, when you use something beyond a level, that will cause diseconomies or disadvantages. So you have internal economies, internal diseconomies. What are internal economies or diseconomies? Accruing for that particular firm. If they are accruing to the entire industry as a whole, it is external economies or diseconomies of scale. So how do you incur these internal economies of scale? What are the different internal economies of scale? You just have to remember the side headings, okay? Because in the exam, they are going to ask you which are internal economies, which are external economies, which are internal economies, which are internal diseconomies. The questions will be such that. The first thing is technical economies and diseconomies. So whenever you upgrade your technology, you will be able to produce something at a lesser unit, lesser cost, right? The per unit cost will decrease. Then when you will incur diseconomies, whenever you're overutilizing something, see, whenever you're overutilizing something, then you will incur diseconomies of scale. So under internal economies and diseconomies, you have got technical economies, diseconomies, managerial economies and diseconomies. See, whenever you are producing on a large scale, you will try to go for division of labor. That is, you will divide the tasks between different departments. That will also increase your production. Sometimes when there is no proper coordination between these departments, that will result in diseconomies, right? Next, commercial economies and diseconomies, financial economies, diseconomies, risk-bearing economies and diseconomies. So let us first discuss about risk-bearing economies and diseconomies. What are risk-bearing economies and diseconomies? See, I have increased the size of my output. I have spread my operations all across the globe. So my operations are there in US, they are there in Canada, they are there in India, they are there in China, almost everywhere. Okay. What happens here is the risk is being what? Diversified. The risk is being diversified because you have established your companies in all parts of the world, right? So for example, US is in recession, the remaining part is doing well. So what will happen? The loss that you will incur in US will be compensated by the profits that you incur in other parts, right? That will result in risk-bearing economies. Now, what are risk-bearing diseconomies? Your risk-bearing diseconomies will occur when entire globe is doing bad. Suppose the world economy is in recession, what will you do? So, this risk-bearing economy has turned out into diseconomy. Next, what are financial economies and diseconomies? See, my name is Srividya, so I set up a company called as Srividya & Co. There is a company called Reliance, Tata, these big companies. You tell me who will get a loan very easily. If the brand name is good, if you're producing on a larger scale, you're spanning out across the globe and your name is huge, you will easily get money, you can easily get finance. Now that will become financial economy. Now how will this turn into financial diseconomy? As you're easily able to acquire debt, that doesn't mean that you sit on a huge pile of debt. You also have to service that debt, right? That will become a huge problem in the future. So that will turn into financial diseconomy. Next, what are these commercial economies and diseconomies? So whenever you're producing on a larger scale, you will be acquiring raw materials on a larger scale. So you know this wholesale market and retail market, right? Whenever you're buying something in bulk, the price will decrease. Whenever you're buying something in bulk, the price will decrease. Those are your commercial economies. Right, people? Next, what are your external economies and diseconomies now? I told you, right, whenever they are incurring to the industry as a whole, they are called as external economies or diseconomies. Economies are advantages, diseconomies are disadvantages. Next, what are your external economies of skill? Cheaper raw materials, technical external economies, development of skilled labor, ancillary industries, better transportation and marketing facilities, economies of information. People, let us go from economies of information to the top. Okay, what are economies of information, by the way? See, if only one particular firm is developing, then that has to invest a lot on research and development. For example, if an entire industry is being developed, there will be some research centers that will be doing research with regard to the industry. They will be publishing certain journals and articles with regard to the industry. So you don't have to independently invest so much on the research. In that way, you are having some benefits. Next, better transportation and marketing facility. Wherever an industry is going, it is quite obvious that the logistics of that area will also be quite good. Next, growth of ancillary industries. Write down the meaning of ancillary industries are related industries. The meaning of ancillary industries are related industries. For example, the automobile industry is going. When the automobile industry is growing, all the related industries, for example, the back end and the front end, the raw materials and the marketing, everything will also grow, right? Anything that is relating to the automobile industry will also see a growth. Next, development of skilled labor. These days you see that there is a boom with regard to the AI, and you start seeing that in all your colleges there are courses with regard to AI. So whenever an industry is growing, so whatever type of skill that particular industry is requiring, that skill is being imparted by the colleges and institutions. So there is also a growth in the skilled labor as well. Next, technical external economies. So whenever a particular industry is going, there will also be huge investment in research and development. So you will also try to find out new ways of producing something at a lesser cost. So you'll also see technical economies as well. Next, what are these external diseconomies? External diseconomies are nothing but disadvantages that you see incurring to the industry as a whole. So what is this? Rise in the factor prices. See, whenever I say that automobile industry is growing, so you need to produce more automobiles. For that, you require raw material. So the demand for raw materials will increase. So whenever the demand for raw materials is increasing, suppose the supply of the raw materials is also increasing, then you will not see greater impact on the price. For example, if the demand for raw materials is growing, but the supply of the raw materials is not growing, you're not having abundant raw materials present, then what will happen to the factor prices? They will increase. If factor prices are increasing, what will happen to the cost of production? That will also increase. Next, increased demand for inputs puts pressures on the input market. That is what we have discussed. See, if the demand for inputs is increasing, it is also a mandate that the supply of the raw materials must also increase. If the supply is not matching with the demand, then that will be a problem. Next, increase in the price of the factors. Next, high transportation cost, pollution control, etc. will be a problem. See, whenever an industry is growing, it is quite obvious that you're producing on a larger scale. You're releasing pollutants into the environment, which will pose a threat to the environment of the country. So that is the reason why when there are advantages, you will also see some sort of disadvantages as well. So what you are going to do is you are going to remember these side headings. Okay, if you remember these side headings, that will do the job for you. Next, let us understand your law of variable proportions. People, this is going to be very, very simple. I told you that this is short run production function. Okay, so in your law of variable proportions, you have one fixed factor and one variable factor. And guess what is your fixed factor and variable factor, people? Your fixed factor is your capital, your variable factor is your labor. So what do you observe in law of variable proportion is when the capital is fixed and you keep on increasing the labor, when the capital is fixed and you keep on increasing the labor, the productivity of the labor, the marginal productivity of the labor will keep falling. That is, when the capital is constant and you keep on increasing a factor, the productivity of that factor will see a decline. So what is the law? As we increase the quantity of one input, which input are we increasing in our law? We are increasing the labor combined with other fixed input. Which is our fixed input here? Capital. The marginal productivity of the variable input, which is our variable input? Labor. So the marginal productivity of the labor must eventually decline. It must eventually decline. Next, what are the assumptions? So we are sitting in the short run. So at least one factor must be fixed. As we are sitting in a short run production function, at least one factor must be fixed. Next, state of technology is constant. People remember this very carefully. Whenever you're talking about a production function, you're talking about the relationship between inputs and outputs. So if you want that relation to stick or it has to hold, your technology must remain constant. If your technology is not constant, this relationship will also change. So for time being, we take the technology to be constant, and whatever production function you're talking about, that is only valid for a short period of time. I'm not saying that it's valid for n number of time. That is only valid for a short period of time. Next, considers only physical inputs and physical outputs. Okay. So what are your assumptions? You consider only physical inputs, physical outputs, and your state of technology must remain constant. As you're in short run, at least one factor must be fixed. So let us understand the terminology is called total product, average product, and marginal product. So how do you find out the total product? It is nothing but the sum of marginal product. How do you find out the total product? It is the sum of marginal product. Now let us understand what is marginal product. See, marginal product is nothing but an addition made to the productivity by having an additional unit of labor. For example, if I employ a person, I have taken a laborer. What is the contribution by that particular laborer is nothing but my marginal product. And what do you mean by total product? All the people together, what is the amount of output that they have produced? All the laborers together, what is the amount of output that they have produced is my total product. The product of an additional unit of labor is nothing but my marginal product. So your total product can also be arrived at by summing up your marginal products. Next, what is average product? It is total product divided by number of units of laborers. It is total product divided by number of units of laborers. So average product tells that on an average, what is the production by one particular labor. On an average, one laborer, how much is he producing? Next, what is marginal product? The formula for marginal product is change in total product due to change in the laborers, number of laborers. Always remember that marginal product is the slope of the total product. Marginal product is the slope of the total product. See, what we will do right now is we'll draw a graph for you. By seeing that graph, we'll divide the graph into stages and then we'll understand this law in more detailed manner. So on x-axis, you take the number of units of laborers. Okay, on x-axis, you take the number of units of laborers. On y-axis, you take your total product, you take your marginal product and average product. Okay, now this graph is going to be very, very simple. So please listen to me carefully. So your total product in the beginning, that is the amount of output produced by all the laborers together, will increase at an increasing rate. Your total product will be increasing at an increasing rate. I have told you earlier that whenever you see the graph increasing at an increasing rate, the graph will be steeper, and whenever you see something increasing at a decreasing rate, it should be flatter. So in the beginning, your total product is increasing at an increasing rate. Later, it is increasing at a decreasing rate. It will become maximum and later it falls. So this is your total product, and the bend that you see here is nothing but the inflection point. The bend that you see here is nothing but the inflection point. So in the beginning, your total product was increasing at increasing rate, later increasing at decreasing rate, it became maximum and then it started falling. Based on your total product, you have to draw your marginal product, because I have taught you earlier that your marginal product is nothing but the slope of your total product. People, may I know what is the formula for the slope? It is change in y-axis by change in x-axis. What is the formula for the slope? It is change in y-axis by change in x-axis. So what is on your y-axis right now? I have drawn the total product graph, right? So on y-axis, you have your total product. So it is change in total product due to. On x-axis, you have the number of laborers employed. So it is change in number of units of laborers. Right? So delta TP by delta NL. This is nothing but the formula of marginal product. This is nothing but the formula of marginal product. Right? So this is what I was telling you. So whenever TP is increasing at increasing rate, your marginal product will also increase. And whenever TP is increasing at decreasing rate, your marginal product will fall. And whenever TP is maximum, your marginal product will be equal to 0. And TP decreases, marginal product will be negative. Your marginal product will be negative. So I'll repeat this again, people, for you. Your marginal product is nothing but the slope of the total product. That is, the change in the total product is nothing but your marginal product, right? So, being the slope of the total product, whenever your TP is increasing at increasing rate, the slope is increasing, right? So, your marginal product will also increase. Whenever TP is increasing at a decreasing rate, your marginal product will fall. And whenever TP is maximum, what do you mean by maximum? There is no change. And slope indicates change. If there is no change, your MP must be equal to 0. Your MP must be equal to 0. And whenever TP is falling, your MP is negative. Now you have to draw the graph for your what? Average product. Your graph for your average product. It is going to be very simple, just like a mountain, okay? This is your average product. This is your average product. So as you can see, your average product is increasing. It becomes maximum and then it starts decreasing. And when your AP is maximum, it is equal to your MP. When your AP is maximum, it is equal to your MP. So what we will do right now is we'll divide the graph into 3 stages. We'll divide the graph into 3 stages, and the name of the 3 stages are: first stage is increasing returns, second is diminishing returns, third is negative returns. So how should I divide the stages? Watch it carefully. Wherever your AP is maximum, draw a line. Wherever your AP is maximum, draw a line. So till here it will become your stage 1. Till here it will become your stage 1. And whenever your TP is maximum, your MP is 0, right? Draw a demarcation line there. This will become your stage 3. After this, you will enter stage 3. Okay, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. So, till AP is maximum, it is stage 1. Till TP is maximum, it is stage 2. After that, you will enter into stage 3. Stage 1 is called as increasing returns. Stage 1 is called as increasing returns. Stage 2 is called as diminishing returns. Stage 3 is called as negative returns. Now, let us understand why they are called that way. See, let us understand the behavior of your TP, AP and MP in stage 1. Let us understand the behavior of your TP, AP and MP in stage 1. In stage 1, you see that your TP is increasing at increasing rate, TP is also increasing at decreasing rate. In stage 1, you see that your MP has increased, reached a maximum point, and people, may I know when did this MP reach maximum point? At the inflection point. At the inflection point, your MP is maximum. In stage 1, your MP also saw a decline. So, in stage 1, your TP was increasing at increasing rate, your TP was increasing at decreasing rate, your MP increased, reached maximum, started falling, but it is your AP that is all along increasing. Your AP is all along increasing. For that very reason, you call your stage 1 as increasing returns. And in stage 2, if you see, both your AP and MP are falling. In stage 2, both your AP and MP are falling. For that very reason, it is called as diminishing returns. As both your AP and MP are decreasing, it is called as diminishing returns. And in stage 3, your MP has become negative. In stage 3, your MP has become negative. For that very reason, it is called as negative returns. Okay, people, understood? So, why they are called increasing returns, diminishing returns, negative returns is, in stage 1, as your AP is all along increasing, it is called increasing returns. In stage 2, your AP and MP are decreasing, it is called diminishing returns. In stage 3, as your MP is negative, it is called as negative returns. Now, another important thing is, you being a rational producer, you will not stop your production in stage 1. You will not do your production in stage 3. Did you get my point? In stage 1, you will not stop the production. In stage 3, you will not do the production. So, which is the stage of operation? It is stage 2. Stage 2 is the stage of operation. Stage 2 is the stage of operation. Please do remember this. This is a very, very important bit. Stage 1 and stage 3 are referred to as economic absurdity. Stage 1 and stage 3 are referred as economic absurdity. So, what we are going to do right now is we are going to see the behavior of three of your curves, which are your TP, AP and MP in stage 1, stage 2 and stage 3. Stage 1 we have already completed, right? Stage 2, how is your TP behaving? Your TP is increasing at a decreasing rate. Your AP is decreasing. Your MP is also decreasing. At the end of your stage 2, your MP has become 0 and TP has become maximum. That is, you have produced the maximum you want. After this, if you are still continue your production, what will happen? Your marginal productivity will become negative. Your marginal productivity will become negative. Any rational producer would not want to become, would not want their marginal productivity to become negative, which is the reason why you will not operate in stage 3. So we'll see the points, people. So stage 1 is also called as law of increasing returns. So up to the point of inflection, what is the point of inflection? Where the rate of change is changing, it is your point of inflection. So up to a particular point, you are increasing at increasing rate. Later, you are increasing at a decreasing rate. So you saw a small bend, right? That is nothing but your point of inflection. So up to the point of inflection, TP is increasing at increasing rate. That is what we have seen. Your AP increases all along in stage 1. In stage 1, your AP will not fall. Your MP rises maximum at the point of inflection. Very, very important bit. So in your stage 1, you saw the behavior of MP as it increases, reaches maximum and later it also declines. At the point of inflection during stage 1, TP increases but at a diminishing rate. So after the point of inflection, at the point of inflection, MP is maximum. After the point of inflection, your TP is increasing at a diminishing rate and your MP is declining. But it is positive, huh? Next, in the first stage, TP and AP are increasing, but MP increases and then declines. Your MP increases but declines later on, right, people? So, we are going to see the remaining stages as well. So, what is the relationship between AP and MP that you have observed, people? Let us draw a graph for this so that it will make more clear for you. So, this is your AP. This is your MP, right? This is your AP, this is your MP. So, when AP is increasing, MP is greater than AP. Agree or not? So, when AP is increasing, MP is greater than AP. Next, when AP is maximum, MP is equal to AP. When AP is decreasing, MP is below AP. So these are the relationships that you have to remember with regard to your AP and MP. So what are the relationships? When AP is increasing, MP greater than AP. When AP is maximum, MP equal to AP. When AP is falling, MP is less than your AP. So what we will do right now is, as we have completed understanding the relationship between your average product and marginal product, let us try understand what are the reasons behind your increasing returns. So one reason that you can remember strictly is that your fixed factor is in abundance when compared to your variable factor. You see that your fixed factor is greater than your variable factor. So if I take a small example, I've got a machine and for that machine to be optimally utilized, I need 4 laborers to work on it. But right now I only have 1 laborer, which strictly indicates that the machine is not being optimally utilized. So that is one reason. Next is your, indivisibility of the fixed factor. So what do you mean by indivisibility of the fixed factor? For example, the machine has a capacity to produce 1000 units. Right now I am only producing 100 units. So what can I do? Can I divide the machine into smaller parts? As I am only producing 100 units, I am not utilizing the entire capacity of the machine. Is it possible for me to divide the machine into smaller parts? That is not possible. Next is division of labor and specialization. So what do you mean by division of labor and specialization? I told you earlier that I have a machine, right? For example, I'm in a biscuit factory. So I got a machine and I require 4 laborers to work on it. But right now I only have 1 laborer. So what are the different tasks that 4 laborers have to do individually? These tasks are being performed by that one particular laborer. So there is no specialization or division of labor. But as we keep on increasing the number of laborers, we can divide the tasks between these laborers, which will increase my productivity. Next, let us understand stage 2, which is law of diminishing returns. I already gave you the reason why we call it as diminishing returns, because both your average product and marginal product are decreasing in stage 2, right? And your TP is increasing at a decreasing rate. So what is that you see? What is the reason behind your diminishing returns? So the one thing that you see is indivisibility of the efficiently utilized fixed factor. See, in stage 1, I told you that your variable factor is not properly available, or rather your fixed factor is in abundance when compared to your variable factor. Now, as you go on, increase your labor. So what happened here was you have started efficiently utilizing your fixed factor. Now the problem here is, I told you I require 4 laborers. Now you increase beyond 4, the productivity will start falling. The productivity will start falling, but it will stay positive. Your MP will stay positive in your stage 2. It is in stage 3 that it will turn to be negative. So what is the other thing? Imperfect substitutability of one factor for the other. This is going to be very, very important. What do you mean by perfect substitutability? The meaning of perfect substitutability is, I'm okay if labor is there or I'm okay if capital is there. See, if I can perfectly substitute one factor for the other, the returns should keep on increasing. Here, the problem is I need a mix of both the factors. I require both capital, I also require labor, which is the reason why you are seeing diminishing returns. So, there is no perfect substitutability, or rather your labor and capital are imperfect substitutes. So what will happen if they are perfect substitutes? If I keep on increasing the labor, what is the problem? Even if capital is not there, I can get the job done by using labor. So my productivity will increase. But here I need a mix of both the factors, which is the reason why you are observing diminishing returns. Next, stage 3, which is your negative returns. In stage 3, the reason why you're calling it to be negative returns is that your marginal productivity has become negative. That is, your total product is falling. And what is the relationship between TP and MP? If TP is falling, your MP will become negative. And can you please tell the reason why your marginal productivity has become negative? In stage 1, you said that fixed factor was in abundance when compared to your variable factor. In stage 3, you will tell that variable factor is in abundance when compared to your fixed factor. That is, you don't require that amount of variable factor for your fixed factor to be operated. So, your variable factor is greater than your fixed factor. So, I hope you understood law of variable proportion, but there is one more small concept that you have to discuss here. That is principle of marginalism. What is that? Principle of marginalism. People, I already told you that stage 1 and stage 3 are called economic nonsense or economic absurdity. Absurdity is nothing but nonsense, right? Your producer, that is you being a rational producer, you would not stop your production in stage 1 or you would not continue your production in stage 3. It is in stage 2 that you will stop your production. But here the thing that we have to notice is, when will you stop the employment in stage 2? That is, when will you stop employing the labor in stage 2? What is the condition? The condition that you have to follow is principle of marginalism. That is, you will stop hiring the laborer at a point where the marginal revenue productivity of the laborer is equal to the marginal wages. The meaning of this is, I'll just give me a moment. Yeah, 1 second. Okay. So what is the meaning of principle of marginalism? The condition states that the marginal revenue productivity of the laborer must be equal to marginal wages. What do you mean by this? See, how do you arrive at marginal productivity of labor? It is MPL multiplied by price. That is, the work done by the labor multiplied by the price will give you the revenue that is being earned due to the work done by that particular laborer. If that is equal to the wage that you are paying for him, then you are said to be in equilibrium. So the condition of principle of marginalism is marginal revenue productivity of laborer must be equal to marginal wages. When you attain this point, you will stop employing the people. You will stop hiring the people. For example, your marginal revenue productivity of the labor is greater than marginal wages, then you will keep on hiring the laborers, because whatever you are paying is less when compared to whatever revenue they are generating for your firm. For example, if marginal wages is greater than marginal revenue productivity of the laborer, you will start firing the people, okay? So you will stop hiring when they are equal. You will continue hiring when the marginal revenue productivity of the laborer is greater than marginal wages. You will fire them if your marginal wage is greater than the marginal revenue productivity of the laborer. So I hope you understood the what? Law of variable proportions. Now what we'll do is we'll proceed to the long run production function, and for it to understand, we need to understand something called as law of returns to scale. So here you need to understand a term called as change in scale. Whenever I am saying change in scale, Okay, before that, do you remember that as we are in long run, all the factors of production are variable? So only in the short run, you have at least one fixed factor. In the long run, all the factors are variable. In the long run, all the factors of production are variable. So what do you mean by change in scale? The change in scale indicates that when you are increasing a factor by 1 unit, you have to increase the other factor also by the same amount. For example, if you are increasing labor 2 times, you also have to increase capital 2 times. You also have to increase capital 2 times. Suppose this is the capital labor ratio. This is the capital labor ratio. Now, if I increase labor 2 times, so it will become 2L, and I increase capital also 2 times because it is change in scale, right? You need to increase both the factors in the same proportion. You need to increase both the factors in the same proportion. So it will become 2K by 2L. Originally, you will be getting K by L. So, what do you see here? The factor proportions are fixed in the case of law of returns to scale. What do you see here? The factor proportions are fixed in the case of law of returns to scale. So, it operates in the long run where all the factors are increased together in the same proportion, and that is called as change in scale. Next, an individual firm passes through a long phase of constant returns to scale in its lifetime. So people, what we will do is, like we have divided the law of variable proportions into 3 stages, we will also divide this particular law into 3 stages. Okay. The first stage that you see is increasing returns to scale, constant returns to scale, and decreasing returns to scale. What do you see? Increasing returns to scale, constant returns to scale, decreasing returns to scale. Now let us understand what is this increasing returns to scale. The simple meaning is that when you are increasing the input, when you are increasing the inputs, let us say that your inputs are increased by 20%. Your output is increasing by 50%. That is, the proportionate increase in the input is less than the proportionate increase in the output. So like whatever increment you are seeing in the output is more when compared to the increment that you have seen in your inputs. Then it is told to be increasing returns to scale. If the proportionate increase in the output is less than the proportionate increase in the input. For example, you have increased your inputs by, let us say, 30%, but your output has only increased by 20%. Mark my word, I told that your output is increasing by what? Less than the increase in the input, but it is increasing. Then you call it as decreasing returns to scale. And when do you call it as constant returns to scale? Suppose you have increased the inputs by 15%, your output has also increased by 15%. Then you call that as constant returns to scale. Now, in the lifetime of a particular firm, most or rather the major part of its lifetime will go through the constant returns to scale. Most of its lifetime, it will stay in the constant returns to scale. That is what they have to say here, right? So stage 1 is increasing returns to scale. You also have to remember the alternative names. See, what do you mean by increasing returns to scale? The productivity is increasing. Whenever the productivity is increasing, what will happen to the cost, people? It will decrease. That is why the stage of increasing returns to scale is also called as diminishing cost. And the stage of diminishing returns to scale or decreasing returns to scale is called as increasing cost. And the stage of constant returns to scale is called as constant cost, right? So what is the meaning? A percentage increase in the output greater than percentage increase in the input. What it will become? It will become increasing returns to scale or diminishing cost. Next, what are the reasons again? See people, whatever reasons that you have seen in your law of variable proportion, the same you will be seeing here as well. So what is the reason for increasing returns? One is division of labor, specialization, indivisibility of factors, and next is internal economies of scale. We already studied what is internal economies of scale, right? So what is economies of scale? Whenever you're producing on a large scale, you encounter certain benefits or rather advantages which are referred to as economies of scale. What do you mean by internal economies of scale? For example, if the benefits are accruing only to that particular firm rather than the entire industry, I call it to be internal economies of scale. So these are the reasons for your what? Increasing returns to scale. And what is constant? See, constant returns to scale or constant costs. You have both economies and diseconomies. If the economies are balancing out the diseconomies, then you are set to have constant returns to scale. That is, your economies and diseconomies are balancing out each other. Next, diminishing returns to scale. Here you will be seeing diminishing returns to scale if the diseconomies are greater than the economies of scale. Diminishing returns to scale is also called as increasing cost, right? So what are the reason? Increasing difficulties in the management, which is a diseconomy or rather a disadvantage. Next, lack of proper supervision. Next, if you keep on increasing or rather expanding the level of output, it becomes a task for you to supervise or rather manage all the activities. You'll miss out something on the other, right? Next, lack of proper coordination, internal diseconomies of scale. What are the internal diseconomies of scale? So if the economies are more, it will be increasing returns. If the diseconomies are more, it will be decreasing returns to scale. So next topic that we are going to learn is production optimization. The next topic that we are going to learn is production optimization. This is nothing but we are going to find the least cost combination for producing a particular level of output. I am repeating this again. The meaning of production optimization is you are going to find out the least cost combination for producing a particular level of output. People think logically. Me being a business firm, after analyzing the demand, I want to produce a particular level of output. And for me to produce that particular level of output, I am trying to understand which input mix will cause the least cost combination. For that, I have to do proper analysis, right? So that is nothing but production optimization. So to do production optimization, you need two things, which are your ISO quants and ISO cost lines. You need ISO quants and ISO cost line. Whenever I say ISO, it means similar. ISO is nothing but similar or rather than same. So let us start understanding these things. I'll just open my notepad. Yeah. So I told you, right, you need ISO quants and ISO cost lines, right? So this ISO quants, whatever you're seeing right now here, are very much similar to your indifference curves. Do you remember from the theory of consumer behavior, we have discussed something called as indifference curves? What are indifference curves, people? The combination of two goods that will give same level of satisfaction. As all the combinations will give you same level of satisfaction, you are indifferent or rather you are not biased to choose any one combination, right? So what do you mean by ISO quants? Here they have taken, there you have taken goods, right? Here you will take factors of production. So suppose on y-axis I will take capital, I will denote it with K, and on x-axis I will take labor. Your ISO quants are just similar to your indifference curves and they are convex to the origin. They are also convex to the origin. So what does your ISO quant tell you? They will talk about the different combinations of labor and capital that will give me a particular level of output. That is, for example, I have to produce 200 units of output. To produce these 200 units of output, I can either go for combination A, combination B, combination C or combination D. Any combination will do the job for me. So it is the combination of two factors that will yield the same level of output. Clear, everybody? This is nothing but ISO quant. So whenever we draw a graph, we also talk about the slope, right? So what is the formula for the slope? It is change in y-axis by change in x-axis. Do you remember the slope of the indifference curve, which is nothing but marginal rate of substitution? The slope of an ISO quant is nothing but marginal rate of technical substitution. The slope of the ISO quant is nothing but marginal rate of technical substitution. So how do you write down marginal rate of technical substitution of labor for capital? It is nothing but delta K by delta L. That is the amount of capital that you are giving up for an additional unit of labor. It is nothing but sacrifice by gain ratio. Do you remember? That is, delta K is nothing but the amount of capital I am giving up for an additional unit of labor. People, remember that I have to remain on the same ISO quant. I have to remain on the same ISO quant because I told you that different combinations have to give same level of output. So when you are increasing one factor, it is a mandate for you to decrease the other factor, right? So what we are going to do is, if you have to remain on the same ISO quant, what should happen? What is the condition? The loss in total productivity is equal to the gain in total productivity. What should happen? The loss in total productivity must be equal to the gain in total productivity. How do you measure the loss in total productivity? What are you giving up here? You are giving up capital, right? You are giving up capital. So what is the loss in total productivity due to giving up of capital? It is denoted by minus as it is loss, and delta K is the amount of capital you have given up multiplied by MPK will give me the loss of total productivity due to giving up of capital. That must be equal to the gain in the total productivity due to adding up of labor. So how many units of labor have you added up? It is delta L multiplied by the marginal productivity of labor will give me the gain in total productivity of labor. So these both, if they are equal, you will remain on the same isoquant. So how can I rearrange whatever I have written here? I can also write it as delta K by delta L is equal to MPL by MPK. Can I write it this way? Of course, I can write it this way. And delta K by delta L is nothing but my marginal rate of technical substitution. So it is nothing but marginal rate of technical substitution of L for K is equal to MPL by MPK. What is it? Marginal rate of technical substitution of L for K is equal to MPL by MPK. Is it clear? So you can also talk about your marginal rate of technical substitution, that is the slope of your isoquant, in terms of the marginal productivity as well. So this is some brief introduction with regard to your isoquant. But how are your indifference curves and isoquants different from each other? See, indifference curve, we told that utility cannot be measured. But when I drew your isoquant, I strictly told you that this particular isoquant is going to give me 200 units of output. So I am able to quantify the amount of output that a particular isoquant is going to give for the producer. That is the difference between your indifference curve and isoquant. Next, your isoquant should be convex to the origin, and the reason why they are convex to the origin is the diminishing slope. And what is the slope of the isoquant? It is the marginal rate of technical substitution. So the diminishing marginal rate of technical substitution is the reason behind the convexity of your isoquant. And remember people, your isoquants must not touch the axis, because you know about the imperfect substitutability of labor and capital, right? You require both the factors of the production for you to do the production process, right? Next, let us discuss about your ISO cost line. Your ISO cost lines are very much similar to your budget lines. Your ISO cost lines are very much similar to your budget lines. So how is your ISO cost line? It is just similar to your budget line, which is negatively sloped or downward sloping. So what do you do here? These ISO cost line, what do they talk about? See, given the budget, see, you have a particular budget, right? It is not that you have so much of money that when you're financing a project, you do have a limit, right? So given the budget and given the prices of the factors of production, given the budget and given the prices of the factors of production, your ISO cost line will help you understand the different combinations of labor and capital that you can hire. So given the budget, given the prices of the factors of production, your ISO cost line will talk about the combinations of labor and capital that you can hire, right? So what is this extreme point here? These extreme points tell you that here you are only what? Hiring labor. Here you are only hiring capital. So the extreme points here are telling you that here you are only hiring labor and here you are only hiring capital. Now you think and tell me, for example, C denotes the total amount of cost that I am incurring. C denotes the total amount of cost that I am incurring. And W is the price of the laborer, that is wage is what you are paying for the laborers. And what do you pay for capital? Interest is something that you pay for capital, right? So I am denoting that with small r. I have denoted the wage with small w and I have denoted the rate of interest with small r. So you think twice and tell me what will happen right now. Okay. So if I do C by W, that is I divide the cost with the wages. So what will happen here? I will understand what is the maximum amount of laborers that I can hire. Let us take a numerical example and see. For example, my budget is 1000. For example, the budget is 1000 and the wage is around the wage is, let us say, 100. The wage is, let us say, 100. So if I divide 1000 divided by 100, what would I get, people? It is what? 10. So this indicates that given the budget, given the price of the laborers, I can hire around 10 laborers. That is what I'm knowing here. So what you have to do right now is, please write this in a coordinate form, right? X comma y. So what we will do is, here I am only hiring laborers. So it is 0 units of capital. So how can I write that as? It is C by W comma 0. Can I write it this way? Of course, I can write it this way. Next, how can I write this extreme point? I can write it like it is 0 units of labor and some units of capital. Just like how you understood how many units of laborer that you're hiring, how would you understand how many units of capital that you can hire? It is nothing but total cost divided by rate of interest. It is total cost divided by rate of interest. So it is nothing but 0 comma C by R. Okay. So you have got two coordinates here. Let me just write them down for you. It is 0 comma C by R comma C by W comma 0. This is the coordinates that you have got. So it is x1, y1, x2 and y2, right? So what is the formula for slope? It is nothing but y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1. This is the formula for slope. So when you do y2 minus y1, you will be getting 0 minus c by r whole divided by c by w minus 0. So it will be minus w by r. You cancel out the c, so you will get w by r. Always remember, students, the ratio of the prices of the factors of production is nothing but the slope of the isocost line. I am repeating this again. The ratio of the prices of the factors of production is nothing but the slope of the isocost line. So I already told you that in your production optimization, you are trying to find out that input mix that will give you the least cost combination. And for you to find out the least cost combination, you require both your ISO quant and also your ISO cost line. As a business person, I already estimated the demand. I know what should be the amount of output. But now I have to finalize the input mix, right? So what I have is, I have a bunch of ISO cost lines. I have a bunch of ISO cost lines. Now I have to decide which input mix that I have to consider. I have to consider which input mix. Now I will draw your ISO quant line. You all remember right? Your ISO quant is also convex to the origin. So what is the least cost combination? Whenever your ISO quant is tangential to your ISO cost line, wherever your ISO quant is tangential to your ISO cost line, that is your least cost combination. See, this ISO quant will give me 200 units of output. This output I can produce using ISO cost line 1, I can produce using ISO cost line 2 or ISO cost line 3. But me being a rational producer, I have to minimize my cost as much as possible, right? So I will not choose point A or point B. That will be a big blunder. I will go to point C. I will go to point C. This is my least cost combination. So here we are ending your production optimization. So let us see what is there in the material as well. Just give me a moment. So yes, here as you can see, this is ISO quant, ISO cost and your producer equilibrium. Where will your producer be in equilibrium? Whenever your ISO quant is tangential to your ISO cost line, there your producer is said to be in equilibrium. Now, what are the properties of the ISO quants? See, they are negatively sloped in the sense they are convex to the origin, they are downward sloping from left to right. Can you please tell me the reason why they are downward sloping? It is due to the diminishing slope. The reason is diminishing slope. And may I know what is the slope of your ISO quant? It is nothing but marginal rate of technical substitution. That is, diminishing marginal rate of technical substitution is the reason behind the downward sloping ISO quant, right? Next, never touches either of the axis. Do you remember the imperfect substitutability wala point? I told you that if there is perfect substitutability, you will not see diminishing returns because any factor will do the job for you, right? But you need a mix of both the factors. You need both labor and capital for continuing the production process. Next, convex to the origin. The reason is diminishing marginal rate of technical substitution. Non-intersection. Always remember, students, no two ISO quants should intersect each other because higher ISO quant indicates the higher level of production. Higher ISO quant indicates higher level of production or higher level of output, right? So these are the things I wanted to teach you. What we will do right now is we are left with a very small topic which is called the Cobb-Douglas production function, which is called the Cobb-Douglas production function. We will first discuss that and later we will proceed to the bits. So let me just open your notepad. So what is a production function? First of all, a production function talks about the relationship between inputs and outputs. So the Cobb and Douglas are two people. What they did was they just, they did some analysis of the American manufacturing industry. What Cobb and Douglas did was they studied the American manufacturing industry and they came up with an input-output relation. So how they have first written the production function was Q is equal to A multiplied. See, you can take any constants. I am just trying to explain the concept for you. A multiplied by L power alpha into K power 1 minus alpha. Okay. So first production function that they have given was in this form. The first production function that they have given is this form. So let me just tell you what each letter indicates. Q indicates the level of output. L indicates labor. K indicates the amount of capital. Okay. Your A is your technology constant. Okay. This is technological coefficient. That is the influence of technology with regard to your output. So this is nothing but your technological coefficient. Okay. So alpha is nothing but a constant. Okay. What they have written in your ICA book is also, they have just told that this A, alpha, everything are nothing but some positive constants. They have told them to be some positive constants. But the meaning behind them is, I will just tell you in few more minutes, just to wait. So what you have to do now, what is your task? See, do you remember your increasing returns to scale, decreasing returns to scale and constant returns to scale? Now, how do you understand whether you are in increasing returns to scale, decreasing returns to scale or constant returns to scale? By seeing the production function. See, whatever powers you see here, the powers are alpha and 1 minus alpha, right? What you have to do is, you have to sum those powers. You have to add those powers. If you get a value that is equal to 1, it is constant returns to scale. If you get a value that is greater than 1, it is increasing returns to scale. If you get a value that is less than 1, it is decreasing returns to scale. I hope you will remember this. So first, when Cobb and Douglas came up with this production function, they have told that the production function exhibited constant returns to scale. First, when they came up with this production function wala thing, they said that the production function exhibits constant returns to scale. But later they understood the mistake that they have made. They thought, Arey Baba, a firm can be in increasing returns to scale. It can also be in decreasing returns to scale. So I think we need to change the production function a bit. We need to change the production function a bit. Now they have come up with a different production function, which I'll write down for you. They have written another production function, which is Q is equal to A multiplied by L power alpha into K power beta. L power alpha into K power beta. Now, what are these alpha and beta? I told you, right? I'll explain what is the meaning behind those powers. Alpha is nothing but output elasticity of labor. Alpha is nothing but output elasticity of labor. Beta is nothing but output elasticity of capital. What is beta? Output elasticity of capital. So what do you mean by output elasticity of labor, output elasticity of capital? The meaning of output elasticity of labor is, whenever you are changing labor, by how much it is impacting the output. So what is the influence of labor on output? What is the influence of capital on the output? Now, what we have to do is, as I have told you earlier, if you have to understand whether you are in increasing returns to scale, decreasing returns to scale or constant returns to scale, you have to sum up these output elasticities and you have to see if the values equal to 1, greater than 1 or less than 1. So if alpha plus beta is equal to 1, it indicates that you are in constant returns to scale. If alpha plus beta is greater than 1, increasing returns to scale. If alpha plus beta is less than 1, it is decreasing returns to scale. Another thing that Cobb and Douglas said, that if you want to increase your production, this is all that they have given after observing the manufacturing industry of the United States of America. It is all data oriented, okay. They said that labor contribution was 3/4 and capital contribution was 1/4. Students, you have to remember this, okay. What is the contribution of labor? It is 3/4. And what is the contribution of capital? It is 1/4. So that is it. We have completed. So as you can see here, what is the contribution of labor? It is 3/4. And what is the contribution of capital? It is 1/4. So assuming constant returns to scale, your constant returns to scale, the production function that you see for constant returns to scale is nothing but linear homogeneous production function. But I told you, right, later they have modified that and they have given this. You are seeing here A and B. I have used alpha and beta. Anything is fine. They are all your positive constants. So So as we have completed your theory part, what we will do is we'll check out some bits to see if your conceptual knowledge is fine or not. So students, will start the bits discussion part. What I have did here is I have highlighted few bits for you. Those bits will be solving in this session, right? So what is the production function? We already studied that production function talks about the relationship between inputs and outputs, keeping the technology constant. So which option is relevant for you? Just pause the video a bit and then read the options and give the right answer. So I'll just continue with the options for you. It is the relationship between quantity of inputs used and the resulting quantity of the product. It is correct, right? Inputs and outputs, yes. Tell the maximum attainable output given the combination of inputs. People, this is something called as technical efficiency. I'm repeating this for you. Whenever you are efficiently using all your inputs and producing the maximum possible output, that is called as technical efficiency. There is a possibility that you will be asked in your examination, so please do remember, right? Next, and your production function shows that, okay, given your inputs, what is the maximum possible output that you can produce? That is also stated by your production function, correct? Expresses the technological relationship between inputs and outputs of a product. So all the three options are correct. So it is all of the above. Next, production analysis. So you also have a chapter called theory of cost, which you'll be studying in the later part, right? Later sessions, right? So always remember, in your production chapter, we only studied about physical inputs and physical outputs. We have not included the financial aspects as of now, right? Financial aspects will be focused in theory of cost. Physical aspects will be studied in your production chapter. So in your production analysis, we only focused on what? We only focused on your physical aspects. Next. To economists, the main difference between short run and long run. People, how did we economists divide the periods of short run and long run? In short run, at least one factor has to be fixed. In long run, all your factors are variable, right? So what is your first option? In the short run, all inputs are fixed. No, it is a big blunder. I told you that at least one factor has to be fixed. So it should be greater than or equal to. Next, in the short run, the firm varies all its inputs. Is that possible? No, you have fixed factors of production. So it is not possible for you to vary all the inputs. So wrong. Next, in the short run, at least one of the firm's inputs is fixed. So this is the correct option. The correct option that you see here is option C. Next, in the production of wheat, all of the following are variable factors that are used by the farmers except. So this is a very tricky question. So please pay attention here. The seed and the fertilizer used when the crop is planted. So this is variable, right? Next, the field that has been cleared of the trees and in which crop is planted. Yes, okay. The tractor used by the farmer in planting and cultivating not only wheat but also corn and barley. Next, the number of hours that the farmer spends in cultivating the wheat field. So what are they asking in the production of wheat? All the following are variable that are used by the farmer except, people, the land or rather the field that you have planted these crops is nothing but the fixed factor. The remaining everything that you are seeing is nothing but the variable factors. Now you may get a question here that tractor is a variable factor. From when has it become as variable factor? So listen to me carefully. The tractor that you're seeing here is not only used in wheat production, but it is also used in your corn and barley as well. Now I'll ask you a small question. Anything that can be varied is your variable factor. So what I will do right now is, if I want to increase my production of wheat, I can increase by using the tractor. How can I do that? What I will do is, I will not produce corn and barley. The time that I am using the tractor for corn and barley, I will not do that, and I will use that time for wheat production only. So there it is becoming what? Variable, right? So the most suitable option here will be option B. Next question. The law of variable proportions comes into being when? You have to tell me this, okay? So in your law of variable proportions, we have told that your labor is a variable factor and the capital is a fixed factor. So you have one fixed factor, one variable factor. So which is the most relevant option? There is a fixed factor and a variable factor. Next, law of diminishing returns is applicable. What do you mean by law of diminishing returns? See, if you go on increasing a variable factor, keeping the factor fixed, one factor is fixed, and you go on increasing the variable factor, what will happen to the productivity? It keeps on diminishing. And this law of diminishing returns can be applied to any economic activity. It is not only restricted to agriculture or industry or something like that. You can apply this law anywhere. But the classical economists have first applied this law for agriculture. Do remember this. This can be asked as a bit. if in the question you are asked, like in the first and foremost when they introduced this thing, classical economists, where did they apply this? They have applied in the case of agriculture. But now this can be applied in any economic activity at a point of time. Next bit. Oh yeah, this one. The law of variable proportion, the first stage ends where? See, remember that we have divided your graph into 3 stages, right? Increasing returns, diminishing returns, negative returns. I told you that you have to end the first stage when your AP is maximum. And do you remember the relationship between your AP and MP? When AP is increasing, MP is greater than AP. When AP is maximum, MP is equal to AP. And where will you end your stage 1? You will end your stage 1 when AP is maximum. When AP is maximum, what is the relationship between AP and MP? They are equal. So the most relevant option that you can find here is option D, which is AP is equal to MP. Next. Okay. So this bit. Stage 1 and stage 3. So people, before you answer this bit, you have to think and tell me. Stage 2 is called what? Stage 2 is the stage of operation. Stage 1 and stage 3 are called economic nonsense or stage of economic absurdity. People, I told you that in stage 1 you will not stop the production. In stage 3 you will not do the production. So it is in stage 2 that you will do the, or rather you will stop the production. And at which point you will stop employing the labor, that depends on what? Principle of marginalism. What is the condition of principle of marginalism? Where your marginal revenue productivity of the labor is equal to the marginal wages. That is nothing but your principle of marginalism. So the correct answer is option C. Next. Diminishing marginal returns. What do you mean by diminishing marginal returns? Your marginal productivity is declining. Your marginal productivity is declining. So what they have given is, they have given a total product sequence. So from this we will see which is the case of diminishing marginal productivity. So here as you can see, 50 to 110. What is the increment? 60. Next, the increment is 70. The increment is 80. So as you can see, your marginal product is going on increasing 60, 70, 80. So this is an example for increasing returns. Okay. Next, 50. Here again the increment is 50 and here again the increment is 50. So there is a constant increase, right? So this is the example of constant returns. Now diminishing returns is your MP should fall. Here the increment is 40. Here the increment is 30. Here the increment is 20. So 40, 30, 20. Your MP is going on decreasing. So this is the example for diminishing returns. Next, let us do this question. So what they are asking here is, what is the marginal physical product of the third unit of the labor, and MP of dash labor is negative. So pause the video for a while, you think and answer. So what are they asking here? What is the marginal physical productivity of third unit? So MP3 is nothing but TP3 minus TP2. MPN is equal to TPN minus TPN minus 1. Do you remember that? When the numbers are consecutive, you can use this formula of TPN minus TPN minus 1. Or MP's formula is nothing but delta TP by delta L. Anything can do the job. But right now we have to find MP3, right? So let us go to TP3 first. So what is your TP3? It is 20. What is your TP2? It is 14. So 20 minus 14 is nothing but 6. Okay, this is going to be 6. Just write down. And next, MP of dash labor is negative. So you know that whenever TP is falling, then MP will become negative. TP is maximum, then MP will become 0. TP is increasing at increasing rate, MP increasing. TP increasing at decreasing rate, MP decreasing. That all we know, no? So at which point your MP will become negative? Whenever TP is decreasing, your MP will become negative, right? So at 6th unit, your your TP has decreased. At 5th unit, it is maximum. At 6th unit, it has decreased. So it is obvious that 6th unit is what? It is negative. At 6th unit, your marginal product is negative. So this is one more bit. Next. Okay. Let us see this thing. Just see the data for a while and see what type of cost is it. Do you remember the alternative names for increasing returns to scale, constant returns to scale, and decreasing returns to scale? Your increasing returns to scale's alternative name is diminishing cost, decreasing returns to scale, increasing cost, constant returns to scale is constant cost. So when the costs are increasing at a constant rate, it is called to be constant returns to scale. So here you can see that the difference is 15, 15. Here also the difference is 15, 15 and 15. So as you can see, this is the constant returns to scale. So what is the option? Constant returns to scale. Next, let us do a few bits on Cobb-Douglas production function. The Cobb-Douglas production function is what? I have told you in the beginning when Cobb and Douglas has given this production function, it is what? It is exhibiting constant returns to scale. That constant returns to scale production function, I've called it as linear homogeneous production function. I have referred to it as linear homogeneous production function. Next question. According to Cobb-Douglas production function, labor contribution, this was the last thing that we discussed in the video. Like when we were explaining the theory part, I told you that for increasing your returns, your labor contribution should be 3/4, your capital contribution should be 1/4, right? So these are few bits I wanted to discuss with you. So we'll end this session right now, and in the next session, we'll start with a fresh chapter. Thank you so much. Everybody, welcome to another session of business economics. So in this session, we are going to talk about theory of cost. So in this session, we will be discussing theory of cost in just a span of 1 hour. And after listening to this chapter, in this 1 hour, you will be getting all the information and you will be confidently able to solve all the MCQs, right? So let us jump into the chapter without any delay. So I have already told you in your previous chapter, that is production analysis, that there you only will be talking about the physical aspects. We have not talked about the financial aspects in your production chapter, right? So about the financial aspects you will be discussing in your cost chapter. Next, whenever you hear the term cost function, so what is the meaning of function first of all? Function talks about the relationship between dependent variables and independent variables, right? So whenever I say cost function, it is nothing but the relationship between cost and the factors that influence the cost. It is the relationship between cost and the factors that influence the cost. Cost is your dependent variable and the factors that influence your cost are your independent variable. Now the things that you have to remember are what are the different determinants of cost or the various the factors that influence the cost, right? So one is prices of the factors of production. So if the prices of the factors of production increase, the cost of production also increases. So your cost also depends on the level of output. Next, time period, technology, etc. So these are the various independent factors that influence your cost. Next, our next concept is cost concepts. So we have different types of cost, like your accounting cost, you have your explicit cost. But before jumping into that, let me tell you that the accounting cost or explicit cost or explicit cost or outlay cost, accounting cost or explicit cost or outlay cost, they all mean the same. Okay, those costs that can be recorded in the books of accounts and that can be witnessed with your eyes are called as your accounting costs or explicit costs or your outlay cost. So let us jump into the cost concepts. So based on the nature of sacrifice, you have outlay cost and opportunity cost. People, I already told you that accounting cost, explicit cost, outlay cost, all these mean the same. That is, those costs that are recorded in the books of accounts are your accounting, explicit or outlay cost. Now, what is this opportunity cost? Opportunity cost is nothing but the cost of next best alternative, cost of next best alternative. See, whenever you are doing a task, you have n number of options. Whenever you are doing a task, you have n number of alternatives. But you choose the best out of all of them. So, when you choose one among them, the remaining you are sacrificing. So, in those remaining, what is the next best alternative? It is the cost incurred on that. It is nothing but your opportunity cost. So, what do you mean by opportunity cost? It is the cost of next best alternative. Let us take a small example and understand this. For example, I completed my master's. Okay, I completed my master's. I got a campus placement. It was telling that I will be paid some 24 lakhs per annum or something like that. It's just an assumption. Okay, so they said that you will be paid this much amount. But I thought to myself that I want to become a businesswoman. I thought I need to venture into business. I don't want to work under anybody else. Okay, so now if I go to business and I don't do this job what is that I am foregoing? See, by doing business, I am foregoing the opportunity of doing a job here, right? That is some opportunity that I have foregone. Let us take another example. After masters, I got this job. Now, what I did was I want to do higher education. I want to pursue my PhD. So, I want to hold a doctoral degree. So, I have said that no to this job. So, for choosing this PhD program, what is that I have foregone here? I have foregone this job that was giving me some 24 lakhs per annum. This is the next best alternative that I have foregone. So, this is nothing but your opportunity cost. Next, based on ownership of the factors of production, you have your accounting cost, implicit cost, economic cost. So let us understand what is implicit cost. We already know what is accounting cost. What are the alternative names of accounting cost? Accounting cost, explicit cost, outlay cost. And now what do you mean by your implicit cost? To understand that, let us make it very, very simple for you. Just give me a moment. Yeah. People always remember that opportunity cost is a wider term. Implicit cost is the part of opportunity cost. See, implicit cost is a part of opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is the wider term. What did you say about opportunity cost? It is nothing but the cost of next best alternative. But whenever you hear the term self-owned factors of production, whenever you hear the term self-owned factors of production, please use the term implicit cost. For example, now I have not taken that job. I have rejected that job. If I have rendered my time, I have rendered my services for that particular organization that would have given me some 24 lakhs. Now the same effort I am putting in my business. Now the same effort I am putting in my business. What do you mean by self-owned factors? That is the factors that are owned by the owner of the business, right? Now the time, or rather whatever the capital that I am investing, it is mine, right? If I have used them elsewhere, I would have got some money. So that is what I am foregoing for doing the business. So it is nothing but implicit cost. So implicit cost is nothing but the cost of self-owned factors. And now what is opportunity cost? Opportunity cost is a wider term, including self-owned factors. It also covers remaining other things, right? So opportunity cost, it is nothing but the cost of next best alternative. So I hope it is clear for you. Let us proceed to the next aspect. Next, economic cost. Your next aspect is economic cost. People, it is very, very simple. Your economic cost is the summation of implicit cost plus explicit cost. Your economic cost is the summation of implicit cost plus explicit cost. So implicit cost is nothing but cost of self-owned factors. Explicit cost is what? Those costs that you are recording in the books of accounts. For example, you have got raw material, you have paid the rent, you have paid interest. All this you will be recording in the books of accounts, right? Next, let us understand something called as economic profit and accounting profit. Okay. Now, you have learned two types of costs, right? You have learnt about accounting cost and you also learnt about economic cost. This is from an economist perspective. This is from an accountant perspective, right? Economic cost. So, what are the aspects that are included in the economic cost? May I know? You include both explicit cost plus implicit cost. So, economic cost is the summation of explicit cost plus implicit cost. Accounting cost includes only explicit cost. That is the reason I told you that accounting cost or explicit cost or outlay cost. Now, as per economist point of view, the terminologies that we use are supernormal profits, normal profits, and losses, you know, right? So how do we find out this supernormal profits and normal profits? People, listen to me very carefully. Whenever your average revenue is greater than average cost, that is called to be supernormal profits. Whenever your average revenue is equal to your average cost, that is your normal profits. And whenever we are calculating cost in the case of economist perspective, you take both explicit and implicit. You take both explicit and implicit. Now let me write down the profits in the economist point of view for you. It is total revenue minus economic cost. Your economic profit is nothing but total revenue minus economic cost. What is it? Economic profit is total revenue minus economic cost, which includes explicit plus implicit. It includes both explicit and implicit. Now, how do you calculate accounting profit? Accounting profit is nothing but total revenue minus explicit cost. How do you calculate accounting profit? Total revenue minus explicit cost, right? Now you think and tell me which profit will be more in the presence of implicit cost. When implicit cost is present, which profit will be more? Your accounting profit will be greater than your economic profit in the presence of implicit cost. And when implicit cost is 0, then your accounting profit will be equal to your economic profit. So when implicit cost is there, your accounting profit will be greater than your economic profit. And if implicit cost is 0, your economic profit will be equal to your accounting profit. These are the things that you have to remember. Next, due to instability in prices, you have got historical cost and replacement cost. What do you mean by historical cost? For example, you have got a machine in your factory right now. So you have purchased this machine around 5 years ago, right? So when you had to purchase this machinery 5 years ago, what was the cost that you have incurred? That is your historical cost. So long back when you got the machine, what was the actual expenditure that you have incurred on that machine is historical cost. You all know it's been 5 years of time. There will be instability of prices. There will be inflation or rather rise in the general price level. So what will happen? There will be a price hike. So now if you have to replace that particular machinery, what is the expenditure that you have to incur? If you have to replace that particular machinery, what is the expenditure that you have to incur is your what? Replacement cost. So why do we have this distinction here? It is due to instability in the prices. So what is historical cost? It is cost incurred in the past on the acquisition of a productive asset such as machinery or building. Next, what is replacement cost? Money expenditure on replacing that particular asset in the current date. So long back you have got something, now you have to replace that because there is always depreciation involved, right? So how much money you have to incur in today's time. Next, let us understand what is social cost and private cost. Before that, let us understand something else. Your firms are operating in the society, right? Your firms are operating in the society. Whatever cost that is incurred by the firm is nothing but private cost. Private cost is the cost that is incurred by the firm. And private cost includes both explicit cost and implicit cost. See, when a firm is indulging in production, it incurs both types of cost, right? Explicit cost, implicit cost. Now, the firm is operating in the society as a whole. It is using the natural resources. It is polluting the environment. So there is also costs involved to the society, right? And these costs are not borne by the firm. See, whenever the firm is producing something, it is discharging pollutants into the environment. Due to those pollutants, the people in the society are getting harmed. So whatever harm that is being incurred to the society as a whole, is that cost being borne by the firm? Not at all. So this cost is called as external cost. That is the cost that is not borne by the firm is nothing but external cost. So it is borne by the society as a whole. So private cost includes explicit cost plus implicit cost. Social cost is nothing but private cost plus external cost. Social cost is nothing but private cost plus external cost, right? So external cost is nothing but the firm is not required to pay these costs. Example, you have your environmental pollution. So I hope you understood these concepts of cost. Next, you have your traceable cost and non-traceable cost. What do you mean by traceable cost? Whenever you are able to associate some cost to the product, it is called as traceable cost. Let us take an example that I am running a bakery. Okay, I have to prepare a cake. I have to prepare a cake. And in the preparation of this cake, I'm accurately able to tell you how much of flour is used, how much of cocoa powder is used, how much of sugar is used, right? So I'm able to assign this particular cost to the product that I'm manufacturing, right? So yes, so these costs will become your traceable cost. Now for example, my factory has got a watchman. My factory has got a watchman and I'm paying him some salary. So can you please tell me what is the contribution of watchman in making 1 unit of cake? You cannot directly associate whatever cost I am incurring on the watchman with the product, right? So that is the reason it is called as non-traceable cost. Okay, it is called as non-traceable costs or indirect costs. They are not easily identifiable with the product. Next, what is incremental cost? Incremental cost is nothing but marginal cost. What is incremental cost? Incremental cost is nothing but marginal cost. What is marginal cost? It is additional cost. Whenever you hear the term marginal cost, it is nothing but additional cost, right? Suppose you are venturing into a new product line or you are expanding your production. So in that case, your firm has to incur some additional cost. That is nothing but your incremental cost. Next, sunk cost. Very, very important, people. Sunk costs are those costs which are incurred and you have to forget about that, right? Sunk costs cannot be used in future decision making. Some examples of your sunk costs are the expenditure that you incurred on your fixed assets, research and development and advertisement expenditure. You have once incurred them, they are gone. Okay. So you cannot, take those costs as a base for you to make your future decisions, right? Sunk costs have to be forgotten. Next, short run cost and long run cost. Okay, so you also have your short run cost function and long run cost function. And how do you classify short run and long run in economics? Whenever you have at least one factor to be fixed, it is called as short run, and whenever all the factors are variable, it is called as long run. But right now what we are going to do is we are going to see short run total cost and short run unit cost. People, whenever you see the term unit, it is nothing but average cost. So whenever you see the term average cost, you need to understand that you are talking in per unit terms, like what is the cost that you are incurring for manufacturing one particular unit, right? So what are the short run total costs? So in short run total cost, you have got your fixed cost, variable cost. And what is total cost? Total cost is the summation of your fixed cost plus variable cost. Total cost is the summation of fixed cost plus variable cost. So let us understand about this short run total cost first of all and draw the graphs as well, make it easy for you. So if you draw the graph, on the x-axis you will be taking the output, on y-axis you will be taking the cost, on x-axis you will be taking output, and on y-axis you will be taking the cost. And how do you draw the graph for total fixed cost, by the way? First of all, understand what is this total fixed cost. Total fixed costs are not a function of the output. Irrespective of the level of output, they have to be incurred. Okay. Irrespective of the level of output, they have to be incurred. Total fixed costs are considered to be a function of capacity and time. Total fixed costs are considered to be a function of capacity and time. So how do you draw the graph of your total fixed cost? I told you, right? Irrespective of the level of output, you need to incur that particular cost. That is, even at zero level of output, you will be incurring some amount of cost, which is nothing but your fixed cost. So how do you draw the graph? It is parallel to x-axis. How do you draw the graph? It is parallel to x-axis. This is your total fixed cost. Now, how do you draw your total variable cost? Total variable costs are a function of your output. Total variable costs are a function of your output. So the costs keep increasing with an increasing output. So how do you draw the graph here? On x-axis you take the output and on y-axis you take your total variable cost. So at zero level of output, will you be having any total variable cost? No, they are a function of output, right? So at zero level of output, there is no total variable cost. It will be zero. And what is the shape of the total variable cost? It is inverted S shape. What is the shape of your total variable cost? It is inverted S shape. So always remember, students, whenever your graph shape is this way, that is, it is steeper, it means that the costs are increasing at an increasing rate. Whenever it is flatter, it means that the costs are increasing at a decreasing rate. For example, here you see that the total variable cost in the beginning is increasing at a decreasing rate. And here there is a bend, and then from here the total variable cost is increasing at an increasing rate. So in the beginning, the total variable cost will increase at a decreasing rate. Later, it keeps increasing at an increasing rate. This is nothing but your inflection point where the bend happens. That is, the point where the rate of change takes place is nothing but your inflection point. So what shape did we refer to this as? It is called the inverted S shape. So may I know what is the reason behind this inverted S shape? Very, very important. Do remember, the reason behind the inverted S shape is law of variable proportions. The reason behind the inverted S shape is law of variable proportions. You have studied your short run production function, right? To understand that, you have taken the help of law of variable proportions. That is, by keeping one factor to be fixed and you keep increasing a variable factor, the marginal productivity keeps on or eventually declines, right? So the operation of LVP, that is the reason why you observe this inverted S shape. Next, how do you draw your total cost? Total cost is nothing but the summation of total variable cost plus total fixed cost, right? Total cost is nothing but the summation of total variable cost plus total fixed cost. At zero level of output, your total cost will be equal to your total fixed cost. The reason being, at zero level of output, your total variable cost is zero. So even though you have a zero level of output, your total cost is equivalent to your total fixed cost. So how do you draw your total cost graph? For example, this is your total variable cost. This is your total fixed cost. Your total cost graph should start from your total fixed cost. Your total cost graph should start from your total fixed cost. The reason being, even at zero level of output, your total cost is equivalent to your total fixed cost, right? And what is this vertical gap between your total cost and total variable cost? It is nothing but your total fixed cost. The reason being, TC is equal to TVC plus TFC, right? TC minus TVC is equal to your TFC. So the gap that you see between TC and TVC is nothing but your total fixed cost, right? Here you observe something else as well. You see that the slopes of your TC and TVC are both similar. You see that the slopes of both TC and TVC are similar, right? Also write down slope of TC and TVC are similar. The reason being, whatever change you see in your TC are due to your TVC. Whatever change that you are seeing in your total cost is due to your total variable cost, because in the short run your total fixed cost is constant. In the short run your total fixed cost is constant, right? For that very reason, whatever change you are going to observe in your total cost, it is totally due to your total variable cost. It is the reason behind your change in total cost is nothing but total variable cost. So let us see what they have to give here. Right. Your fixed cost is a function of time and capacity, but not the function of output. And what is the shape of your TFC? It is parallel to the x-axis. At zero level of output, your TFC is equal to your total cost. And variable cost is the function of output, because they change with changing output. The graph starts from the origin and the shape of the graph is inverted S shape. And the reason behind the inverted S shape is nothing but the operation of law of variable proportions. How do you get your total cost? Total cost is the summation of TVC plus TFC, right? TC is obtained by adding vertically TFC and TVC. So how do you obtain your TC? It is nothing but the summation of TFC plus TVC. Now, what are the semi-variable cost and stair-step cost? This concept is going to be very, very simple. When you see semi-variable cost, you have to remember the example. But prior to that, let us see what is the graph in the case of semi-variable cost, right? Whenever you draw semi-variable cost, it indicates that up to a particular level, the costs are fixed, and after that, the costs keep on changing, that is, they become variable. In the case of semi-variable cost, up to a particular level, or rather a certain level, you see fixed nature, and after that, the graph will go on become variable. So after this fixed portion, it is completely variable. Next, what is the case of stair-step cost? Here what you observe is that up to certain portion it is fixed, later it becomes variable, again it becomes fixed, again it becomes variable, fixed, variable, fixed, variable. So as you can see, it is in a stair-step fashion. Here what you saw was up to a certain portion it was fixed, but later on it became variable. But in the case of stair-step cost, it is a combination of both fixed and variable, and it is in a stair-step fashion, right? So for semi-variable cost, the example that they frequently ask you is electricity charges. In the case of semi-variable cost, the example that you take is electricity charges. You keep seeing that, for example, there is a friend of mine I know, he has not been there, okay. He had a shop, so he shut the shop and then he went away for his cousin's wedding or somewhere. But still when he came back, the electricity bill was generated. So even though you use it or not, some fixed amount of charge will apply on you. But later when you start using, you will be charged based on the units that you are consuming, right? So one example of semi-variable cost is electricity charges. Next, let us go to your stair-step cost, and the other example of stair-step cost is nothing but the salary that you pay to the foreman. That is a common example they keep taking for you, right? Next, let us go to the unit cost. I told you, right, whenever you see the term unit, it is nothing but average cost. How do you arrive at average cost? It is nothing but total cost divided by quantity. So let us see the graphs of your average cost. So let us first draw your average fixed cost. Let us first start with your average fixed cost. How do you arrive at your average fixed cost? It is nothing but total fixed cost divided by quantity. How do you arrive at your average fixed cost? It is total fixed cost divided by quantity. You all know that TFC is constant. So as you go on increasing the denominator, as you go on increasing the output, the average fixed cost will go on decreasing. The average fixed cost will go on decreasing. The shape of your average fixed cost is rectangular hyperbola. The shape of your average fixed cost is convex to the origin or rectangular hyperbola. So on x-axis you take the output, on y-axis you take the AFC. So as you go on increasing the output, the AFC keeps on decreasing. How do you draw the variable cost? Average variable cost is nothing but total variable cost divided by quantity. Average variable cost is total variable cost divided by quantity. The shape of the average variable cost is U-shaped. The shape of the average variable cost is U-shaped. And the reason behind this U-shape is nothing but law of variable proportions. The reason behind this U-shape is law of variable proportions. Whenever you see decreasing cost, the reason is increasing returns. Whenever you see decreasing cost, the reason is increasing returns. Whenever you see increasing cost, the reason is decreasing returns. So the reason behind increasing costs are decreasing returns and decreasing costs are increasing returns. Now the shape of your ABC is nothing but U-shaped, right? So how do you draw your AC? It is nothing but AFC plus AVC. Be very mindful of this, people. Your AC depends both on AFC and AVC, whereas in your total cost was only dependent on your TVC because TFC was always constant. So your TC was only dependent on your TVC. But here if you observe, your AC is influenced both by your AFC and AVC. In the case of average cost, it is being influenced both by average fixed cost and average variable cost as well, right? So I'm going to draw a graph for you and I'm going to, point out two important things. So please notice that. Okay. So this is your average variable cost. This is your average variable cost. This is your average fixed cost. This is your average cost. This is your average cost. So what do you see here? Your AVC has fell till this point and started increasing from this particular point. So it started increasing from this particular point. But what you observe here is, even though the AVC is increasing, the AC is still decreasing. Even though the AVC is increasing, the AC is still decreasing. What should be the reason behind this? People, I already told you that your AC is dependent both on AFC plus AVC, right? Even though the AVC is increasing, you see the AFC is decreasing. Here, the fall in the AFC is greater than rise in the AVC. As you can see, the fall in the AFC is greater than rise in the AVC. As the fall in AFC has dominated the rise in the AVC, your AC is still decreasing. Now, after this point, the AC started increasing. Here, the AFC is still decreasing, right? So, why did the AC start increasing? Here, the rise in your AVC is greater than the fall in your AFC. What is the first point that we learned? Even though AVC was increasing, your AC was decreasing. The reason is the fall in your AFC is greater than the rise in your AVC. But later on, even though the AFC was decreasing, your AC was increasing. What is the reason behind that? The rise in your AVC is greater than the fall in your AFC. So this is something you have to remember. Now let us understand something called as marginal cost. What is the formula for marginal cost? First of all, what is marginal cost? It is nothing but change in total cost due to change in the output. What is marginal cost? It is change in the total cost due to change in the output. People, marginal cost is nothing but the slope of the total cost. Marginal cost is nothing but slope of the total cost. How did you draw your total cost, by the way? Total cost is this way, right? It is also inverted S shape. So whatever change, your TC is marked on y-axis, your output is marked on x-axis. So what is the formula for slope? Change in y-axis by change in x-axis. That is change in total cost divided by change in quantity. This formula is nothing but of marginal cost, right? So the slope of your total cost is nothing but marginal cost. So what does marginal cost tell you? It talks about the change that you see in your total cost, right? So whenever TC is increasing at decreasing rate, whenever TC is increasing at decreasing rate, your MC will decrease. Whenever TC is increasing at decreasing rate, your MC will decrease. Here you see a bend, right? So let me draw your total cost again. Fine. So here you see a bend, right? This bend is nothing but your inflection point. What do you mean by inflection point? The point where the rate of change changes. So up to a certain point, it was increasing at decreasing rate. After that, it started increasing at increasing rate, right? So this bend is nothing but inflection point. Exactly at the inflection point, your marginal cost is minimum. Exactly at the inflection point, your marginal cost is minimum. So when TC is increasing at increasing rate, your MC also starts increasing. So the behavior of MC is dependent on your TC. The behavior of TC is dependent on TVC. So MC is also influenced by your TVC. I am going to repeat this again for you. So MC is nothing but the slope of your total cost, right? So MC is nothing but change in the total cost. So when TC is increasing at decreasing rate, MC decreases. When TC is at the inflection point, MC is minimum. When TC is increasing at increasing rate, MC also starts increasing. We all know that TC is determined by the TVC. Okay, so TC depends on TVC. MC is nothing but the change in TC, right? And what is the change in TC? It is TVC. Whatever change that you see in TC is only due to the variable cost. So MC is also nothing but change in the total variable cost due to change in the quantity. You can also do it this way. So your MC is influenced by your variable cost. Your MC is influenced by your variable cost. So let us see what they have written here. So coming to your short run unit costs or your variable or average cost. Average fixed cost is TFC by quantity. It is rectangular hyperbola. It can never touch the x-axis. See, your AFC can never be 0. Your AFC can never be 0. For anything to be 0, the numerator should be 0, right? So what is the formula? TFC by quantity. If the numerator has to be 0, TFC has to be 0. But will TFC ever be 0? No. Even at 0 level of output, you incur some fixed cost. That is the reason why your TFC are referred to as your shutdown cost. Your TFC are referred to as your shutdown cost. Next, average variable cost is TVC divided by quantity, and the shape is U-shaped, and the reason behind that U-shape is operation of law of variable proportions. You know your average cost. This is your marginal cost that we have just discussed. The shape behind the marginal cost and the average cost is due to the operation of law of variable proportions. When the costs are increasing, it is decreasing returns. When the costs are decreasing, it is increasing returns. At the inflection point, the MC is minimum. At the inflection point of TC, your MC is minimum. MC is dependent on your variable cost. So these are the points that you have to remember. Your AC and MC also have relationships. So let us understand that. So I'll draw the graph again for you. So you know that your AC is U-shaped. You know that your AC is U-shaped. Always remember, your MC will always cut your AC at the minimum point. Your MC will always cut your AC at the minimum point. So as you can see, when AC is falling, when AC is decreasing, MC lies below your AC. Your MC is less than AC. But what do you see here? When AC is falling, your MC is decreasing, becomes minimum and starts increasing as well. So people identify this. Whenever your AC is falling, your MC falls, becomes minimum. It also starts increasing, but it always lies below your AC. When AC is minimum, AC is equal to MC. When AC is rising, MC is greater than AC. So always remember, when AC is rising, MC is above AC. So these are the three relationships that you have to remember with regard to your AC and MC. So if you see that, when AC is falling, okay, MC is decreasing, minimum increasing, MC is less than AC. MC is less than AC. When AC is minimum, MC is equal to AC. When AC is rising, MC is greater than AC. MC is greater than AC. So these are the points that you have to remember with regard to your what? With regard to your relationship between average cost and marginal cost. Okay, students, we'll continue with your long run average cost curve. We also know that your LAC is called as your planning curve. Your LAC is called as your planning curve, right? So in the long run, you will be doing the planning, and in the short run, you will be doing the production. Whenever you start the production process, you are said to be in the short run, and the planning period is called as your long run. Now, what is the shape of your long run average cost curve? The shape of your long run average cost curve is U-shaped. It is also called as your envelope curve because it is taking into consideration a large number of short run average cost curves. For example, your LAC is made up of a bunch of your SACs, right? So this is how your LAC is made up. Now, your SACs are considered to be your plant curves. What do you mean by plant curves? Each SAC will depict a size of the plant. Like SAC1 is one size of the plant, SAC2, SAC3 and SAC4. Right now, I have taken 4 short run average cost curves which are making up your long run average cost curve. Now, what does your long run average cost curve talk about? See, whenever you want to produce a particular level of output, which is the most optimal plant that you can choose, so that will result in the least possible cost, right? For example, you want to produce Q level of output. You can produce this Q level of output using plant 1 and also plant 2. But which plant, by using which plant, your cost will be minimized. See, using plant 1, this is the cost that you will be incurring, and using plant 2, this is the cost that you will be incurring. So it is better that you use plant 2 and produce the what? The Q level of output, right? So what does your long run average cost curve talk about? It talks about the choosing of the plant which results in the least possible cost. Now let us see what they have given in the material for you, right? So your LAC curve will be a smooth curve enveloping large number of SACs. So a bunch of SACs together will make your long run average cost, right? Next, the falling portion of SAC is tangent to the falling portion of LAC. What do you mean by this? As you can see, this is your long run average cost curve, and when the LAC is falling here, it is tangential to the falling portions of the short run average cost curves. And when LAC is rising here, it is tangential to the rising portions of the short run average cost curve. And at one SAC, it is tangential at the minimum point. That indicates that this particular plant has been optimally utilized. That indicates that this particular plant has been optimally utilized. But every point on your LAC will give the least cost possible for producing that particular level of output, right? So this is the most important statement for you. LAC curve helps the firm to choose a specific plant for producing a specific output at the least possible cost, right? Now you people think and tell me, while we are studying your short run cost, we told you that the shape of your short run cost, the reason behind that is the operation of law of variable proportions, right? It is associated with your short run production function. Now, what is the reason behind the shape of your LACs? Many people think that the reason behind the shape of your LAC is SEC. No, you are wrong. The reason behind the shape of your LAC is nothing but law of returns to scale. As we are in the long run, you have to associate yourself with the long run production function, right? And how did you understand your long run production function? You understood the long run production function using law of returns to scale. So whenever the LAC is falling, the reason behind that is increasing returns to scale. And whenever LAC is increasing, the reason behind that is decreasing returns to scale. Right, people? So these are the points that you have to remember. Next, there are few important formulae that I would like to take you through. So these formulas are important while solving your problems, right? So what is the first one? Your total cost. See, total cost is a summation of total fixed cost and total variable cost. Now, how can you write the total cost in other forms also? You know that your average cost is equal to total cost divided by quantity. So total cost will be equal to average cost multiplied by quantity. Your average cost is nothing but the summation of average fixed cost plus average variable cost. So can we write it in this manner also? So your total cost is nothing but AFC plus AVC multiplied by quantity. So this is another way that you can express your total cost. Next, total fixed cost is nothing but total cost minus total variable cost. And next, it can also be written as, you know that average fixed cost is equal to total fixed cost divided by quantity. So total fixed cost will be equal to average fixed cost multiplied by quantity. Next, total variable cost can be written as AC minus AFC. What is AC minus AFC? It is AVC. AVC multiplied by quantity is nothing but your total variable cost. Next, ATC can be written as, see, ATC is what? AC by quantity. What is AC? AVC plus AFC. Next, AFC can be written as TFC by quantity. So what is TFC? It can also be written as TC minus total variable cost. So these are the various ways you can express your formulae. And now what is marginal cost? Marginal cost is nothing but change in total cost due to change in quantity. I also told you that the slope of your TC and TVC are the same. The slope of your TC and TVC are the same. See, the change in TC takes place due to the change in total variable cost. So for finding out your marginal cost, you can also use delta TVC by delta Q. That can also be done. No issues, right? So the economic profit, accounting profit, we have already discussed in the previous session, right? Economic profit is from an economist point of view. This is from an accountant point of view. Here you only consider explicit cost, but while calculating economic profit, you consider both explicit cost and implicit cost as well, right? Next, at profit maximization level. So what is the profit maximizing level of output condition? It is marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. At this particular point, your total profits are maximum. If you try producing beyond this level, then your MC will be greater than MR. Prior to this point, your MR will be greater than MC. So you will stop producing when your MC is equal to MR. This is the profit maximizing level of output, right? Next, alternative names. So your profit is also called the positive economic profits or abnormal profits or supernormal profits. Loss can also be called as abnormal loss, negative economic profits. No profit, no loss, or break even, or normal profits, or zero economic profits. Next, what is the condition for break even? May I know? It is total cost is equal to total revenue. This is the condition for break even point. Next, explicit costs are also called as accounting costs or outlay costs as well. Please remember, your implicit costs are also called as imputed cost, direct cost, assignable cost, identifiable cost, traceable, specific. So please take a screenshot of this if it is possible for you, because the alternative names are very, very important. See, you also have to remember the alternative names for fixed cost as well. They are called the uncontrollable cost, unavoidable cost, supplementary, indirect cost, general cost, programmed or discretionary expenses. Your variable costs are referred to as escapable. See, fixed costs are inescapable. Fixed costs are inescapable costs, but your variable costs are escapable cost, controllable cost. They are avoidable cost. So what are your fixed costs? Unavoidable cost. Next, direct cost, specific, prime and specific. So please do remember these alternative names. Your short run average cost curve is also called your plant curve. Your short run average cost curve is also called your plant curve. Your long run is nothing but your planning horizon. Your long run is nothing but your planning horizon or the planning period. So this is it. This is a synopsis, or rather this is your theory of cost. Now what we will do is we will try solving some problems based on your whatever knowledge that we have gathered right now, so that you can attain some confidence. Okay, let me just go to the problems. Yes. So we'll start with the problems. These are all very easy. Okay. So the first question for you people is that the opportunity cost of a good is. People, do you remember that whenever I told opportunity cost, the word that you have to remember is next best alternative. And what is that you have to remember for implicit cost? It is cost of self-owned factors. Cost of self-owned factors is implicit cost. Next best alternative is nothing but opportunity cost. So which option is more relevant for you? It is quality of other goods sacrificed to get another unit of that good. So it is option C. Okay. Time lost in finding it, no. Loss of interest in using savings, no. So the definition of opportunity cost, very closer and very appropriate option that you have here is option C. Next, another bit that we can do is what are implicit costs. So let us do a bit on implicit cost. Implicit cost can be defined as money payments made to the non-owners. No, this is not correct. Money not paid out to the owners of the firm for the self-owned factors employed in a business and therefore not entered in the books of accounts. Very, very correct. See, implicit costs are not recorded in the books of accounts because they are the cost of self-owned factors. See, if the owners have given those factors that they are owning elsewhere, they could have earned some money, but they are putting that in the business. For that, they are not receiving anything, and these are not recorded in the books of accounts. So this is your right option. Okay. These are entered into books of accounts. That is the reason this option is wrong. Next, entered into books of accounts, wrong. Always remember that your implicit cost, opportunity costs are not entered into the books of accounts. Next. Let us do this problem. Suraj is a high school senior thinking about becoming an economic research assistant. That is very good. Sham just graduated from college with an economic degree and is looking for a job. Now, what is the difference between Suraj and Sham, people? Suraj has not yet cleared his degree. Okay, he has not yet got his degree. He is just studying. He is during his study period, but he is aiming to become an economic research assistant. Now, what is the problem here? Let us look. For whom the college tuition is an opportunity cost. Now, you think and tell me. Sham has paid the tuition fees. He has attended the college. He has taken the degree. Now he has come out of the college and he is looking for a job. But what is the case of Suraj? Suraj is still studying. He has paid the tuition fees. He has not yet got the degree. So if he is planning to quit college and come searching for a job of an economic research assistant, what will be Suraj losing? He will be losing whatever money he has paid to the college. So there is an opportunity cost in the case of Suraj. There is no opportunity cost in the case of Sham. So in whose case you will see opportunity cost? In the case of Suraj. Next, Gopal inherited 1 acre of land from his father. That is very good. He has inherited that in 1960. Today the value of the land is 90 lakhs. Oh my god. So today it is 90 lakhs per acre. What is the opportunity cost of Gopal for keeping the land? So Gopal is very sentimental, so he wants to keep the land to himself because it is the only thing that is left by his father, so he doesn't want to sell it. Now people think and tell me, what is the opportunity cost of Gopal? He would have sold that land, he would have got 90 lakh rupees. Now being emotional, he is not selling the land. So what is that he is losing? He is losing that 90 lakhs that he could have made out of that particular land. So opportunity cost is 90 lakhs since the amount Gopal getting now if he sells it, right? So this is your opportunity cost. Next. Okay, let us do this bit also. From the following, find out the implicit cost. People, what is the meaning of implicit cost? Cost of self-owned factors. I already told you, right? Cost of self-owned factors is nothing but implicit cost. Now, rent paid for the own building where their business is conducted, interest earned in the bank account, wages paid to the labor. Okay, these both are recorded in the books of accounts. Own building. So this is something called as implicit cost. So self-owned factors is considered to be implicit cost. Next. Which of the following is an example of an explicit cost? The wages a proprietor could have made. See, whenever you are seeing this could have, would have, that doesn't come out to be explicit cost, because explicit costs are actually incurred, they are recorded in the books of accounts, right? So could have, so no, this is not explicit cost. The income that could have, not at all. The payment of wages by the firm. So this is your explicit cost. People, another important bit for you, always remember that normal profits are a part of your implicit cost. Normal profit are a part of your implicit cost. Now, what are normal profits? The minimum profits that the entrepreneur must earn to stay in the business. They are the minimum profits an entrepreneur must earn to stay in the business. And these normal profits are a part of which cost? Implicit cost. Implicit cost is a part of which cost? Average cost. So, normal profits are also a part of your average cost. Please do remember this. Let us proceed to the next bit. Let us do some problems. Okay, let us do this. Consider the following total cost function. So they have given you a total cost function. Total cost includes total fixed cost, total variable cost. Total fixed cost is a function of capacity or time. Total variable cost is a function of what? Output, right? Now, in this particular equation, this portion which is related with Q is your total variable cost. This 1000 is your total fixed cost. This is your total fixed cost. Okay, this some issue. This is your total fixed cost, and the remaining portion is your total variable cost. Now, fixed cost is 1000. Yes, absolutely correct. Variable cost is this portion. Yes, both A and B are right. Next, they have given you your total fixed cost, total variable cost. They are asking to find your MC. Now, to find your marginal cost, if you differentiate your total variable cost, that will be enough, right? So, your marginal cost is change in TVC due to change in quantity. It is change in TVC due to change in quantity. So, what will be the answer? 100 plus 14Q plus 0.75 Q square. So, it is option A. So, this point please eliminate. So, it is 100 plus 14Q plus 0.75 Q square. So, this is the answer. Next. Which of the following is correct regarding TFC? What is the shape of the TFC? It is parallel to x-axis. It is parallel to x-axis. Now, another question to you. What is the slope of TFC? See, what is the formula of slope? You mark TFC on your y-axis, quantity on the x-axis. What is the formula for slope? It is change in y-axis by change in x-axis. So, is there any change in y-axis? No. 0 by anything is nothing but 0. So, what is the slope of your total fixed cost? It is equivalent to 0. Next. So, I was telling you that we will do some numericals, right? Yeah, we will do one numerical. There is a numerical. Yes, exactly. So, let us do this bit. So, this involves everything. So, Anisha quit her job at a private company where she earned 2,90,000 in a year. So, Anisha was working somewhere and she was making around 2,90,000 in a year. Now, this 2,90,000, what is this? This is your implicit cost. So, implicit cost is equal to 2,90,000. Yes. She withdrew 4 lakhs and in the savings account that earned 10%. So, what she did? Whatever 4 lakhs that was earning 10% rate of interest. So, 4 lakhs into 10% is nothing but 40,000, right? So, Anisha was earning 40,000 rate of interest, but that money she put it in the business. So, this 40,000 she has foregone. That is also implicit cost. So, 40,000. So, your total implicit cost will figure out to be 3,30,000. Your total implicit cost is 3,30,000. Next. So what did she do with all this money? She set up a business, okay. For that business, what did she do? There are 1,000 passengers who will pay 4,000. So she is getting 1,000 passengers and those are paying 4,000. So what is 1,000 into 4,000? It is 40 lakhs. Okay. Next, for giving that service, what is the cost that she is incurring actually and that she is recording in the books of accounts? It is 2,800, right? So 2,800 multiplied by 1,000 will figure out to be 28 lakhs. So 40 lakhs is her total revenue. 28 lakhs is her explicit cost that is being recorded in the books of accounts. 3,30,000 is her implicit cost of cell phone factors not recorded in the books of accounts. So the total cost, both explicit and implicit included, will be summing up to 31 lakh 30,000. 31 lakh 30,000. Now what is their first question? Anisha's total revenue. So what is Anisha's total revenue? 40 lakhs. So it is option A. Calculate Anisha's accounting loss. So if you have to calculate accounting profit or accounting loss, you only have to consider what? You only have to consider your explicit cost, right? So it is total revenue minus explicit cost. Okay, this is account, okay, cost. They're asking accounting cost, no? So what is your accounting cost? It is nothing but explicit cost. Sorry, everybody. So calculate Anisha's accounting cost. Accounting cost is also called your explicit cost or outlay cost. So what is your explicit cost? 28 lakhs. Okay. Calculate Anisha's economic cost. What is economic cost? Explicit plus implicit. So what is your economic cost? Explicit plus implicit. So what is the sum? 31 lakh 30,000. Okay, done. Next, we can say that Anisha, okay, fine, earned economic profits but suffered accounting loss. So let us calculate your accounting profit, economic profit first of all. So what is your accounting profit here? Accounting profit can be done by total revenue minus explicit cost. So what is your total revenue? It is 40 lakhs. So 40 lakhs minus what? How much? It is your explicit cost is your 28 lakhs. So 40 lakhs minus 28 lakhs is your 12 lakhs. 12 lakhs is your accounting profit. Accounting profit is equal to 12 lakhs. Now, what is your economic profit? It is total revenue minus explicit cost minus implicit cost. So, it is 40 lakhs minus 31 lakh 30,000. 40 lakhs minus 31 lakh 30,000. It will sum up to 8 lakh 70,000. So she is making economic profit and also accounting profit. So she is making economic profit and also accounting profit. So she is not suffering any loss. So she is earning economic profits and also accounting profits. What is accounting profit? We just calculated, right? It is 12 lakhs. And what is your economic profit? It is 8 lakh 70,000. So this was your question. Next. What is the AFC at the third unit? So what is the formula for AFC? It is TFC divided by quantity. Okay. Even at zero level of output, if you are incurring some cost, that is your shutdown cost or your fixed cost. So the output is 0 here, but still you are incurring some cost called 300. So this is nothing but your total fixed cost. Always remember, students, even at zero level of output, whatever you are incurring is your total fixed cost. So that will sum up to be 300. So 300 divided by 3, that will sum up to be 100. So this is your average fixed cost. Next, we'll do some other bits. Okay. Yeah, let us do this. A firm producing 7 units of output has an average total cost of 150. So the ATC here is 150. Okay, fine. So how do you derive ATC? It is nothing but TC divided by Q, which is equal to 150. So what is Q here? TC divided by 7 is equal to 150. So TC is equal to 150 into 7. Sum up to be 1050. Okay. Has to pay 350 of its fixed factors of production whether it produces or not. Okay. So what is it? Your fixed factors of your fixed cost is summing up to be 350 rupees. How much of the average total cost is made up of variable cost? So your ATC is equal to AFC plus AVC, right? So what are they asking in the question? They are asking you to find out the variable cost. They are asking you to find out the variable cost wala portion. So what is the average fixed cost here? What is the average total cost first of all? The average total cost is 150. And what is average fixed cost? It is TFC divided by quantity. So what is TFC? 350 divided by 7. So it will sum up to be 50. So from this we can find out your AVC, right? Your AVC is nothing but 150 minus 50, which is nothing but 100. So is there an option? Yeah, it is option D, right? So you have other questions here which are talking about the profit maximizing level of output. For solving such questions, the condition that you have to use is MC is equal to MR. Please remember students, the condition for profit maximizing level of output is MC is equal to MR, right? So these were some of the bits I wanted to teach you. So I'll end the session here. So in the next session, we'll be proceeding with business cycles, right? We'll be teaching you business cycles and some bits with regard to business cycles. So I hope you understood the session. Happy learning. I'll be seeing you in the next section. Everybody, welcome back to another session of business economics. So in this session, we'll be dealing with the chapter business cycle. Like the previous sessions, we are going to complete this chapter in just a matter of 1 hour. After watching this particular video, you will be able to solve all the relevant bits which are coming from your business cycles chapter, right? So what do you mean by business cycles? First of all, see, we just call them as rhythmic fluctuations. So if I have to talk about business cycles in detail for you, we know that your business cycles are nothing but rhythmic fluctuations, and your business cycles are typically made up of 4 phases, right? Your business cycles are typically made up of 4 phases. See, whenever an economy is seeing expansion phase, or whenever there is growth, it need not be necessary that the growth phase will keep on continue, right? There is also a possibility that you will see a downfall. And yes, whenever you see a downfall, it is not necessary that you will always stay low. There is also chances that you will pick up, right? So your business cycles also include 4 phases, typically 4 phases, which is expansion, peak, contraction, and trough. Your peak and trough, that is, I have drawn your business cycle right now, right? So what I will do is, I'll just explain what are the different phases of business cycles first of all. This phase, whatever you're seeing here, is your increasing growth, right? So this is your expansion phase. The highest point of your business cycle is nothing but peak. The lowest point of business cycle is nothing but your trough. And where the economic activity is falling, you see the graph falling after the peak, right? That is, after you have reached the maximum point, your graph starts decreasing. So this is your contraction or recessionary phase. So expansion leads to rise in the economic activity, contraction leads to fall in the economic activity. The peak and trough are considered to be the turning points of your business cycle. These both are considered to be the turning points of your business cycles. Okay, so what do we call your business cycles as? Your business cycles are nothing but the rhythmic fluctuations. That is, whenever you see an expansion, you also see peak, contraction, and also trough. It is not the thing that you will always remain in trough. You will pick up, you will also see recovery, and then the expansion will go on, right? Now the thing that we have to understand here is that, see, I may not be able to tell for how long an economy is going to be in expansion phase, or for how long an economy is going to be in recessionary phase, okay? But the business cycles are very often, okay, they keep occurring time to time, but I cannot tell you each phase of the business cycle for how long it will persist. That we cannot be telling, right? So let us see what they have given in the material for you. Business cycles are also called as your trade cycles. So they are the rhythmic fluctuations, that is, periods of increasing economic activity and periods of decreasing economic activity. You see both. Next, excuse me, in the aggregate economic activity over a period of time in terms of either alternate expansion, contraction, or upward and downward movement, that is period of good trade and the periods of bad trade. So business cycle is nothing but a combination of good trades and bad trade. Good trade is nothing but rise in the economic activity. The periods of bad trade are nothing but fall in the economic activity. Next, the broken line or trend line. Now let us understand what is this broken line or trend line. Here you see this particular graph, right? This is a graph of your business cycle. And these are the economic fluctuations we were talking about in the beginning. And if you see this dotted line over here, you observe a dotted line here. Yeah, this is nothing but your trend line or the long run growth rate. This is the trend line or your long run average growth rate. Let us take a small example for your easy understanding. If you take the GDP data of India from the period of 1950 to till date, you see that when you plot the data on a graph, you see that our GDP kept on increasing. Okay. On a long run basis, you saw growth, right? From 1950 to till date, that is 2023, you saw a growth in your GDP. But in the short period, that is, between these things, you saw fluctuations in the economic activity, you saw recessions, you saw expansions, all that you have seen, right? So, what do you call this dotted line as? You call that as long run trend line, like without any business cycles, like when there is no fluctuations in the economic activity, your economy will grow in this manner. When there are no fluctuations in the economic activity, your economy will grow in this manner. But that is not possible, right? You don't see a steady growth. You will always be seeing some sort of fluctuations in the economic activity. So the broken line trend is the steady growth line when there are no business cycles. That is what I am trying to explain you. Whenever there are no business cycles, you see your economy to be growing at this rate. Next, starts with the trough at the lowest level of overall economic activity. If you see, when we drew your business cycle, we started like this, right? So we started off with your trough. So when the economy was at its lowest point, or when the economy hit the rock bottom, from there we started drawing your business cycle. When the economy is at its lowest point, it will recover, and when recovery catches speed, we call that as expansion, and expansion reaches the highest point, we call that as peak. Next, as productions expand, economy enters into the expansion path. So after trough, you're going to see recovery. After recovery, if it catches speed, you see expansion or rise in the economic activity. Next, expansion cannot go endlessly. After reaching the peak, it starts contracting. So what is the peak, may I know? So in your business cycle, there are two turning points. We have already told you that in your business cycle, there are two turning points, which are your peak and trough. So after expansion, when the economy reaches peak, it has reached the highest capacity. It has exhausted all the capacity. Now it is quite obvious that you are going to see a downturn in the economic activity. Next, downturn continues till it reaches the lowest turning point. And may I know what is the lowest turning point in your business cycle? It is another bit. It is your trough. Highest turning point is your peak. Lowest turning point is nothing but your trough. Next, remaining at trough for some time, the economy revives again and the new cycle starts. People, another bit for you. Recovery is something that covers two business cycles. See, when the economy hits its rock bottom, it is the lowest point of the business cycle. I already told you that you typically see four phases in your business cycle, which are your expansion, peak, contraction, trough. Typically, these four phases are something that you see. Okay, when the economy hits trough, there ends the business cycle. Now, the recovery process will also start, right? Yeah. When the recovery again starts, again a fresh business cycle is starting. So if the recovery catches speed, again it is going into expansion, again peak, again contraction, again trough, right? So recovery is something that connects two business cycles. Recovery is a phase that connects two business cycles. Next, phases of your business cycle. People, you logically think and tell me, in your expansion phase, your economic activity is increasing. So everything will be optimistic in nature. The investments will increase, the bank credit growth will increase, savings will increase, unemployment will decrease, GDP will increase. So everything is optimistic in nature in your expansionary phase. And you will also see moderate inflation. Always remember that people have this misconception that inflation is bad for the economy. No, moderate inflation is always good for the economy. When the inflation is going out of control, when it is becoming some galloping inflation or some, hyperinflation, that is bad for the economy. But moderate inflation is always good for the economy. Next, expansion is also called as upswing. Expansion is also called as upswing, characterized by faster rise in the price and cost. I told you, right? Your investments are rising, your prices also increase. And don't, misunderstand this rise in the price. It is a moderate inflation. They are not talking about some hyperinflation. It is not bad for the economy. And why are the costs rising, may I know? See, production activity is increasing, so it is quite obvious that you are demanding factors of production. Whenever there is an increase in demand for factors of production, the factor prices will also increase. So the cost of production will also slightly increase. Next, high standard of living. Always remember, expansion is characterized by high standard of living. This term is very, very important. What do you mean by high standard of living? Your living standards are improving. Your living standards are improving because of the rising incomes. Next, increase in the national output, employment, aggregate demand, capital, consumer expenditure, sales, rising stock prices, bank credit, like I told you, everything is on an increasing trend. Everything is on an increasing trend. And whenever you reached peak, see, you have reached the maximum level. Now you have reached the maximum level. So peak is also called as your boom or prosperity. Peak is also called as boom or your prosperity. In your expansion phase, I told you that there is an increase in the standard of living. In your expansionary phase, I told you that there is an increase in the standard of living. In the phase of peak, you see an increase in the cost of living. Please understand the difference between these two. Whenever I say there is an increase in the cost of living, that indicates that you are unable to buy things. The things are getting way expensive. Whenever I say there is an increase in the standard of living, you are able to live a better life. In expansionary phase, standard of living has increased. In your peak phase, your cost of living has increased, which is a matter of concern, by the way. And it is a matter of concern for whom, by the way? For fixed income earners, people. If the prices are increasing and the salary is also increasing, that will not be a problem, because then your real income will stay constant. But if the prices are rising but your incomes are not increasing, you come under this head called as fixed income earners. That will be a matter of concern for fixed income people. So what will they do? They will postpone their purchases. They can't afford what they planned on, buying something, like, because now the prices are increasing drastically and there is no rise in their incomes, they have to postpone certain things that they have planned of purchasing during the previous time, right? Next, top or the highest point of the business cycle, the end of expansion, and then move in the reverse direction. See, people, after peak, you see the economic activity moving in the reverse direction. After peak, you see the economic activity moving in the reverse direction. So during expansion, rise in the economic activity. After peak, you see contraction, and then you see fall in the economic activity. Next, scarcity of inputs. What do you mean by the scarcity of inputs? I told you, right? You have reached your maximum capacity. You have utilized to the maximum level. Now you find scarcity. In your peak phase, you find scarcity. Next, whenever there is scarcity of inputs, there is demand for inputs, but the inputs are not available at a larger amount. So what will happen to the prices? They will surge, or rather they will increase. So you see a rapid rise in the output prices. What is this rapid rise? The inflation is increasing drastically, which is affecting the standard of living, and the cost of living is on an increase. Increased cost of living, strain on the fixed income earners. Right now we have discussed, right? This cost of living increase will affect whom? It will affect the fixed income earners who do not see an increase in their salaries. Consumers review the expenditure on housing. So what will they do? Their income is fixed. Now what do they have to do? Because the prices are increasing, with that limited income, they have to manage their house. So they keep reviewing the expenditure on housing, durable goods. Actual demand stagnates or increase in demand is halted. So what is another characteristic of peak? In the peak phase, your actual demand gets stagnation. So whenever in the exam they are asking you a question, demand stagnation takes place in which phase? It takes place during the peak. Standard of living increases in which phase? During expansion. Cost of living increases in which phase? During peak. Inflation is on a high rise during which phase? Peak. Okay, these are the points that you have to remember. Next, contraction or recession. This is economic activity moving in the opposite direction, that is fall in the economic activity. And next, producers still expecting higher demand, maintain same investment and production, mismatch between demand and supply. See, I'll tell you what is happening here. During the expansion phase, the producers are really happy that they are earning profits. They are on cloud 9, okay? They are somewhere there. What is the problem that you see in contraction? In the beginning of your contraction is that these producers have not realized that outside people are not purchasing. Outside people are not purchasing. They don't realize it still. So what happens? They kind of oversupply. They kind of oversupply. Now when they supplied, and after a point of time they start realizing that, Arey Baba, I am supplying, but why are my goods piling up? They are not being sold out. So then they will realize that, okay, people are not demanding. Now what is the next thing that they will do? For a seller, if he wants to sell more, so if he wants to create demand, what does he have to do? He has to decrease the prices. Now, step number 1, he will decrease the price. Another important bit for you, during recession, the characteristic feature that you see is the fall in the prices. So with the fall in the prices, your recession kickstarts. Okay. So what happened in the first starting phase of the recession, the producers did not realize and they were still supplying. But on a later part that they realized that there is no adequate demand. Now to create demand, they reduce the prices. So the fall in prices has, started. Now the consumers are even more intelligent. When they see there is a fall in the price, they will think that in the future the prices will fall even further. In the future the prices will fall even further and they will postpone their purchases. See, this entire problem of recession is solely because of the reason that there is no adequate demand and the consumers actually are, causing the demand to fall even further. So what is happening in recession that we are studying? We are studying that during recession, the producer did not understand there was no ample demand outside. So he was continuing his production in the beginning. Later he did realize that there is no ample demand. Now what did he do? He is trying to sell off his products by cutting down the prices. And the consumers are even more smart and they are saying that, okay, in the future the prices are going to fall even further and they are postponing their purchases. So what will happen to the business environment is it will become pessimistic in nature. So how will the business environment become? It will become pessimistic in nature. So whenever the business environment is pessimistic in nature, there will be no increase in bank credit. Even the bank credit will decrease, investments will decrease. So everything will see a downtrend. Like an expansion, you have seen that everything was increasing, right? Everything was optimistic. In your recession, everything will be pessimistic. In your recessionary phase, everything will be pessimistic. So let us see the points again. Producers still expecting higher demand, maintain same investment and production. So there is a mismatch between demand and supply. So here you see that there is excess supply. Here you see that there is excess supply, that is inventories are piling up. So what will happen? There will be a decrease in the input demand. See, whenever the inventories are piling up, will I produce more? No. So what will happen to the demand for the factors of production? It will decrease. Whenever the demand for inputs is decreasing, what will happen to the input prices? That will also see a decline. Next, what will happen for the demand for output? That will also see a decline. Producers will lower the prices because there is no demand. Next, consumers will expect further fall. They will postpone their demand. So the consumers will postpone their purchases. So when the consumers are postponing their purchases, what will happen to the aggregate demand? That will also see a decline. Next, so when aggregate demand is falling, what will happen to the prices further? They will decline. Next, investments, production of capital goods and consumer goods will see a decline. Arey Baba, why capital goods are seeing a decline when there is no demand for consumer goods? What will you do with capital goods? So capital goods are nothing but those goods which are used in the production of the consumer goods. Capital goods are nothing but those goods which are used in the production of consumer goods. So even they will see a decline. So everything is going down. Next, so how is the environment now? It is pessimistic in nature. What happened to the bank credit as well? That also has seen a decline. So the investor confidence is at its lowest. Unemployment levels are increasing. Now let us talk about trough or depression, the lowest point of the business cycle. So we are talking about trough or depression, which is nothing but the lowest point of the business cycle. It is a severe form of recession. See, if recession goes on happening, we economists call something as recession whenever we see a fall in the GDP for straight 2 quarters. If the GDP is falling for straight or consecutive 2 quarters, it is called to be recession. So 2 quarters is nothing but 6 months, right? 2 quarters is nothing but 6 months. If the GDP is falling continuously for straight 6 months, we call that as recession. If the recession becomes deep, and the economy is not reviving, then we call that as depression, the lowest point of your business cycle. Next, severe form of recession is extremely sluggish economic activities. What do you mean by sluggish economic activities? Very, very slow. Next, very agonizing period, painful period, causing a lot of distress to everybody. People, when the economic activity is falling, when people are losing their jobs, the income levels are falling. So what will happen? There will always be, pain all around, right? People will be losing their jobs, losing their incomes, which will be causing lot of distress to everybody. Next, Negative growth rate. So this is another thing that you have to remember. In depression, you see negative growth rate. So you see a fall in the economic activity. For example, last year I was making 1000 goods. Now I am only making 900 goods. So what happened to my economic activity? It fell, and you are seeing a negative growth rate. You are seeing a negative growth rate. Next, aggregate demand is also falling, national income is falling, prices are also, they are falling to the rock bottom. And next, firms are shutting down, because what is happening here is there is no demand. So what is happening? Some big firms, they will try to survive. So during the depression phase, some big firms with, deep pocketed firms, they will keep surviving. But there are these fringe firms who cannot, take that depression phase, and then they shut their firms. Okay, the prices fall so low that they are unable to recover their costs. So what is the alternative that is left for them? They have to shut their firms. They have to go for shutting down the operations. Next, what will happen to the interest rates? See, the reason why there is a fall in the interest rate during depression phases, do you remember that the characteristic feature during the recessionary phases, fall in the prices, and the characteristic feature during your depression phase is nothing but fall in the interest rates. Why there is a fall in the interest rates? See, you know that there is no economic activity. So to boost up the economic activity, we will decrease the interest rates. Madam, what will we get if we decrease the interest rates? Two things will happen if you decrease the interest rates. One, you may restore the confidence in the investors, because when the interest rates are falling, as the cost of borrowing is falling, more people may, feel like taking up loans. Okay, that is one reason. Next, you people deposit your money in the banks for the sole reason that you are earning interest on that money, right? When I take out that incentive from you, I take away that incentive from you, that is, I'm decreasing the interest rate. So whatever money you have deposited in the banks, that is not giving you any good rate of interest. So you will feel like, Are Baba, if that money is with me, if that money is in the bank, that is making no sense. Okay, so better I'll keep it with me, because I deposited in the bank hoping that it will give me some interest. Now there is a fall in the interest rate, so I don't find much incentive of depositing that money in the bank. So you will withdraw that money. When you withdraw that money and the money is in your hands, will you stay empty handed? No, you will start expending, right? You will start the expenditure. So what will happen in the economy? Demand is generated. Whenever demand is generated, there is a possibility that the economy will revive again. So for that very reason, we decrease the interest rates during your depression phase. So let us see the points. Interest rates decrease. So what is happening at cash in hand? It is increasing because people are withdrawing money from the banks. Next, investor confidence is low. In the depression phase, investors' confidence is still low. It is not revived yet. Okay. See, it is not that the moment I decrease the interest rates, people start investing and then the investor confidence will revive. Nothing like that will happen. It will take time for the investor to, get back on his legs. So, we say this, no, like whenever somebody is very sad, it is very hard to, get them out of it. Whenever somebody is in depression, it is very hard to get them out of it. The same is happening for us also in the case of investors. So the investor confidence in your depression phase is still low. Next, credit growth is still low. Next, excess capital, because you are not using your capital goods. See, one thing, you are not getting new capital goods, and second thing is that the existing capital goods are not put to use yet. So there is excess capacity prevailing. Next, there is no appropriate demand in the economy yet. So there is still financial crisis or bankruptcy. So what is happening here? Banks are filing for bankruptcies. What is this? Financial institutions are collapsing. What is happening? What is wrong? See, the thing here is that the banks have given out loans to these big business houses. Now what is happening? They are unable to do business. Whenever there is no business for them, will they be able to pay back the loans that they have taken? Will they be able to pay back the interest? Nothing they will be able to pay back. So the banks are not earning any money, and we depositors are trying to withdraw the money. So what is happening here? There is financial crisis happening in the economy. Next, recovery. So what is this recovery phase? In this recovery phase, please remember that the phase starts with the labor class. The recovery phase starts with the labor class. So what happened here was, we people have used all the money. We people, whatever money we have withdrawn, we have spent all the money. Now we are left with nothing. We are left with nothing. So what we do is, we have no work, we have no money. So we will go to these entrepreneurs and say, Are Baba, I need some work. Like, yeah, I'm also willing to work at a very, very low wage rate. Earlier, I worked for 1,000 rupees. Now I'm okay for 200 rupees also. So that is the situation. Okay, these labor class want jobs because they don't have money in their hands right now. So the employers will also think that, okay, this is reasonable actually. Earlier I used to pay them 1,000. Now they are only, they're willing to work just for 200 rupees. So they also will start thinking that, should I revive the business again? Should I start the operations again? So the many of the investors, again, they will come into the business, and again they will start, operating their businesses, and generating economic activity, and again your business cycle starts to kick in. So let us see the point here. Occur periodically, sorry, recovery. After trough, economy starts recovering. So when you reach the lowest point of the business cycle, don't be under this misconception that you will always stay at the lowest point. Once you have reached the lowest point, you hit the rock bottom, that is all fine. But that doesn't mean that you will always remain at the lowest point of the business cycle. You will revive, okay? And that recovery will start with whom? It starts with the business, it starts with the labor class. That recovery will start with whom? It will start with the labor class. So what is happening here? Let us see. After trough, economy starts recovering. This is the end of pessimism and the beginning of optimism. Initially felt in the labor market. So initially the recovery starts with the labor class. So unemployed labor accept what wages? Lower wages. So whenever they accept lower wages, these business people will feel their cost of production has decreased, and again they will feel like, okay, let us also start the production process. So they will have the incentive to produce. Low cost make the producer optimistic, and all the economic activities again kickstart. Fine. This is your phases of business cycle. So we have seen that expansion, peak, contraction, depression or trough. So what is the characteristic feature of your expansion? All the economic activities keep increasing. There is a sign of optimism. And what do you see in peak? There is increase in cost of living, and who is affected the most? Fixed income earners. What do you see during your contraction phase? All the economic activities, they keep falling. What is the characteristic feature? It starts with the fall in the prices. And during depression, what do you see? Fall in the interest rates. Recovery phase starts with whom? It starts with the labor class. It starts with the labor class. These are the things that you have to remember. Let us start discussing the features of the business cycle. Let us start discussing the features of the business cycle. So what is the first feature of the business cycle? Occur periodically but not with the same regularity. What do you mean by this? See, business cycle are a regular phenomena. Always remember, business cycles are a regular phenomena. You keep witnessing them in the economy. But what do you mean by the same regularity? I already told you that business cycles will happen. There is no doubt in that. But for how long your economy will be in expansion? For how long your economy will be in contraction? I don't know. I don't know, seriously. So last year, for 3 months we were in recessionary phase. This year also we'll be for 3 months in recessionary phase. Can't be told. Okay, it is not like that. So there is no regularity. But yeah, business cycles is a continuous phenomena. Next, duration and intensity vary. What is this? Duration and intensity vary. That is, you don't know for how long your expansion will be there, for how long your contraction will be there. You cannot say that. Next, distinct phases. So we have 4 distinct phases, right? They are expansion, peak, contraction and trough. Next, length of the each phase is not definite. We will not be able to tell for how long expansion, peak and contraction and trough are going to prevail. Next, generally originate in a free market economy. Free market economies are also called as capitalist economy or laissez-faire economy. They are also called as capitalist economy or laissez-faire economy. So what do you mean by free market economies? You are letting the market do the job. The demand and supply forces are doing their job. So business cycles, you kind of witness them in a free market economy rather than in a socialistic pattern. Okay. Next, where you see administered prices. Where do you see administered prices? You see administered prices or controlled prices in your socialistic pattern of society. Next, passive and disturbances in one sector gets transmitted to other sectors. See, our economy is just like, pack of cards, like, house of cards, to be very honest. You kind of, move one, there is a possibility that the entire thing will fall, right? So what is happening here? One sector is falling, that has led to the downfall of other sector. It is like, some virus, it keeps spreading everywhere. Next, do not have uniform characteristics and causes. Okay, I'll list out few kind of very disturbing phases in our economy. One is that 1930 Great Depression, 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, and then you have the 2000 dot-com bubble. So all these things are the reasons behind the fall in the economic activity. Same. The reason behind 1930 Great Depression, the reason behind 2008 crisis, the reason behind 2000 dot-com bubble, are the reasons similar for these three crises? No, not at all. These three crises happened for various different reasons. There is no possibility that 1930 happened because of that. For the same reason 2008 also happened. No, the reasons are different. Next, difficult to make an accurate prediction of the trade cycle. See, people keep saying that recession is going to come, the economy, no, recession is not going to come, the economy will go into an expansionary phase. People keep predicting many things. Okay, your predictions are not always true. It is our job to make predictions. See, we economists also say that, okay, in the coming time, the economy is going into recession. So we make such statements. Economists do make such statements. But is there a guarantee 100% that the economy will go into recession? Using the available data, they have predicted something. It is just a prediction. It cannot be 100% accurate. So you'll be studying in the next topic about these indicators. See, indicators are something that actually help in the prediction of the coming phase of the business cycle. Okay, it helps in predicting the coming phase of the business cycle. You have got three types of indicators: leading indicators, lagging indicators, coincident indicators. They are leading, lagging, coincident indicators, which we'll be studying in the next topic. Okay, don't worry, we will do that. Next, repercussions of the business cycles are felt on all economic variables, definitely. So whenever there is a business cycle, you see there is a rise in economic activity or there is a fall in the economic activity. So the after impact is felt by every economic sector. Next, contagious or international in character. What do you mean by international in character? For example, the 1930 Great Depression that you have seen, or the 2008 crisis that you have seen. This 2008 subprime mortgage crisis started in the United States of America, right? The 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, it originated in the USA, but its impact was felt all around the world. So when there is a fall in one economy, there is a possibility that it can spread to other economies as well. It is quite contagious in nature. Next, have serious consequences on the well-being of the society. Obviously, when there is a recession, there is fall in the incomes, there is, people are losing their jobs. Obviously, the well-being is affected. Next, all sectors are adversely affected. You know that there is primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary sector. But the matter here is that all sectors are definitely affected. But when compared to other sector, agricultural sector is the least affected. Okay, during your COVID pandemic also, every sector saw a downfall, but it was only on agricultural sector that you saw positive growth. Every sector saw a downfall, but it is in your agricultural sector that we have seen a positive growth. Next, industrial sector is more adversely affected than the agricultural sector. That is what I was trying to tell you. During your pandemic, if you just go back and check the data, your agricultural sector saw a positive growth rate. Discuss still features of business cycle. We are left with what? We are left with causes of business cycle and few other topics. Like we will have a discussion with regard to the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, the dot-com bubble and the 1930 Great Depression, about leading indicators, coincident indicators, lagging indicators in this particular session, right? So we'll start with causes of business cycle. So as we all know that there are internal causes and external causes. See, internal causes indicates that endogenous, that which are within our control are considered to be internal causes, and that which are not in our control are considered to be exogenous, right? So what are the internal causes that we have right now are, we have fluctuations in effective demand given by John Maynard Keynes. We have fluctuations in the investment, variations in government spending, macroeconomic policies, money supply, psychological factors, and other factors like the innovation theory that is given by Schumpeter and the cobweb theory that is given by Nicholas Calder. So we'll have a brief discussion on everything that we have listed out right now. We'll start with effective demand first of all. So students of economics, you must know that whenever we say the term effective demand, that indicates that aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply. Okay, effective demand is the point where aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply, right? So what does this fluctuations in effective demand talk about, right? So an increase in the aggregate demand indicates that there is expansion or boom. See, what does aggregate demand mean? Aggregate demand is the summation of C plus I plus G plus X minus M. So whenever there is an increase or surge in the aggregate demand, it indicates that there is an increase in consumption expenditure, investment expenditure, government expenditure, there is an increase in the exports and decline in the imports. That indicates that the economy is going in an expansionary phase. And the reverse, that is decrease in the aggregate demand, indicates that we are during recession or depression. So increase in aggregate demand indicates rise in economic activity, decrease in aggregate demand indicates fall in the economic activity. Next, fluctuations in the investment. See, we have written aggregate demand is equal to C plus I plus G plus X minus M, right? So according to Keynes, the most volatile component that we have in our aggregate demand is with regard to investment. So what is the most volatile component in our aggregate demand? It is your investment. So an increase in the investment indicates we are in expansionary phase. A decline in the investment regards we are in a recessionary phase. See, investment mainly depends on your marginal efficiency of capital. That is what yield your investment will give you in the future. It is dependent on that. And according to whom it is the most volatile component? It is according to J.M. Keynes that it is the most volatile component. Next, variations in government spending. An increase in government expenditure indicates that we are in the expansionary phase. A decrease in government expenditure, reduces the economic activity. People think straight, okay? You will be studying about this government spending in your fiscal policy chapter, that is during macroeconomics. So whenever you see an increase in the government expenditure, there will always be a rise in the economic activity. So you have two types of policies called as expansionary fiscal policy and contractionary fiscal policy. Expansionary fiscal policy is used to boost the economic activity. Contractionary fiscal policy is used to calm down the inflation, or whenever the economy is overheated, then we'll go for contractionary fiscal policy. Next, under macroeconomic policies, you have two types of policies. I have already discussed one with you, which is your fiscal policy. You also have something called your monetary policy. People, fiscal policy is in the control of Government of India. Monetary policy is in the control of Reserve Bank of India, the central bank, right? Next, increase in the government spending and a cut in the taxes or decrease in the interest rates result in expansion. So let us do this again. So your fiscal policy, under macroeconomic policies, you have got two types of policies. You have fiscal policy, you have got monetary policy. Fiscal policy is controlled by Government of India. Monetary policy is controlled by Reserve Bank of India, which is our central bank. So what government does is, when it goes for increased government expenditure, it will reduce the taxes, and when there is a decline in the interest rates, people will feel like borrowing more, right? So that results in expansion. And whenever contraction sets in, what does that indicate? So there is a decrease in government spending, and there is an increase in the tax rate, and there is an increase in the interest rate. So if that happens, you will see contraction or fall in the economic activity. Next, money supply. See, according to Hawtrey, whatever fluctuations that happen in the economy are due to money supply. He believes that money supply is very, very important to, set right the fluctuations that are happening in the economy. We have different sets of economists, right? We have classicals, we have new classicals, Keynes, new Keynesians, monetarists. So there are different types of economists who have different ideologies. So what these monetarists believe, that whatever Great Depression happened, like that during 1930s there was Great Depression, right? 1929 to 33. So monetarists believe that as there was no adequate money supply, that caused fluctuations in the aggregate demand, which resulted in your Great Depression. So they felt that if money supply had been adequate, Great Depression would not have happened. But what did Keynes say? A deficient aggregate demand is the reason behind your what? Great Depression. So different economists have different things to say. So money supply is something that is discussed by your Hawtrey. So what does he have to say? Whenever there is increase in money supply, there is expansionary monetary policy. And what do you see? You see an increase in the economic activity. Whenever there is a decline in the money supply, it is called as contractionary monetary policy, and you see a fall in the economic activity. Next, let us discuss something called the psychological factors, which is given by A.C. Pigou. These psychological factors are talked about by Professor A.C. Pigou. So, what does he have to say? Optimistic about future, expansionary phase sets in. See, your investors are highly what volatile. They may be pessimistic or they may be optimistic. If they are optimistic about the future, you see that expansionary phase will set in. If they are pessimistic with regard to the future, then your what recessionary phase will set in. So psychological factors are given by who? A.C. Pigou. Money supply is talked about by Hawtrey. And what did Keynes talk on? He talked about aggregate effective demand, and which is the most volatile component that you can see in your aggregate demand? It is investment, right? So these are some of the things. Next, let us discuss about this innovation theory by Schumpeter. I think in your theory of production, we had a discussion with regard to Schumpeter's innovation theory. He said that if any business has to succeed, it needs to continuously keep innovating. Okay, if a business has to stay, or rather if it has to succeed, it has to, keep on innovating new things, right? So these innovations kind of result in what? These innovations kind of result in your business cycles. Next, cobweb theory. Cobweb theory, you can just understand this entire theory in a simple one sentence, that is, the present prices influence the production of some future date. So let us take a small example here. I am a farmer. And I am producing tomatoes. So let us say that I am producing tomatoes. But right now the prices of potatoes have increased. So people who have farmed potatoes are making more profit. So what will I have in mind? Okay, potatoes are more profitable. Let me also farm potatoes. So what I will do, I'll start planting potatoes, right? So what will happen to the supply of potatoes in the future? It will increase. So current the prices of potatoes have increased, which has increased the profitability of the farmers who have, raised potatoes. And now I have put in my mind that I also want to make profits. So I will also plant potatoes in the future. So what will happen now? The current prices are influencing the future supply. This is called as the cobweb theory given by Nicholas Calder. Fine. Next, let us discuss the external causes. Students, please do remember that internal causes are within our control. Okay, you can control them. That is the reason why they are called endogenous. And what do you mean by exogenous? They are not in our control. They are external factors. So what is the first external factor? Wars. Right now you have your Israel-Palestine war happening. You have the Russia-Ukraine war happening. You have Iran bombing Pakistan. So you have the Armenia-Azerbaijan war. There are a lot of wars that are happening all over, right? Do you have any kind of control over these wars? No. But do these wars pose an impact on your economy? Definitely, yes, they are posing an impact on the gold prices. They are posing an impact on the oil prices. You know that whenever the oil prices are affected, definitely they will have an impact on the food prices. You see a surge in fuel price, you will see a surge in food price. So there will be inflation in the economy. When there is inflation in the economy, the standard of living of the people is affected. Yeah, there is a possibility that their standard of living will decrease. More people may dip into poverty. All these things can happen. So all these things have happened because of one reason, because wars are going on. So do you have any control over wars, whatever are happening outside your country? No, you don't have any control on that. Next, so during war, resources used for production of war goods. Another important thing that you have to notice here is whenever you are indulging in a war, it requires resources, right? You require arms and ammunitions. So how will you get those arms and ammunitions? Whatever resources that could have been used for productive purposes like, schooling, health, people's, welfare, all that resources are diverted to what? They are being diverted to war. So what is happening here? Misutilization of resources is being happening here, right? Next, production of capital or consumer goods declines. So you are using more amount of resources in the production of arms and ammunitions. So lesser capital goods, lesser consumer goods will be, produced. What will be the impact? Contraction in the economy. So lesser amount of capital goods, lesser amount of consumer goods. So there will be a loss of employment opportunities. So contractionary phase sets in. Next, post-war reconstruction. Okay, this is something good for the economy. See, after Russia and Ukraine are done with the war, there is a lot of destruction that has happened. Now they have to reconstruct their economy. Again, they'll start building these bridges, dams, everything. They'll start investing in health. They'll start investing in education. So what is happening here? They are reviving the economy. They are reviving the economy. Next, technology shocks. For example, a new technology has, come into picture. For us to adopt that new technology, we need to make certain investments which will bring what? Which will bring the expansionary phase or rise in the economic activity. See, now ChatGPT has become very famous. In everybody's mouth, there is only one word: ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, all that. So to adopt this new technology, you need to make certain investments, right? So these investments, kind of, what are they doing? They are increasing the economic activity. Next, natural factors. So, for example, there is an earthquake. I think in Turkey there was an earthquake recently. So, what happened? A lot of destruction has been happened. So, whatever supply that has been made, that has been struck, and then a lot of bottlenecks have arisen. And what will happen when an earthquake suddenly comes? A lot of destruction, right? So whatever you have, produced something, there is a loss in the production. So all these consequences will cause a decline in the economic activity. Next, there is a drought or there is a famine. Okay, so what will happen? The food production will also decrease. So, natural calamities do have a drastic impact on the economic activity. Droughts, excessive floods will decrease what? They will decrease the agricultural output and demand for industrial goods. Another important bit for you here is this. So, in the exam, they keep asking you that whenever the agriculture output is decreasing, what will happen to demand for industrial goods? It will decrease, people. Why so? I'm a farmer, right? So I have lost all my output. Okay. So whatever I have, worked so hard upon and I have invested a lot of money, but due to a flood, I have lost all the crops, right? So I can't earn money now. My agriculture output has declined. I can't, sell it now. So there is a lot of loss I'm facing right now. In this loss, will I be able to, demand any durables? In this loss, will I be able to demand any durable goods or durable consumer goods? No, I will not. When there is no demand for consumer goods, why will there be any demand for capital goods? So this is all a cycle, right? So these industrial goods, whatever are there, like ACs or refrigerators, whatever that I'm listing out right now, I can't afford as a farmer because I already lost my crop. I'm crying right now, right? Next. So there will be industrial recession. What will it cause? It will cause industrial recession. Next, population growth. So growth rate of population greater than rate of economic growth. Let us write a small formula for you. You all know per capita income, right? What is the formula for per capita income? It is national income divided by population. What is the formula for per capita income? It is national income divided by population. Now, you tell me the cases, or rather the possibilities where your per capita income will increase. It will increase in two cases, okay? One, your national income is increasing, and next your population is decreasing. Two cases, yes. Now let us think this way. Suppose your population is increasing, your national income is also increasing. For example, the increase in national income is greater than the increase in population. It is okay for you? Definitely it is okay for you, no problem. For example, the increase in population is greater than the increase in national income. Then what will happen? You will see a fall in the per capita income. Always remember, students, the rise in the economic growth must be greater than the rise in the population growth. Okay. You know this arithmetic progression and geometric progression, right? So there is an economist called as Malthus who said that the population is growing in a geometric progression manner, but the food production is growing in arithmetic progression manner. So that is no good for any economy. Okay. So these are some of your external causes. So what we will do now is we'll proceed with economic indicators. You have got leading indicators, coincident indicators, and lagging indicators. Let us understand all these three indicators using a very simple example. So outside it is very cloudy. I'm not lying. Outside it's really very cloudy now. So what is this indicating? It is indicating that in an hour or so, or in a half an hour, it will rain heavily outside. So before even it started raining, I'm able to tell that it is going to rain. So how am I able to do this? I am able to say this with a lot of confidence because of the leading indicators. Like I have got some signs that this is going to happen. So whenever you have got some signs that something is going to happen, they are leading indicators. Now outside it started raining. I'm witnessing the rain right now. So it is raining, I am witnessing the rain. Simultaneously, the things are happening. Then it is called as coincident indicators. Suppose you are in expansionary phase, the GDP is also growing, right? These things are happening simultaneously, okay? They are not happening in advance or they are not happening on a later part. So when things are happening simultaneously, it is called as coincident indicators or concurrent indicators. Now, it has rained, it is finished, I slept, I got up, I went outside, and the area was all, muddy and wet. So what does this indicate for me? Acha, okay, when I was sleeping, it must have rained. It must have rained. So I am actually able to know the past because I'm able to witness whatever is there in front of my eyes. So after something has happened, you're getting to know about it. It is called as lagging indicator. So what is this? The water outside is giving me a confirmation that it has rained. So they kind of act as a confirming indicators, like something has happened before. Okay, three types of indicators. Leading, you're getting to know something before it is happening. Coincident indicators, things are happening simultaneously. Lagging indicators, after things have happened, you're getting a confirmation that okay, this has happened. Okay, this has happened. So let us see the points here. Leading indicators, change prior to large economic adjustment. Prior to, so in advance they are changing. So examples are change in stock price, new orders for capital and consumer goods, etc. So I can also give you another example. For example, there are a lot of hotel bookings happening. There are a lot of hotel bookings, like pre-bookings are happening. So what does that indicate? In the future, the tourism is going to increase. So in advance, you are going to know that in future something is going to happen because of this particular thing. So it is called as leading indicator. Next, lagging indicators. Change after the real output changes. So after some activity has happened, you're getting a confirmation, okay, this has happened. So example, unemployment. So unemployment is increasing. So this gives you a confirmation that, okay, we are in recessionary phase. That is the reason why unemployment is increasing. So you got to know about recession after unemployment sets in. Okay, so this comes under your lagging indicator. Next, indicators coincide or occur simultaneously. Whenever I use the word simultaneously, you have to understand that I'm talking about coincident or concurrent indicators. So example is GDP, inflation, industrial production, etc. Next, examples of business cycles. So they have given you three prominent examples of whatever business cycles we have seen till date, three prominent ones. One is your Great Depression from your 1929 to 33. The other is the IT bubble, or rather we call it as the dot-com bubble that has taken place in the year 2000. Next is your global financial crisis, but this is also called, this is mostly famously called as your subprime mortgage crisis. It is called your subprime mortgage crisis. So I'll just give you a briefing about what these crises are. Whatever points we have written here, if you just go through those points, you'll be able to answer the MCQs. So let us see the points. So what do they have to give under your Great Depression of 1930? It is the longest, deepest, most widespread depression. So where did it start? It started in the United States of America. So this is one bit. They'll ask, Great Depression, where has it emerged? It emerged in United States of America, and global GDP fell by how much percentage? Your gross domestic product fell by around 15%. And when did we recover from your Great Depression? It was during the 1933. So I told you, right, different economists have different opinions with regard to why Great Depression has taken place. See, most of the people till Great Depression happened believed in classicals. So classicals have one say that supply creates its own demand. So they say that you keep supplying, automatically demand will be created. But Keynes, what he said was, no, this is not going to happen. There is a possibility of deficit demand. So people refuted Keynes back then. But when Great Depression actually happened and they felt that, okay, classicals were wrong, then they understood that, okay, Keynes was right. So he was actually right that there could be a possibility of deficit aggregate demand, and it is not a mandate that your economy should always operate at full employment level. There can also be underemployment as well. So what are the points? J.M. Keynes, lower aggregate expenditures, massive decline in income and employment. Always remember, students, Keynes believed that the reason behind Great Depression was deficit aggregate demand. So that is the reason why he asked for government intervention to boost the aggregate demand, to revive the economy. So Keynes stated that there is deficit aggregate demand. So I actually asked the government to intervene. Not always free market economies or laissez-faire economies or capitalist economies are a hit. There is always a possibility, that things may go wrong, and we need government intervention for that. Next, monetarists. They believed that a proper money supply was not there. That is the reason why Great Depression has taken place. See, if people had adequate money in their hands, they would have bought goods and services, demand would have been created, economic activity would have been increased. So they said money supply was the reason behind your Great Depression. Next, one of the economists that you can remember is your Pigou. He has given the term psychological factors. He said investors have become pessimistic. That is why we saw a fall in the economic activities. So what else? Deflation, over indebtedness, lower profits, pessimism. All these are reasons, some of the reasons given by economists for what? For the occurrence of Great Depression. Next, IT bubble. And before going to IT bubble, I would also like to say something with regard to your Great Depression. People during Great Depression were very optimistic. Okay, they always believed in classicals that supply creates its own demand, and investors kind of invested very heavily without anticipating the demand properly. That was also one reason for the occurrence of Great Depression. So when they invested so heavily and they could not get the returns, these investors started getting pessimistic. And obviously when recession sets in, prices will fall, and prices may hit the rock bottom and deflation sets in. So all these things have happened. Next, let us discuss the IT bubble. So lower interest rates in your 1998 and 1999. So what happened to the interest rates during 1998 and 1999? They were low. So whenever the interest rates are low, investors would feel like investing more, right? Whenever the interest rates are low, investors would feel like investing more money. So what happened was, internet was also in its rise during this period. So these IT companies, internet companies, what are these internet companies? I can just give a few examples of Amazon, eBay, Flipkart, Myntra. All these are internet companies. Like those companies which perform their operations through internet facility are considered to be internet companies. So what happened? Let us understand. Startup internet, eprefix.com in the end. So what happened was, I told you, right, many people started taking loans and they started investing. So internet was also on the rise. So many internet companies started popping up, and people had this optimism that these internet companies would earn them great revenues. So these people started investing in these companies without even looking into the fundamentals. Like whenever they have encountered, E in the company's name or .com in the end, they started investing in the companies without even acknowledging, like, is the company doing well? What is the balance sheet of the company? What are the assets? What are the liabilities? Which product it is dealing with? Nothing. They just kept on investing. So what did this create? It kind of created a bubble. Okay, whenever you're creating so much of demand for something, you see a huge rise in the price, and their valuation actually crossed. Okay, they are actually not meant to be valued that way. They are overvalued. So overvaluation always creates a set of a kind of bubble, an imaginary bubble, and the bubble will take no time to burst, right? So what happened was, during the 2000, this bubble burst, and the reason behind the bubble burst was also this KYC thing. Okay, year 2000. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. So what happened was, I told you, right, many internet companies started popping up. So what engineers did was, they wanted to save space. Okay, these computers were newly coming, so the space whatever was there was very expensive. So to save the space, what they did was, suppose if you write year 1999, year 1998, so these people who were programming the things, they said that, see, if you say 99, if you say 99 also, I'll understand it is 1999. If you say 98, I'll understand it is 1998. So why these two digits in the beginning? We'll just remove them. That will save lot of space for us. So when they came up with this idea, everybody was very happy. Okay, everybody was very happy, and then came the new year, year 2000. So the computers were actually confused what to take. So 00. So they had to actually go back to 1900, where there was no data available, and now they have 2000. So what happened was, because of this confusion, the systems crashed, because they were not programmed for this, right? They were not programmed how to respond when 00 will come in. So all the systems crashed, and the year 2000 saw a bust. Okay, the bubble, whatever you were witnessing earlier, saw a bust, and then the prices plummeted, and there was pessimism again, and recession started setting in the economy. So what happened here? So rapid growth of the internet, over optimism in the stock market, investors were less cautious. I told you, right? By seeing prefix ye and .com in the end, people started investing without even thinking twice with regard to fundamentals of the company. Next, growth over profits. So what happened here was these companies which received a huge amount of investments, they were not focusing on the product development. They were not focusing on the product development, but rather they were investing a lot of money in advertising, getting lavish offices. So the companies which were not focusing on product development did see a downfall. I think Amazon, Google were survivors of this dot-com bubble. So these companies have focused on their fundamentals, on the product development, which is the reason why they have survived. There are other companies like pets.com. I don't remember the names exactly, but there are a few companies which were only focusing on, advertising and, getting lavish offices, sending their, sending their employees on great holidays. So they have seen a downfall. Next. So, mentality of some companies, lavish internal spending, losses, collapse of the bubble. When did the bubble collapse? During 1999 and 2001. So, nearly half of dot-com companies were acquired, liquidated. So, they were sold out. Okay. They were like, Baba, we can't do this business anymore. We are done. Our liabilities are more than our assets. So, what happened? It has seen a downfall. So this bubble is called this bug is called as Y2K bug. Okay, I was wanting to tell you this. So I told you, right, year 2000 the computers have seen a problem because they have not been programmed accordingly. So that bug is called as Y2K bug. Y2K bug is nothing but year 2000 bug. Year 2000 bug. Okay. Next, let us discuss the global economic crisis. This global economic crisis, before discussing this, let me tell you something. Okay, always remember, politics and economics go hand in hand, because the politicians, whatever promises they make, they have a great impact on the economic activity. One example for that is your subprime mortgage crisis. So what happened was, when George W. Bush was running for elections, he promised all the Americans that he will make sure, if he wins the election, every American will have their own house. You know how important for a person to have his own house, because when you stay in a rented house, that doesn't give you much, feel of you own it. Okay, so when you own your house, that pride is very different. So he realized that people wanted their own houses, so he promised that in his manifesto. So he won the election, and then what happened was, the banks were asked to give out loans even to subprime borrowers. So what do you mean by prime borrowers and subprime borrowers? See, prime borrowers are the people whose credit rating is really, really good. Okay, they have a certain set of income. There is a 100% possibility that they will pay back whatever they have taken. But what about subprime borrowers? See, subprime borrowers are people whose credit worthiness is the least. Okay, there is no guarantee that they're going to pay the money back. But what did the government do? It kind of backed these subprime borrowers. So the banks felt that, okay, the government is backing them, why should I worry about it? And they started lending out more money to subprime borrowers. So what will happen one day? These subprime borrowers will take the loan, but there is no reassurance that they will pay back the loan, right? So what happened in the American economy was, the demand for real estate started increasing. So many people were wanting to have their own homes. They are taking more loans. They are demanding more houses. So what will happen to the price of the houses? It will increase. The prices of the houses started increasing. And again, what happened here? Overvaluation, and a bubble was created. So this was called the housing bubble. Okay, this was called a housing bubble. So what happened was, these people have taken a loan of 10 lakhs, but their houses are now valued around some 90 lakhs or something. So they felt very profitable. But these are subprime borrowers, right? They can't pay back the loans. So after one or two installments, they started defaulting. You know how banks work, right? So whenever you take a home loan, unless and until you pay the final installment, the house is in the name of the bank. Later, after you pay the final installment, the house will be transferred on your name. So what happened here? The bank started selling these houses. So whoever defaulted, the bank started selling these houses to recover the money. So what happened in the economy? The supply of the houses has started increasing. Whenever the supply of something starts increasing, what happens to the prices? They start to fall. Now, whatever bubble that has been created due to excess demand, that is burst because there was a fall in the prices of the housing. Now, the loan that they have taken is 10 lakhs. Now, the price of the house has fallen even less, right? Suppose now it is 5 lakhs. So, people felt that, why should I even pay the loan? Okay, I thought my house was valued around some 10 lakhs or more than that. But my house is valued even less. My loan is 10 lakhs, but the valuation of the house is even less than that. So more people started defaulting, and that has resulted in a recession. Always remember, business cycles are very contagious. That is, if one sector in an economy falls, that leads to downfall of other sectors as well. It is that contagious. I told you, right? They are like a house of cards. One you pick out, and then the remaining cards also collapse. So the same happened with the US economy as well. It did emerge in the US economy, but its impact was felt all over the world. Business cycles are international in character and contagious. We did study in that the feature of the business cycle, right? So whenever one economy is suffering, there is a high possibility that this is going to spread to other economies as well. So the same happened in 2008 crisis as well. Europe suffered the most, and till date it could not revive because the unemployment levels have slashed, record high after the 2008 crisis has set in. So US to recover from the recession of 2000, US Federal Reserve reduced the interest rate. So you know that in 2000 we have witnessed a dot-com bubble, right? So to recover from that, what did the Federal Reserve do? They have reduced the interest rates. Next, cheaper credit made low subprime households. What is the meaning of subprime? There is low credit worthy borrowers. That is the borrowers whose credit worthiness is very, very less. They are called the subprime borrowers. To buy houses, increase demand for houses. So whenever the demand for houses has increased, that will result in rise in the prices. I have also given you one more reason that led to increase in the prices. I told you, right? It was the manifesto of the political leaders and the backing that they have given to the banks, which made the banks lend money even to the subprime borrowers as well. Next, oversupply. What happened here? Believe prices of the houses continue to rise. So when the prices started to increase, people felt that the prices will increase even further. They did not anticipate that there would be a fall, there would be a bust in the bubble. They were only expecting the prices to increase even further. So banks lend without checking the credit. So what happened? Banks kept on lending, but as they are subprime borrowers, there is no guarantee they will pay back the money. They started defaulting. Now what did banks do? They wanted to recover the money, so they started selling off the properties. So oversupply of the houses, housing prices declined, and next, housing bubble got burst in the second half of 2007. Subprime households started defaulting. So what happened here? This crisis entirely resulted due to the subprime borrowers. That is the reason why it is also called as the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis. So these are the few things that I wanted to discuss with you. What we will do right now is we will solve some MCQs with regard to the chapter business cycle, so that we can entirely finish off the chapter. You will not have any queries. But my promise to you, as always, is after listening to this video, I'm pretty sure that you will be able to answer all the MCQs that I'm posing to you right now. What we will do is we'll just revise your business cycle on a whole again. So what is the meaning of business cycle? It is nothing but rhythmic fluctuations. I told you that whenever you have to call something as business cycle, a fall in one sector of the economy, you cannot tell that we are in recession or we are in expansionary phase. It has to result from the overall economic activity, that you have to take into consideration all the sectors in the economy. And while drawing the graph of the business cycles, we have drawn something, a dotted line in between, right? We have referred to it as trend line, that is the long-term growth rate. Whenever there is no business cycle, the economy is expected to grow at this phase. So it is not possible that we will not have business cycles, because business cycles are regular phenomena. But can you be able to tell for how long expansion will be there, for how long contraction will be there? That will you be able to, the regularity you cannot tell, okay? But business cycles will happen. The regularity of these phases I am not able to tell. And typically how many phases did we study? We studied 4 typical phases, right? Which are expansion, peak, contraction, trough. And which are the turning points in your business cycle? The peak and trough are your turning points. The highest point is the peak, the lowest point is the trough. And in which phase will the demand get stagnated? The demand stagnates in your peak. And in which phase you see the economic activity moving in opposite direction? It is in your recession, because in expansion you see rise in the economic activity, in contraction you see fall in the economic activity, and trough is the lowest point. But will you stay in trough always? No, you will see recovery. If the recovery catches speed, that is called as expansion, and again you will see peak, contraction, trough. Right? So these are the different phases of your business cycle. And we have, in this session, we also discussed your causes, right? External causes, internal causes, and the indicators, your different examples for the crisis. The 1930 depression, 2008 global financial crisis or the subprime mortgage crisis, and the 2000 dot-com bubble. So let us continue the session and let us solve some bits. Okay, fine. So what we will do is, yeah, let us solve this particular bit. Peaks and troughs of the business cycle are known collective as what? They are called the turning points, right? So peak is the highest point, trough is the lowest point. They are considered to be the turning points in your business cycle. Next, another bit. Yeah. According to the theory of business cycles, once a peak is reached, dash begins in the economy as the increase in demand halts, declining in certain areas. So once the peak sets in, like after that, what do you see? You see contraction or recession, because after peak, you see a fall in the economic activity. Next. Let us solve another bit. Yeah. A significant decline in the general economic activity extending over a period of time. It is called as what? It is called as your recession. So whenever your economic activity falls for a significant period of time, it is called as recession. Now people, you may ask me a question, madam, there is also contraction, there is also recession. But why did you opt for recession? People, so there is a bit of confusion here. Whenever you are given contraction and recession, opt for recession. Whenever you are given depression and trough in the options, opt for trough in the options, right? And according to economists, which is called as recession, when the GDP falls consecutively for 2 quarters. What is 2 quarters? It is 6 months. So whenever your GDP falls consecutively for 6 months, we term it as recession. Next. So during recession, employment rate dash and output dash. So during recession, there is a fall in the economic activity, right? So what will happen to the employment rate? It will decrease and output will also decrease. Next. Yeah. What else? Yeah, excess capacity in capital industries is the characteristic of which of the following stage? You think and give me the answer. What do you mean by excess capacity? That is, underutilization is happening. You are not utilizing your firm to the full extent. So when do you see such things happening? You see such things happening in the lowest point of the business cycle, right? So I told you, right, whenever you are given trough and depression, both the options, please opt for trough. Okay, so in trough, you see excess capacity prevailing in the economy. That is, the capital goods are not being used to the full extent because there is no ample demand. Investors are very, very pessimistic. Fresh investments are not made and existing capacities are also not utilized to the full extent. Next. Yeah. In dash phase, producers lower the prices to dispose of their inventories. Very, very important. While I was teaching you the business cycles chapter, I told you that the characteristic feature of your recessionary phase is that it starts with the fall in the prices. Your recessionary phase starts with the fall in the prices. So you can opt for contraction. Next. Yeah. Dash acts as self-correcting process in a free enterprise economy. So what do you mean by free enterprise economy? Free enterprise economy or capitalist economy or laissez-faire economy. That is, the demand and supply forces operate on their own. And you also studied that business cycle are observed in which type of economy? They are observed in your free market economies. So who will decide the prices and self-correcting process, right? So the demand and supply forces will automatically adjust and correct the disequilibriums, if any. So the answer is price mechanism, right? Next. Okay, we'll solve another bit. Okay. In dash phase of the business cycle, consumers begin to review their consumption expenditure of housing, durable goods, etc. Now you have to answer this question. We studied that in expansion, your standard of living will increase, and in the peak phase, your cost of living will increase because prices are increasing drastically, right? So who are affected the most in your peak phase? It is your fixed income earners, because fixed income earners do not see any increase in their level of income. So they have to review their expenditure. So the answer is peak, right? So all your bits will be like this only. So you don't have to worry. If you go through the chapter as a whole, and we did provide a fast track material for you, right? So in this fast track material, the institute has designed the fast track material in such a way that prior to the exam, if you just go through this material, your job is done. You don't have to do anything else. Okay, so things are given very handy to you. So I hope you enjoyed the session. In the next session, we will be teaching you nature and scope of business economics. I thank you all for listening to the session, and I hope you enjoyed it. So happy learning. Welcome back to another session of business economics. So in this session, we are going to talk about nature and scope of business economics. Like the previous sessions, we are going to understand the entire chapter in a span of just 1 hour. So let us just start the chapter. So in the beginning, you have to understand what is the meaning of the word economics and from where has it been derived. The word economics has been derived from the Greek word oikonomia. The meaning is household management. Okay, from which word have we derived the word economics? It is derived from the Greek word oikonomia. And what is the meaning of oikonomia? It is household management. So what are the fundamental issues that we talk in economics? Every time when we talk about economics, there are two fundamental issues that we keep talking about, right? So one is human wants are unlimited, and the second is the resources that are available to satisfy these wants are limited. Okay, these are the two fundamental problems. So let us see what are the fundamental issues. Human beings have unlimited wants, and the resources or the means to satisfy these unlimited wants are relatively scarce. This is very, very important. What do you mean by relatively scarce? People, your resources when compared to your wants are relatively scarce. Okay, see, your resources are scarce because when compared to your wants, they are considered to be scarce. So whenever you use the term relative, it indicates that you are making a comparison between two things. Here you are comparing your wants and the amount of resources that are available for you. So your resources are relatively scarce. Please do remember that. Next, business economics. What do you mean by the term business economics? Our subject is business economics, right? Whenever you apply the economic theories in the real business world, that is called as business economics. So business economics is nothing but the applications of the economic theories in the real business scenario. So you have studied n number of concepts in your microeconomics. You studied theory of cost, you studied markets, you studied demand, supply, consumer behavior, production optimization. All these things you have studied. So whenever you see the practical application of all these things, it is nothing but your business economics. So it integrates economic theory with the business practice or the application of the economic logic, analytical tools to bridge the gap between theory and practice. See, theory is of no use if you can't apply it, right? So business economics kind of bridges the gap between theory and practice. So that is the reason it is also referred to as your managerial economics or the applied economics. It is called your applied economics. Next, what does Joel Dean has to say about this? He says it is the use of economic analysis. Economic analysis is nothing but the use of economic theories in the formulation of business policies. See, whenever you see an individual business firm, whenever it has to make some decision making, it uses all the microeconomic aspects to solve its internal issues. And to solve the external issues, we use the macroeconomic aspects. We all know that we divide the subject matter of economics into two things, which are microeconomics and macroeconomics. Microeconomics deals with the internal issues of the firms. Macroeconomics deals with the external issues, right? So whenever the firm, an individual firm has to make decisions, it needs to consider both the micro aspects as well as the macro aspects. Next, it has close connection with economic theory, which is both micro and macro. I told you, right, for internal issues you need micro and for external issues you need macro. And what else do you need? Operations research, statistics, mathematics and decision making. Always remember, students, economics is considered to be interdisciplinary. Economics is considered to be interdisciplinary. Why do we call it as interdisciplinary? We can actually align with n number of subjects. If you consider agricultural economics, it will become agricultural economics. Labor and labor studies and economics, it is labor economics. Mathematics and economics, it is mathematical economics. The combination of economics, statistics and mathematics will become econometrics. So we can easily align with different disciplines. That is why we are called as interdisciplinary in nature. Next, and whenever you are making some business decision, you need economic theories as well as you need some maths, you need some stats, you need everything, right? And you know the combination of psychology and economics is called as behavioral economics. Next, nature of business economics. So there are few points you have to remember with regard to nature of business economics. First of all, business economics is considered to be science. What do you mean by science? Whenever you talk about cause and effect relationship, it is called as science. In business economics, whenever you're taking decisions, you kind of analyze the past data and then you kind of analyze the effect that is causing due to the past, right? So it studies the relationship between cause and effect. So whenever you see that cause and effect wala relationship, it is called as a science. So business economics is a science. So what is science? Science is a systematized body of knowledge establishing cause and effect relationship. See, in business economics, whenever like a business firm is taking decisions, right, by applying the economic principles in the real business world, whenever it is trying to apply these economic principles, whenever a firm is trying to make some decision making, it is not making these decisions out of thin air, right? It is going to analyze the past data and then it is going to predict the future. Like it is going to say in the past it has happened this way, so in the future it is also going to happen this way. Next, business economics is an art. Whenever you do something practically, it is called as an art. So what do you mean by business economics? Application of the economic theories, right? Until today, you only read those theories in your books. But once you start applying these theories, that will become business economics. So that is why it is called an art. That is practical application of rules and principles. Next, based on microeconomics. What do you mean by based on microeconomics? People, you tell me one thing. In business economics, a particular firm is trying to make decisions, right? So we are talking about one particular firm who is trying to make decisions by the application of both micro principles and macro principles. I'm not talking about the entire industry as a whole. I'm talking about one particular firm. So it is based on microeconomics. Micro deals with individual units. Macro deals with the aggregate economy as a whole. Next, incorporates elements of macro analysis. So whenever an individual firm is taking decisions, it not only analyzes the micro aspects, but whenever it tries to take decisions, it also has to understand the macro environment. Like whenever a firm is trying to make investment, it needs to understand if the economy is in which phase of the business cycle. Is it an expansion phase or is it in contraction phase? What is the GDP of the economy? What is the unemployment level? What is the inflation level? What are the prevailing interest rates? What are the prevailing general price level? All these has to be understood whenever a firm is making decisions, right? So along with micro aspects, you also have to consider macro elements for you to make decision. Next, use of theory of markets in private enterprise. See, markets we have not yet discussed yet. In the next session, we will be discussing about markets. So you all know that there are different types of competition and mainly there are two, right? Perfect competition and imperfect competition. Under perfect competition, you have got large number of buyers and sellers, and under imperfect competition, you have monopoly, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, duopoly, all that you have under monopolistic competition. Based on which type of competition are you in, the pricing decisions also keep changing. So this is also important. You use the theory of markets and also private enterprises. Next, pragmatic in approach. We already told you many times that the practical application of economic theories in real business world is nothing but business economics. So business economics is applied economics, right? So it is practical in approach. Next, anything that is applied practically is pragmatic in approach. Next, interdisciplinary in nature. I told you already, we combine various subjects. We take maths, we take stats, we take labor studies, we take agricultural studies. Everything is combined in this economics. So that is why we call it as interdisciplinary in nature. Next, normative in nature. Before understanding what is normative in nature, let us understand two concepts called as positive and normative. Let us understand two concepts, positive, normative. Okay. So positive indicates that whatever facts are there, you're stating that. See, positive is nothing but you're telling them what is, like what has happened, what is the fact, right? Like right now, the unemployment level is around 4.8%. So you're going to tell that it is a fact. Okay, you're not telling that this is good or this is bad. You're just stating a fact. Whenever you're stating a fact, it is called positive in nature. But whenever you are discussing what has to be done, like how things should work, then it is called normative in nature. For example, I told you that the unemployment levels are 4.8%. That is positive in nature. But if I say the unemployment levels should not be 4.8%, it should have been around like 3% or something like that. I am telling you what has to be done, like I am prescribing something, okay, then it is called as normative in nature. So positive is descriptive in nature, normative is prescriptive in nature. What ought to be or what should be done is told under normative. What is right now happening, the facts are stated under positive economics. Okay, now business economics is normative in nature, because whenever we are applying these economic theories, our goal is to aim for the profit maximization. We are telling if you follow these things, there is a possibility that you will be achieving these level of profits. Okay, you have not yet achieved, but while making decisions, we are taking them into consideration, and we are telling you that if this is going, you're doing this, this is going to happen, or this will be achieved in the future. So this is normative in nature, because it generally is normative or prescriptive. I told you, right? Prescriptive is what? You're prescribing something. You're telling them what has to be done. Like things should not go this way. If things go this way, this is going to be good for the economy. Next, positive or pure science. See, positive or pure science is nothing but cause and effect relationship. I told you, right? Whenever you are stating the fact, it is positive. Next, normative science is value judgments. So they have just explained what is positive, what is normative here. So till here, your nature of business economics is done. Till normative in nature, that is the nature of business economics. After that, they have explained what is positive science, what is normative science. So always remember, students, whenever you are stating facts, it is positive. Whenever you are telling them what has to be done, what ought to be done, what should be done, that is normative in nature. So normative is prescriptive, positive is descriptive. Next, let us understand the subject matter of economics. Your subject matter of economics is divided into microeconomics, macroeconomics. See, micro indicates small, macro indicates the aggregate or rather the whole picture. So the word micro is derived from the Greek word micros, meaning small. The word macro is derived from the Greek word macros, meaning large. So let us see what they have to discuss here. Before we look into the material, I just want to tell you that in microeconomics, our sole purpose is price determination. We are focusing on price determination. And whenever you are talking about allocation of resources, that is microeconomics. Whenever you are talking about utilization of resources, it is macroeconomics. So I told you, right, price determination is the core aspect of microeconomics. That is the reason we refer to it as price theory. That is the reason we call it as price theory. So let us see the points here. Micro is derived from the Greek word micros. What is the meaning? It is small. And macro is derived from the Greek word macros, that is the meaning of large. Studies about the individual units. So microeconomic studies about individual units. So microeconomic studies about individual units. Macro deals with the group. So what does macro deal with? Macro studies about the aggregates. Like whenever you're talking about total output, total savings, total investments, you're talking about macroeconomics. Next, deals with allocation of resources. So what deals with allocation of resources? Micro. And macro deals with utilization of resources. Next, it is also known as price theory, because the core aspect in microeconomics is determination of the prices. Next, this is also known as income and employment theory. What is the other name for macroeconomics? It is also called as income and employment theory. Mind you people, it is also called as aggregate economics. Your macroeconomics is also called as aggregate economics. It is also called as income and employment theory. Next, what is the subject matter of microeconomics? Students, do you remember the chapters that you have studied in your microeconomics? You studied about demand, you studied about supply, consumer behavior, theory of production, production optimization, theory of cost, markets, all these you have studied, right? These are nothing but the subject matter of microeconomics. First of all, remember that pricing is the most important thing that is done in microeconomics. So you discuss about product pricing, you discuss about factor pricing, you talk about consumer behavior. All these things come under the subject matter of microeconomics. And whenever you are talking about individual units, okay, whenever you are talking about a single unit, that is called as microeconomics. Next, so we discuss about product pricing, consumer behavior, factor pricing, economic conditions of a section of the people. I'm not talking about the entire society. I'm only talking about a section of the people. Next, behavior of the firms. So that is also coming under microeconomics. Next, location of the industry, like where do you have to set up the industry, the location of the industry, behavior of the firm. So please do memorize these things, because they will be asked in the exam, like what is the subject matter of microeconomics, what is the subject matter of macroeconomics. Whenever you see the term aggregate, whenever you're talking in totality, it comes under your macroeconomics. So you talk about national income, general price level, balance of payments, external value of the currency. External value of currency is nothing but the exchange rate. That is, whenever you express one currency in terms of the other, you keep expressing $1 is equal to 83, something like that. So what is the meaning of this? You are expressing one currency in terms of other currency. So that also is a macro concept. Next, overall level of saving. I told you, right, I'm not talking about individual savings or individual investment. Whenever I'm talking about total savings, total investments, that comes under the subject matter of macroeconomics. What is the level of employment? What is the level of economic growth? All these things are your subject matter of macroeconomics. So successfully we completed your nature of business economics, the subject matter of economics. Let us proceed further, which is the scope of the business economics. What do you mean by scope of the business economics? It indicates that the aspects of business economics, to what extent you can apply them. Okay. So always remember the subject matter of economics. Do you remember microeconomics, macroeconomics? Microeconomics is used for solving which issues? Internal issues. And the use of macroeconomics is for external issues, right? So let us see the points. So you know demand analysis and forecasting, right? Suppose you are a business firm. Whenever you are doing business, you have to undertake the production activity. And before undertaking the production activity, you need to properly estimate the demand for your product. If you are unable to do that, how will you succeed in your business? So the first thing that we need is demand analysis and forecasting. Next, production and cost analysis. Okay, now you have decided like what is the demand and all, you understood the demand. Now what do you have to do? You have to undertake the production. Now whenever you have to undertake the production, you need to focus, like you need to go for productive efficiency, right? You need to go for technical efficiency. That is, using minimum resources, you have to bring out the maximum output, and you have to produce the output at the least cost possible. So for that you use the chapter of production and cost analysis. Next, inventory management. See, people, always remember that maintaining good amount of inventory is good, but beyond, it should not go beyond a certain level. The reason is, whenever you are maintaining huge amount of inventory, it is obvious that you are incurring some opportunity cost. That is, the resources which are which you are maintaining in terms of inventory, like the cash that you used to buy those resources, if you have invested that somewhere else, you would have earned some rate of interest. So it is very, very important that in your business you maintain optimum level of inventory. Inventory should not be less, or neither it should be more than a certain level. Next, market structure and pricing policies. I told you, right, your pricing policies will differ from competition to competition. In perfect competition is one way, in imperfect competition it is the other. Next, resource allocation. Allocation of resources is the subject matter of what? It is the subject matter of microeconomics. Next, theory of capital and investment decisions. See, your resources are scarce. Whatever money that you are having to do the business activity, they are not unlimited, right? They are very, very scarce. So you need to take appropriate decision. For that, you will do capital budgeting and stuff. Like you will see the investment opportunities, you will see the risk return trade-off, all that you will calculate, and then you will decide where to invest, like what kind of business you have to do. All that decisions can be taken. Next, what is profit analysis? Even in times of uncertainties, how can you achieve maximum profits? See, profit analysis is nothing but you kind of, dream of uncertain events, and even in the case of such uncertain events, how can you achieve good amount of profits? And whenever you are doing business, there is always a possibility of risk and uncertainty. What is the difference between risk and uncertainty? See, risk is something that can be insured, right? So, for example, I'm doing a business. I can predict that, okay, some theft can happen or some fire accident can happen. So all these I can actually predict. Okay, so whenever I'm able to predict something, I'm able to insure that particular thing. Then what is this uncertainty? I don't know. See, I cannot predict. Uncertainty is something that I cannot predict. So definitely if I'm unable to predict it, I'm unable to ensure that. Okay. So whenever you are doing the business, you need to do the risk analysis. You also have to do the uncertainty analysis. See, for example, in the telecom industry, Jio gave a sudden entry. Okay. So for the remaining players, it was very uncertain. They did not expect such thing to happen, right? Have they ever dreamt that something like this, something like Jio would come into the market and it would disrupt the market entirely? No. Next, what are the macroeconomic aspects? I told you, right? These macroeconomic aspects are applied to the external issues. Microeconomics is applied to internal issues. Macroeconomics is applied to external issues. So what are they? Type of the economic system. What do you mean by economic system? Are you in a capitalistic type of society, socialistic pattern, or a mixed economy? That is the meaning of economic system. Like, who is taking care of the resources, or who is taking care of the allocation of the resources? Next, in which stage of the business cycle? People, whenever you are doing business, it is very, very important for you to analyze in which stage of the business cycle are you in. You are in the recession, and are you going to invest? Nothing like that. So whenever you are planning a business, whenever you are taking a decision, analyzing external environment is equally important, and taking care of internal issues also is important. But also remember that external issues also have to be understood. Next, general trends in national income, employment, prices, saving and investment, government economic policies. How are they? Are they favorable or not? Next, working of financial sector and capital market. For any business to succeed, a strong or robust financial market or capital market is very, very essential. Where will you raise money from? Okay, so a strong financial market and capital market is a must. Next, socio-economic organization like the trade unions, the cooperatives. So what are their functioning? Like, what is the scenario right now? How is the environment outside? Next, socio and political environment. So all these things have to be taken into consideration. So your macroeconomics is applied to what? External issues. Microeconomics is applied to internal issues. Next, and for you to function, for you to do business, like both are important or only one is important? Both are important. Micro is important as well as macro is also important. Next, what are central economic problems? See, in any economy, there are few questions that you must ask yourself. So, what is the first question? What to produce? Like, you know, the resources are scarce; they are not unlimited. So, compared to the unlimited ones, your resources are relatively scarce. So, you need to ask yourself some basic questions. So, what is the first question? What to produce? So, you have decided what to produce, whose needs you have to address. All that you have decided. Okay. Now, how to produce? Like, what is the production process? Production process is very, very important, because you need to devise one so that you are able to achieve the output at the least cost possible, right? So first question is what to produce, second is how to produce, and the third is for whom to produce. See, you are not addressing to each and every individual of the society. You are actually focusing on one section of the society who are underprivileged, right? So for whom to produce. Next, the last and final question is what provision should be made for economic growth? People always remember that you should not exhaust the resources entirely. You need to make some set of savings, because you need to opt for sustainable development. If you exhaust all the resources today, what are you going to do in the future? Okay, so sustainable development is very, very important. Next, I told you about economic systems, right? Under economic systems, you have got three. One is capitalism, socialism, and mixed economy. So let us understand briefly what is capitalism. See, under capitalism, the dominance of private people is there. That is, it doesn't indicate government intervention is zero, okay? But the role of government is very, very limited in capitalism. It is the price mechanism or the demand and supply forces will automatically adjust, and they will determine the level of prices, okay? But in socialism, government control is very, very important. So private people are not there, nothing like that. Private people are there, but the dominance of the government is very, very high. Just like in capitalism, your private individuals dominate, right? In socialism, your government sector will dominate. Under mixed economy, you have a combination of both public and private. So it is both. So the merits of capitalism plus merits of socialism is equal to mixed economy. So let us see the points here. Your capitalist economy is also called as laissez-faire economy or free market economy. What is your capitalist economy called as? It is called as laissez-faire economy or free market economy. Next, so predominant economic system in model global economy. So everywhere, every part of the world, you generally see capitalistic nature of society. Some examples of these capitalistic form of societies are, you can take USA. The best example is United States of America, Mexico, Canada. All these are what? They are capitalistic in nature, right? Next, for socialism, you can take the example of whom? China. For mixed, you can take the example of India. For mixed economy, you can take the example of India, because we have both private participation as well as government participation. Next, all means of production are owned and controlled by whom? By private sector. See, private dominance is seen in what? It is seen in capitalism. And what is their motive? It is profit. Any private person will come for what? He will come for profits. And limited role of the government in the economic affairs. So what does it say? Your government has got a limited role. Next, features of capitalism, merits of capitalism, demerits of capitalism. Let us understand them simultaneously. So what are the features of capitalism? I told you, right, private dominance will be there in capitalism. So private property, right to private property, where do you find? In socialism or in capitalism? You find right to private property in capitalism. Next, freedom of enterprise. That is, you get to choose what you want to do. Okay, freedom of enterprise is nothing but you are able to decide what activity you are going to indulge in. Next, freedom of economic choices. See, the people of this country, whenever you are in capitalism, there are, there are n number of people who are producing goods and services. So the consumers have got greater amount of choice. They are able to choose what do they want. Next, profit motive. So what is the main objective of a private person doing business? It is profit motive. Next, consumer sovereignty. Consumer is the king. Consumer is the king because you have got lot of choices. Like you have n number of things available to you. So you can make a choice out of that. Okay. Next, competition. What do you mean by competition? So there are large number of sellers. Whenever there are large number of sellers, competition will prevail, and whenever there is good amount of competition, price will be low and the quality will also be very high. Absence of government interference. I am telling you again and again, government will not intervene much, but it is not the thing that government role is completely zero. Okay, government will not intervene much. Okay, so government interference is almost equal to zero, but it is not zero. Next, price mechanism or market mechanism. What do you mean by price mechanism or market mechanism? Whenever the demand and supply forces operate to determine the price. Whenever the demand and supply forces operate and determine the price, that is called as price mechanism. That is, you are leaving to the market for the decision making of the prices. But in the socialistic pattern of society, it is called the controlled economy, and the prices that are there in socialistic economy are called administered prices because they are decided by the government. Here you are leaving it to the market to be decided. There the government will decide what will be the prices. That is the reason they are called as administered prices. Next, what are the merits of capitalism? You think and tell me. One merit is right to private property is given. You are allowed to do whatever you want. The consumer is the king, so consumer choice is unlimited. Competition is there, so quality of products will be maintained, price will be low. And what else can be the merits of capitalism? See, in capitalism, what happens is talent is given importance, like innovation is given importance. So laziness is not, given priority. Whenever somebody is not, doing the chores or not up to the mark, they're kind of given a pink slip. They're like, beta, you're not suitable here, you can leave. Okay, there is no like bloodline and all. There is no there people are not encouraged if they are not very good in their work, right? So that is capitalism. So people are always rewarded for their work in capitalism. So innovation is kind of promoted. Technological upgradation takes place in your capitalism. So self-regulating through price mechanism. What is one merit of capitalism? That is, it is self-regulating. What do you mean by self-regulating? The demand and supply forces are determining the level of prices. Next, incentive to work. What do you mean by incentive to work? Because you are not given promotion on the basis of the years of experience. You're given promotion on the basis of the work you do. Take Sundar Pichai, for example. He's very young, but he is still leading Google, right? He's the CEO of Google. So why is this happening? Because they're incentivizing them to work. Like they're giving, importance to the talent, but not the years of experience they have. Next, faster economic growth. So in capitalism, you see there is faster economic growth. Resources are more productive because you're incentivizing the people who are actually working hard. Next, cost of production is minimized. So what do you mean by cost of production is minimized? I told you, right, in capitalism, there is very high scope for technological upgradation. Whenever there is technological upgradation, the cost of production is minimized. That is, you don't expend on something that is not very useful. Next, variety of quality of products at reasonable prices, innovation and technological progress. People enjoy maximum autonomy and freedom. Autonomy is independence. Okay, so you're not being controlled by somebody. The government is not telling you what to do, what not to do. You are the people who are deciding what to do, right? So you're given some degree of autonomy or independence. Next, rewards men of initiative and entrepreneurs. Like whoever is capable, they are being rewarded, they are given promotions. Next, what are the demerits? See, in the merits you study that property right is given, so it is a merit. But in the demerit, the same point we'll see in a negative aspect. Like property rights are given, but are you focusing on human rights? You always want profits. When will you focus on the welfare of the people? When will you focus on the welfare of the people? That is one demerit. Okay. Next, so there is vast income inequality and social injustice. So they say that in capitalism, the rich will get richer, the poor will get poorer, the rich people are making money, they're making profit, but who is concerned about the lower segment of the population, the underprivileged? That is the basic question people keep asking. Next, priority to property rights over human rights. So you're focusing on property rights, but what about human rights? Next, ignores human welfare, exploitation of labor. So one significant demerit of capitalism is that there is a kind of thing that they keep exploiting the labor, because labor are economically weak, right? So these proprietary class kind of keep exploiting the labor by making them work for more number of hours. Next, consumer sovereignty is a myth. Okay. See, in capitalism, there is a high possibility that some few big firms will be dominating the market. So, in a way, it is kind of leading to monopoly. So, competition will prevail is a myth. Okay, competition will prevail is a myth. Next, misallocation of resources. Generally, what happens in capitalism is that you only produce those goods that are profitable for you. Okay, and which goods will bring you more profits? Luxury goods will bring you more profits. Okay, now luxury goods are only consumed by niche population or top 10% of the population. What about the remaining? So you are allocating all the resources for producing those goods that are highly profitable for you, but there is the bottom 90% of the population who want something else. You are not addressing to their needs. So there is obviously misallocation of resources. That is, resources are diverted from where it is required, from where they are least required. Next, less of merit goods, more harmful goods. Merit goods are those goods that are useful for the society. Harmful goods are those goods that inflict harm on the society. So, for your profit motive, you are focusing on harmful goods rather than merit goods. Next, economic instability. See, people, in laissez-faire economy, we say that the market will automatically adjust whenever there is disequilibrium. Okay, there will be instabilities. There is no guarantee that there will be no instability. There for sure will be instabilities. But when there is government intervention, you are able to revive from that a bit faster. Okay, that is what Keynes has told during Great Depression. So whenever you are following laissez-faire economy and government is not intervening in the functioning of the economy, that kind of destabilizes the economy. Next, huge advertisement expenditure. So what do you do for promotion of your product? You incur huge advertisement expenditure. In a way, you are wasting the resources. Next, unethical consumption, environmental degradation. Whenever you are indulging in the production activity, it is for sure that you're going to pollute the environment. So environmental degradation will happen. Yes. So these are the demerits of capitalism, right, everybody? Next, let us discuss about socialistic economy. It is also called as command economy or centrally planned economy. What are the alternative names? It is called as command economy or centrally planned economy, given by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. And what is the book that they have written? Communist Manifesto. Okay, what is the book that they have written? Communist Manifesto. Next, what is the example of your socialistic pattern of society? It is the USSR. It was there from 1970 to 1990, but later it has broken down. Next, another example is Vietnam, China, Cuba, North Korea. These are few examples of socialistic pattern of society. So like earlier, let us discuss the features of socialism, merits of socialism and demerits of socialism. So what are the features of socialism? You tell me. There was private property. Here will there be private property? No. It is collective ownership. That is, the government will own the things, like the society as a whole is owning. Okay, so there is no private property here. Next, so there is collective ownership. Economic planning. What is economic planning? Do you remember those 5-year plans that we used to have before Niti Aayog? That is from 1950. What government did was, for the coming 5 years, how should be the planning for the economy? What should be done for the economy? Where should we invest? All that has been planned. Okay, that is the reason we also call it the socialistic pattern of society as centrally planned economy. We also call it as centrally planned economy. Next, absence of consumer choice. See, here the government will say, I will not let you die of hunger, but you don't tell me what you want to eat. I will tell you, like I will, whatever I give you, you have it. Okay, so that is what the thing is happening here. Next, Relatively equal income distribution. In capitalism, we saw that there is high degree of income inequality because rich are getting richer, poor are getting poorer. But here the government will take care of the distribution of resources, right? It makes sure everybody is given equal share. So the income inequality thing is kind of reduced here. Next, minimum role of price mechanism. I told you, right? Here, what do you see? Administered prices. That is, the government will decide what will be the prices. So they are called administered prices. Price mechanism has a very little role to play here. The demand and supply forces, they will determine the price where? They will determine the price in capitalistic society. Next, absence of competition. Government is the king. So there is no competition, not much of private participation, right? So here you see absence of competition. That is, the government is dominant. Next, merits of socialism. Rapid and balanced economic development because you are kind of eliminating income inequalities. Better utilization of resources because you are actually addressing or rather transferring resources to the areas where they are very much required. It is not like in capitalism that you are only producing luxury goods. Here you kind of produce those goods that are essential for the society or are a requirement for the society. Minimum unemployment. So I told you, right, everybody is given right to work. Like you are not allowed to die of hunger. You are given work, but the government will decide what the work will be, like what should be given to eat and all. Your choice is limited here. That is a disadvantage, to be very honest. Economic stability, because whenever something goes wrong, the government will intervene and then it will try to set the situation right. Next, cooperative mentality, avoid class war because there is no haves and have-nots like it was in capitalism, right? Here there are no haves and have-nots because there is equal distribution of resources. Ensures right to work, minimum standard of living. Laborers are protected. There in the demerits of capitalism, we studied that there is exploitation of labor. Here there is no exploitation of labor because proper labor laws are formulated. The protection is kind of considered to be very, very important. Next, consumers protected from exploitation by monopolies. Next, social security makes citizens feel secure. So here the government is taking care of the needs, right? It is making sure that you're given work. It is making sure that you're not dying of hunger. So it is kind of creating a sense of security in the minds of people. Next, what are the demerits? What are the demerits? The first one is bureaucracy, lengthy process. See, in government, you keep hearing that it will take a hell a lot of time, and there is a lot of corruption prevailing. So all these are demerits. Next, restricts the freedom of individuals. I told you, right? I will tell you what to do. So are you given choice of what you want to do? No. So I am kind of restricting your freedom. Next, no right to private property. So in capitalism, there is right to private property. But what is the demerit of capitalism? We said private property is there. But what about human rights? Here I am taking care of human rights. Now you are worried about private property. Next, administered prices. What is administered prices? The prices that are determined by the government of India. No freedom of choice. I told you, right? I am going to tell you what you have to do. I am going to tell you what you have to do. Next, disincentive to work. What do you mean by disincentive to work? Here, you kind of follow experience, okay? Let us take some government institutions. Even though they work, they don't work, there is still job security, right? So people who are actually working, people who are actually innovative, they kind of feel disincentivized because they are also receiving even though they are not working. I am also paid even though I'm not working, and they are getting promoted faster than me. Even though I'm working, they are getting promoted because the years of experience they have is really, really high. So these things kind of act as a disincentive for me. These things will act as a disincentive or disadvantage. Yeah. So what is mixed economy? The merits of capitalist economy and the merits of socialistic economy together, we call it as mixed economy. So what do you have to see in mixed economy? Mixed economy system, it depends on both markets and governments for allocation of resources. So here you see administered prices and price mechanism. Here you see both administered prices and price mechanism. Okay, that is, market has a role to play, government also has a role to play. So they are together working in it. Next, what are the features of mixed economy? It is the coexistence of public and private sectors. It is the coexistence of public and private sectors. You take India for example, there are n number of strategic sectors, right? What do you mean by strategic sectors? Important sectors where you will see the role of government. And there are some other unimportant sectors where government's participation is not really required. So we kind of let it to the private to operate. Next, merits of mixed economy. Economic freedom. What is the merit? It is economic freedom. So what do you mean by here? You're letting private people to participate. Your government is also participating. So you're actually allowing right to private property here. So there is economic freedom. I told you, right? The merits of capitalism plus the merits of socialism together will become the merits of mixed economy. So economic freedom is the merit of what? It is the capitalism merit. Next, right to private property is the merit of capitalism. Price mechanism, capitalism. Consumer sovereignty, capitalism. Innovation, capitalism. Encourages enterprise and risk taking, capitalism. Efficient government legislative measures, socialism. So the merits of socialism plus the merits of capitalism is equal to the merits of mixed economy. Next, what are the demerits? Not always a golden path. People, I'll tell you the reason why. You might have started out as a mixed economy. But what if again socialism is kind of dominating your capitalism? Then ultimately you're going to become a socialistic pattern of society. Again, the demerits of socialism keep cropping up. And now what if capitalism is dominating socialism? Then again it will turn out to be capitalistic, it will be turning out to be capitalistic in nature, and the demerits of capitalism will keep cropping up. So mixed economy is not always a golden path. Okay, you cannot imagine that always there will be merits. There will be demerits as well. Okay. Next, excessive government controls on private sector. There is a possibility for that to happen. Poor implementation of planning, higher rates of taxation, corruption, private sector grows disproportionately. What do you mean by private sector grows disproportionately? That is, it is overpowering the socialist, sorry, it is overpowering the public sector. That is, private people are dominating the public sector. Then what will happen? You're kind of going into capitalism again. And the merits of capitalism, sorry, the demerits of capitalism keep cropping up, and the demerits of capitalism keep cropping up. So this is your chapter of nature and scope of business economics. So people, I'm very sure that after listening to this 1 hour of lecture, you will be easily able to solve the MCQs. So what we will be doing is, in the next session, I'll come up with some MCQs. We will solve those MCQs and then we'll start out with markets. Okay. So markets is the finale. So after this finale, you will be completed with the entire syllabus of your business economics. I hope you are able to grab some knowledge from this session. Thank you so much. Happy learning. Hello everybody, welcome back to another session of business economics. In the previous session, we talked about the chapter nature and scope of business economics. So in this particular session, we are going to solve some MCQs with regard to your nature and scope of business economics. I have highlighted few MCQs, we will solve them and then we will proceed to the next chapter, which is your markets. Okay. Now, what is your first MCQ here? Oikonomia means it is household management or management of the household. And oikonomia is derived from the Greek word. Please do remember that as well, right? Next. What is the next bit that I have highlighted? This. In economics, we use the term scarcity to mean. People always remember that in economics, your resources are relatively scarce. Okay. What do you mean by relatively scarce? In comparison to your unlimited wants, the resources that are there are scarce, right? So it is the relative scarcity. In economics, we talk about relative scarcity. Next, which of the following means as economic activity? See, all the money related activities are considered to be economic activities, right? So, production of goods, production of services, consumption of goods and services. So, all of the above. So, all the mentioned activities here are money related activities. So, they are considered to be what? Economic activities. Next, in every economic system, scarcity imposes limitations on. You know your economic agents, right? They are business firms, households and the governments. So, scarcity of resources have an impact on all these agents, right? So, what is it? Households, business firms, governments and the nation. Next option is what? Households, business firms, but not the governments. This is wrong. All the agents are impacted by it. Local and state government, no, wrong. Households and no, wrong. So it is the first option. So what is the right option here? All the economic agents are impacted due to the presence of scarcity of resources. Next. Subject matter of economics is classified into, we classified your subject matter into microeconomics and macroeconomics. For solving the internal issues, you use microeconomics. For solving the external issues, you use macroeconomics. So, what is the right option here? Micro and macroeconomics. Next, which of the following is not the subject matter of microeconomics? People, do you remember that in microeconomics, the most important thing is determination of prices, which is the reason why it is also called as price theory, right? So, what is not the subject matter? Let us have a look. Price of mangoes, cost of producing a fire truck for the fire department of Delhi, India, the quantity of mangoes produced for the mango market, the national economy's annual rate of growth. People, this is a macroeconomic aspect. Whenever you're talking about economy as a whole, it is not micro subject, it is macros aspect. Next, allocation of resources is dealt in microeconomics. Utilization of resources is dealt in macroeconomics. Do remember this as well. Next, yeah, this one. Macroeconomics is the study of all the aspects of scarcity, the national economy and global economy as a whole. This is the right option. So, macroeconomics is the study of overall economic activity, right? Whenever you are studying about individual business units or an economic or a section of the economy, then it comes under microeconomics. Next. The study of how increase in the corporate income tax rate will affect the national unemployment rate. So, you are studying about overall impact, right? So, this comes under macroeconomics. Next, which are the following would be considered as a topic study of macroeconomics? The effect of increase in wages on the profitability of cotton industry? No, you are talking about one particular industry, right? So, this is not macro. The effect on steel prices when more steel is imported? No. The effect of an increasing inflation rate on the living standards of the people of India. See, here you are talking about the general price level and its impact on the people, right? So, this is a macro aspect. A, B, D are micro aspects because you are only talking about one particular aspect that comes under microeconomics. Next. Dash may be defined as the use of economic analysis. I taught you, right? Economic analysis is nothing but economic theories. And whenever you are applying these economic theories in the real business world, it is nothing but business economics. Whenever you are applying these economic theories in the real business environment, it is considered to be what? Business economics, also called as managerial economics, applied economics. And who is the father of managerial economics? He is Joel Dean. Next, the nature of business economics is, see, business economics is practical application of economic theories, right? So, it is what in nature? It is pragmatic in nature. It is what in nature? It is pragmatic in nature. Next, an example of positive economic analysis. In positive economics, you talk about cause and effect relationship, right? You don't tell people or you don't prescribe people of what to do. You only state the facts. So, let us see which is related to positive economics. An analysis of the relationship between price of the food and quantity purchased. This is exactly what is positive economics, because here you are talking about the inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. It is a fact, right? They are inversely related. See, whenever you see should be, ought to be, it is normative. So, should be, fair price, what should be. So, what ought to be, that is what? Normative signs. So, these are few bits that I selected for you. Now, what we will do is we will proceed to the next chapter, which is your market. Hello everybody, welcome back to another session of business economics. So, in this session, we will be talking about price determination in different markets. Okay, this is going to be very easy and we are going to complete this entire chapter in a span of 1 hour. After listening to this chapter, you will be easily able to solve all the MCQs. Okay, so let us start with our chapter. First of all, what is the meaning of markets? We all know that market is a place where the buyers and sellers meet. So, what is market? Market is the place where buyers and sellers meet. And in market, there are 5 elements. So, what are those 5 elements that you have to memorize and remember? The first thing is buyers and sellers. The second thing, why are they there in the market? They are there for a product, right? It is a product or a service. The third thing is bargaining power. Like, who is having the bargaining power? The buyer is having it or the seller is having it. Next, knowledge about market conditions and one price for a product at a particular given point of time. So, what do you mean by this? See, we all take an assumption that there is perfect information in the market available with the buyers and sellers, right? There is no asymmetry in the information. The last thing, what does it tell about or what does it talk about? See, whenever you go to a marketplace, whenever you ask for the price of a product, they say that this product is price 10 or price 20. They give you one price, right? They will not say that, okay, this remote is 100 rupees, 200 rupees, 300 rupees. Do they say that? No, it can't be told that way, right? So for a single product, there will be a single price at a particular point of time. So these are your 5 elements which you have to remember. Now, what we did was we classified your market on the basis of geographical area, time, nature of transaction, regulations, and volume of business. How did we classify your markets in the basis of geographical area? People, if we take the current scenario, the geographical area classification is not so relevant because the technology has improved a lot, but ICA has not excluded it yet. So we are still considering that. So you have got local markets, regional markets, national markets, international markets. Local markets are confined to a particular locality, that is, they deal with the sale and purchase of large bulk items and perishable goods. So what kind of items you deal in local markets? You deal with perishable items and bulky articles. So you just have to remember few things that I'll be memorizing them for you. Okay. So what are the things that you have to remember about local markets? You will be dealing with perishable items and bulk articles. See, what is regional market? When you're spanning across various regions, that is beyond a locality you're going. So that is called as regional market. And what is national market? The sale or purchase is taking place throughout the country. It is called as national market. When you talk about international market, what type of articles do you deal in international market? You deal with small bulk items and precious items. So what kind of items do you deal in international markets? Small bulk items and precious items. Next, let us see your time. Whenever you see the time element classification, who has given the time element classification? This was given by Alfred Marshall. So he categorized the markets on the basis of time as very short period, long period, very long period. In very short period, you cannot change your supply as all the factors are considered to be fixed. In short period, at least one factor is fixed. So more than one factor can also be fixed, but some factors are variable. So you will be able to respond with your supply to some extent, but not by a very large extent. Okay. So in very short period, supply is perfectly inelastic, and in short period, your supply is relatively inelastic, that is less than 1. In long period, as all the factors are variable, your supply is relatively elastic, that is greater than 1. Okay. What is the alternative name for very long period? It is also called as your secular period. Next, let us see the nature of transactions. On the basis of nature of transaction, you have got spot market and forward market. So what do you mean by spot market? Whenever the transactions are settled immediately, then it is called as spot market. And whenever you are entering into a contract for a future transaction, that is called as forward transaction. So the transaction is going to take place in a future date, but you are entering into transaction at this particular moment. It is called as forward or future transaction. Next, on the basis of regulation, you have got regulated markets, unregulated markets. So what do you mean by regulated markets? When you have, let us take a small example. You have your stock market, right? Your stock market is regulated by Securities Exchange Board of India. Your insurance is regulated by what? IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India. Your telecom sector is regulated by TRAI, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. So there is some supreme body watching over the transactions taking place in the market. That is called as regulated market. So what do you mean by unregulated market? Whenever there is no supreme body watching over these transactions, it is called as unregulated market. Let us take the example of your Sunday market or hard bazaars. They are not regulated by any superior authority. Next, volume of business. If the volume of business is very large, you're dealing in large quantities, it is called as wholesale. If you're dealing in small quantities, it is called as retail, right? And next, the classification that you have is on the basis of competition, which is very, very important. So on the basis of competition, you have got perfect competition, imperfect competition. So what is the meaning of perfect competition? People, you will be studying about perfect competition in the coming session, where you will be talking about price and output determination under different market structures. But right now, let me give you a small synopsis of what is perfect competition. Whenever there are large number of buyers and sellers, you are dealing with homogeneous product and there is free entry and exit, that is called as perfect competition. No, not right. This is called as pure competition. So whatever three features I have told you right now, they make it as pure competition. So for this pure competition, if you add some other features like price taker, that is in perfect competition, I told you, right, there are large number of buyers and sellers, so nobody is holding a huge chunk of the market, so they are unable to influence the price. They are not price taker, they are not price makers, but they are price takers, right? So there is no selling cost, there are very low transaction cost, there is perfect information prevailing in the market. So all these make up the features of your perfect competition. Now what is imperfect competition? Under imperfect competition, you're going to study about monopoly, monopolistic, oligopoly and duopoly as such. Okay, so these are the different types of things you'll be studying under your imperfect competition. Now the next thing is concepts of total revenue, average revenue and marginal revenue. So what do you mean by total revenue? It is nothing but price multiplied by quantity sold. What is the meaning of total revenue? It is price multiplied by quantity sold. That is the total amount of money that you are making by selling all the units. Then what is average revenue? It is nothing but total revenue divided by quantity. That is, on an average per unit, how much are you making? And what is the formula for that? It is total revenue divided by quantity. That is, per unit, how much are you making? And your average revenue is equivalent to the price. How did I get this? What is total revenue? Price multiplied by quantity. So price multiplied by quantity divided by quantity is equivalent to your price. Always remember, your AR curve is also called your demand curve. Your AR curve is also called your demand curve. Why do we do so? Your average revenue is equivalent to the price. Your price demand relationship is always an inverse relationship, and your AR curve is also downward sloping, showing the inverse relationship between price and demand. That is the reason why we call it as your demand curve as well, because AR is equivalent to price, right? Next, what is your marginal revenue? It is nothing but the additional revenue that you are making by selling an additional unit. It is the additional revenue you are making by selling an additional unit. Now, what is the formula for your marginal revenue? There are two formulas that you can use, which is MR is equal to TRN minus TRN minus 1. That is one formula. This formula can be used when the numbers are consecutive. Next formula is MR is equal to delta TR by delta Q. What is the other formula? Delta TR by delta Q. Students, please do remember that your MR is talking about the change in the total revenue. Your MR is talking about the change in the total revenue. So what is change? It is nothing but slope, right? So your MR is the slope of your TR. Your MR is the slope of your TR. So it is delta TR by delta Q. And in these both formulas, which is the safest formula that you can remember, it is delta TR by delta Q, right? The next thing that we are going to discuss is about the relationship between average revenue, marginal revenue, price, elasticity, total revenue. Okay, you've got a small formula here. If you can notice, your MR is equal to AR into E minus 1 by E. Okay, this is a formula that you have to memorize. So what is your MR? MR is equal to AR into E minus 1 by E. Okay, for different values of elasticity, let us see what is the value of your MR. Okay, if you substitute E is equal to 1 here, what will be the value of your MR? MR will be 0. If you substitute E greater than 1, MR will come out to be positive. If you substitute E less than 1, MR will be negative. So this is something that you have to remember. So MR is equal to AR into E minus 1 by E. For various values of the elasticity, your MR was 0, it was greater than 1, sorry, it was 0, it was positive, and also it was negative, right? The next thing we are discussing is your behavioral principles. So there are two behavioral principles that we will be discussing here. One is we will be discussing about your shutdown point. The second is the profit maximizing level of output. What are the two things we are going to discuss? About shutdown point and the profit maximizing level of output. So what is your shutdown point condition? Your shutdown point condition is price is equal to average variable cost. So what is the condition of your shutdown point? Price is equal to average variable cost. Okay. So whenever you are trying to make a decision in the short run whether to produce or not to produce, you have to focus on your average variable cost. whatever fixed costs that you are seeing, they are considered to be sunk cost, and sunk costs are not considered while taking future decisions. Okay, for future decision making process, sunk costs are not taken into consideration. So what is the condition of your shutdown point? It is price is equal to average variable cost. So if you are not even able to cover your average variable cost, that is, if your price is less than the average variable cost, you shut down. If your price is greater than average variable cost, you're covering your average variable cost, but you're also covering some part of your average fixed cost. How am I saying this? Your average cost is the summation of average variable cost plus average fixed cost. Your average cost is the summation of average variable cost plus average fixed cost. When I said your price was greater than the average variable cost, what did that indicate? You're covering the total amount of your average variable cost, but also you're covering some part of your average fixed cost. See, here you're still incurring loss because your price is greater than ABC, but your price is less than AC. Your price is less than AC. Okay, so these are the things that you have to remember. So what do they have to tell here? How do we say that some organization is making profit or some organization is making loss? So let us see the conditions. You see the conditions using the terminologies AC and AR. You see the condition using the terminologies average cost, average revenue. Whenever your average cost is equal to average revenue, that indicates no profit, no loss condition. So, whenever AR is equal to AC, that is called as no profit, no loss condition. This is also called as normal profits or zero economic profits. This is also called as normal profits or zero economic profits. Whenever your average revenue is greater than average cost, you are making abnormal profits or supernormal profits. Whenever your AR is less than AC, you are making losses. Whenever your AR is less than AC, you are making losses. Remember the shutdown point? This is your shutdown point condition. Your AR is nothing but your P. And whenever your price is less than the average variable cost, you will shut down the operations. In the short run, you may be shutting down the operations on a temporary basis, but the losses persist even in the long run. You are going for a permanent shutdown. Next. So what is your profit maximizing level of output condition? The profit maximizing level of condition is MC is equal to MR. So what is the maximizing level of profit? It is when MC is equal to MR. You will stop your production when MC is equal to MR. Madam, what will happen if we go beyond this? Okay, if you are going beyond this, your MC will be greater than your MR. If you go beyond this, your MC will be greater than your MR. So, before this, like there are conditions MR greater than MC, MC equal to MR, MC greater than MR. Okay. When your MR is greater than MC, what will you do? You will expand your production because your revenue is greater than your cost. When you're equalizing here, you will stop your production. But if you go beyond this, your marginal cost will be greater than your marginal revenue. So there are something called as equilibrium conditions. Okay, there are two conditions that you have to remember. In the next session, you will be seeing them in detail while we are discussing the price and output determination in different market structures. Those two conditions are condition one we already discussed. That is, what is the equilibrium condition or profit maximizing level of output? It is MC is equal to MR. But the condition here is that your MC must cut MR from below. What is the shape of your MC? It is a tick mark shape or a U-shaped curve, right? So whenever your MC is cutting your MR, it must cut from below. Okay, your MC it is like this. So there is a possibility your MC may cut the MR from above and also from below. What do I want here? I want your MC to cut your MR from below. Okay, it should have a positive slope. Next, the price determination. So in a laissez-faire economy or a capitalist economy or a free market economy, it is the demand and supply forces that will determine the price. So who will determine the price? The demand and supply forces will determine the price. Wherever the demand and supply forces are intersecting each other, that is called your equilibrium. So they intersect at one point, which is at this point. It is called your equilibrium price or market clearing price. Why is it called the market clearing price? Because at this point, there is no unsold stock. As the demand is equal to the supply, there is no unsold stock, and this is called the market clearing price. Okay, everybody? Next, let us discuss another concept called as social efficiency. So what do you mean by social efficiency? When the economic agents are participating in the market, they are making out some gains. Suppose the producers and consumers are participating in the market. The producer, by participating in the market, he is gaining something, and the consumer, by participating in the market, he is gaining something. Whatever the producer is gaining is called producer surplus. Whatever the consumer is gaining is called as consumer surplus. Now, madam, how do we tell what is producer surplus, what is consumer surplus? We will just look into that. Okay. So, how do you say it is producer surplus? Do you remember the shape of your supply curve? It is upward sloping this way. And your supply curve will tell you two things. What are those two things? It is the minimum price, maximum quantity. What does your supply curve tell you? It talks about minimum price and maximum quantity. That is, if a seller is selling something, he will say that, see, for this price, for this quantity, I at least require minimum this amount of price. If I charge you below this price, I will be incurring losses because I can't even cover my cost of production. So, he is talking about the minimum price, maximum quantity. So, if a seller is coming into the market, he wants minimum at least that price to be, offered to him. So, there is no guarantee that he will only get that price, right? There is a possibility he can get more than that. Suppose a seller is coming into the market, keeping in mind that minimum he will require 2 rupees. Minimum he will require 2 rupees to cover his cost of production. But he is getting 5 rupees. So, he is getting more than what he has imagined, more than the minimum price he is getting. So, whatever gap that is there, that is your producer surplus. That is your producer surplus. Now, what is consumer surplus? Suppose I am going to buy something into the market. I will put an imaginary price in my head, right? That is my willing price. Willing price is the maximum price I am willing to pay for a product. Suppose I am going to buy a piece of dress, then also I will say, Arey Baba, maximum I need to spend 2000 rupees on this. That is the maximum willing price. So, whatever price I am actually paying, maybe what, some 1000 rupees or something. I imagine that 2000 is my willing price, but I actually paid 1000 rupees. So, the gap 1000 rupees is my consumer surplus. So, this is the concept of your producer surplus and consumer surplus. How do you plot that on a graph? How do you plot that on a graph? Let us just take a look. So, this is your graph, right? I will just enlarge it for you. So, as you can see, this is your graph, right? This is your demand line. This is your supply line, right? So, this wherever they both are intersecting is your equilibrium price. Wherever they both are intersecting is your equilibrium price. Now, how do you identify the region of consumer surplus? The region of consumer surplus is the area below the demand line above the price line. What is it? The area below the demand line above the price line. Whatever I am shading here is your consumer surplus. Is your consumer surplus. Madam, why are you telling this as your consumer surplus? Let me just show it to you. I'll erase everything now. Let me just talk about it again for one more minute. For example, I want to purchase this particular quantity. I want to purchase this particular quantity. Students, always remember that your demand curve talks about the willing price. Your demand curve talks about the willing price. Okay. For this particular quantity, I was willing to pay price P1. But this particular quantity, I am only getting it price P. So, I am getting at lesser price than I have imagined. So, this gap is my consumer surplus. So, did you understand what is consumer surplus? So, the area of consumer surplus is area above the price line and below the demand line. So, what is the area of consumer surplus? Above the price line, below the demand line. Now, what is the area of producer surplus? What is the area of producer surplus? For example, the producer for selling this particular quantity wanted at least price P1. But what is he getting by participating in the market? He is getting P. So, the area of producer surplus is below the price line, above the supply curve. So, what is the area of producer surplus? Below the price line, above the supply curve. So, this entire region that I have shaded here, producer surplus. So, what is the concept of social efficiency? Social efficiency indicates that it is the summation of your consumer surplus and producer surplus. Next, let us understand what is this change in demand, change in supply. In the theory of demand, we already realized that whenever the demand is changing due to other factors, whenever demand is changing due to other factors, you simply call it as change in demand, right? Or change in supply. Whenever your supply demand are changing due to other factors rather than price, it is just called as change in demand, change in supply. Here what they have done for you is Here they have simultaneously increased your demand, increased your supply, or they have increased your demand or decreased your supply, or some places they increased your demand by keeping supply constant. In some places they changed your supply curve by keeping demand constant. Madam, what are they planning to do in all these scenarios? They are planning to understand its effect on the equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. They are planning to understand the effect of all these scenarios on the equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. I will show graphs for two cases so that you can understand the remaining. Okay. So let me draw the graph for one case here for you. I will enlarge this. Okay, let me just draw it here. For example, on y-axis you mark your price, on x-axis you mark your quantity, right? On y-axis you mark your price, on x-axis you mark your quantity. So this is your demand line, this is your supply, right? So initially you are at this particular point at P, at Q. Initially you are at P and at Q. Now what happened was there was an increase in the demand. Initially the demand line was DD, the supply was SS. So what happened here? There was an increase in the demand. So the demand curve shifted to the right. Supply was constant. There was no change in the supply. So what happened here? There was an increase in the price from P to P1 and increase in the quantity from Q to Q1. So you shifted from equilibrium point E to E dash. So this is what you have to do here. Whenever there are shifts in your demand or shifts in your supply or simultaneous shifts in your demand and supply, be it increase or be it decrease, what is the impact on your equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity? Okay, now the common bits that they kept on asking was this. I'll just mark few important points for you here. Commonly they ask one thing. For example, there was increase in demand and increase in supply. There was increase in demand, increase in supply. Here there is something missing. What is missing here? They did not tell you if the increase in demand was greater than increase in supply, or the increase in demand was less than increase in supply, or increase in demand was equal to increase in supply. So it can be any of these three scenarios, right? No, they just told you increase in demand, increase in supply. They have not given you which case it belongs to, whether it is greater or less or it is equal, right? So let us draw all the three cases and observe what is happening here, okay? In the first case, what I will do is, I will increase my demand, which is equivalent to increase in the supply. Okay, both the demand, sorry, this is my supply, no, blunder. So what I will do is, I will increase my demand, I will increase my supply by the same proportion. So this was my initial equilibrium, P and Q. Okay, so what I did was I increased my demand to DD dash. I also increased my supply by the same proportion SS dash. As you can see here, the equilibrium price is constant, but there is an increase in the equilibrium quantity. What do you see here? There is a constancy in your equilibrium price, but what is happening to the equilibrium quantity? It is increasing. Clear, everybody? So what happens when increase in demand is equal to increase in supply? Your equilibrium price will remain constant, but there is an increase in the equilibrium quantity. Yes, okay. Next case. Suppose increase in demand is greater than increase in supply. This is your supply, this is your demand, this is your initial equilibrium, price and quantity. Now what happened was, your increase in demand was this and the increase in supply was this. Okay, your increase in supply was this. So what do you see here? The increase in demand is greater than the increase in the supply. So which is your fresh equilibrium? This is SS dash, this is DD dash. Okay. Now what happened? Your equilibrium quantity increased, so did your equilibrium price in this case. Okay. In this case, the price was constant. In this case, the price increased, but in both the cases, the equilibrium quantity increased. Let us draw another case. This is your demand, this is your supply, this is your original equilibrium price quantity. Suppose increase in supply is greater than increase in demand. So this is your SS dash, this is your DD dash. Now what is here? This is your fresh equilibrium price, fresh equilibrium quantity. So what do you observe here? There is a fall in the equilibrium price, but there is a rise in the equilibrium quantity. So what conclusion can you make from all these cases? Whenever there is increase in demand and increase in supply, your equilibrium quantity will definitely increase. In all the three cases, as you can see, your Q has increased to Q1, but your equilibrium price may increase, may decrease, it may remain constant. So your equilibrium price is uncertain. Your equilibrium price is uncertain. So this is the case that I was talking about, simultaneous increase or increase in supply, increase in demand. Equilibrium price is indeterminate. What do you mean by indeterminate? You are not sure of it. It may increase, it may decrease, or it may remain constant. So I talked about increase scenario, no? Then talk about decrease scenario. Increase is rightward shift, decrease is leftward shift. So in decrease scenario also, your equilibrium quantity will definitely decrease, but your price is indeterminate. It may be constant, it may increase, or it may decrease. Okay. So these are the cases that I was talking about. So here we can end your chapter. This is your markets chapter. I hope you got some clarity with regard to your constants. Happy learning, students. I'll see you in the next session. Welcome back to another session of business economics. So in this session, we'll be talking about price and output determination in different market structures in just a span of 1 hour. So after watching this particular video, you will be able to solve all the relevant questions with regard to this chapter. So with no delay, let us start the chapter. So the first thing that you're going to study in this chapter is you're going to see the common terms for a firm, both in perfect as well as imperfect competition. So what are the common terminologies that we keep seeing for perfect competition and imperfect competition? The first thing is your AR curve. Your AR is equivalent to your price. In your previous session, I showed you how the equality between AR and price has been achieved, and AR is also called the demand curve. So it is the demand curve for both the perfect competition as well as your imperfect competition. Next, equilibrium output. What are the conditions of equilibrium? There are two conditions of equilibrium. One is your marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. Second is your MC must cut your MR from below, not from above, from below. So your MC is U-shaped, right? So your MR is in perfect competition, your MR is horizontal or parallel to x-axis. So you need to make sure that your MC is not cutting your MR from above, but it must cut your MR from below. Yeah, those are the two conditions. Now, what is this productive efficiency and allocative efficiency? The meaning of productive efficiency is if you are able to produce at minimum cost, your average cost is U-shaped. Remember everybody? Yeah. If you are able to produce at the minimum AC, then that is called as productive efficiency. At minimum AC, your MC is always equal to your AC. Do you remember this from theory of cost? The AC and MC relationship. So you need to keep revising things, students. If you don't do that, this all will be waste. Okay. Please do go to the earlier chapters and do constant revision. So I'll just tell you the entire thing again. The meaning of productive efficiency is if you are able to produce at the minimum AC, it is called productive efficiency. At minimum AC, your MC is always equal to your AC. So the condition for productive efficiency is AC is equal to MC. Now what is allocative efficiency? Allocative efficiency is told when price is equal to marginal cost. Students always remember that. The condition for allocative efficiency is price is equal to the marginal cost. And it is only in perfect competition that you see allocative efficiency and productive efficiency. In imperfect competition, you do not witness allocative efficiency and productive efficiency. So your task is to remember the conditions. Okay, let us proceed to the next thing. In short run, for any firm, both in perfect competition and imperfect competition, so what are the points? Let us just see. Profit or loss, no profit or no loss. People, you have got short run equilibrium and long run equilibrium, right? So you have got two types of equilibrium. One is in short run, the other is in long run. So first let us talk about short run. So when point number A is profits, supernormal profits, A&P is abnormal profits, positive economic profits. So both for perfect and imperfect competition, when do you say that a firm is incurring Supernormal profits, when your average revenue is greater than your average cost. When do you say your firm is incurring normal profits or zero economic profits? When average revenue is equal to average cost. When do you say the firm is incurring losses? When average cost is greater than your average revenue. What is that? When average cost is greater than your average revenue, right? Next. So what is that we learnt in your behavioral principles? I taught you that you will decide whether to produce or not based on the conditions set by the shutdown point, that is price is equal to average variable cost. If in the short run you are unable to cover even your average variable cost, you will shut down the operations temporarily, that is you are incurring losses, right? So let us see what they have to write here. Continue to production if average revenue is greater than average variable cost. Your average revenue is nothing but price. So when P is greater than AVC, you will continue to produce. Next, if P is equal to AVC, that is called your shutdown point. P equal to AVC is your shutdown point. Next, when will you shut down your operations? When your price is less than your average variable cost. That is minimum you are unable to cover your average variable cost, you will shut down the operations. Next, what is the other point? The following portion of the SAC. See, the shape of your SAC, the reason behind this is the operation of law of variable proportions. While you see decreasing cost, it is increasing returns. While you see increasing cost, it is decreasing returns, right? So remember that as well. Following portion of the SAC, increasing returns under law of variable proportions. People, we are discussing short-run equilibrium, right? So you need to apply the short-run production function. To understand the short-run production function, you used a concept called as law of variable proportions, right? So the shape of AC, the reason behind that is the operation of law of variable proportions. Minimum SAC, diminishing returns of LVP, internal economies set off against internal diseconomies, fuller utilization of resources, right? So next, rising portion of the SAC. See, the meaning of minimum SAC is that you have fully utilized your resources. Now, beyond this minimum point, if you extend the production process, you are kind of overutilizing the things. Whenever you overutilize something, the diseconomies dominate your economies, right? Next. The next point that we have is, in the long run for any firm in perfect competition and imperfect competition. So, free entry and exit in the long run. People, whenever you witness the term free entry and free exit, always remember that the entry and exit takes place in the long run. Entry and exit of firms will take place in the long run, right? Next, and in normal profits condition is AR is equal to AC. Restricted entry in the long run, profits, supernormal profits, abnormal profits, positive economic profits. What does this points have to tell you? Point number A and point number B. See, whenever you are restricting the freedom of entry, you are going to see normal profits. Whenever you are not restricting the freedom, whenever you are not restricting the freedom of entry, you are going to see the normal profits. Whenever you are restricting the entry, you are going to observe supernormal profits. Let us take a small example here. You take monopoly for example. See, monopoly indicates single seller. He is strictly creating barriers for entry. That is, he is not allowing anybody else to enter the industry. That is the reason he is the sole player. So, why is he earning supernormal profits even in the long run? The reason behind that is he is not allowing others to enter the market. If others are entering the market, obviously the market share will be divided, right? That is not happening. For that very reason, he is earning supernormal profits. Next, falling portion of LAC. So, you are in long run, right? You talk about long run average cost. You all know how we derived LAC, right? It is with the help of your plant curves, which are nothing but your short run average cost curves. And the shape of your LAC, the reason behind that is long run production function, and we have used law of returns to scale to explain that, right? So, the shape of your LAC depends on returns to scale, right? So, increasing returns to scale, diminishing cost. Decreasing returns to scale, increasing cost. So, falling portion of the SAC, increasing returns to scale, internal economies and external economies, underutilization of resources. That is, you are still exploring the potential and you reach the minimum point, you have done the fuller utilization. You go beyond this point, you are doing overutilization. In this region, there is underutilization. Here, there is full utilization. Here, there is overutilization, right? Next. So, the revenue curves under your perfect competition as well as imperfect competition. So, first let us talk about total revenue under perfect competition. People, the shape of your total revenue curve is upward sloping. I'll tell you the reason why, okay. The price in perfect competition is constant, okay? There is uniform price prevailing in perfect competition. Students, do remember that in your perfect competition, the firms are price takers but not makers, and there is a uniform price prevailing in perfect competition. For that very reason, your average revenue or your price is, your average revenue is nothing but your price, no baba. So your AR is equal to P. So whatever be the quantity, you have to sell at this particular price. So the price is uniform under perfect competition, right? So the total revenue under perfect competition will be increasing. So the total revenue under perfect competition is increasing. Now what about your imperfect competition? The total revenue is in the shape of inverted U. In the beginning it increases, reaches maximum, and then it decreases. See, here what happens is, under imperfect competition we follow law of demand, that is price is not uniform. That is, if you want to sell additional units, you have to reduce the price. If you want to sell additional units, you have to reduce the price, only then can you sell additional units. Now what about your average revenue and marginal revenue? The average revenue and marginal revenue in your perfect competition are parallel to x-axis or horizontal. In the case of imperfect competition, they are downward sloping. I already told you that average revenue is your demand curve, right? Your average revenue is equivalent to price. In perfect competition, the price is constant. So the graph will be parallel to x-axis or horizontal. In imperfect competition, you follow law of demand. That is, your demand curve is downward sloping. Your demand curve is nothing but your average revenue curve. So the average revenue curve is downward sloping. And your MR is always less than your AR. Your MR is always less than your AR in your what? Imperfect competition, because whenever you are selling additional units, the kind of revenue that you get, you see a drop, because if you want to sell additional units, you have to reduce the price. But another bit that you have to notice here is that the fall in the MR is twice that of your AR. The fall in your MR is twice that of your AR. Please notice that. Yes, that is one thing I wanted to tell you. Next, when you draw a line from y-axis to your AR, when you draw a line from y-axis to your AR, this line kind of divides into two equal halves. Okay, so the distance from this point to MR is half distance. The distance from MR to AR is half distance. Okay, so this line is cutting this gap into two equal portions. So MR lies 1/2 ratio between Y and AR. So it is nothing but the distance between y-axis and your AR. The distance between y-axis and your AR is half. This is half the distance. This is half the distance. Okay. Your MR is always less than your AR, and your MR is not equivalent to price in your imperfect competition. But in your perfect competition, your MR is equivalent to your price. Next, both AR and MR curves slope downwards, but the difference between AR and MR is that AR is positive, okay, it will never be zero, but your MR is positive, it can be zero, it can also be negative. But the thing with your MR is it is positive, it can be zero, it can also get negative, right? So what is the relationship between TR and MR now? People, you all know that MR is the slope of your TR. You all know MR is the slope of your total revenue, right? So when total revenue is increasing at a decreasing rate, MR is falling. So when total revenue is increasing at a decreasing rate, MR is positive, but it is decreasing. When total revenue is maximum, you witnessed your total revenue this way, right? So when total revenue is increasing at a decreasing rate, your MR is decreasing, but it is still positive. When your total revenue is maximum, that is there is no change, then MR is zero. MR is nothing but slope. Whenever there is no change, your slope will be zero. When your total revenue is decreasing, your MR is negative. When total revenue is decreasing, your MR is negative, right? So, whenever MR is positive, elasticity greater than 1. MR is negative, elasticity less than 1. E equal to 1, MR is equal to 0. We have already seen the relationship in the previous session when we were talking about relationship between total revenue, average revenue, elasticity and total revenue. Yes, we wrote a formula, MR is equal to AR into E minus 1 by E. Please you revise that. Next, so what do you mean by pure competition? Pure competition means there are three features. One is large number of buyers and sellers, homogeneous product, free entry and exit. So these three features together will make it a pure competition. If pure competition has to become perfect competition, some other features has to be added like full market information, no transportation cost, very low transaction cost, no selling cost, price takers, not price makers, uniform price. All these features, if we add to the pure competition, then it will become your perfect competition, right? So let us see what do they have to say about your perfect competition: monopoly, monopolistic, oligopoly. What we will be doing is, first we will talk about perfect competition, later we will go in order. Okay, so here we have written, the institute has prepared a very good material for you, like to, before going to the exam, if you just give a glance to this material, it will be more than enough for you. Okay, so all the bits, everything have been covered here. So let us start with perfect competition. So what is the first feature of perfect competition? Large number of buyers and sellers. See, when there are large number of buyers and sellers, each individual, or rather each firm, is only having a smaller market share. As it is only having a smaller market share, it is unable to influence the price, which is the reason we call it as price maker. But in perfect competition, who will determine the price? It is the industry that will determine the price. Next, industry is the price maker, firm is the price taker. Large number of buyers. Next, buyers are also very large, so they also don't have any impact on the price. Next, homogeneous product. What do you mean by homogeneous product? Similar products with perfect substitutes. That is, in the perfect competition, you are unable to differentiate between the products the sellers are selling. All of them are same in every respect. That is the reason they are called as perfect substitutes. Next, and what is the price elasticity in the case of perfect competition? As they are perfect substitutes, EP is equal to infinity, right? Next, what is the cross elasticity? That is also infinite, because whenever X and Y are perfect substitute, a small change or almost a negligible change in the price of X will bring a large change in the quantity demanded of Y. Next, short run. In the short run, in a perfect competition, you can encounter profits, losses, supernormal profits, or normal profits, anything. But remember, students, in the long run, in the case of perfect competition, you can only incur normal profits. Madam, what is the reason behind that? The reason is your free entry and exit. Whenever there is free entry and exit, in the long run, I talked about free entry and exit, right? Whenever you are talking about entry and exit, you are talking in terms of long run. So in the long run, there is free entry and exit. So in the long run, whenever the industry is making supernormal profits, outside firms will feel attracted. Okay, this industry is doing well, the firms are incurring supernormal profits, so let me also try my hand in this industry. So new firms will enter the market. Now listen to this logic. So in the beginning, you were earning supernormal profits. Outside firms felt attracted. They came in. So what happened to the supply? It started increasing. Whenever supply starts increasing, what happens to the price? It will decrease. Whenever price decreases, what happens to the profits? They will also decrease. So supernormal profits will narrow down to normal profits. For example, you are in losses. So whoever are there in the industry, they want to leave the industry because they are making losses. So what will happen to the supply? Because the firms are leaving, it will decrease. When supply decreases, what will happen to the price? It will increase. So when price increases, these losses will become normal profits. So in the long run, you will only be earning normal profits in the perfect competition. Right? This is the reason. And what is the equilibrium condition in the long run? Your long run average cost is equal to long run marginal cost is equal to AR is equal to MR is equal to price. So this is the condition under your long run equilibrium. I hope I am making myself clear for you, right? Next, let us talk about your monopoly. What do you mean by monopoly? Monopoly indicates single seller, okay? And there is strict restriction here. Okay, whenever there is strict restriction, in the long run, there is a possibility for you to earn supernormal profits. So let us see here, single seller, no difference between firm and industry. What do you mean no difference between firm and industry? See, there is one single seller, so that particular firm is the industry, and that is the reason we are saying that the firm is the industry. So there is no difference between firm and the industry. Monopolist can either influence the price or the output, but not both at the same time. This is also very, very important for you. Let us mark it important. See, your monopolist has control over the price and output, but at the same time, he can't control price and output both. Okay, let us take an example. I am a monopoly and I have decided to control the price. Now I have set the price. According to the price, there will be a demand. According to the demand, I have to supply. Okay. So if I am setting the price, I am losing control over output. Suppose I am deciding the output, then price is determined in the market. So what is happening? If you are holding one, you are letting go of the other. You can control both, but only one at one time. Okay. So you can't control both of them at the same time. So your monopolist is a price taker, but not a price. Sorry, your monopolist is a price maker but not a price taker. So sorry, your perfect competition, they are all price takers but not price makers. So in your imperfect competition, everybody wants to be a price maker. Remember this, okay? In your imperfect competition, you are going to see monopoly, monopolistic, oligopoly, right? All of them, they want to be price makers rather than price takers. Next, firm is a price maker. Large number of buyers are there, but there is only one single seller. Next, unique product with no close substitutes. As the product he is making has no close substitute, the cross elasticity is 0 or almost very small. And what about the price elasticity? It is inelastic. What is the reason behind inelasticity? What do you mean by inelastic? Whenever there is a change in the price, the response of the demand is very less, then you call it as inelastic. Baba, he's the only seller. Okay, he has no close substitutes, so you have to rely on him. So whenever he is changing the price, demand will not change by a very large amount. For that very reason, we call the price elasticity to be inelastic. And the cross elasticity, when there are no close substitutes, what cross elasticity will you witness there? Next, short run. In the short run, there is a possibility for the monopolist to earn profits, losses, or normal profits, supernormal profits, or losses. Can monopolist earn losses? Of course, he can earn losses. Okay, there is this strong misconception that monopolist can never earn losses. Nothing like that. There is a possibility for him also to earn losses. Next, in the long run, there is a possibility for him to earn supernormal profits. You tell me why? Because there is strict restriction with regard to entry, right? In the long run, profits are positive economic profit. Reason is the entry is restricted. Okay. Next, falling portion of the LAC is tangent to the average revenue. Hence, excess capacity may be maintained but not necessary. So, what do you mean by this? Okay. Let me just show you here. See, excess capacity here in the sense they are referring to this as surplus stock. Here they are referring to this as surplus stock. I will just draw the graph for your what? Your monopoly, okay? This is your AR, this is your MR, and this is your MC. And what is your profit maximizing level of output? Wherever your marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue, that is your profit maximizing level of output, right? Next, let me draw also your MC. So, this is your AC, okay? Your MC will cut your AC at its minimum point. Always remember that your AC is cut by the MC at the minimum point. Now, your MC is equal to MR at this particular point. No, this is the profit maximizing level of output. Now, for you to decide the price, you need to look up to your AR curve, right? So, you will extend this line towards the AR curve and this is your price. This is the profit maximizing level of output. This is the price you are willing to set. Okay, this thing is done. Now, for producing this particular level of output, what is the amount of cost that you are incurring? So, where is this line cutting your AC at this particular point? So, this is your cost. So, all this region will be your supernormal profits. All the shaded region will become your supernormal profits. Now, what do you see here? You are actually stopping here, right? You are stopping your production at this particular point. You are not going to the minimum AC. You are not going to the minimum AC. You have no requirement to go to the minimum AC because there is no competition. When will you want to be productively efficient? When you have competition, you would want to be productively efficient. If you have no competition, why would you want to be productively efficient? You will always choose the level of output that will maximize your profits and you will stop there. You have no incentive to move downwards to the minimum point of the AC. So, there is no compulsion for you to maintain the surplus stock. That is, what happens in your monopolistic competition is that as they have competition, we will be shortly discussing your monopolistic competition as well, where you see the requirement of excess capacity. Okay, there I will be explaining it in more detail, but here you have to observe that as your monopoly has no competition, he doesn't have to maintain productive efficiency. Who is there to compete with him? Why does does he have to, maintain productive efficiency? That is the reason why your monopoly suffers from something called as X inefficiency. Your monopolist suffers from something called as X inefficiency, right? Next. So types of monopoly, you have different types of monopoly. You have pure monopoly, simple monopoly, natural monopoly, discriminating monopoly. So what is pure monopoly? He is the only person there. So there are no close substitutes. What is meant by simple monopoly? See, what is the meaning of discrimination? You are charging different buyers with different prices for the same product. What is meant by discrimination? You are charging different buyers different prices for the same product. But in the case of simple monopoly, you are not discriminating them on the grounds of price. You are charging all the buyers equal price. What is discriminating monopoly? You are discriminating on the grounds of prices. The different buyers, different prices. Next. What is natural monopoly? See, these natural monopolies are so efficient that they can produce the entire output at a very, very low cost, and nobody can match their efficiency. Nobody can match their efficiency. So even if somebody else will come, they cannot survive because they are very, very efficient in whatever they are doing. Okay. The examples that mostly we take is of public utilities. Next. Let us discuss about your monopolistic competition. So monopolistic competition, I already told you that it is the combination of perfect competition and monopoly. So it has got features of both perfect competition and features of monopoly, right? But whose features are more dominant? The features of perfect competition are more dominant. So first feature is large number of sellers. Whose feature is this? Perfect competition feature. So you see large number of sellers. But are they selling homogeneous product? They are not selling homogeneous product. They are selling differentiated products. They are not selling homogeneous products. They are selling differentiated products. For that very reason, you don't call it as industry, but you call it as group. When do you call something as industry? A group of firms producing similar products is industry. But then when they are producing differentiated products, you need to call it as group. Yes, each firm can neither influence the price nor output. As there are large number of sellers, you cannot influence the price to a very large extent. Yes, but you have product differentiation, right? That is giving you some degree of autonomy to be a price maker, but not a price taker. Next, firm is price maker. Why are you a price maker? Because you are differentiating your products. Let us take soap industry. Lux will depict its own price, Wevel will tell its own price, Dove will depict its own price because there is some degree of what? Product differentiation, right? Next, large number of buyers, differentiated product with close substitutes. I am not telling they are perfect substitutes, but I am telling that they are close substitutes. So price elasticity is elastic. Why is the price elasticity elastic? Whenever you have availability of substitutes, the elasticity will be greater than 1. And cross elasticity is also positive because you have a bunch of substitutes available in the market. Next, in the short run for a monopolistic competition, it is possible to earn profits, losses, supernormal profits. The profits can be normal or supernormal. But students do remember that in long run, your monopolistic competition will only earn normal profits. And whose feature is this, by the way? Perfect competition. Why are they earning only normal profits? Because there is freedom of entry and exit. In the long run, firms can enter the industry and leave the industry. For that very reason, they are only able to make normal profits in the long run, right? These are the points under your monopolistic competition. And excess capacity is something that you see in your monopolistic competition. Excess capacity is nothing but maintenance of surplus stock. Okay. So what is happening in your monopolistic competition is they have to be productively efficient because there is competition. See, the difference between monopoly and monopolistic is monopoly need not be efficient because he has no competition. But monopolistic competition, these people have to be efficient because they have ample amount of competition. Yes. Next, our next topic is oligopoly. What do you mean by oligopoly? Few sellers. And when I say few sellers, I am talking about sellers ranging from 2 to 10. When you have exactly 2 sellers, it is called as duopoly. So duopoly is the subset of oligopoly. So duopoly is a subset of oligopoly. So few sellers, large number of small firms dominating few large firms. So every firm has huge chunk of market. See, the entire market is dominated by, let us say, some 4-5 firms. So each firm has a considerable share of the market. When they have considerable share of the market, can they influence the price or not? They can definitely influence the price. So they are also price makers but not price takers, right? Large number of buyers, homogeneous or differentiated. You have different types of oligopoly. So when you're in an oligopoly where you're offering homogeneous product, it is called perfect oligopoly. You're in an oligopoly where you're offering differentiated products. It's called imperfect oligopoly. Next, homogeneous or differentiated product, non-price war. That is, what do you mean by non-price war? See, in oligopoly, as there are only few sellers, do remember that there is strict strategic interdependence. What do you mean by strict strategic interdependence? See, hardly there are 4-5 firms. So the decision of one firm will have a huge impact on the decisions of the other firms and also their revenues. So they are constantly being influenced by not only their own decisions, but what are the decisions that other firms are taking. Okay, suppose I want to reduce the price. I want to reduce the price. Other firms, what will they do? They will also reduce the price. So will I have the benefit or rather the advantage of reducing the price? No, I will not. So what happens in oligopoly generally is that they will go for non-price competition. This price competition is of no use. See, they keep cutting the prices and until one day all of them will be in losses. So what is the use of having this price competition or price war? So they will go for non-price competition. Next, strategic interdependence I have just discussed with you. Indeterminate or kinged demand curve. Let us talk about this. In your oligopoly, I cannot determine your demand curve. In your oligopoly, I cannot determine your demand curve. Madam, if we don't determine our demand curve, how are we going to calculate the equilibrium level of output and price? That is what I am telling you. Your oligopoly, the demand curve is indeterminate. The reason is strict strategic interdependence. That is, I may take a decision and I want to depict my demand curve, but my demand curve is strongly influenced by what others are going to do. And what others are going to do, will I be able to predict accurately? I will not be able to predict accurately. When I can't do that accurately, will I be accurately able to draw my demand curve? I cannot do it. I cannot do it. So what economists did was they came up with some assumptions. What economists did was they came up with some assumptions saying that, see, we work on assumptions. You are saying that due to strict strategic interdependence, you are unable to draw your demand curve. So take an assumption there is no strict strategic interdependence. Draw your demand curve, determine your equilibrium level of output and price. So that was one assumption. Next came few other economists called as Cournot, Bertrand and Stackelberg. So in these three cases, you just have to remember what are their control variables. If you remember that, things will be fine. So what Cournot did was, I am going to change my output taking the assumption that other firms will not change their output. What did Cournot do? Cournot said, I will change the output of my firm taking the assumption that other firms will not change their output. Bertrand Sahab came and said, Arey Baba, Cournot, you stay aside, let me tell you something. He said, I am going to change my price taking an assumption that other firms will not change their price. What did Bertrand say? I am going to change my price taking an assumption that other firms are not going to change the price. So what is the control variable in the case of Cournot model? It is output. What is the control variable in the case of Bertrand model? It is price. Your Stackelberg model is called the leader-follower model. So the leader is well aware of how the follower firms are going to react. I'm going to repeat this. The leader firm is well aware of how the follower firms are going to react and he is going to take a decision. Okay. He knows how they are going to react if he is going to do something. So accordingly, he is going to take a decision. And the followers will exactly follow him. So Stackelberg model is called the leader-follower model. So these are few things that you have to remember. Next, what do you mean by group behavior interdependent in decision making? See, group behavior in the sense, that is what we have already talked about this. See, when I cut my price, will the other firms also do the same thing? Obviously, they'll do the same thing, because if I cut my price, they have this constant worry that their customers also, I'll be grabbing them. For that very reason, what they'll do, they'll also cut their prices. So they will follow the price cut. But if I rise the price, will they follow it? They will not follow it. So they are not going to rise their price. So my buyers will go to them. Why will I rise my price? I will not rise my price. So in oligopoly, you witness something called as price rigidity. At the prevailing price, whatever is there, you witness price rigidity. That is, you fear of increasing the prices because others are not following. You fear of decreasing the prices because others are following. So you will feel that, Arey Baba, why this price rise, price increase or price decrease? I'll remain wherever I am. I will remain wherever I am. That is called as price rigidity. And that is talked about in your kinged demand curve. Okay. Next, price and output determination. This is also an important bit. Response to price cut is greater than the response to price increase. Obviously, people are responding more when there is price cut rather than price increase, because firms will only respond if you cut your prices by cutting their prices as well. Next, price and output determination. So these are the things that we already discussed. We discussed first assumption is what? You have to ignore the interdependence. Second is, I have talked about the Cournot model, Bertrand model, Stackelberg model. Stackelberg model is called your leader follower model. What is the control variable in the case of Cournot model? Output. What is the control variable in the case of Bertrand model? It is price. So these are the things that you have to remember. Next, additional information is, you have to talk about price discrimination. Okay. So price discrimination is nothing but discriminating monopoly. I told you, right, under types of monopoly, you got simple monopoly and discriminating monopoly. Whenever you are discriminating on the grounds of price, it is called as discriminating monopoly. And this discrimination is also divided into 3 types, okay, first degree, second degree and third degree. Under first degree price discrimination, you are going to charge different prices for different buyers. And the thing that you have to note in your heads is, students, you are going to exhaust the entire consumer surplus. That is, you are going to charge a price that is equal to the willing price. For example, I am willing to pay 100 rupees. You will charge me with 100 rupees. So my price is equal to willing price. So consumer surplus is equivalent to 0. So they'll ask you in the exam, in which degree of price discrimination consumer surplus is 0. It is in the first degree price discrimination. Second degree price discrimination you do on the basis of quantities. That is, if you buy more, you are charged less. If you buy less, you are charged more. That is second degree price discrimination. Under third degree price discrimination, we are going to divide the entire market into sub-markets. We are going to divide the entire market into sub-markets. So what do you mean by the sub-markets, and how can you divide the market into sub-markets, or rather, when can you divide the market into sub-markets? Keep it in your heads, very, very important. You can only divide the market into sub-markets when the elasticity is different in different markets. You can only divide the market into sub-markets when the elasticity is different in different markets. That is, in market A it is less elastic, in market B it is more elastic. So whenever the elasticity is less, there is a possibility for you to charge high price. Whenever the elasticity is more, you will be charging low price. Okay, so this is the basis of price discrimination. So let us see the points. Conditions for price discrimination. I already told you one. Different elasticity in different markets. What is the use of dividing them into sub-markets? What is the use of discrimination when you have no difference in elasticity? You can only discriminate when there are different elasticities in different sub-markets. Next, either consumer or product should not be shifted. This is what? See, for example, I've got a business. I got a pizza business or something like that. So Vidya Pizzas, okay. So there is, Delhi market, right? Your Delhi market is divided into New Delhi and Old Delhi, right? Your Delhi is divided into New Delhi, Old Delhi. In New Delhi, I am selling my pizzas at a higher price, and in Old Delhi, I am selling my pizzas at a lower price. For example, people from New Delhi are coming to Old Delhi and having my pizza. What will the pizzas in New Delhi do? They will stock up or rather pile up, right? So that should not happen. People should not, New Delhi people should stay in New Delhi, Old Delhi people should stay in Old Delhi, and there should be no arbitrage. The meaning of arbitrage is, for example, I am selling my pizzas at a very low price in Old Delhi, right? So people in Old Delhi, they are getting the pizzas from Old Delhi, that is, they are getting them at a very low price and selling them in New Delhi at a high price. That is called as arbitrage. That is, when you are selling the products at a high price by acquiring them at a low price, is called as arbitrage. So arbitrage should not happen for you to discriminate price. Next, pricing. High price. Whenever you are able to charge high price, that indicates that the market is inelastic or less elastic. It is inelastic or less elastic. Next, whenever you are charging lower price, it indicates that the market is elastic and more elastic, and the more the marginal revenue. You have to remember these points as well. And one more thing for you is that if you have to discriminate the price in both the markets, you have to make sure the MR in both the markets is same. Okay. Whenever you are discriminating in both the markets on the basis of price, you have to make sure that the MR in both the markets is the same. See, if marginal revenue in both the markets is same, then only you can discriminate. And you are discriminating price not on the basis of cost differences. The cost is also same. That also you remember. The marginal cost is same for both the markets. The marginal revenue is same for both the markets. Then only you can discriminate on the basis of price. For example, marginal revenue is not same. For suppose in market A, the marginal revenue is huge, and in market B, the marginal revenue is less. So what will you do? From market B, you will kind of take the supply to market A, sell there. Okay. So what will happen to the supply in market A? It will increase. So I am going to tell you this. For example, market A marginal revenue is high when compared to market B. So here you are in market, you are getting more marginal revenue, right? So what will you do? You will divert the supply from market B to market A. So what is happening for the supply in market A? It is increasing. It is increasing. What will happen to the supply in market B? It is decreasing. You will kind of play with this supply unless and until your marginal revenues become equal. Your marginal revenues become equal. Okay, when supply is increasing in market A, what will happen to the prices? They will decrease. When supply is decreasing in market B, what will happen to the prices? They will increase. So ultimately, you are doing what? You are doing price discrimination. You are doing price discrimination. Next, what is the equilibrium condition? You all know MC is equal to MR, and then I told you earlier, right? You're not discriminating on the basis of, you're not discriminating prices because of the cost difference. The cost is uniform. So the marginal cost in market A is equal to marginal cost in market B is equal to aggregate marginal revenue. What is aggregate marginal revenue? Aggregate marginal revenue is nothing but MRA plus MRB, and MRA is equal to MRB. Okay, when you are discriminating on the basis of price, your MRA must be equal to the MRB. You know that MC is equal to MR condition, which you have been learning from a very long time, right? Let us proceed to the next one. Reasons for price discrimination. Why are you doing this price discrimination? Because you want abnormal profits. Because you want abnormal profits. And another reason is that differences in the persons. Okay. You know this in railways that senior citizens are charged low prices, middle age are charged high prices. So based on the age also they are charged some prices, right? Next, locality. I gave you the example of Old Delhi and New Delhi, right? Different localities, different prices are charged. Next, different incomes, different prices are charged. Suppose you are a very high income person, so I'll charge you high price. Low income people will be charged low price. Next, age, size, time of the purchase, everything matters for price discrimination. Next, degrees we already discussed. First degree, second degree, third degree. If they are discriminating on the basis of quantity, it is second degree. If you are exhausting the entire consumer surplus, that is you are making the consumer surplus zero, it is first degree. In third degree, you are dividing the market into sub-markets, right? Next, objectives and positive impacts of price discrimination. That is, see, there are also some positive impacts of price discrimination because you are able to achieve equity, right? Because in Old Delhi you are charging low prices and you are making the goods available even to Old Delhi people. In New Delhi you are charging a high price because there is inelastic demand over there. So, and also due to price discrimination, you are able to make abnormal profits. Whenever a firm is making abnormal profits, it is willing to stay in the business. See, whenever a firm is making abnormal profits, it is giving an incentive for the firm to stay in the business. So, what are the negative impacts? You all are aware of the negative impacts, right? Price discrimination kind of reduces the welfare of the people. Price discrimination kind of reduces the welfare of the people. So, it is kind of a harm to the society. And in monopoly, you also don't see any productive efficiency or allocative efficiency. Allocative efficiency condition is what? Price is equal to marginal cost. But in monopoly, you always see a price that is greater than the marginal cost. So, monopoly power is also defined by how the gap between price and marginal cost, the greater the gap, the greater the monopoly power. And I told you there is no productive efficiency because we saw that in monopoly, he is not reaching the minimum point of AC. He is always staying below the, like somewhere in the falling portion of the AC. He is not reaching minimum point. He doesn't have to be efficient because there is no competition. Next, barriers to entry. So, how are barriers to entry created in monopoly? They are done by patents, copyrights, goodwill, legal regulatory requirements, large startup costs. All these are the reasons behind the barriers to entry. See, in monopoly, we see the strict barriers to entry, right? So, the reasons behind them are you are going to take patents. So, 14 years for suppose nobody is allowed to do that. So, there is a kind of restriction created. And then, suppose there are strict legal and mandatory requirements, then also it is a barrier to entry. Large startup costs. See, for a person like me, is it very easy to set up a pharmaceutical company or set up or enter into telecom industry? Is it very easy for me? No. So, whenever there are huge startup costs also, that is kind of a barrier to entry, right? Next, let us talk about oligopoly. Let us talk about oligopoly. So you have different types of oligopoly. In oligopoly, you have got different types of oligopoly on the basis of product. I told you, right? If you are offering homogeneous product, it is perfect oligopoly. If you are offering differentiated product, it is imperfect oligopoly. On the basis of entry, closed oligopoly, open oligopoly. If there are no restrictions, it is called as open oligopoly. If there are restrictions, it is called as closed oligopoly. And what is this understanding among them? If the firms collude together, they are like, Are Baba, all of us are aiming for profits. Let us all come together. Let us all come to a common understanding. We all will work together. So they kind of colluded and formed a cartel. Then it is called as a collusive oligopoly. And if they are competing against each other, it is called as competitive oligopoly. Next, leadership. For example, there are 5 firms and they have got a leader. Then it is called as partial oligopoly. If there is no price leader, then it is called as full oligopoly. Next, let us talk about the syndicate oligopoly and what? Organized oligopoly. See, for syndicate oligopoly, you can take the example of Pushpa. In Pushpa movie, what happens? So Sunil maintains the syndicate. All these red sandalwood smugglers, they come to Sunil, they sell their red sandalwood to Sunil. Sunil in turn will handle the sale of that red sandalwood in the future, right? So they are kind of taking the sale activity through a organized body. Like this syndicate is taking care of everything. But in organized oligopoly, you people will come together. You will decide what price has to be charged, what should be the level of output. You will disperse. You will take care of your own selling activity. No syndicate is taking care of it. Okay, that is called as organized oligopoly. Next, price leadership. So price leadership by cartels. What do you mean by cartels? Cartels indicate that all the firms are coming together, they are coming to a common understanding, they are not competing against each other. But cartels, are they always successful? No, they are not always successful, because when there are large number of firms, it is very tough to maintain or rather stick or rather adhere to the common understanding. What if one of the firm is violating the whatever they have decided? So they are forming a cartel because they want abnormal profits, but they are not abiding by the rules of the cartel. So cartels are not always a success. Next, by dominant firms. What do you mean by dominant firm? See, dominant firms have this one philosophy called as live and let live philosophy. So large dominant firms, they set the price. So the fringe firms indicate small firms. Fringe firms indicate the small firms. They will kind of follow this dominant firms. And what is the philosophy of the dominant firm? It is live and let live philosophy. The largest firm kind of sets the price and all the remaining small firms will follow it. Okay. Next, by the low cost firms. See, suppose there are 5 firms. Suppose there are 5 firms. In these 5 firms, there is one firm that is absolutely efficient. Whenever I am saying efficient, they are able to produce something at a very, very low cost. Whenever I am saying efficient, they are able to produce something at a very, very low cost. So this low cost firm will kind of set the price, and it will keep in mind that it will also take into consideration the fringe firms while setting the price. It will not set a price that is so low that will drive out the other firms from the market. Next, what is this barometric price leadership? Under barometric price leadership, an experienced firm will set the price. That is, this old firm that has been staying in the industry for a very long time. So that is given the responsibility to set the price. So that is your barometric price leadership. Now let us understand your kinged demand curve. In your kinged demand curve, what you see is that at the prevailing price, you see a kink. Okay, this P is your prevailing price, and you see a bend here, right? That is nothing but your kink. Okay, so above the prevailing price, the demand curve is elastic. Below the prevailing price, the demand curve is inelastic. Why so? Let us understand. For example, if I am increasing my price, what do you see? You see a large fall in my demand. Why so? Because the other firms are not following the price rise. So I have lost most of my buyers to other firms. So I will not increase the price. Next, if I decrease my price, I am not seeing a huge change in my demand, because even other firms have reduced the price. So this has not impacted me a lot. So I am not reducing the price as well. So I am going to maintain rigidity at the prevailing price. So in oligopoly, you are going to see price rigidity. In oligopoly, what do you see? You see price rigidity, right? So there are also other market forms like your duopoly. Under duopoly, you have 2 sellers. Monopsony is single buyer. Oligopsony is few buyers. Sony is buyers. Okay, whenever you are ending the word with Sony, it indicates they are talking about buyers. What is bilateral monopoly? Bilateral is 2-sided monopoly. Okay, on buyer side there is monopoly, on seller side there is monopoly. Single buyer, single seller. So bilateral monopoly is single buyer and single seller. So I'm very, very happy to tell you that we have just ended your markets chapter and the price and output determination under different market forms. I hope this session was helpful for you. You were able to grab some information. So in the coming session, what we will do is we'll do some MCQs with regard to the completed chapters so that you can attain some sort of confidence. So happy learning everybody. My request is that you keep revising whatever we have discussed till date. All the conditions, the revenue curves, everything have to be revised for you to solve the MCQs. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next session. Hello everybody, welcome back to another session of business economics. As you all know, we have completed the chapter, the price and output determination under different market forms. So what we'll be doing is we'll be solving few questions in this session, okay? We'll just handpick few questions randomly and then we'll test your conceptual knowledge. So what is the first question that you can see here? Which of the following is not the characteristic of a competitive market? Next, there are many buyers and sellers in the market. This is the feature of perfect competition, right? In perfect competition, there are large number of buyers and sellers. So this is correct. The goods offered for sale are largely the same because they're homogeneous, so they're largely the same. Next, firms generate small but positive supernormal profits in the long run. Blunder. Because in perfect competition, in the long run, you always earn normal profits. The reason behind that is free entry and exit. In perfect competition, as there is freedom of entry and exit during the long run, the firms will only earn normal profits rather than supernormal profits. So option C is the wrong option. What was option D? Firms can freely enter and exit the market. This is the feature of perfect competition. So this is also correct. Next, let us solve some other bits. Okay. Under perfect competition, let us solve bit number 11. Under perfect competition, the demand curve for the individual firm will be. See, under perfect competition, what is the shape of your demand curve? It is parallel to x-axis or horizontal. So, EP is equal to infinity also we say that, right? So, what is the option here? It is perfectly elastic. As the graph under perfect competition is parallel to x-axis, EP is equal to infinity. We call that as perfectly elastic, right? Next thing is, okay. If a competitive firm doubles its output, its total revenue will. You have to answer this question. For example, this is price, this is quantity, and how do you calculate total revenue? It is price multiplied by quantity sold, okay? It is price multiplied by quantity sold. You all know that in perfect competition, there is uniform price, that the price will remain constant. Let us take the price to be, let us say 10, okay? So what are they doing? They are doubling their output, it seems. So for example, it is initially 2, the 2 times of 2 is nothing but 4. So what happened to the total revenue here as well? Initially it was 20, now it is 40. So what happened to the total revenue as well? It also doubled, right? So in the case of perfect competition, the price as it is constant, if you are doubling your output, your total revenue will also double, okay? So it will double. Next, which of the following is true when the firm is in equilibrium? We studied two conditions for equilibrium. What are they? MC is equal to MR and MC must cut MR from below. What is the first condition? MC equal to MR. MC must have a positive slope, that is MC must cut MR from below. Yes. So what are the options here? MC less than MR, wrong. MC cuts MR from below. Yes, this is absolutely right. So the correct option is B. One condition they have mentioned, right? Yeah. Next. Which of the following is not the characteristic of price taker? What do you mean by price taker? They are talking about perfect competition. In perfect competition, the firms are price takers rather than price makers. So what will be happening, which is not the characteristic they are asking, right? So total revenue is price multiplied by quantity, correct. Average revenue is equal to price, correct. Average revenue is also referred to as your demand curve. Do remember that as well. Downward sloping demand curve, not at all. In your perfect competition, your demand line is what? Horizontal or parallel to x-axis. So that is not the right option. So it is option C. Next, let us do some other bits. Yeah. When the firm is in long run equilibrium in perfect competition, which of the following is true? Okay, what will happen when the firm is in long run? It will be earning only normal profits. Okay, so the firm is earning supernormal profits, wrong. AC is greater than MR, wrong. TR is equal to TC. See, they have talked in total terminology, right? If I transform this into per unit terms, it will turn out to be AR is equal to AC. This is nothing but the condition that you people have studied for the normal profits, right? Next. Yeah. Let us solve this 43rd question. At price P1, the firm in the figure would produce. See people, when the price is P1, let me just enlarge the figure for you so that it will be easy for you to see this. Yeah. So, if the price is P1, they are asking will he produce anything or not. See, you all remember the shutdown point condition, right? For you to undertake the production process, you need to at least cover your average variable cost. So, when you are charging price P1, your AVC is greater than the price. So, will you produce at price P1? No. So, the output is zero output. So, the output is zero output. So, that is it. Next, let us sum some other bits. Yeah. The following are the characteristics of a monopoly. Monopoly is nothing but single seller. So, they are saying all the options are characteristics of monopoly except. So, there is a single firm that is correct. Monopoly is always a price taker, a maker. He is a price maker. He is not price taker. So, this is wrong. Okay. He is not price taker, but rather he is a price maker. Next, how do you define the monopoly power? It depends on the condition price greater than marginal cost. So, whenever your price is greater than marginal cost or whenever the gap between price and marginal cost is widening, the greater the monopoly power, right? Next. Yeah, let us solve this bit. Cross elasticity of demand for a monopolist product or any product is, it is zero or very, very small. See, monopolist has no close substitutes, right? He is the only seller available in the market. So, whenever you have no close substitutes available, your cross elasticity is zero or very small. So, it can be either A or B, right? Next. Yeah. Dynamic fare charged by Indian Railways is an example of, see, whenever you are charging dynamic fare, that indicates that you are charging different prices for different people for the same commodity. So, it will be discriminating monopoly. Yes. So, that is the answer. Next. Hey, what funny question is this? So, in figure 69, they are asking what does this depict? This depicts what? It depicts losses. So, they have already given in the question. Yeah. Next. Let us solve this. Under dash, the monopolist will fix a price that will take away the entire consumer surplus. See, we have discussed three types of price discrimination, right? First degree, second degree and third degree. In first degree price discrimination, you are left with no consumer surplus because the actual price charged is equal to your willing price. So, it is in first degree that your consumer surplus will turn out to be 0. And what is second degree price discrimination, where you are discriminating on the basis of quantity? That is called as second degree price discrimination, right? Yes. Let us go to another bit. Yeah. Excess capacity is the essential characteristic of which market form? It is the characteristic of monopolistic competition, which we have already discussed. Okay. See, excess capacity is what? Surplus stock. Excess capacity is what? Surplus stock. That surplus stock you see under which case? You see it under monopolistic competition. See, monopoly need not maintain such excess capacity because he has no competition at the first place. It is in monopolistic competition that they are highly competitive in nature and they have to be efficient at any cost. So, they have to go to the minimum AC and produce it right there, right? So, excess capacity, do remember that it is associated with monopolistic competition. Next, competition among few is called as oligopoly. So, that whenever the competition ranges between 2 to 10, it is called as oligopoly. Duopoly is the subset of oligopoly. Next, Dash is the best example of oligopoly. Obviously, OPEC is the best example of oligopoly. What is OPEC, students? It is the Organization for Petroleum Exporting Countries. Next, I'm so sorry. Next, marginal revenue curve lies dash its demand curve. Demand curve is nothing but your AR curve. Your demand curve is nothing but your AR curve, right? So, MR curve always lies below the AR curve. And in monopolistic competition, what do you see? You observe product differentiation, right? So, it is below and product differentiation. See, whenever you draw your demand curve, this is your AR curve, which is downward sloping, and this is your MR curve. As you can see, the fall in the MR is always twice that of your AR, right? So, your MR will always lie below your AR curve. Let us solve some other bits. Next. One characteristic not typical of the oligopolistic industry is too much importance to non-price competition, price leadership, horizontal demand curve. People, this is not the characteristic of oligopoly, okay? We are under imperfect competition. Oligopoly is a part of imperfect competition. Horizontal demand curve is something that you witness in perfect competition. So, this is not a typical feature. Next. Yeah. As kinged demand curve theory of oligopoly, at the kink is formed at the prevailing price. You all remember the kinged demand curve? It is this way, right? So, whatever bend you are seeing here, that bend is called the prevailing price. That bend is made at the prevailing price. Yes. And above the prevailing price, the demand curve is elastic. Below the prevailing price, the demand curve is inelastic. That also you have to remember. Yes. Next. Choose the incorrect statement regarding barometric price leadership. What do you mean by barometric price leadership? In the industry, whichever firm is more experienced or the oldest firm will take the responsibility of fixing the price, and he will act as price leader, and the remaining fringe firms will follow the what? This leader who is fixated based on his experience, right? So, live and let live philosophy is followed. See, live and let live philosophy is whose philosophy? It is what? Dominant firm's philosophy. You know that under price leadership, you have a low cost firm, you have a dominant firm, and you have the barometric price leadership. This live and let live philosophy is of the what? Is of the dominant firm's feature. It is not of whom? It is not of barometric price leadership. So this is your right option, right? Yeah. The next question. The strategy live and let live philosophy is adopted under price leadership by a dominant firm. Do remember this. Yes. Next. The kinged demand curve model of oligopoly assumes that you have to read this question carefully, pause the video for a while and just go through the question, but I'll take you through the options here. The response to a price increase is less than the response to a price decrease. The response to a price increase is more than the response to a price decrease. The elasticity of demand is constant regardless of whether price increases or decreases. Wrong. The elasticity of demand is perfectly elastic if price increases and perfectly inelastic if price decreases. Nothing like that. In your kinged demand curve, you see the graphs which are relatively elastic and relatively inelastic. Okay. So, what they are asking is in which case is the response more? See, whenever it is relatively elastic, what does it mean? Even with a small increase in the price, there is a large change in demand because you were at P initially. Now you increase the price. As you can see, the increase in price is this portion, the flower bracket which I have put, that portion, but the decrease in demand is this portion. So what is happening here when you increase the price, the other companies which are actually your competitors, they are not increasing the price and all your buyers are going to the competitors. So you see a large fall in the demand. So whenever you increase the price, the impact is more. But what happens when you decrease the price? Other people are not following you. Other people are also following you. I'm so sorry. When you decrease the price, others are also decreasing their price. So there is no impact in your demand. So when you are decreasing, others are also decreasing. There is no drastic impact you are seeing on your demand. So whenever you increase the price, the impact due to increase in the price is more than the impact due to decrease in the price. The response to a price increase is less than, the response to a price increase is more than the response to a price decrease. Yes, they are talking about the consumers, like the consumers, they will respond when do they respond? They will respond when there is an increase in the price. Clear, everybody? So these were some bits I wanted to solve. What we will do in the next session is we will start with your economics for finance. Okay, so you have got two things, right? You have got business economics and economics for finance. So from the next session, what we'll be doing is we'll be starting with your economics for finance. Okay, thank you everybody. I'll see you in the next session.